Tell me, back in the weed, or the marijuana, we doesn't see that. Now you can tell me, you know, about grandma. Something like Amma. Just drink porridge round and my mother. And you can buy grapes for $25. Jeez! Suicide bomber. You will please up the country will not do it like summer. You know me head dog. I agree about it on me head dog. Not that dog. You get a red dog. Carry up, look on the radar. To the marijuana, you know, agree dog. You can't buy with the lion up a smoke granny. Come on. Nah, sorry, it's big. It's G-Block in this bitch. Jeez! On fire today, B. You say, Velle's on fire today, yeah? Say, Velle gonna get bought up today, yeah? I say, no, let's get it. Girls, I do adore. Ha 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 ha. You better RESPECT me. Red side of feather is not a hoe. You better do cheap lots of dog. I think I'll call him Diamond. Jeez! And the walk is mean. Not the scene. God damn, you find mushy party all the time. And that. I'll let you when I come up top. She kept bootlegging my shit. She like, chicken man, why you treat me like animal? When I met your ass, now you all have. I would love today, y'all. I'll ask you when that come up. Huh. Sitting on two zeros with your head in the mirror. Let's roll. Come on. Jeez. Yeah, man. You know how we do the intro music, yeah? Obviously, every time you hear the tune, it's sort of supposed to relate to the topic of the day, innit? Jeez. You saying, yeah? I keep putting people on a barbecue, innit? Yeah, I want to bun man up all the time and this, that, and the other, innit? But, right. It's time for me to go on the barbecue today. You get me? Let's put Velle on the barbecue. Yeah? Let's put him on there about. He keeps chatting about other people's thing and him now and chat about himself and them thing there. Yeah, see? Yeah, all right. Let me read out the register in the morning, yeah? Morning roll call, yeah, yeah. Big up NLP, my G, come on. You know how we do. Peace, fire ravage, South Coast, New South Wales, and Australia. Scariest thing ever. Okay, we have a look at that a bit later. Big up Princess Dominique. Come on, you know how we do. Big up yourself. Big up Kushite Smoke. I'll type Serum and the White. Yeah, big up yourself, man. Big up a Kingo Gold. I'll type Day Rider. Yes, you're a sellout. Ha 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 ha. All right, say that, cuz. He's. Yo, I'll type Cotton Socks in the building. Big up yourself, Cotton. I'll type Base the Silver. You're not a sellout. You're free to choose whoever you want to be with. Peace. All right, love is the law. Big up yourself, K. Yeah, he says Wagwan, and the answer is no. All right, old tight, I can go gold. Man said Velle Z. Come on, you know how we do. I love girls, 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 girls all over the floor. Girls. Jeez. Yeah, big up AO, paternal Caribbean Israelite. Mine in Velle, my lord. Mine in my lord. What happened? Yeah. Old type Real McGee live. He said, Wagwan Velle. Yeah. Jeez. Man said Uncle Vom, you know. What happened to some boy? Jeez. Old type Lexi. Big up Velle. Big up yourself, Lexi. All right. Old type Jack with a big pat. In my look pun some boy like, I know you ain't talking shit. Yeah, big up Ali Ali. Yeah, man, we're in the building. You man are gonna help me tidy up my van today, yeah? You got bare fucking mess in the back of the shit because be tired. You feel me? One sec, one sec, one sec. Yeah, you can hear me, yeah? All right. These lots say you're not a sellout, but deem Hector a sellout. Yeah, but you know what it is, yeah, cuz? Boom. What do, cuz? Man's gonna put scrutinize around here, cuz. You get me? No one's safe, cuz. So, yeah, it's time for Velle to go on the barbecue today, yeah? Yeah, cuz man said that Hector's a sellout, but Velle's not. Well, let's hear the reasons for that then. I mean, man, and actually, even okay, the man them ain't said that yet. Yeah, big up man like J Duff, big up yourself, cuz. Big up man like Mr. Alio 84, big up yourself, cuz. Simon Lee can hypnotize people, big up yourself. Love is the law. Can't stay, gotta work here. Alright, cool man, say nothing, bro. Alright, so Let's put the link in the chat. All right. 1 sec. Let me shut this door. So I can show you like what kind of work man's got to do. You can't, no comment, yeah? I say that, man. You know how we do. Yeah, man. Like, come on. I can take the criticism. Else I wouldn't put myself on the barbecue. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's bare fucking mess in there. All right, let me put the camera on so you man can see. You see that? Can you see all that? You men are going to help me tidy that up today still. I need to take some of this stuff down the scrapyard so we can get some money back for parts. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Jeez. So, come on. All right. Let me get through the questions. Big up, Velle. Are you pro-black? Am I pro-black? I don't know. I want black people to do well. Definitely. And obviously, I'm a black person. So, I don't know, man. I don't know if you'd call me pro-black. I'd say that enough of the things I can see is like affecting, obviously the black situations that affect strictly black people, but some things affect poor people. You get me? Yeah, cuz. Yeah. So, what's the next one? But I said Velle has a Becky. Yeah. Jeez, I say that because nobody has the right to tell you who you can and can't hook up to. Big up for yourself if you're not conforming to these idiots. Do you bung out a block still? Yeah, big up Jack still. All right. Hey, man said R.I.P. Velle. Oh, mate, come on. Jeez. Yeah, cuz. Yeah. It's mad, isn't it? That's not even a skip, cuz. That's the back of my blood clot van. You get me? So, man, are going to be hearing some clunking and clanking today still. All right. So, let me try and get the question, get through. Cool real, let him clean the place for you. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a day's graph. Yeah, trust me. Yeah. I'll tell you what, my brother's definitely 100% pro back here. Captain said, "Very Becky lover." Hey, my girl's not even called Becky though, man. She said Keisha, Becky. Mm. Jeez, I can smell that loud from out here. Come on, nah, we do, man. I agree forever and bushweed never. Mm. Just don't tell Betty your wife is whack. Well, listen, I told Betty that still. Yeah, I used to chat to Betty on Google Hangouts before I was doing live streams. After about 2-3 years ago. Yes, yeah, yeah. I'm definitely for black betterment, but I want to see poor people rise up still. So yeah, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, man, I told Betty about my wife and my youths years ago, man. So she already knows about that still. So, but most people, if you know me, you know anyway. Morning. Like, if you actually know me, then you know already anyway. This is more for YouTube critical purposes, isn't it? I ain't heard nothing back from Dad yet still. He's obviously busy, isn't it? So that's why he ain't got back still. If he wasn't bad busy, then he would have got back to us still. Oh, man said RIP G Block. Are black people against other black people because they mix with whites? Or is it just any race not acceptable but black? Yeah, that's a good question still, man. You know that you know that um yeah, I'm not sure, man. You'd sort of have to ask the Shakaras and Nine Ethers of this world, you get me, because obviously they'll tell you, man. Even Nine Ether knows and this, that, and the other, man. Come on. I've been chatting Nine Ether with my sister, man. We've been chatting for years now still. So mm. So what? Yeah, man. Big up. What's that? Sophia Lewis's adopted testicles. Velle, you know you can't be pro black betterment if you have a white chick, bruv. Bruh. It's peak, innit? It's peak. Air. I said, Velle, now I love chocolate. Yo, I said, you don't know me, man. Yo, hey, big up scattered. My G, come on. You know what time it is, cuz. Yeah, man. Sure, I've been putting everyone on the barbecue. I had to put myself on the barbecue as well, innit? Can't just be criticizing everyone else's thing and take no criticism myself. Yeah, man. So it's time for Velle to get bun up today still. So yeah. Mm. So yeah, Shaka is very passionate about helping his people. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's why I rate him still, man, because you know what I'm saying, that man's willing to do the hard work that others ain't. So you gotta give a man like that rating. You have to. Yeah, right. If the missus seasons the chicken, this shit white my dog, you good. I'll tell you what happened though, yeah. Yeah. So what happened though, yeah? Yeah, I lie myself with the far right. I say that because yeah. I see bare people on the fake and Maggie yesterday. Boy, Afghan sending his ass for acceptance vouchers again. Mad. His missus said he fingers himself as well, innit? Biting man. He's definitely a biting man. You call this being put in the bar? You know what it is, yeah? No one's not come out and you get me. No one's not come out yet still. So yeah, man. You get me. Once the people come on the panel and start running man up, you know it's gonna be a barbecue out here, cuz. What you said? You think Naif is just gonna come on the panel and go, yeah, all right, bub. Everything's cool. You know that's not happening, Dons. So yeah, cuz. Uh, yo, did they hear me there, Billy? No, I didn't even hear you, cuz. I see that clip on Ricky Millwall's channel. I see that clip on Ricky Millwall's channel still. So when I saw that, I was like, whoa. You love who you love. Why does that have to affect what cause you go for? Mm. Doesn't seem fair that you can't be pro black because of who you love. Nah, it is what it is, cause like I said, right, differently. I didn't actually um give myself a pro black label, innit? Like when the man them asked me, am I Pan African? I was like, I definitely want black people to do well, but I probably wouldn't class myself as a Pan-African. You get me? Yeah, I've got minimal education on African history and even Caribbean history. So it's not like I'm not like a scholar in the thing. You get me? I'm a student from right there. But listen, I'm gonna have to prop you lot up on the side, yeah. While I do some work. I can't find my head out, son. Do I eat bacon? No, I don't eat pork still. No, I don't eat pork still. I don't eat pork still, but trust. Also, my parents are top chefs as well, so yeah, we know how to. Yeah, man. How would you class your children? Would they have affinity for black culture or British culture? Yeah, no pork, bro. So why my friends with fake? Use them. Yeah, I don't know. Still, but you know what? Really and truly, I ain't really got an enemy still. So, and I don't really know real like that still. Like, I'm like cool with him, but it's like we don't ring each other for favors and shit like that. So, yeah, he's alright, man. He's doing his thing. You get me on his channel and that still. Yeah, yeah. Man said Velle loves a bit of pork Becky, but yeah, cuz yeah. I don't really eat pork still. Mm. No, cuz my beans ain't fat still. Yeah. You'd be surprised if you see my beans still and she's laying still. If I must say so myself. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. In my personal opinion, I wouldn't really try to be with a bees that I wouldn't consider to be sexy or whatever anyway, still. So you get me. All right. So you jumping on them, man. You got me. You to the jet pan to start up some fire. You wanna see some fire? I play around with fire, ramp with the Jeep like you gotta get wire. Jeez. Yeah, man. Pixar, it's a man. Nah, man. My beans could never look like a man. Trust me. Trust me. Mm. You know, men can't have kids anyway. So I got 4 children still, so yeah. One sec. Yo, Captain, what?
Yo, greetings, bro. How are you, bro? Salute.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, what you
big up
say,
your
bro?
chat.
There, man.
Yeah, I
Go
would. Wait, have you wiped that ketchup from your mouth? Yeah, from that
on.
sizzling bacon sandwich this morning. Yeah.
No, you know, bad man, I eat swine, man. I love that something.
Boy, do you know what?
Mm.
In your defense, though, Veli, You have never claimed to be a part of a. How should I put it? You haven't claimed to be a Pan African. I've never heard you said it, bro. You know, so I
Mm,
can't really throw that question on you. And I've never seen you with no red, black, and green colours or nothing like that, bro. That's me personally. You know,
mm,
so I can't really attack you for being. No, like when somebody claims that they're for black people and black
mm,
power and all of this, and they got a white woman. You haven't come
mm.
up with that, brother. I've never seen you moving gang claim black or you know, I could back you up here, bro, because I haven't really hear you personally say those stuff. Get me, bro?
Mm. I can
You know where I'm
see.
coming from?
Listen, yeah. What it is, yeah, is man's not really on the. Obviously, man wants black people to do well in it and do better and
Yeah,
whatever, yeah.
yeah.
But then, yeah,
But
obviously, man
but
wants black
really,
people to
this
do
is what
better
I'm
and
saying.
well.
But really, this is what I'm saying. I've never heard you claim that you was Pan African. Yeah, I
Mm,
never hear you claim. I don't hear you say black power or none of that stuff though, bro. So I don't really find you very hypocritical. Do you get where I'm coming from? You just
yeah,
remind
I
me of
don't really
many.
do this thing where man's trying to say, um, like trying to tell man that you're a coon because you don't do this and you're a coon because you don't do that. I was just like, man, why don't you want to help the people that get to a better position? You get me? So
But I'll be truthful with you. As a as a coon, you have done far too. You done far too much for the black community as a coon. Yeah, no, but I bro, you not even a coon either. I've never seen you out white, bruv, to tell you the truth. Like you bust bare, you know, when you even when you joking, you don't bro. You know where I'm coming from. I don't really, not that I don't really drag man's name out or whatever, but like you have never claimed that. Even when we used to talk about, like when we was talking about the youths, what type of youths we go and try to reach out and everything else. You haven't really been targeting specifically black people, have you, bro? So I can't.
no,
So I
no.
got to back you up on this, you know, because you stay far from those those arguments there, bro. Those
You know
pineapple,
what? Yeah, man tries to
black
tell the
power,
truth in it as much as
yeah.
possible. Yeah, because obviously, especially like when we're talking online and all that, the shit's recorded. Cause if
No,
man
no, you're
lies
very
about
real,
something,
bro.
you're
You're
just
very
gonna
real.
go back. You get me? You replay the lie and then play the other thing. Man's just gonna be like, meh.
But really, me personally, I was surprised to even fucking know you even told me you got a white girl on mixed race children. Even I was surprised, bruv, because you don't
Mm,
conduct yourself like that. You don't you don't say yeah my girl's white every fucking 10 minutes. You don't do none of that. You just deal with the subjects and everything. And when the questions come to you, it shocks a lot of people. Velle. Because man like you down with the ragga music, you're down with the dancehall, you're down with all of the black culture. I know you must probably take the white girl and have some oxtail and rice sometimes
mm.
and buy her a
Yeah, but
patty.
obviously my parents taught me how to cook in it. It's the same too. My parents have taught my girl how to cook as well in it. So
Yeah.
yeah, she knows
So
how to cook,
so
bro.
what? Oh, so your girl
Yeah,
can
yeah,
season,
and
yeah?
them no.
Your
Huh?
girl can season, yeah?
Yeah, man.
She can
Yeah,
season
yeah,
without
yeah,
salt
yeah,
and
yeah. Come on.
pepper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Blood that salt and pepper to the team, cuz. But I can't eat food like that though. Cuz imagine I've lived in just growing up with my mum and dad cooking for my whole life, and then
Yeah.
obviously when I lived by myself, I was able to cook for myself. So boom.
Yeah, but just to back you up, bro. Not to back you up like that, but just to say to bro. For my moment, you have not claimed that. You haven't claimed that Pan African Black Power concept. I've never seen you say it. I know you for your black people too. Get my? I could actually say you are for your black people because I do see you even in my events and the events I do in the South, I do see you, bro. So, apart from that, I can't really call you a coon, bro. You know where I'm coming from. You're not a sellout, yeah? You have a said fuck black people, I don't like black women. You haven't even mentioned none of that. All you mentioned that you got a white baby mother, that's your family basically. You live with your family.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
so
thing I do say though, yeah, is that one thing I do say though is that man, I don't care about who's blacker than who and who's the blackest of the black blickety blacks and all that shit. You get
yeah,
me?
yeah,
Like I've
yeah,
never
yeah.
really been into that onto that still. So well, I'm talk, yeah, man. So
Oh, your talk.
Morning.
Yo, you don't say morning to me and you're a fucking Indian. How can you call me? How can you say it's good morning now, man? Talk. Big up
No,
yourself.
that's the war cry, man. Or when they say
Hey,
false
bruv,
alarm when they're not ready yet.
hey, I don't want to burn
oh
down my house so
shit.
you can see the smoke. But big up yourself. Talk.
You go.
Yeah. I know it's not your new year, but yeah.
Yeah,
Good
well, it's one
side
of those
time.
ones.
Yeah.
But this is where I'm gonna laugh at certain black people because when it was the Ethiopian New Year, I don't hear nobody say nothing.
See, well, see, it's
You know
still
what I
You
going
mean?
always
on with
sending
the
shots.
European
Are you always
Union.
sending shots, cuz?
You
Yeah,
know,
but it's,
don't like
why,
black
why
people,
did you
bro.
mention the Ethiopian New Year?
no, no, because
Talk don't like Africans.
because
Talk is the native.
through prophecies now, if
Yeah,
anybody knows about Ethiopian calendar, that's supposed to be the Enoch calendar, and the Mayan calendar also corresponds with that calendar as well. And in
Mm.
Ethiopia now, there's 7 years behind. So Ethiopia's now is at 2012, and not everybody forgets all the prophecies, what was written, what they were saying. Oh, when 2012 comes, it's gonna be like this, it's gonna be like that.
yeah.
So
I, I,
right now, it's real 2012. So let's be cautious.
You're saying it's 2012 for you, yeah?
Yeah, it's actual the real changing of the equinox of Aquarius, the coming of age, where they're filtering out all the bad knowledge with good knowledge.
Well, you man carry on, yeah, because I just need to do something real quick.
Yeah,
hold on. Yo, no way. So what got talk?
yeah,
Yeah,
man. Big up.
yeah, big up yourself. So what? You're not in it with the African business then?
I deal with tribes, innit? Because I'm an indigenous person myself, innit? So I deal with everybody individual, innit, in a sense.
Alright, see you as a tribal thing, yeah? Do you think
Mm.
as a tribal people, yeah, do you think we could ever unify?
Yeah, but
Like,
everybody has to give respect to everybody's collective, no matter how bad things might have been in the past or whatnot, but just take them for who they are right now in entity and take on politics afterwards.
right, the biggest question I want to ask you because we did 2020 and everything, yeah. Do you
Mm.
reckon I mean, do you reckon if I say African people it would open doors? I'm saying, do you think black people could ever unify?
Yeah, they can, but mostly with their own peer groups, I find.
Because the problem is this: is not that when we say Pan Africanism, yeah,
Mm.
and we unify on that ideology of Pan African, yeah,
Yeah.
because a lot of people does not class themselves as African. I'm saying as black people. Do you reckon we could ever
Or Nubian,
unify
Nubian.
or Nubian? But if you said
Yeah.
Nubia is still a continent known as Africa, innit? It's in Africa, and it's called Nubia.
It's
Yeah.
it's a place and a phenotype, so it's
Yeah,
giving
but
you like
because you
it's a bit.
because talk, man like you, I reason with you, and the reason why I say black and not African because you don't really consider yourself as African, do you, bro?
No, because North Africans are actually Africans. The other people underneath the Sahara Desert, they'll be classed as Nubians.
Yeah. So what? So this is the question to you now. Do you reckon we could ever unify as black people of, from from many of the continents around the world? Can we unify? If we tried Pan African and it unified us,
Mm.
and it unifies certain continents together on that ideology. And a lot of people nowadays is say, "We don't call me African because I'm not from Africa. I'm from Asia. Like, if I,
Okay.
don't call me that. I'm from the Caribbean. Yeah, I'm from America. I'm a Meridian. So I didn't want to use that word Africa. So I'm saying to you, do you reckon we could unify maybe on a new era level? Like as black people, can we unify on some relative things?
Uh, Um, it depends with the generations, I think, really, because like the generation what I was brought up in, what we know as the Middle East was Northeast Africa. You know what I mean? So if you ask the people there now if they're African or where probably life started in Africa, nobody would really say where, because in today's generation they don't really look at maybe the Middle East as Northeast Africa, if you know what I mean. And certain histories what tie the people to that land, and other history where you know what I mean, where people are migrating back and forth through the Silk Road and all these type of things. So the word African is a very a big word just to put certain people in a sense like that. I could see where people are in Africa trying to do this one sort of United Kingdom or open markets or open borders and certain things. Well, I think it's more for a new generation of people. I think maybe now for Pan Africans it could be very useful now in today's world or
But
the
would you,
you know what I
would,
mean.
but would you consider classing yourself as a Pan African talk?
A Pan African, no.
No. So
Mm-mm.
what would so you wouldn't class yourself, but so you don't stand for let's teach our children about all African philosophy, spirituality, and any of those stuff. You're not for all of that.
I don't mind learning from different tribes or people from Africa and hearing their story, yeah. But it has to be from you know what I mean, from their story.
So what? So basically, you say you're a tribal person, yeah? I agree with that. But
Yes.
but would you unify with other tribes?
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't mean like the tribalism is not really racism. Like take for instance
No,
my people.
tribalism is like living in a village. I get where you're coming from.
Uh,
Like,
no, it's a bit different now because of the age what we're living in. If you know, what I mean, you
okay,
got different tribes from Africa that live in Europe now, and how does the second or third generation take on that identity if they even use that identity to this day? If you know what I mean. So
yeah.
like with how can I say with us in the Caribbean in a sense like that we've been pulled left and right in a sense.
Mm.
So
But
some people think we
as a tribesman, would you mix with other race? Because what I want to do is try to stick on the subject with Velle. So when he steps in, he could just take over, brother. I don't know why he fucking does that. But yeah,
yeah.
so what I'm trying to
I
say,
say
as a tribesman, like as Turok from his tribe, would you be with a white woman? Would you?
I'd be honest in this day and age I don't think it's very beneficial for us
Is
because
that
like
and that's nothing to do with love. That's something to do with beneficial. Yeah, what you can benefit from each other.
yeah in a sense like that because the reason why I say that because take for instance my people in the Caribbean they say my people are all dead off due to plagues and all these certain things but there's only a certain number of our people around so if people are telling you your actual people are dying out and it's not to say but you're actually dying out you're just basically integrating with other societies and certain
Yeah.
things like that so it's kind of hard for you to like now be watering down your thing now basically like you know what I mean it's not nobody killing you but yourself now in a sense.
Mm. So basically, you would. I don't. Are you with somebody outside your race?
I
Now.
had been in the past no not now
Okay. Cool. All right.
but it's no respect to how can I say the children because even in our culture in the Caribbean, like the Arawak, Taino, Kalinago people, we've mixed in with literally everybody basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just
But don't
we've
forget,
got
when we talk about what happened with those tribes, talk most of
mm,
those were raped, bro. Like they didn't have choices like now. Like you don't carry that flag as Pan African. So I said, because you call yourselves a tribal man, and I know that you deal with the Meridian indigenous
Mm.
culture. Yeah, I know that's not Pan African. So I'm trying to say, on your levels of your belief and understanding, you wouldn't mix your seed with a, I don't want to say white woman, but you wouldn't go outside your race. And you
Not
said,
not at it. Not at this moment in time, and I think this is why it's so instrumental to teach children this, because when you're young, you don't really look at the severities of certain actions you might do, and I think interrelationships is more of a young people's thing. I find when other people get into their older age, they mostly look for their type of like their mirror image, basically, of culture and certain things.
boy, boy, you have got, so in the future, you wouldn't be with a white woman either, then, basically. Like, you're
No,
attracted. Have you got any
yeah, I don't
attractions? Like,
know that in a
you could,
sense, but
have you got any,
not.
let me say it to make sense.
Hmm.
Yeah? Let me say it to make sense. Alright. Are you a sellout? Because these are the things what they got up ready. So I just want to categorize it. Would you sell your people out? Are you a sellout? Talk.
No, not really. It's not about really selling out. It's just like, like when you water down your culture and
Yeah.
things like that. So for instance, even the Bible prophecy of Solomon, where he had so many different wives, and to please them, he had to infuse their cultures in with his in under his roof, basically. And when you start doing a lot of these type of things now, your thing gets washed out in a sense like that, and you're trying to like sustain your culture, basically. It's like the prevailing of your culture and your people and certain things like that. And this is
Mm,
why I say it's kind of important that we teach these type of things to our children to make them understand certain things. Like, I can't blame people if they do fall in love with the people, and it's not really about that. It's about actually just building up your tribe and your people. This is why probably in Africa, at certain places, they have more than one wife. They have loads of children. A lot of their kingship, they have loads of children for them to even pick one king out of. So it goes to show like their royal family lineage is still prevalent because they have so many children, if you know what I mean.
mm. Yeah, but Velle, come on, man. Finish that bacon sandwich, brother, and fucking, you know what I mean?
Listen,
Cup of tea and jump back on, bro.
you
Yeah,
and
man.
Bruno
Show
got
your
something.
beak, man. What are you talking about, man?
Hey, yo, you swallowed that bacon sandwich yet? Before you talk, don't talk with your mouth full enough.
Mm,
Big up, Benny. Yeah.
it's tasty. It's tasty.
Yo, Benny, I'll go back off now, yeah?
Mm.
What, you ready to take over
Yes,
now?
I know, man.
All right,
Yeah,
big
yeah.
up,
I'm
man.
there, man.
Big up for it, man. Yeah, thank
I
you.
mean,
Salute everyone. Have a good day, bro.
Alright, cool, man. Walk one, though, man.
yeah, big up,
So
bro.
where's the people there, man? You want to sit,
Village,
man? You want to sit with Velle, man? Come on. You want to sit with Velle?
do you believe in tribes and all the, or not say you don't believe in it, but do you consider things like tribes and all these things?
Do I consider things like tribes? What do you mean?
Yeah,
People
like
come from tribes, yeah. Obviously, everyone comes from a tribe, innit?
okay, but would you say you're a tribal person or would like to be tribal more?
A clan person.
Yeah, more just more like tribal. It doesn't really have to be actually like physically like how you see certain people with
Nah,
their
but I
ceremony.
understand that where and who and what and whatever. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
culturally and stuff.
Yeah, trust me. Yeah, but I don't. I'm no fucking. Yeah, man. Don't watch. Man don't. Man don't eat pork or nothing like that still, man. So,
No bangers.
but yeah, no, no. Man don't eat sausages and them things. Man, still. Yeah,
No sausage and
yeah,
mash.
man, yeah, yeah, Trenton. You know, no Trenton, my hey. But you man say that though. Wait. Man say that there though. Man say that, yeah, but like there's black people that yam pork and there's white people that don't.
Yeah,
True.
true.
So, like
Especially
like
jerk pork,
saying you can
bro.
get jerk pork in Jamaica, innit? So
Yeah. It
I was
sells
shocked
nothing.
when I saw that. As far
Yeah.
as I was concerned, Jamaicans didn't eat no pork.
That's what
Get
I
me?
thought.
So when I went to Jamaica,
Yeah.
and I see man doing jerk pork on the side,
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Trust me, you see, black Christians, they're the most wickedest people. They're the type of people that have pork on a slow roast while they're in church.
I was doing the
Yeah,
same
I'm
at the
gonna
same
saute
time.
right over that and go, yeah, man.
Mm,
And
trust me. I
in
know
church,
some super
church and
black Africans that eat pork, man. So you got me. Yeah,
no, that's true. That's true.
you got me. See you and chat to them, man. There.
but black people,
All right, yo, Benny, let's get down to the nitty gritty.
Mm.
Are you attracted to black women?
Hell yeah, man. Shit, man. I think yeah. Obviously I don't really like talking like that still, but obviously I've seen loads of different color pom poms. Yeah, and they all look the same apart from the hair.
So what are you saying, Benny? That you've been out with everybody, but the relationship you're in, you just managed to make a guy out of it, basically.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah,
and you got
man.
children, and you
But
got a
obviously,
now.
yeah, obviously
Yeah,
we've been
ups and
through
downs,
our ups and downs. Do you know what I'm
testing.
saying? Like,
Yeah,
yeah, we've had tests and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. Got our youths and all that now.
mm.
So,
And you
what
building
yeah.
a family. Yeah, I get you.
what culture or background?
Well, what?
What cultural
Make
background
make
is
a
your
guy out of
partner
it,
from?
basically.
Mm,
Yeah, yeah, you got
yeah,
children.
man's from
Yo, what's happening,
obviously,
fellas?
we been, yeah, what cultural background there? She's from UK, man, but her family's that Irish sort of thing.
Mm.
Okay, so the Irish. Then.
Mm.
Yeah, big up, man.
Sorry, bro. I had my YouTube on. Big up everybody in the building.
Big up
Big
King
up yourself,
Gold.
bro.
Another day's to dawn,
Come on.
and it's Sunday morning. What's happening?
I think it's a we might.
Yo, yeah. It's quite an interesting topic, subject, because this one had me thinking. I haven't really been challenged yet. My mind stimulated really in these last 2-3 days when it comes to topics, but I think this is a very interesting one. One thing I've noticed, I don't. Before I chime in, I just wanted to say I've noticed now. This is something I personally noticed. There's two different types of pro-black people. Right? There's the one that doesn't want nothing to do with any other race, and they want to basically to divide themselves. Right? And you could go as far as to say that they got quite
Segregate.
kind of hate, not hateful, but they kind of dislike. They got reservations. They kind of dislike. I'd say like from historically like other races. And then you got the black person who is still pro-black, but he's willing to still kind of work with all other races and have the same kind of type of relationship. But I'd say that was majority. Okay. But I'd say I'd prefer to be the one that works with people as opposed to not, because even if you was to divide and separate yourselves, you still have to come across people that you have to work with. And you do need a good relationship when you're working with people like that, because you're dealing with food and trust as well, especially trust. So I'd say it's a big detriment if you're gonna sort of try and do this thing where it's an isolation, the beach type thing where no one's allowed in and all the rest of it. That's like it's just totally everybody's choice if you want to isolate yourself. But Yeah, I'd say people like Ras, people like Jed's, Velle, they're the second one, the one that is for his people, but he's not gonna try to completely isolate himself. You know what I mean? Isolate themselves to the point where it's just almost like a Mark Collette sort of thing, or whatever his name is, where it's just like, you know what, we don't want to fucking see him, smell him, or anything.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with that
No,
because I feel like people from like Afro American background and Afro Caribbean background, we've always been on center stage in it, in a sense. We haven't really been in a peer group where it's just only people like us, and I think that's our biggest fear, just being only us around each other and certain things like that. And that's why a lot of people are appealable to Africa because they're thinking, all right, it's not really directly Afro Americans or Caribbean people. It's just like it's all black. So I do feel a bit it's a different type of climatization to the world, if you know what I mean. Like living only amongst Chinese people, living only amongst Indian people. I find black people are very comfortable with other people running their society or living amongst them. But when it comes to them doing their own thing and making other people come and live amongst them, I feel like they're a bit I don't know, on edge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Because
and and that's
time to we haven't really had time just to like sort of desensitize and just sort of how can I say just like chill out and actually get to know each other as a nation again, if you know what I mean.
yeah, I can see it's a definitely a melting pot there, and um, it goes back to the mind state. I think when they're saying, you know, the way Africa was taken, and when you seem like you got power, it's like you don't really want to be a target again, innit? It's like that subconscious thing where they're saying that's the reason. Mentally, they're trying to psychologically break it down as to why it's, you know, there seems to be um, a sort of a problem with um, black people having a great amount of power, like with when it comes to money. Um, and that's obviously from the black community. I'm hearing this from. This is from the intellects from the black community studying psychology. You're actually saying that it's more down to the black people that are sort of in this state of shock from all of the historical pillages that they've received from obviously the Western powers, and they're quite some people are kind of basically subconsciously kind of scared to gain that sort of power. And then there's the other thing of wherever man has really gone to try and build, there's these people standing by with a military base that's got fucking, you know what I mean, a microscope on us, sort of thing, you know what I mean, that type of that's a fear that I've heard emerging from the black community.
Yeah, but just to highlight that, King Gold, the whole
Detrimental,
the whole point of it was, yeah, when the civil rights movement was popping off and we was coming into that, we was dealing with a lot of racism anyway. We was already segregated in our communities, by the way, yeah. So what we did, we said, why don't we just come together and build it for ourselves?
Yeah,
Build
Wall Street, for example. Yeah, go on.
But then again, we also had our own Black Wall Street before that got shut down. Because don't forget, when you're dealing with the issues over in America, there was fight. It was an argument between the North and the South, where the Industrial Revolution was setting off up in the North. It was easy for Black people to work as well. Yeah, so up in them sides there were money already there. And from Marcus Garvey era, Frederick Douglass, it was easy to tell black people to unify and work together and build. It was so easy because we were dealing with racism, what's not like today. Most of the younger generation does not know what racism and segregation is about when white people do not want you in their jobs or in their areas. We don't really know that. But that was the pinnacle. That it helped us to create a Pan-African based movement where it dealt with our economical education of the spirit.
When you're talking about, is that in the 60s?
Yeah, that was like the do you know what, that was the early 1900s, you know, bro. Pan-African has is almost really, to be real, the concept of Pan-African could really be over 120 years old, bro, to tell you the truth. Because it started off
when they were calling them Moors, didn't it?
Yeah. Remember the Moorish science temple was also a school of knowledge as well. It was we was going through schools, bro, of knowledge, and that school of knowledge brought us to that Pan-African concept. Nowadays, for us to have a true Pan-African movement, we not only would have the economical side, we also need a fucking army. You understand? That's what we lacking right now. We don't have a black army. We don't even have a one African army out here. Yeah, when I say that, right, I mean that we got the education in place. We most probably have the buildings and the economics in place, but we definitely don't have our military power anyway.
Well, you're right. Well, I have to back up and I have to kind of agree with what you're saying is when we look at this whole thing that took place in Sudan, there was a Chinese and Trump and the Americans, and they had a lot of countries in Africa, from what I've seen, when they had all these jackals coming from the West, basically trying to indirectly put them into debt, and trying to like overthrow their country's resources. A lot of these Americans just were like, all right, we're getting smart. All right, let's go China. Do you want some money off your oil? Yeah. And then that was it. But what they realized from that now is that some of these Chinese people were like, okay, cool. Well, we know you need us, so we could just play games. You know what I mean?
No,
we can do what we want.
So that point there will show you, innit, that Africa itself, every different country has its own. If like what it is, bro. Africa ain't unified as a country, bro. Yeah, we've got different continents with different political views. Yeah, with different. Most of our prime ministers out there are all puppets. Yeah, they all work for the European empire anyway, bro. Yeah, so they would never, if they remember what Kwame Nkrumah had for Ghana back at that point of time. If most of the governments kept that level, they could have made a powerful African government, because it has to take more than 5-6 countries to unify for that shit to happen. If Nigeria and Ghana unified, it must pretty be it would show some weight, bro. But most of these countries in Africa, they ain't unified, bro. Ever have been unified.
Yeah, but at the same time, go on. You see, someone
No, I was just saying that has never been unified like that. Sometimes when you like what surprised us over here, if African, like, remember that African governments are puppets, bro. They're the same puppets. They will do the same shit what they were doing.
Of course.
Is their agendas, bro. Their agendas ain't right. So fuck the government. Focus on the people. If the people decide to unify, remember this government, controls us day in, day out, and we don't unify and show them that now we put you in that position, we put you in power. Somehow the people think that the government runs them, but the people runs the government. For black people or any nation to overthrow the government, they would have to unify, bro. Yeah, and that's why one of the tools was Pan-African, to get the masses to unify on that. But as times and is modeling up, and the younger generation is not really knowing that type of knowledge, and that you got to find some other way now.
Because I see.
Another 20 years.
You know what? Let me just go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, you can go. Everybody can chat. Sorry, bro. Go on.
All right. I was just making a point or something. Yeah, but with the 60s and the Windrush, I noticed like there's this argument is you went with a white woman and I know I'm mixed race and it sounds like I'm being an advocate for mixed race relationships with white people. It's not that. I'm just trying to decipher. I'm just trying to actually bring some sense to this, because when in it Windrush, don't forget, we're 2% now. So back then it would have been point, whatever. A lot of Africans on the ships here from Windrush, actually, there was a lot of different places. There was the Congo, there was Cameroon, there was Ghana, there was Igbo people, all sorts of different people, and they had to intermarry on the boats. Basically, they found that it was very rare to see a black woman and a black. You know what I mean? There was more black people, slaves coming to the West. I think, there's more black men. I think they got a lot of men. But if you're in a place and there's you need women in it. It's not
but keep going.
Black women running around and it's like you're small.
Yo, King, don't mix up what you're saying. When you deal with the Windrush was nothing to do with slavery, bro. Yeah, we had
no. Wait, hold on. No, I've got to correct you on that. It was everything to do with slavery, and let me tell you why I can back that up. Actually, it goes worse. We had to pay. My grandparents had to pay for their travel here, whereas before you just got brought there.
You know what?
I think you got it mixed up there because
so that was slavery. But if they come and destroy the whole nation,
it wasn't slavery. And for one, the thing what we have to remember about the Caribbean, we have so many different mixed people there as well. A lot of our people mixed with white people, Chinese, East Indians, and certain things like that. So it's not really a taboo. And a lot of these mixed people of different ethnicities from the Caribbean came to England as well. So you can't just say it's like it's only black Africans.
We're elders here. I'm not gonna. Obviously, my way of thing is arguing is terrible. I'm not one of these people in debate. But there's one thing I'm going to disagree with you completely too, bro. If you think you're not a slave right now, just a comfortable slave.
It's not about slavery. We all know about
slave. Then you're I don't know. Maybe you're in a bubble. But to say that it wasn't slavery from the Windrush, that's even more of a bubble. So for one, we're in slavery now. For two,
what year? 1860 something. We're talking about something
late 60s.
We're talking about something what happened in probably the 1950s, late 1940s.
Windrush, But at the same time, we got to look at it like this. A country was destroyed.
The Caribbean, like the Seychelles and other parts of different parts of the world, were part of the United Kingdom. People, we could write perfect English and all these type of things, and it wasn't really the first time people from the Caribbean was going to England.
Listen. We got some trouble in the building right now, B. The barbecue just gets started up right now. Oh, shit. Oh, go on, Nines. What you saying?
How you doing, summer baby? How you doing, summer man?
You know what?
Bless up,
you know what it is, yeah? Obviously, Nines, you know the settings already anyway, yeah? But I'm criticizing everything around there, innit, yeah? So I thought it's time for me to get criticized myself. So it's evenly distributed. You get me? Yeah.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Evenly distributed. You know what time it is, man? It's Guinness season around here, B. So yeah, man, it's getting tough like Guinness. So yeah, man. Start up the barbecue.
Regarding yourself, I think Captain Rambo, salute. I think he summarized it, exactly in the way in which I would. You get me there. Regarding yourself, Biggie. So you get me. In my mind, you're not a sellout, Benjamin. But there are sellouts out there. Don't get it twisted. But I know you. And if you remember, Biggie, we've had one or two little reasonings. You get me. So you know what I mean. But man, there's only for sellout out here, though. Because there's people like
Sister Dan. He just like vanilla ice cream more than he loves chocolate.
Nah, I'm not even gonna put that on my brother still. What I'm gonna say to my brother Velle is that at the end of the day, and I think, and he can correct me or not, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, man started his journey young, innit? You get me? And not everyone's fully equipped sometimes when they're on the start of their journey. That's what I would say. But like, if he was to go and look a gal now, nah, that's a good question actually. If you was go and look at beans now, Biggage, to use your terminology, do you?
Beans,
And I know
yeah.
you said that you've seen all type of tuntun,
Yeah.
and they're all the
Yeah, you
same.
know what? It's like saying, I'm like, yeah, but I don't even know, man. I gotta say still, I don't know who it would be, man. You just be like, whoever I connect with, innit? If it's just the right connection, then
So it's just
yeah,
so okay. So when you're looking, because this is what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's just is it just about the connection? Yeah.
yeah. More than the, yeah. You know what? Actually, say that now, yeah, differently. As yeah, I probably would sort of try and look for someone like more like probably from a Jamaican background, because like you're saying, in these sort of times now, yeah, you sort of need someone that sort of understands what you're talking about. Sometimes you get me.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good question. That was a very good question, Nine. What would you feel about it now, knowing
But definitely it'd be more about the connection though. Like the connection has to be right though. Still, it can't just be just because you're Jamaican.
Yeah, but I would like to think that it'll be. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's got to be a package, isn't it? Because the thing is, this connection thing. I hear what Mandem is saying about connection, but connections can always disconnect. Sometimes I think you got to have a little bit more than that. So, for example, not to compare it to arranged marriages and so forth, but arranged marriages, it's not just about
Sorry,
connection.
wait, would you rewind what you said that, yeah?
Is that me that's echoing?
Now, do you know what? Yeah,
Oh,
I went out the room in it because I had to give you some breakfast real quick. Right. So I didn't hear
hold
what
on.
you said.
No, because I can hear an echo. Let me just check something.
Mm.
No, it
All
could
right.
be you. A feedback on
Yeah,
your part.
could be. Hold on. No, what I was just really saying is that because I know Biggie mentioned the word connection, and I know obviously a lot of people, especially when you're young and you're looking at your partner, you're not necessarily looking, thinking long term in it. Usually, it's obviously, like you said, connection, physical, that kind of thing. But I'm just saying, going forward, I just think that we maybe need to tell our children that it's got to be more than just a connection, man. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Come back, hold on here, because this is annoying me. This echo. I'm gonna come out and come in again, Biggie. Look out for me, yeah.
All right, cool, man.
Oh, Velle, do you still live in the ghetto?
Yeah, man, come on. What do you mean? Mm.
Alright,
What do you
okay.
mean?
Cool.
So what I'm trying to
But like I keep saying, man, round here, yeah, there's poor white people, poor black people, you get me?
Yeah.
Poor Somali people, poor Chinese people, poor, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not like man's living in some baller spots, cause man's trying to rise up in it. So
What I'm trying to ascertain, yeah, is like with this like generation identity, because it's quite prevalent right now in this day and age. Not so much from blacks, but obviously,
my missus is at church still with one of the youths still, or two of the youths still. So
yeah, it's quite important. But I think I wouldn't have thought it was something that has to be instilled in the children. Obviously, I'm trying to empathize with a blick person. I wouldn't. Me personally, I don't see how it would be a detriment to the black community. Only on the basis is okay, black retention, and we want to see more black people. Just obviously less black people going black people. There's just going to be less black people. It's just simple. Be more white people, more Arabs, or more mixed race, and you have less empathy towards the cause. So that's the only real detriment. But there's a lot more worse things like iron deficiency in black people. If it's like Yeah, because it's oxygen, lack of oxygen to the brain, all sorts of. Or you get osteoarthritis when you're young, all sorts of things, brings on diseases. That's more of a problem to the black community. But yeah, no, it's definitely something to be talked about, though, spoken about. But black retention, is it a major thing? Is it a major as the eugenics and Mark Collette and whoever these people are, and you know, getting to black penis or the black phallus, whatever it is, that's more real for them, I can imagine, because you know the fear of the black, the black penis, so to speak, is quite a real thing. Let's just be honest. But black people, is it a major thing? Nah, I wouldn't say. The people
But
who
keep gold. Let's be real now, right?
Yeah.
So let's be real, yeah. There is a lot of mixed race people out here, yeah, and some of it, and some of the relationships, what resulted in mixed race children was real. Some of it was through love. I believe,
and
you understand? I believe that, and I believe that black people ain't racist. I'm a Jamaican, and we welcome all races to our island, and we don't show racism like that. Racism happens to us, and we don't put racism out there. Velle, to me, has never claimed red, black, and green. Never
Is
said,
that one of our downfalls then, Captain, do you think?
well, us. I
Yeah.
think when you say one of our downfalls, what loving outside of our race is that our downfall? Shall I tell you what?
Just
I
love,
got,
just continually.
being so open.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah.
you know what?
Even when we can see that it's to our detriment.
But what I will say to you then, it depends what agenda is depending on what agenda is set there, bro, sister. It depends what agenda is set there. Meaning everybody has a plan and has a dream and agenda. Some of us black youths fancied white women because of how the porno industry was back then portray white women or the
Yeah,
TV
I believe that
was
to be a fact.
portraying that.
Yeah,
It was that. It was that. It made us attracted to them. You know what I mean? But to be real with you, it's depending on the operating agenda. I would say there is no black man can say we're fucking racist. There is no being a racist attack coming from black people who's purposely gone out there to kill white people. There's none of that, blood. It's like, and when you say if it's our downfall or not, it's depending on who.
We should be amongst the most racist people on this planet right now,
Yeah.
with our recent history, no?
Exactly.
I mean, if you even if you check, like, that's what I'm saying. We are so, like, we're nice.
We
You
are.
get me? Because really and
And we are
truly,
very
with what we
passionate.
know, we're supposed to be out there fucking up people every day, all day long. But that was never the situation.
Exactly.
You get me?
Yeah. So and even when black people ruled, there's not traces of black people going and murdering loads of people in other foreign lands. That's what they're known for, isn't it? So yeah, I
never did that, man. Never do
No,
that.
human
We'd
nature.
rather kill each other. You get me? So there's a problem there, man. But go on, Bob.
King, your turn.
Yeah. No. I could see that it was a lot of influence from, like you said, the porn industry, and I think opposites attract as well. So I do believe that there's some sort of not fetish, but romanticizing between the black woman and the white woman, but a black man and a white woman. And,
Yeah, that's from the plantation, man.
I think
Yeah,
so.
but-
But it's
keep going.
Yeah, because black man, he'll be getting whipped
Push
and
on.
all kind of fucked
Yeah,
up, and
but-
he'll see my girl riding a horse on the prairie and still get a fucking hard on. Fucking dickhead. Go on.
We went through it. That's what I was gonna say. It was even in those porn industry. It was all even cowboy, those old slave films. You can see all of it.
So what my point is now is I'm not trying to jump on anybody's bandwagon, but I'm just trying to really speak the truth. With all them factors involved with black people being in the complete minority in them areas of Windrush, All right, you've got the romanticizing, the pushing of the slave plantation, black man, white woman. You've got the lack of black women and men running around in England. Necessity, the desire to be with a powerful counterpart, all of that.
Now you're saying something a king go gold.
King
That
Kong,
bit
yeah.
there.
I'd say the
That's
main
what
thing,
the man them are under.
Yeah, coming
But
the
go on.
Empire State. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but I reckon honestly the main factor, which we really got to take seriously, as a part, obviously the necessity to procreate, was and to find a counterpart that has got some sort of power. So with all them factors, there, then you can't really blame and the main thing which just come back to my head is ignorance. Now ignorance, I give an example. So you've got a young man, he's strong, head of his class, he likes to shoot guns. Oh mate, we've got something cool here called the army. Do you want to come fight for your country, defend?
That's called ignoring the facts.
No, wait. Come defend your country and defend your family. How old's the guy? 18. He pipelined to sixth form, got no sort of possibilities. Yeah, I'll take that job. How much is it a year? 12 grand. Cool. I'll take the job. 18, joined wherever he joined. And then he looks about his little bit of the history and looks at what his mission is. And it's like, wait, I'm going to kill other brown people in another brown land. And then obviously that's when she asked the question, now knowing what you know now, would you go over a Jamaican woman? He said, yeah, most likely. So ignorance has got a lot to do with black people being labeled coons or Uncle Toms or sellouts. Most of the time it's through ignorance. Now you see a lot of the elders in the black community, they know what time it is,
Hold on. What do you mean? Hold on. I'm a bit confused. You're saying it's ignorance that makes people call what that would make me call our next person a coon. It's because I'm ignorant.
No, ignorance. Like for example, like a black person looking like he's a coon, like going with a white woman, but he may not know about his history, so he will go over an English woman. All right, and he might be, say, Jamaican or from Igbo land, but England put Jamaican in slavery, and not only they put him in slavery, it was in really harsh conditions. So now, if he, as a kid, he don't know that. He's just a man that's gone to a school, and they've had a few jokes. He's just a normal person. That's it. But when he knows about history, they're getting empowered, and then they realize, wait, that's a white person. That's been my enemy from day dot. And then the whole paradigm would change. So ignorance has got a lot to do with it. It's just ignorance. You know what I mean? Because like I tell you, I will let this little bit of information about myself. My dad joined the Royal Navy at 18, but obviously, and then he was there for a couple of years, and then he left. And that was ignorance. You know, he was young. He got a bit of money thrown at him, and he was like, "Look, join." He had time to like.
Are you making? Hold on a minute. Are you making an analogy?
Yeah, go on.
Are you making an? Because I'm a little bit confused. I'm not gonna lie. So, what's the analogy that you're trying to make between joining the army?
So a black man will go with a white woman, and he won't know about the history. And then when people now know that, a couple years later, he's now going to help out the white community, and everybody's asking him, why are you with a white woman? Blah 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 blah. But he was 18 when he got with that white woman. You know what I mean? They're thinking, right, you know about history.
Yeah, okay.
That white woman, like, you know what I mean? He was young when he had that youth and all the rest of it. And that is unescapable. Unless you had your mum and dad tell you about your history and tell you about what's what and blah blah blah, you're never gonna have that attitude where it's like, look, I this is definitely going to help us as a nation if I go with my own, because a lot of parents won't want to tell their children about black history. That's a madness. You know what I mean? That's going to put the kids' mind in all sorts of funny business. So my dad never told me about no black power, no slavery. I had to find out about myself. You know, but and it wasn't because he was trying to be a coon, it's because he knows that what sort of effect that has on kids' minds if they feel like there's something out to get them at such a young age.
Hey, one sec, cause Captain, you got 2 accounts trying to join. You got another account trying to join. Yo, Captain. His phone must have died or something. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, it could be him again. Yeah, so at such a young age, a lot of people do things that they're not too sure. And if they would have known about their history and known a little bit about where they stand in the world, they probably may have not taken that decision. So, you know,
yeah, I accept that. I accept
Velle and think, you know what, he probably had his kid at a young age. He never really knew much about that much. He probably knew about the slave trade and whatnot, but if you go in depth on it, and you might do a little research.
But a king of gold. Wait, a king of gold. Wait. A king of gold. Wait. Because I'm listening to you, but at the same time, man, you know what I mean? We have to, you know, get me? Because our people, they're not stupid. You know what I'm saying to you? And I'm hearing you, but it could be argued that our history is more known now than it was before. You with me? It could be argued, especially like when I was coming up and whatever. You with me? When we was coming up, it was really roots that really bust open the place. You understand? Whereas nowadays, especially with the internet, this, that, and the other, you know what I mean? A black person of a certain age has no excuse not to know certain history. None at all. You get me? Unless they want to be ignorant their own self. You know what I mean? Especially in England now, whereby England is so multicultural, whereby there are so many other different nations. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it's even more important for you right about now to know who the fuck you are. You see what I'm saying? So this, and the thing is, a king of gold. I'm listening to you and I'm hearing you. I'm like,
hold on, King Gold. It's also important to know what is a fucking sellout. I tell you this: when you want to know what a sellout is, it's somebody, who. I tell you, a good sellout. It's somebody who makes jokes, nothing but jokes about black people the most fucking worstest way, just to please his white audience. That was how we used to say a sellout. A sellout is somebody who.
Oh, that was raccoon.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, sister. Some of these young guys they throw out, sell out, they throw out coons and they don't know where it is, bro. Sister. A lot of these.
All right, so let's do then. So let's take a few minutes to do some definition.
Breakdown,
Oh, we should though, we should.
Yeah, of course.
Really be a part of it because half of these stuff is thrown at you, bro, because you have a white woman, you know. Yeah?
Yeah, right? But obviously Bigger has put that as a title to be facetious as well. You with me? So
yeah. So they could question
you know what I mean?
All right, let's get to it. All right, everybody, you ready for it now? Let's start with the first one. What is the definition to a sellout? And we all talk about that first.
All right, a sellout. I can say that. Can I go first? All right, look, sellout 100%. Reggie, Turok. He's a man that has got black skin, but he advocates for the white brethren. Not really joking. Look, honestly, no, sell out. I was only saying that because I heard someone say it to you before, Turok. But anyway,
and that's the problem, you know, King. You see, even what you just said there, that is so important, you know. You get me? Because you're about to call a man a sellout just because you've heard next man. You know what I mean? And all that.
No,
to me, that's fucking sellout business. You get me?
Yeah, that's stupid. I won't do that. I like to read a person before I label him. I like to read what it says on his title before I label him. You know what I mean? And I give that title. I'm the only one that can write up the title of someone. Anyway, sellout is someone who will just someone will pay him a little bit more money, and he'll go and. You know what I mean? Go and jump on the other bandwagon, just for a little bit of cash, and that's one of the ways that a lot of armies go around trying to stop not having war. That's how they avoid wars. Is buying out someone who's got power in the country, and he's willing to pay a little bit of more money to them, or they put pressure on him by either putting pressure on his family, or and if he's not willing to die or object to them, and with the backing of his people, then he's a sellout. If his people are saying one thing and he's doing another thing, and especially when there's someone behind him trying to instigate him to make a decision, then he has to sell out. That's a sellout. But someone who goes and has kids, or someone who has some friends, or that, I don't say that's a sellout. I won't say that's a sellout. I just say that guy is just more. He's less emotionally affected by the history, and he's I'd say he's more of a humanist socialist, and yeah, I think he's just more of a generally a peaceful person.
Did what's his name? Was Mandela a sellout?
Well, people said he was a sellout.
I'm asking you, but
me personally, reading his whole autobiography, or little bits of it, I would say that he wasn't. And the only reason why I say he wasn't a sellout is because after him seeing what's happened to the Congo, him seeing what's happened to half of the bloody world, and half of Africa, he's realized that they put him in prison for all that time, and all they've said to him is, look, you either tell your people that we're good, and they tell them to work with us, or we're going to kill all of them. Because don't forget, at that time they were the Zulu warriors. That's their name. So them man were on some real I'm ready to go now business. So that's why they had to take him in and try and get them to quell them by taking the head. And the only reason why I wouldn't say he's a sellout is because if he'd have said no and said, look, oppose them, they would have just killed them all. So all right, it's good to go down as people who fought like the Biafrans, the mighty Biafrans, and died in Nigeria, right? Or the mighty Libyans or the mighty Iraqis. But how's that going to fare when you've got the people still writing the history books, and your people just going to get raped and murdered? And when we realize how divided Africa is, they'd be stupid to say, yeah, let's go and fight. So if Africa was more together, I reckon you'd see less sellouts in Africa.
What? Hold on a minute. So, yeah, I'm here. You're saying a lot of things, but I'm not quite catching your point. So you're saying he wasn't a sellout because he made a deal with the white racists. Is that what you're saying?
If you're trying to save lives, your whole people's lives, country's lives, by basically taking the ship off your shoulder, then I wouldn't say that's a sellout. I'll say that's quite a smart person. And yeah.
Well, hold on a minute. King of Gold. He went to jail, yeah?
He went to jail.
Right.
And what they wanted to do is they wanted to keep all of their people in power. So they had the financial, all the security, and they wanted him to run the country, because all of the people in the country were fucking rebels, bruv. You're not going to control the populace. So
what happened to South Africa since Mandela? What did he do for them? Because you obviously have him up there. So what did he do?
I really have no. Don't get me wrong. I haven't got him up there, but at the same time, he saved a lot of his people by giving over the main power structure to the Europeans. Because now we look at other countries that haven't given over the power structure to the Europeans. They're on the bottom of the social ladder. Even though South Africa still is, and they held 8%, whites hold 8% of the economy. They've got more. They've got more.
King Gold, who you speaking about? Nelson Mandela.
They've got more to play with right now than other countries that said no and got
King. Who you speaking of?
And Nelson Mandela. Yeah.
But listen. Oh, you really kicked that fucking bucket there, and all the water has come out that bucket, bruv. When you talking about Nelson Mandela, what he's done, remember, don't get caught up on the psyops of the fucking media, bruv, of what the media portrayed Nelson Mandela to be. You know what I mean? Nelson Mandela never, if he sold out his, remember this, the people who put him in power, yeah, and the people and the votes he got for him, he had his own people, yeah. He got his people to back him, yeah. But when he went to that jail and came out after 37 years, that part of Cape Town, Johannesburg, has never
bounced back,
benefited, has never grown, has never developed. He kept that area there in the backward state, bro. Yeah. After that was during the time and after he come out. Even he came out and he went around the world, went to all of the four corners of the world, Johannesburg, Cape Town, is still in the same mess, bro. Yeah.
But when you listen to,
come on, bro. That is a definition to where you call.
When you listen to Mandela speaking, when they ask him about Palestine, he's like, "Give it back to the Arabs." He's not a sellout, bro. He's not a sellout.
Bro, man's reading scripts.
So hold a minute. Just because a man fucking answers a question and says that, what? Just because of that, he's not a sellout. What?
No.
What about the actions? What about the actions?
No.
Did you hear what Captain Rambo just said, Gold?
Yeah, no, I heard what you said.
Did you hear what Rambo just said? The man said that he kept the ends in the same fucking state.
Who kept the ends in the state? No, he didn't. He got arrested.
Of course he has. Hold on. So you telling me?
Do you know about South Africa?
Do you know about
South
Africa?
I know a little bit. I know a little bit about how he tried to cleanse the Tutsis and all that. I know a little bit about it.
Now you know him when he came out of jail, bro, with this new crap. Yeah. I was there in primary school talking about free Nelson Mandela. That is how the media made every youth, especially if you was black, to know about Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, but I've seen a double bluff though, man. I've seen
it was the Jamaican singers that make people know about Mandela. What are you talking about, man?
It was
free all the people of South Africa.
It was the artist.
Free them, President Botha. Free all the people of South Africa. Free them, President Botha.
Do you think that if he made decisions that he made, do you reckon his people, if he made a different decision and completely full out opposed them, do you reckon his or his people would have got cleansed?
Right. All right, hold on. Let's move on.
Yo,
right? I'm saying it's King Gold.
Musa Baruka done a poem about Winnie Mandela as well, innit? The Amela.
Big up Winnie Mandela.
What would
and that's another reason I say fuck Mandela. You get me? About divorcing.
Sister. We know. So we all know the definition. What is a sellout? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say he's a good person, but I'm saying he's not a complete sellout.
All right, let's go to a coon now.
That's harsh, man.
What's your definition of a coon? Let's move on now because we have to stick to the subject, bro.
True.
We stick to the subject because if we come off, we just gonna be on the same thing, fam. We have to just know the definitions of what we're talking about. Coon, sellout. Yeah?
Yeah, give say it often and give the definition then, innit? And then if people disagree, they can disagree.
Alright, let's do it. So have we got over the idea of what a sellout is?
So hold on, let's see in the chat. Yeah. Let me go to the chat. Press
like I'm saying, you know what? Like,
go on,
wait, because you know what you gotta think about, yeah. Obviously, when we're thinking about Nelson Mandela, yeah. Well, he spent a lot of time in jail, yeah. Like 40 years is a long time, innit? You get me? So, but by them times there, yeah, man might agree to certain things what man weren't agreeing to after the first year. You know what I'm saying? Like, also, what about the people them that was around? How comes there's so many black people in South Africa and the man's able to be taken off the street and arrested for 40 years and man, they ain't trying to rush to jail and free him or nothing? Do you know
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying?
there
So
was
what
loads
about
of things going on at that time. There was big ANC fighting, man. What you talk about? There was enough deaths whilst he was in jail and all that, man. Robin Island, you know, I don't know how easy it would have been to get to Robin Island, Bridget. You get me, to bust man out and that, especially if you can't fucking swim.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
Fine. What we still have reason. Still haven't asked you to read why you objected.
Yeah, thank you. Scattered has made the correction and put 27 years. I was thinking because I thought it was 26 myself.
27 years.
Why do you reckon he's
That's still a long time, bro. Come on, man. 27 years. Think about that, yeah. Some man in the chat are 27 years old. That's their whole life.
Yeah.
You get me? So 27 years
in 91,
in
bro.
not in Feltham, not in Belmarsh, yeah, in some fucking low grade jail. Like, that's where it's like we have to be a little bit fair as well, innit? Man's gonna agree to some things that man might not have agreed to in the first year when he was locked up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
alright, and so
what's the sellout? Why is he a sellout though, Nine or Captain, both of you, innit?
Peace and blessings to everybody.
I'm not.
Hold
Well,
on.
for me,
Maybe I should have read more of his book.
Big up Black Van, man. And yeah, keep goals, right? First of all,
back again. What's up, BBM? I see your eyes on my video. Bless up yourself,
yeah,
man.
you see that?
You think.
Bless up.
Alright,
You lot continue as well, because I've got some input on it as well about this Nelson Mandela thing as well.
yeah, but you involved, bro. You just cut in when you have to, fam, because we're all reasoning. And even in the chat, we go read out some of your comments as well, yeah? So big up everybody on the chat and on the
Well,
panel.
for me, yeah, so you see, from he divorced Winnie, that was me and him done. You get me? Done.
I knew you was gonna say that, you know. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you.
People were saying he was keeping up madness, though.
Yeah, done. And then everything after that now, done even more. You're mad. You got rid of Winnie. If it wasn't for Winnie, no one would know about your black ass being in jail. Fuck that, man. And then go pick up some little heights or something. Nah. So that's the first thing. You see it. Now the thing is, yeah, right. Cause I remember clearly when he came out of jail that day. I'm sure Rambo, you remember too, because it was a big thing. Like every person was watching that TV. We were remember, enough black people had trodden streets and done nothing to get him out. You know, you understand? My mother being amongst them, so we were in this thing. You get me? My man come out, yeah. Remember, you know, people have been dying, being slaughtered, where this is what. My man come out and talk about what, Captain? Wem say? Wem come and say?
We must unite. We must love each other. We must forget about what happened and move on. And all that fuck we talk about.
He killed us right there, sir.
He killed us.
I know.
The black people around the world died right there, sir.
Hey.
Yeah, we died.
What was he saying? Wait, what was he saying? Anything different? I'm not trying to advocate.
All right. Keep going.
One second, Captain.
King.
Yo. What was he saying any different to Martin Luther King?
No. Listen, King. When before he was in there,
fucking problem again.
Exactly, but what I'm gonna say this, yeah, King Gold, yeah, just to give you a rough understanding. Just to give King Gold a rough understanding. He was a black freedom fighter who belonged to the ANC. Yeah? And they were trying to get rid of the apartheid, what was going on in South Africa during that time. Do you get what I'm saying, King Gold? So when he went into jail, he went to jail as a revolutionary liberation freedom fighter. When he came out and talked about forgiveness. Peace.
He got broke, bro. The 27 years broke him in jail, bro.
But that's
what I'm forgetting about the 27 years.
Are you going to let me finish, bro?
That's the only reason why I said.
But what I'm trying to do.
So obviously, the only reason why they let him out is because they knew
he agreed to what he agreed to.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say now.
If he was still
That's what I'm trying to say, cuz that's the only reason why he was out.
You're not dead in
Yeah,
jail,
only
blood.
reason why he was out was because he's finally, imagine how much times they've put this deal to it in this jail in 27 years. You get me? He's
That's true.
finally agreed to this deal, whatever they put
Billy,
to it.
They're like,
Billy,
Nelson, we're gonna let you die in there if you don't do something. If you
Yeah,
don't,
we're gonna let you die in
we're
here,
gonna
bro.
let you
These
die
men
in there.
ain't gonna
You've been
get
in
you
there
out.
for
Then
20
he
odd
should have
years so
stayed
Yeah,
in there
bro.
far.
and dead, innit?
Who's coming to get you?
Then
Cause
stay
no
in
man
dead.
don't even come and visit you no more. Man don't even
Yeah,
send you. Listen, yeah. When
I
you're in
agree.
jail, yeah, for
Possibly, innit?
20 years, yeah, and your brethren ain't even sending you no more letters again. There's no more. No one's not sending you no money for no cigarettes, no so and so, and you ain't getting one visit.
Figure, what are you
You ain't even
talking
seen
about?
them.
People's out there
shut up, man.
losing their
Shut up,
life,
man.
fam. What are you
Shut
talking
up, man.
about?
Hey,
But he
Billy,
don't know that.
People out
He's in
there
solitary
losing
confinement.
their life.
9. He's in solitary confinement on his one.
They
So
say to
how's he
him,
know
He
who's losing
knows
their life and who's
people
doing
out
what? As
now.
they
far as
say
he's
to him,
concerned,
Nelson,
he's
Big
just in the
inch,
box.
big
yeah,
inch. No, big inch, big
hey,
inch.
Billy,
He
I
Billy,
knew
agree,
what
I
Billy.
one,
agree.
man. Don't get it twisted,
But
man.
they
Of
went to
Billy.
his
course
cell,
he
yeah.
knows people are out there losing.
Go on, BVM. What you
Listen,
say?
they went to his cell, yeah. They went to his cell multiple times. This is what I believe. It's not no facts or anything, but I believe they would, if from he's been in jail 20 odd years, they can leave him for another 20 odd years until he dies. But he would have died a martyr in it. So that's the bargaining chip that Nelson Mandela. If Nelson Mandela would have died in jail, it would have been a big problem in South Africa. I believe in it. So in that way, they had to let him out. Yeah, in
But
that way, they
yeah,
had.
but Billy, but Black Van Man. Now
Yeah.
I'm telling you this now. You done 27 years, yeah. But me and you was a part of the revolution, yeah. You went to jail. You done 27 years, yeah. But when you come out, you go into the Vatican, right? You go to Ireland to the Buckingham Palace. You come out rich. Then you tell me and all the rest of your comrades and the people who was inspired by you, that's not the answer. Flip to all around. But at the same time, he could live in England, bro, as far as I know. Yeah? The man come out rich. The man come out totally bourgeoisie,
That's what
bro.
they offered him. I believe that's what they offered
Yeah,
him. They
but
said you can
bro,
either stay
that's
here
what,
and
So,
rot in
alright,
jail, or we're
so
gonna let
this is
you out, and your
So
generations are
is
gonna
he
be
a
nice.
sellout, bias
wicked,
man?
yeah,
Is he a sellout?
but
okay,
wait.
It
okay,
depends.
Let me say.
wicked.
Him being a
Say it,
sellout
let
is
me say it.
subjective.
But
Yeah,
Black Man,
let me say
but,
something though.
but
Let me say something, yeah, because I'm not this maybe we need to sort of explain the points in it that we're trying. That well, let me explain the point that I'm trying to make here. I'm not trying to say he's a sellout or not a sellout, and that's not the point I'm trying to make here. I'm trying to understand the situation on how he's now ended up. Imagine he was the biggest freedom fighter in South Africa, looking to run over the thing, yeah, and then man spend 27 years in jail and come out a totally different guy. You know that he's been broken in jail, cuz they've broken
yeah,
him and
No,
made him
big
come out on
inch.
something
No
different.
one.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course,
look,
we're not.
It depends on how you want to look at it.
We
You
know
can look
that.
at it as broken. You can look at it as broken, or you can look at it as broken if you're hard line. Like, you know what, Nelson, you shouldn't. You know what, they broke you. Or you can look at it like he negotiated his way out of there and was prime minister. And
Black Van Man,
subjective whether he's a sellout or not, man. I wouldn't call him a sellout. I wouldn't call him a
BVM,
sellout personally.
BVM.
What do you think? What? Right, go
B,
on. Sorry, Rambo. Go on.
look, let's go again. He's come out. He's done speeches, and all of those speeches were hypocritical to the people who followed the ANC and who was a part of it. The ANC is just like you believe in the conservative Black Van Man, yeah? And but thousands of blacks support the NNC and they wanted to, it's about repatriation. That is why they holding him, yeah? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because he wanted repatriation, fam. Yeah? He wanted to end the apartheid, my fam. Yeah? But when he come out, he told the same people who was rioting, who was fighting, who lost
Betty, hold on,
family,
I'll let you in a bit, yeah?
who lost
Sorry,
who
carry on.
lost loved ones for this movement, for the leader
All
to
right.
actually go
I
against
get it.
the whole
I get it.
objective, bro. The whole manifesto went you might as well went down to the piss, bro, when he came out. That
All
is
right,
why
now
we
what
called
you
him a
got to
sellout.
understand as well, yeah, time changes after 20, 30 years of him being in prison. That's like that's like a couple generations of people. So time changes and things
One
change.
generation.
It's like having the same policies what you would have 30 years ago in this country and have the same policies in 2019, innit? Things change, innit? So I wouldn't just say because you were saying
But
something
but
30
but
years ago,
but
because you were
what had
saying something
changed? Wait, BVM. Wait, sorry to cut you, Bob. But what had changed?
well, in South Africa, I don't think
Yeah,
that
what
much.
had
Yeah, no,
changed?
no, no. You're right. You're right. In South Africa, not that much has changed. And my brain went to England quite basically, and it's saying in 30 years, so much has changed in
Yeah,
it. But in
yeah,
South Africa,
Yo,
you're right. You're
peace,
right.
peace
You're
to
right. In South
everybody on the
Africa,
panel.
nothing
Yeah,
ever really
yeah.
changed.
Big up,
Nothing
man.
ever
Big up.
really changed.
could I
But
Nothing
could
ever
I
that
give
really
my
changed.
subjective opinion since everybody's giving their subjective opinion because it's all opinion, isn't it?
The world changed, didn't it? The
yeah,
world changed.
bro. See you come up on it, please. Don't do that, man. We're reasoning, fam, and we're reasoning on different various subjects, bro. It's not one of those.
No, hey,
format-
Captain, allow it, man. He just tried to introduce himself
yeah, but
politely. You get me into the
Yeah,
subject stuff. So that,
I,
big up,
I,
yeah,
bro.
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah,
Rambo,
yeah.
Captain. No, I'm not coming in
You
with
just
no
tried to,
disrespect. It's
you
just
didn't try
like
to
It's
interject. You
true.
just tried to interject
everybody here,
politely. You
yeah,
get
has
me?
got their own opinions, and let's
Yeah,
be
yeah.
honest, we don't have a lot of facts. You know, we don't know if they approached him in jail or whatnot. So it is everybody's subjective
Yeah,
opinion. So, like I'm saying, I'll give my own subjective opinion as well.
yeah.
Basically,
Come in,
what my opinion is, I don't consider that man a sellout. The thing is, he gave 27 years, 28 or however long it was of his life. Yeah, he took that sacrifice, and and the thing is, it was due to his sacrifice and to his striving that apartheid was ultimately abolished. I think it was abolished in 1989 or 1990. So obviously, when he's come out, I mean, it's all conjecture whether he was approached in jail or what happened. But it was due to his sacrifice that it was ultimately abolished. So the thing is, you could say that maybe some negotiations took place behind closed doors, but the fact is, did he improve the conditions? Even if slightly, for Black South Africans? And the answer is yes. Apartheid was
I
abolished
agree with that.
because before
no.
1989 or
Okay.
88, the situation was dire. So you can never call
Yeah.
a person like that a sellout.
Alright,
That's just
Bro, the NWO
correct.
approached him in jail and said, "We're gonna wipe your fucking family out. We're gonna wipe your people out, and we're gonna install all the other tribes that you've have been reigning over." What, like, that's what they've been doing from day dot, bro. What do you reckon any man's gonna say? Like, come on, it's got to be better things that you've got to pull out.
Listen, that man spent 27 years in jail, yeah? And
Yeah,
for us to just easily call him a sellout or to say that he's a sellout, yeah,
that's
it's
hard.
a big I think it's a big disrespect in the fact of like how now into just imagine something happened where a black person went to prison for trying to move his people forward, not doing any terrorism or anything like that, but he went to prison. He was a political prisoner for trying to move forward the agenda of black people, and he spent time in prison. I mean, who would be that next person who's willing to sacrifice if Nelson Mandela got spent 27 years in jail, and then after that 27 years in jail, people and his death, people are just calling him a sellout? Who's going to be wanting to make some kind of sacrifice like that for their people, especially black people, after seeing how Nelson Mandela was treated after he spent 27 years in prison? Like, to call him a sellout, especially when we don't know the facts. When we don't know the facts, I think it's like 27 years is a long time, man, to just say, all right, you're a sellout.
Oh, that's the only month. 27 years he spent in jail.
I think
he was a spokesman.
All right, we need to stop.
Stop.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I think we need to.
Let Nines answer. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to just. As much as it, obviously, no one wants to be in jail for 27 years, innit? You get what I'm saying to you? You with me? But you know what I mean? Because, all right, for example, yeah, did you see when he died? Yeah, in South Africa, they done a question time. Yeah, they done a question time in South Africa. You understand what I'm saying to you? And
yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember, there was certain man in there talking certain things, Biggage. You see it?
Yeah.
So he wasn't a hero to all South Africans, BVM. You understand me?
Yeah, no,
There's enough South Africans in there, especially in the ghetto. They weren't happy with him. You see it? If you
Yeah.
check South Africa, you know, it's only some little middle class bourgeoisie people that have really benefited from you understand what I'm saying to you?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Majority of the black people are in the same. Have you seen somewhere in that? Are they still living in zinc fucking buildings, fam?
Hey,
Do you
listen,
know?
Shakara made a good point. Sorry, nice to cut you. Yeah, let me just read it before it scrolls off. Yeah,
sorry.
he said,
What is
"Yeah, that's
Shaka
cool, man. I cut you still. Yeah, but hold on, then. Hold on, man. There was those who spent longer in jail and were still in prison, the entire time he was president.
Still,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Exactly.
But
That changes.
Can I
Changes it a bit,
just make my
though, innit?
point?
You know what
Can I
it is,
just make
though?
my point? I just want to make my point. But Black Van Man, do you know that there are Black Panthers who still are in prison all over 37 years? Yeah, and they still haven't sold out, bro. There are
Shall I tell you what,
people.
though? Shall I tell you what?
Hold on,
Yeah.
I'm just highlighting
Go
the
on,
fact,
sorry.
bro. Yeah, you have people who could go jail all their life and they won't break that code, fam. They won't break it. You
So are we
understand?
saying
But
that
when
Nelson Mandela broke that code then? I'm not saying that personally.
all right, let me tell you something. Remember this.
Not without any evidence.
Remember this. When he came out, bro,
Yeah.
and he got into presidency again, no,
Yeah.
he never got into, he got into presidency for the first time, right? He still never changed Pretoria, Johannesburg, and many other Cape Town, and many other places. He still has not changed, bro. That's what I'm saying. But we talked
But
about
what you gotta understand, for him to come and do that, he would have had to do something similar what was done
fam, he
to
was in political
he would have
power,
had to do
bro.
something
He
similar
was
to
the
what was done to
president.
black people. Would you say that was the thing to do, just to go back? Why would they make him president, to wipe them?
Look, man, they worked on Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela could be one of the biggest puppets of South Africa in modern times, bro. Yeah?
Can you look at his legacy? If you look at his legacy, I think his African name is Madiba. If you look at Madiba's legacy after he comes out of jail, look at the laws and what he institutes, and you will see that he's no longer the man he was before. You know, when he was 27 years, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
after 27 years, he was no longer the man that he used to be. And Winnie did a lot. Winnie did the most while he
Thank
was
you,
in jail.
Benny.
I was
Thank
more
you.
Big up Winnie,
militant.
big up
Thank you.
Winnie, man. That's what I'm
You
saying,
know,
Thank you.
man. Big up Winnie,
Thank
man.
you.
Fucking joke thing about your fucking divorcing Winnie. Fuck that, man. Yeah,
and
Winnie kept that man alive. And then you
yeah,
anyway, let me mute up, man.
and I think one of the things we've got to be careful that we don't look for the Messiah complex and think that one black person is
That's
going
for
to
Winnie. That's
save
for
the
Winnie.
whole. Yeah, that's really big up with the ladies squad, handbag squad. You know,
Come
we
on.
Oh,
don't think
fucking hell.
that
Oh
one
my God.
person is going to do it. You know, even if you listen to Julius, you know, for economic freedom fighters, he talks about that. He talks about that at the end of the day, medieval Nelson, he did what he needed to do. It's up to us to do the rest. You know, one man can't save the whole of South Africa. So is that why he was getting called a sellout? Because he only uplifted, he created a middle class in South Africa. Is that what the premise of the show was? Because sorry, Big Up,
No,
the premise of the show has a different title, Hun. So is that what we're
Yeah,
saying?
obviously
we've
the show. We've moved on. Obviously, you know how the show goes, in it. Yeah, we start off with one main question, and then it sort of rolls on to other topics.
Okay.
First of all, still, so you can make a point on the first.
Yeah.
On the main question of the day as well, if you want.
Yeah. Can I make a point? I don't want to make this particular to you and stuff like that. I want to, if it's about whether, if you're a black person and you're with a white person and you have children and stuff like that, can I just say about my point? My point is that me can never be with white person and make children with them, because white people collectively oppressed black people for the last 400 years, and that's sleeping and making babies with the oppressor. Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about individually, because I know there's all these random white folk that always popped up and say, I never enslaved anyone. I don't give a fuck whether you did. The fact of the matter is, the so-called good white people could not stop the bad white people from oppressing my people, yeah? And now black people are on the bottom worldwide. Now, in terms of this pro-black, whether you're a black person and you're with a white person, you got all these children and, you know, the rainbow fucking coalition and shit, yeah? Whether that's a sellout, then, yeah, it is a sellout, but it's not pro-blackness either. If you're with a white person and you got children with them, you want United Nations, the fucking color don't matter, humans loving humans. You're pro-humanity. Now, if you're pro-humanity, you know, it's a lovely dream. I can't knock a black person for wanting to believe that color don't matter. But what I don't like is a certain black people, especially a lot of black men, what they do is when they get a white woman, they start thinking they're somebody. And they still have mouth to tell black women how to wear their hair, how to be fucking black while they're sleeping with the oppressor. That's what I don't like. If you're a black man or a black woman and you've got a white person and you keep your motherfucking mouth shut, yeah, and you don't start knocking all the black people, I can roll with you. But if you start getting that mouth, that's when I'm gonna have a problem with you. Too many black people, especially black men, they get a white woman, they start thinking they're somebody. And then another thing I heard on this channel called Crossing the Rubicon, a Nigerian brother saying that you can be with a white woman and have children with a white woman and be fucking pro-black. That ain't fucking pro-black, because your white woman ain't fucking black. We the black women, she ain't fucking black. I don't like that bullshit. Say what it is. If you're with a white person, it's pro fucking humanity. Okay.
Facts.
Yeah. That's all I want to say. Yeah, and then it's not a slight on you. I'm just saying in general for everybody.
Betty, I think you should just mute up and down. You don't have nothing else to add to this chat.
Ways, man.
Okay, let me mute up. Let me go and make that plantain.
Yeah. I bet you just mute up and leave the chat and leave as a winner. Don't even come back on. Yeah? Benny, you got answer that man. No, I'm really joking. Go on, Benny.
You saying now to cook now, Betty, yeah? Alright, say nothing, man.
Bro,
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. That's my personal opinion, because I know in the past, when I was in my 20s, I've been with a white person, and I realized that I had too much hatred towards white people for what they did and continue to do to black people and a person of African descent myself to even be with them. That he done. I thought, fuck that, I ain't going there again. And I still feel the same way. I see a lot of mixed race relationships that the what people I know, and the black person has to ignore their blackness for their partner's whiteness. They're always like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean you as a white person." I can't put up with that bullshit. Do you know what I mean? I can't be constantly saying, "Oh, I don't mean you as a white person. I mean collectively." Fuck that. I ain't that person. When I say white people oppress black people collectively, I fucking mean it. And they still do it. That is why there's a decade for people of African descent from 2015 to 2024, yeah? Due to the systematic racism of colonization and slavery. So I ain't got time for this color don't matter bullshit. It does fucking matter because the color exists. Yeah, but don't try and say these fucking if you're with the enemy, if you're sleeping with the oppressor, yeah, and making babies with the oppressor, don't fucking try and say that you're trying to uplift black people. You're trying to uplift the whole of humanity because you're now with the oppressor. Yeah. Now, if you want to do that, that's your business. But say it with your chest and be proud that you believe that color don't matter, and you believe that what all the problems of the past and the challenges of today can be resolved by being with them. That's your business. But say it with your chest. But don't ever try and say that that's about being pro-black. That ain't fucking pro-black. You can't sit with the oppressor people and be fucking pro-black. You're pro-humanity and say it with your fucking chest.
Hey, so Betty, does that mean that? Wait. Hold on. Obviously, we need to ask some. Cause obviously, I put myself on the barbecue, but we need to ask some hard questions there still. Because you told a story about a time that you slept with a white guy.
Yeah. the racist.
Yeah. You slept with a racist white guy.
Yeah, he was a fucking racist. I think, look, I believe that the majority of white people are racist. It's just various degrees. I would say with him, he was subconscious. You know, he believed that white people were superior. And this is nothing new, Velle. You know, there are plenty white folk, even they have friends, family members that are black. They believe that they are socially, economically, and culturally superior. That's why we're not together no more. So yeah.
All right, cool, man. All right, cool. So, you wanted to come in next, man? You got anyway, man. You want to sit with Velle, man? You get me? No, I can't tell me nothing around here. So yeah, see, you get me? Get it, Velle.
Because I find that you're very interested in your African heritage, and obviously you have a partner with who's part of the oppressor group. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, and you've got children. How do you marry that? How do you balance that with knowing collectively her group have oppressed your own people for the last 400 years? How do you marry that? How do you balance that?
How do I? Yeah, it's a bit of a weird question still, man, because like saying without knowing.
Think of it.
Yeah, wait. Hold on. Let me answer, man. Let me answer, man.
Let me explain then. Let me explain if you don't understand. Yeah, like for example, me, I have to balance the fact that the collective, these white folk, these British white folk, went into my people's nation and fucking massacred people and smashed it. And now I'm living on their lands. Yeah, I have to make peace with that. Every day I have to say, well, it's not this white person, it's the other white people in power like Boris Johnson. I have to make peace with that. Because if I get really angry with them, I could fuck up. I could either go and do some fucking some madness or fucking pick up my handbag and leave. But I think every black person who lives in a nation with white people, yeah, especially in the former colonial powers, has to make peace with that. But if you're starting to make children and make babies with them, there's got to be times when you're angry about racism and the oppression, because you obviously love your own people. I definitely
yeah. Well, like I was gonna say, yeah. Anytime I've been around any of my girls' extended family or on both of the sides, on her mum's side or dad's side, no one's ever been like, I understand what racism is, yeah, and I've seen how racist people act around, man, innit? Yeah, so no one's been funny with me like that or been sort of racist or whatever. Obviously, we teach the kids about Black history. We live in an area where there's more Black people than white people. Our kids go to a school where there's more. It's mostly Nigerian kids in our thing. So yeah, man, they understand about Black history and white, and obviously they're gonna learn about white history through school, innit? So it's more for us really to teach them. Even my missus agrees with that. It's more for us to really teach them about the Black history, the Black ancestry, and obviously not just the slavery thing, innit? Because the slavery, really just teaching the youths about slavery is like a hold down sort of thing, innit?
So Velle,
just think that you started at the bottom. You have to start before and let them know that there was things happening in Africa for a long time before the slave trade even started to kick off or anything like that. You get me? So yeah.
Okay, so
we'll do that.
So your missus' family are enlightened white people. So they are white people who are not racist.
Yeah, they're calm, man. They're calm still, man. Obviously, they've lived in their areas that they've lived in, like around Black, white, Chinese, Indian people in London for obviously probably from before I was born, innit? So yeah, it's what it is. But I don't really know anyone that I don't really know if anyone in her family was a slave owner or was anything like that still. So I like, she hasn't gone through a family tree history like that still. But that will obviously, if one of them was like, oh, you fucked up still. Yeah.
Can I also ask you, for me, it's not just about being a slave owner, because the people that oppress my family and my people were colonizers, they weren't slave owners, they were colonizers. Now, there's a thing called white privilege, yeah? So, do you ever get upset over the white privilege? Because she obviously has privilege, white privilege that you'll never have.
Nah, I tell her to use it, man, as much as possible, innit? Like, I keep saying, like, I would say shit like, right, obviously you're white and you're a white lady, yeah, so you should be buying fucking lottery tickets and shit like that, you get me? Because as far as I'm concerned, anyone that wins the lottery is like a white don or something like that, you get me? So, right, really and truly, you should be trying to use your white privilege as much as possible to try and, quite really and truly, if you're using your white privilege, you're helping a black guy as well at the same time. So, yeah, man. I say that's a good. That's a, for me. That's a good part of
So
white
can I ask
privilege.
you, what is your definition, Vigor? What is your definition of what a sellout black person is, please, hon? Because I've never really heard. Because you know you.
I'd say, yeah, I don't really talk. Obviously, no, I don't really talk like that, innit? Yeah. So, and obviously, I've never really been about who's blacker than who. But if I would say someone were to give me, I will give you my dad's definition of a sellout would be someone like a black person that really shits on like African, Caribbean, or sort of black interests and uplifts more European interests, like puts down their background and uplifts people of other descent sort of background or whatever. You get me? It don't even really have to be just European, like, so you might even be like a black guy or whatever, and you might be praising something that's like not really African in origin, and trying to tell other people that they're coons and sellouts and all that sort of thing still. So yeah, I don't really get into that who's a sellout and who's not a sellout thing still. I just try to work with people that I feel I've got a like-minded sense that I want to try and advance, and obviously trying to get dough in it.
Okay. Do you class people of mixed heritage as black? Because I don't personally class
no, I'd say someone that's mixed race is just mixed. Like I'd say to my children that they're mixed race and they've got mixed heritage of black, and they got their white heritage as well, isn't it? So,
okay.
Yeah, because obviously, I tell you what, yeah, is that if I was say just telling them that they was literally just black, yeah, but they look at their mum every morning, yeah, it's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Yeah. I think so too. I think what my danger is, what I don't like about when mixed race people are promoted as black because of the fact that they become the acceptable face of blackness, and those people that are just mixed with black and blacker have to go to the back, like in slavery, and we don't get to speak. And then you start putting these mixed race women and you put them up against black women, and then you start using their like that straight nose, that looser hair, that lighter skin, and start telling me that this is what I need to be as a black woman, and you start venerating, blackness dipped in whiteness. That's what I don't like. Yes, I understand that they are light skinned Bibios and Igbo people in Africa, but they are in the minority. The majority of black people in Africa are brown and mahogany brown. Yeah. So this is what I don't like, when the acceptable face of blackness becomes mixed race people like Meghan Markle and then Beyonce and then fucking Cardi B and all these other motherfuckers. Yeah, and those black people don't get to speak, and then you don't recognize our beauty. So I've got to say a shout out to the sister from South Africa that won Miss Universe. Beautiful representation of what a black woman is, with her high top and natural afro hair. And then that caramel brown skin. Shout out to also, I think Miss America was also an African American woman. Yeah. Then also shout out to Miss Jamaica. I think she won Miss World. There's a lot of women of African descent that have been showcased
Hey,
Yeah.
Betty, did you ask me a question? Because I had to come out of the room still.
What do you feel about just the fact that these mixed race ones, they are used to attack black people, and they become the acceptable face of blackness because they've got whiteness in them, and Obama, white people voted for Obama because they thought because his mum's white, he's never gonna start making white people feel uncomfortable in America. Yeah. So how do you feel that you
You
never
know
know
what it is, yeah?
used
I would say
against
the issue with Obama is that if you are not part of a lobbying group that put the man in power and you're just a voter or whatever, then you're just a reactionary to the same. You can get fooled into whatever. If you was part of the lobbying group that's put man in, then you had to know what policies, you know what I'm saying? You're lobbying for one of these policies to be put in. You get me? So really and truly, yeah, it's like every time someone gets propped up to be a face of so-and-so's community that the people haven't put there self, it's only the dumb people that are really going to follow them and fall after them like sheep, isn't it? That's really the people.
Very well put. Very well put.
Velle, when you deal with Barack Obama, though, a lot of black people actually accepted him. He was black. That's why they went to vote for him.
Is that you, Charles? Yeah. Now carry on.
No, I was just saying, a lot of black people
Morning, rise up.
Obama because he was black, innit? That's why they voted for him.
Yeah, but see, if the people ain't doing the due research to find out who he is before you're voting for him, whose fault is it that you voted for him?
But don't you remember the times, Benny, when you see a post of him and they would have in capital letters, clean, the first black president, Barack Obama.
Yeah, but that was after he's been voted for. That's after he's been voted for. I'm just talking about before he's been voted for. Before he's been voted in, if you're the people that's voting for him to be in power and you're not finding out anything what he represents, then whose fault is it that he's in power?
Yo, Velle, I need to express something, right? The whole propping up mixed race people. The whole propping up mixed race people is from the powers that be, and this is a further way to divide blacks from browns. So it's clearly working with some people, and obviously it's a divisive technique used on the plantation. Obviously, we've got to acknowledge that it's there, and obviously they're taking steps. As you've seen, all the pop idols now, they're becoming lighter and lighter. Now, I could use an example, someone called Jidenna, which is Pan-African Nigerian, who's probably done more for Nigeria and the dark-skinned Nigerian people than a lot of Pan-Africans have done. And I would say that probably got to do with the money he's got. And his father was actually a chief in Nigeria, but he's mixed race and he's picked by the people, right? The people love him, innit, in Nigeria. And he's done a lot. He's opened up loads of different charities. He's fixed up a lot of the surrounding areas in Nigeria that have fallen into, bad economic state. And he's done a lot for schools out there. Yeah, we can understand that the powers that be are trying to that divisive brown and black, but we cannot subjugate or isolate these mixed race people in the diaspora purely because the powers that be are working to rile up jealousy and hate and envy among the ranks of blacks and browns. As I said, it's I'm not trying to point a finger, but it is working with people. What I'd say is try and be a bit more knowledgeable to the fact that that's what the agenda is there to do, and look past that and understand that there's mixed race people of mixed race heritage now, like Jidenna, Jidenna. He's a Nigerian music. He's in the music industry. He's an artist, and he's doing a lot for the movement. And he's picked by the people, and he did that voluntarily because he can see the state of the people, and he's got an empathetic bone in his body, and he's a humanitarian or humanist, whatever you want to call them. But as I said, man, the point I'm trying to make is that's what that's what they want in it, to start looking in on each other, and for there to be any type of discussion or discourse where there's sort of any emotion between brown or mixed or black, and he's rubbing his hands when he can hear people saying, "Oh, and these dark skin and these light skin, these mixed race people, don't like them becoming the face of the black movement." That's what they want, bruv. That's what they want. If any mixed race person is trying to do something for,
bro, listen, hey, King, listen, yeah, like a lot of complaints are made, yeah, about who's put into these places and so and so. If it's not someone that you know has been put into, or you know about, or you've heard about, and they end up being the face of so and so, then, and you don't even know them, how can they be talking for you? They can't talk for you, cuz.
Yeah,
it's like, bro, you need to. Man, them need to start propping up their own people, whoever they want to be seen as heroes or whatever. Well, I don't even know why it's always the same thing. It's like, man, are just waiting on other people to be propped up to get into positions so we can then say whether they're for us or against us without putting the people in the positions themselves. Why are men doing that? That's really what the discussion should be. What's man going to do to start gaining real power? That's why I keep having them sort of conversations. Cause what is power? How is it? You know what I'm saying? How is it gained? How is it attained? How is it maintained? You get me, man? I'm just complaining about fucking who's being put in the position, and we ain't put these people. How can they be talking? How is anyone that you've not helped gain anything here and you don't know nothing about ever going to speak for you or for a cause that you care about?
Can I also say as well, the fact of the matter is mixed race people, especially in the African continent, have been used in order to attack the indigenous Africans who are not mixed with the oppressor's bloodline. Yeah. And this continues to be a technique. So yes, I know that Nigerian brother, but his mum is still a white woman. And he's still half white, yeah? The fact of the matter is, when, it's very well showcasing the ones that have done good for people of African descent. But what about the ones that didn't? Obama was the first so-called black president to bomb the African soil. He bombed Libya. Was it Libya? He was the one that was involved. He bombed it back to the fucking Stone Age.
Yeah, but don't forget, he's part of
the most developed countries in Africa. Many Nigerians went there in order to get.
Who voted for Barack Obama? Yeah. Who voted for Barack Obama, Betty?
Oh man,
they're the Americans, isn't it?
Right. So that did they do the due research before they voted for him? Did they find out what his policies are and all the shit that he was going to do? Did they any of them put any money towards his campaign to make him get into place?
Like, I don't know, because
if they didn't, that's what I'm trying to.
But Velle, the point is, he's still a mixed race person who attacked Africa. He was used to attack Black Africa as well as the Arab North. Yeah, so this is it's very well showcasing these mixed race people that help in Africa. The first so-called black president bombed fucking Africa back to the Stone Age. This is what people need to understand.
But Betty, you know, even Barack Obama was mixed race. His dad was even from Africa as well. So no matter what, he still went to his dad's land and blew the fucking place up.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. So, and another thing is, and that's what I don't want to see. Many of these mixed race people are being used against black people and to shut us up.
Yeah, but don't forget,
so we don't have to. So we don't get to speak. Yeah,
he was part of the.
And it's like, no. Hang on. Another thing I want to point on is the white women with these black men. Many that I'm not going to mention this girl's name, but when a white woman has the audacity to come and tell me that her child is black because she slept with a black man and she gave what do you call it, a mixed race child. That's what I don't like. When these white women, they get mouth, you think because you've got a black man, you've got to hide behind your black man and insult me as a black woman. Without us black women, that fucking black man wouldn't even be on the fucking planet. And this is another thing I don't like. White women that think because they've got a black man, they can talk all racist shit and stop being disrespectful to black women because they feel like, oh, one day this black woman's gonna take my black man away from me. I don't like that shit, yeah? And any white woman that steps to me on that fucking level again because you've got a black man, know that there's gonna be fucking trouble. If you think you're gonna disrespect me because you got a fucking black man, you're gonna know what time it is. Because the difference with Betty is there's no fucking black man in any of these fucking hangouts that I haven't fucking hotted up. I don't give two shit who the fuck you are. But these white women that get a black man needs to be put in their fucking place. I don't care how long you ride fucking black dick. You ain't fucking black.
Yeah, but what if she's just had a bad day? That might not be that. Yeah, but if she's had a bad day, yeah, and she's getting a bit angry or flushy, and you lot have a little.
Yeah, now, listen, man, need to forget about that, innit, man? Because that's that. Obviously, we was talking about the Barack Obama thing, innit? Yeah. So we're talking about obviously he's been put up there as a mixed race person, yeah. But we're not even looking at the policies that he was gonna implement or nothing here. We're not looking at how did the man get into power and what way it was made. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're just talking about, right, he done it, he done this and that because he's black, he's supposed to help people, or because he's mixed race, he's supposed to help people, when it don't really go like that. Man's not just because you're black here, I don't feel like you're just gonna help me just because I'm black. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so maybe that might be another issue that we might have in the place, bro. Obviously, that man, there's people that are bought that are bought for other companies in it. There's people that have got other interests in it. So if we're putting people in power just because they look like you, yeah, and you're not checking what they're actually about, what their policies are, do you know what I'm saying? Like, then this is just going to be a recurring issue again. 1,000 years later, all of our youths, grand youths, the great grand youths, they're going to be talking about the same shit again, because no one's not taking time to read the small print or make any changes.
Yeah, and to add on to that, there hasn't been that many. I'm not this big advocate for or spokesman for the mixed race, but there hasn't been that many sellouts from what I can see from the mixed race, that group of people. Now, Obama, he's definitely part of the lodge, or whatever. He's part of the bloodline. So that guy, to me, he's just a white man walking around with black skin. Let's just be honest. He's a white man walking around with mixed race skin, and as long as he, when they look back in the history books, was a president that stood up and did something for his country and supported the NWO, he'll be remembered. You know what I mean? That's his spot. So he's always going to be a sellout from the get-go. He's a bad example to use. I wouldn't even say he's mixed race. But that's just my opinion.
Man, it's the same thing again, isn't it, man? Like, you can't de-black someone, yeah. Like, if you're black and you're doing fuckeries, yeah, you're still black, innit? Like, it's just that you're doing fuckeries. Yeah? You just need to know who you're gonna associate with and disassociate with. You get me? It's not like, right, because you're a black pedophile, man don't know, now you're not black. It's like, what? It's dumb. It's just man don't associate with you no more. You're a nonce, innit? You're a pedophile. You can't come around, man, and be involved in man's things. You get me? Like, differently. That's what I feel like. That's what we need to start doing. That instead, look at what man's actually trying to do and start getting behind people that are actually trying to make real changes, instead of just because this brother's ended up on the news and now he happens to be black as well. Now we're all gonna vote for him and follow everything he says. And then when he does something fucked up, now we're gonna say, "Oh, look how fucked up he is, man. He's not even black no more. He's shit." Yeah, but we didn't even take time to do the research and see if we should back him anyway.
But I think you have to look at both. I think it does matter the colour of someone's skin. I think it's important that black people have political representation. Do you know what I mean? Because that's the whole point.
Yeah, I never said it's not. I never said it's not important, yeah, for black people to have political representation. I said that it's important, yeah, for when we're standing behind a black person in a political position that we look at what their actual policies are and what they're trying to achieve instead of just standing behind them for being black. That's what I'm saying. So if we're standing behind Barack Obama and we're not looking at what his policies are, when he does something fucked up, how can we now say, oh, look how fucked up he is, man, fuck Barack Obama, when we were standing behind him in the first place and we didn't check to see if he was going to be a fuck up in the first place?
Well,
That's
yeah.
true.
Also, it's important that black people have political representation because, and this is another thing that people like to say. So I hear this a lot from white folk as well. That colour don't matter. We're all humans, fucking humans. Blah blah blah. All this bullshit. Yeah, colour does matter because if colour didn't matter, we wouldn't make a big old deal about Meghan Markle go marry that Harry guy. Yeah, it does actually matter. There wouldn't be Africans dying in the Med if colour didn't matter to white folk. Yeah, it does matter because the colour exists. Yeah, but it's important that black people have representation and positive role models that reflect ourselves. Because you, as a white person, can't teach me how to be black. You ain't black. Yeah, you don't know my experiences, especially in a vanilla world as the West. I need a positive role model of a black person. And this is what other people need to understand. There are many people who have been raised by white people, right? Some of these people have been mixed race when they've got a white parent, yeah, putting bleach on their skin, end up in the mental health wards in this country, yeah, and black people, because their so-called white carer wanted to say colour didn't matter. They did when they say you colour don't matter, they ain't fucking seeing you, fam. They do not see you.
Yeah, that's bullshit still.
Yeah, so they
bullshit. Yeah, I'm not with that colour don't matter thing, yeah. People like obviously your colour matters, innit? Because how are you gonna recognise that I'm a black person, or how am I gonna recognise that you're Asian or you're Indian? So you're obviously your colour it matters, innit? So it's bullshit
Definitely.
still. Don't let no one tell you that it's still about this colour don't matter. Bullshit.
Yeah, even me as a mixed race person, I meant to be the most unbiased person. Yeah, of course colour matters, man. You know, I believe that mixed race people should be a bit more humanitarian by nature. You know, humanist by nature. Just the fact they are mixed race. That was the only reason why I think Obama's mixed race because I genuinely believe, you know, just by logic.
That's really going to depend on the way that the person was brought up, innit? What they saw, how they was treated by what side of the family. Because some people might get love from one side of the family and hate from the other. Some people might get love from the other side of the family and hate from the other. Some people might get love from both sides of the family. You get me? And they'll feel like, right, everything's calm, innit? But
you're right. You're totally right. Now, this is another. I'm gonna say some more shit about me. It really can't be used against me anyway. But my white part of my family kind of disowned my mum. Yeah. Now, would I?
So you're mixed race. Sorry,
yeah, I'm mixed race. Yeah, yeah,
cool.
mixed race. Yeah. Well, I've got I'm not like half black and half white. I've got other Asian mix in me, so I'm more black than I am, I'm less white than I am black. But anyway,
what's your mix?
So I'm half black, I'm half kind of Asian, half Oriental.
So half black,
quarter Oriental, quarter white.
Oh, quarter white. Sorry, yeah. Okay,
so I'm
cool.
mixed, completely mixed. And now coming to this movement, I haven't now got reservations for my white side because I can't, you know, it all falls down to what you've got from your world around you and how you feel inside. But it does have a big impact, though. Your family do have a big impact. Would I say that I'd come to this movement and completely disregard my whole white side of my family? No, because as much as I disagree with them boycotting my mum, which left us in a hard spot, I know that was emotional and that was like some political stuff at that time being, and there's a lot of white people that out there that are good and would help people in a humanist.
Sorry, not to be intrusive. not being intrusive, was your mum the white one?
She was, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm just getting a picture of the story. Rise that whole panel as well. Seasonal greetings.
Big up.
Yeah, big up yourself, bro. Mm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, man. No, obviously, like, yeah, you're not just like the point I was making, yeah, was that we shouldn't just stand behind someone just because they're black or just because they're mixed race. We should look into what they're actually trying to stand for and see if we stand for that. And if there's points that we stand for, we stand with them on that points. And when there's points that we don't stand for, we say we don't stand for them on that points. Like, I swear down there, it could be simple, yeah, if man just could cherry pick what man wants to see and what man don't want to see in it. Like, it's simple.
But really, that's what we do. We cherry pick. In reality, we cherry pick.
But I would definitely say, I would agree with you, Benny. I'd say that Obama had a bad experience. He's had feed control. Can you mute, please? Okay? Sorry, I'm getting feedback.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd say he had a bad experience with his family, his black family, or he's had a bad experience with black people. He must have, because that to hold that
Barack
type,
Obama.
Yeah, to do what to
you say
do
Barack Obama, but his wife's black.
Yeah, so he's had some problems from
black his children's black.
He lives in Chicago. You know, he lives in Chicago.
Yeah, he lives
near Farrakhan and them, man.
In an interview, Obama was asked, he went an African interview, he was asked, you're the first president, you know, someone of African descent, you're a black man. And Obama was said, look, listen, I'm here to represent America, first and foremost. So that says it all. His black father was not around. He did not see his black family growing up. That reflects how he treated Africa. He clearly said he's here to represent the United States. So he might not hate black Americans, but he sure as hell don't have no love for black Africa.
Since I hear that, but
because obviously he's the president of the United States, implementing policies to uplift the United States over anyone else. So, like you're saying, if the people of the United States haven't looked into, or at least the black people of the United States haven't looked into what his policies were going to be, and have still voted for him, thinking, we got a black president that's going to be helping black people, but they haven't even looked into one of the policies that he's going to implement or what he's going to be doing. Then I don't really see how man can even.
Really, that was a part of the downfall, though. When Barack Obama,
that's what I'm trying to say, fam. That's like saying.
When Barack Obama was on his run, getting into the White House and that. Most of us did put him in because the media and the propaganda said, he's black. No, full well, he was mixed race. You get where I'm coming from. We were on the side like that, he's going to be our first black president. When he was in the fucking house, then people woke up to the truth that he never had their interests, not black Americans' interests at heart.
Bro, black Americans hated him the most. Yo, hello.
No, they loved him. They hated him after the first 4 years, bro. When he was in the first 4 years of office, they said, give him a chance. We must have his back. He's only got 4 years. He's got first 4 years. He can't change the whole of America in 4 years. Let's give him a chance. And more the years went down, the proof to the fact that he had America interests at heart, or the White House interests at heart, not the people.
That's his job, Captain.
We all know that, bruv. That's why they're called politicians. They're fucking liars. Yeah? I don't vote.
Bankroll Obama. I think Obama's campaign was bankrolled by Wall Street, i.e. the white American boys playing with dishes on the computer screen. That's who bankrolled his campaign and got him in power.
I don't really care. I don't see Obama. Yeah. So when you saw Obama running for president, what did you think? What ran through your mind the first time you saw him like running for president? And they said, "Oh, this black man's running for president." What did you think?
I thought he was going to be a puppet, since his mother was white, and then I looked at who was bankrolling him. I said he's going to be a puppet. because I can't see in America them actually voting in a proper black person that doesn't have whiteness inside of them. Let them come and bring a black person with 2 black parents for a good couple of generations in America, and that's when I can say, America's starting to move on. But if you're gonna keep on showcasing these mixed race people,
Are you
black, then I know.
Yo, Charles, your mic's making a mad noise, you know. So you might have to leave and come back.
Yeah, I'll leave and
it's
come
making
back.
a mad echoing noise still.
What does anyone else think?
Carry on your point, baby. Carry on your.
Man.
You might want to relay your point still because it got cut off in it when with Charles's mic and that still.
Okay, I would just say when I saw Obama, I thought, well, he's mixed, and I said, once again, it's the white America trying to pacify black folk, especially in America, and try and say, oh, you know, we're post-racial society. Oh, look, we got a black man, yeah? And then we find out that this black man got a white mother, and the black father was nowhere to be seen except the moment of conception. And then I looked and found out that man was doing a bankrolled by Wall Street. And I thought, fuck it, he ain't gonna serve no fucking black folk, yeah? That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's way better.
Is it still echoing?
That's way better. I definitely, I agree with her though that the powers that be are definitely trying to almost whitewash by bringing in mixed race people to, as you can see, the music industry is quite a notable place where that's happening. Yeah.
So King Gold, are you in the same thought that if you saw a black person with a black mother, black father running for president in the White House, what did you say, Betty, again? Then that you would think America's moved on, right?
Yeah, I would think racially, with the racial politics, it's moved on. Yeah, but if they constantly bring these so-called mixed ones and then showcase them as an acceptable face of blackness, then I'm like, nah, you just playing us a game of chess. That's all you do.
So they've got a black guy there. Say like they had a full black guy. Yeah, he's fully black there. You're gonna support that just because he's black.
I'm gonna support him because he's a black man. Because my father's a black man, and his father before him was a fucking black man. Yeah. So I'm gonna support the very thing that put me on.
What you're gonna do?
One moment. Let me finish.
Let her finish, and then coming after.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna look at his policies. I'm gonna look at who fucking bankrolled the brother to get in power. I'm gonna look at all of it.
But you're gonna support him first. That's what you just told me. You're gonna support him first.
Yeah, because I'm fucking black, bro. I'm not mixed.
You don't just support.
I'm black. I support black people. I support black man because my father's a fucking black man. His father before him was a black man. Without
so you just trust anyone you see. You just trust
Hey,
anyone you see.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, hey, Captain, let Charles answer, man, because he wanted to answer and then coming after, yeah? Let Charles answer it because he wanted to answer and coming after.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, right? So you said you see him and trust him, and then you're going to look into stuff. Why don't you see him, look into stuff, and then trust him after you've done your research? That's what I'm getting.
Listen to me, troll. Yeah, I'm not one of these people that believe that color don't matter. Color fucking matter. If you, as a black person, gonna represent me, I want to see black people. I don't want to see white people representing me as a black person and then telling me about what they're gonna do for black people. Yeah, I'm not white.
I think the point that he's trying to make here is that you're not looking into his policies. You're just gonna support him just because he's black, and that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying has happened with.
Color matters to me. Color matters. I'm not one of these people that believe that color don't matter. So yeah, his fucking color of his skin fucking matters. The blood matters. And I don't.
But he might be a black demon, man. He might be a black devil. You might be the blackest devil in the world. You know what I'm saying?
But can I say something?
That's why we're saying this. And Betty, this is why we're saying, although color matters and color's important, but before you put your hat behind someone to say he's doing well in the community or he's doing good, you need to look at their policies and what they're going to do first. and
You
then
guys,
put your
no,
hat behind it.
Belly.
That's that one moment, Captain. Yeah, that's your philosophy. You people on this.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
That ain't me. Black.
No.
No, that's you, Velle. You do.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said.
No, I did.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said.
You said.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. I said this is. Let me tell you what I said first. Let me tell you what I said first. Yeah. Let me tell you what I said. Yeah. So you don't get mixed up. Yeah. And I can repeat it again. Yeah. So listen carefully. Yeah. I said. Yeah. Obviously, it's important if a black person's doing well, but I'm not just going to stand behind him just because he's black. So if you're a black person in a prominent position and you've got good policies that are going to be helping the black community, then I'm going to put my hat behind you. So really and truly, we should look at the policies first of all, and then obviously to make sure that the policies are right, not just be behind him just because he's black. You get me? Being black is a good thing, but not just being black. We need to look at his policies first. That's what I was saying, Betty. I wasn't saying it wasn't about whether he's black or not.
But Velle, that is your philosophy.
No, let Betty answer. Let Betty answer.
Yeah, Velle, that is your philosophy. I respect your philosophy, but you have a United Nation family. Better not have that. Yeah. What you have to understand is that the color of a man's skin matters to me first and foremost. Yes, his policies matter, but you better fucking if you're gonna bring a man, you better make, and he's gonna represent me as a black person. You better be a fucking black man. The color of that man's skin fucking matters to me. Then we'll talk policies. Me pun not want to see no white man. Go to the universities of this country. You will see white men saying that the Egyptologists, African lecturers, but they're white Europeans. So yeah, the fucking color of a man's skin matters. Because my fucking father was a black man. So it's color first. Then we'll talk about policies. I respect that you want to do all that. You know, you want to see the policies first and the color later. That ain't Betty. Yeah? Me and you.
That's not what I said. I'm going to let you finish anyway, but that's not what I said anyway. Hey, are you finished now? Was you finished? Sorry, because I nearly cut you off there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, because I said I would look at policies, but the color of my skin matters. And that's first and foremost to me. You have a different priority. Yours is policies and then looking at their color. Mine's the other way round.
No, that's not what I said though, still. So, like I just said, I said before I stand behind a black politician that's gone just because he's black, yeah. I'm not standing behind him just because he's black, yeah. I'm standing behind him because he's black and he has policies to help the black community or to help anything that I feel will help the black community or my community that I consider to be living in at the time or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, I didn't say that I'm not going to vote for him because he's black here. I said I will vote for the guy if he's black here and he's got good policies. Yeah, you're saying color first and policies later, yeah. But the same way, that's how Barack Obama ended up in power. So man voted for color over policies with Barack Obama, and he went and bombed Africa.
He ain't black.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And man, yeah, but wait, let me finish, man. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't want these mixed people.
All right, but let me finish though. Let me finish though, innit? Because I will let you speak uninterrupted after, innit? Because like I never said, and like I never voted for Barack Obama or anything like that. Yeah, like I ain't voted for God knows when. You get me? I ain't voted for God knows how long. So I ain't voted for no one or none of these policies that are in place at the moment. But I'm saying if I am gonna vote, yeah, for a black prime minister of the UK to get into power, it needs to be more about his policies that he's doing, yeah, not just because he's black, because he might be a black devil. He might be pulling in, we might vote in this black guy who might be pulling in policies that's going to be hurting the black community.
But Velle, same thing I'm saying. I fully agree with you. And let me tell you something. I ain't getting caught up too tough on this black thing. As they go to politics and become president, they sell you out anyway. They go by legislation and laws of what the Queen will say anyway, blood. Yeah? Come on, blood. I'll be honest with you. Yeah? You name me. We have many black leaders. We had many people who came and said, we are going to take you to better us off and all of that. Yeah. But we had majority of them who was never in our interest. It's like going to a black police officer thinking he ain't going to arrest you, bruv. Are you nuts? Fuck politics, bruv. Politicians and that. Nah. And I don't care if they're black or white. The black ones will fool you more than betting, tell you the truth. If a person just imagine black Jesus, fucking hell.
Rambo, brother, Elder, let me tell you something, yeah? I want to say this respectfully. Look, listen, they are black African men. My father was one who could not get work because they had thick African accents. They were more qualified than any of these mixed race and white people, but they couldn't get work and had to go back to Africa and leave their children. So I will always rep for the African man, the African black man, because he's being persecuted. So no, you can't fucking showcase no fucking mixed race person and fucking tell me that you're gonna represent me. What about the oppression that the black African man has faced and continues to face, even though he's more qualified?
No, but Betty, I hear that. Most of us who came over,
and also we're making two counter arguments, because we're not saying a mixed race person is black. I don't think no one on the panel has agreed to that point to say that a mixed race person is black. Yeah? And even like we were saying, we was trying to give the example of, say, like you said, it was a fully black president. Yeah, like his mum and his dad is black, and his wife is black, and his kids are black, and blah 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 like that. Yeah, it was really an example like that, innit? So it was like an actual black guy being a president or prime minister of the UK. Yeah, we'll be happy to see that. But really and truly, what we're more happy for is for the black guy with the policy, that's going to be the president or the prime minister of the UK, to actually have policies that are going to help the black people. You get me, in the in the UK as well. You get me? Not things, not policies that's going to help us go under, because that could happen. We could vote someone in power, yeah, that could ultimately fuck us all up.
Facts.
But what about the black men who are being killed, being shot? This is a whole wide picture. Go to Africa and see how the mixed ones in North Africa are selling and lynching black people, especially black men. All over the world, black men are being lynched, being persecuted, especially because they're just black and blacker. Yeah? They're being denied work.
Can I
I know an uncle that went to Germany.
Let her finish her point, brother, and then come
Yeah, true.
He went to Germany, married a German woman. Yeah, one of my mum's friends. He's a very qualified man, but he couldn't get the job that he should with his qualifications. My other friends, obviously was Nigerian. Her dad was an engineer in Nigeria, come to Britain to work in Kellogg's. Yeah? So I've always know I don't give a shit. You're not going to keep on showcasing these so-called mixed race people. And then what they're doing is, what white people, this is one of the tools of white supremacy. They will bring these mixed race people and say, racism is the thing of the past because we've got a black person, i.e. the mixed race person. So they don't have to employ the fucking black people, especially black men, because white people feel a lot more threatened by black men, especially big black men, than they ever did by any of these so-called mixed race people, yeah? Know that. That is what's going on. In the Netherlands, the same thing where I used to live. They will use mixed race people in order as a tool of war to attack any black person that says that white supremacy is still in business. So yeah, I'm always gonna.
That's the point. You know what, Betty? Yeah, we're really all making the same point here, but it's like we're on the opposite sides. Like we're saying, we want to see people that look like us in power, yeah, but we want them to be implementing policies that are trying to uplift and help us, not to kill us and get us killed even more. We don't want we don't want that, bro. We're trying to you get me, like we're doing on this panel right now. We're talking about which would be the best way to vote for us to cast our votes in future elections. Really and truly, we need to start looking at what the actual people who we're voting for, what their actual policies are. if there's no policies that's going to be suiting us, we need to be setting out of these votes and then starting to build up lobbying groups where we can start to implement what we actually want voted for.
Yeah,
if we're not going to do that, we're just going to always be reacting to issues. React, react.
But we're talking about order. We do agree on the points, but I'm talking about order because you're saying the policies, and I said policy, but the policy doesn't come before the blackness because you can walk around. When I used to walk on the fucking German and Dutch border, I was constantly treated like I was a fucking nigger, constantly getting pulled up because of the color of my skin. Color matters, yeah. It wasn't just about.
No, we never said color don't matter, man. We know color matters. We know color matters, and obviously, if you're as a black person, I know that how black people are treated. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm living as a black person in the UK, so I know how black people are treated. I'm not.
And
it wasn't the point that color doesn't matter. We were saying, I tell you what, we got past the point of saying mixed race is not black here. We were saying we've all confirmed that the black president or prime minister that we're hypothetically talking about has got black parents. Yeah, both of their parents are black here.
Yes.
So their mum and dad's black here, and then their wife, mum and dad's black here. So we're just saying that so we've got past that bit. Yeah, we're saying now that they're black, now let's look at their policies and make sure that the policies are right.
Okay,
this
that's
is what
fine.
We're trying to say.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking.
That's why I was saying that I feel like we're making the same point.
Yes, but in a different way.
It seems like we're arguing, but we're trying to make the same point. But that's why I keep trying to explain it to you, so you can see that we're making the same point. So
yeah, but really what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying it is because I know people whose fathers that went back because they couldn't get work, even though they had far more qualifications. Yeah, and this continues to happen when they're rounding them up in Yarswood, or the immigration and round people up. There's so many occasions around the world where there was two Nigerian, I think they were table tennis players. They went to Czech, one of these countries. I think it was Croatia. They deported them, even though they had their papers. They just came to play in the sports game. So it's peak for black man, especially peak for black African man. So for me, the color of his skin does matter. That's the first foremost thing for me, because I know white people that ride hard for black people. Yeah, and I had a white headmaster that put African history on the curriculum for all the school and put her fucking career on the line. But her ass ain't fucking black. Just because you ride for black people, that don't make you fucking black. I need to see my own people in power. I'm not happy to keep on seeing white people running the whole fucking world.
Can I just ask a quick question, Velle? Doesn't seem to stop.
Ask a question, Charles.
This is a quick one on something she said. You said that they're being hanged and stuff in North Africa. Sounds terrible.
They were being lynched. They're probably still being lynched as well because of that. Prior
Do you know
to
what part in North Africa?
Libya. Yeah.
The government. What's the
taboo?
What's the government made up of in Libya?
Say that again.
What's the government made up of in Libya? The races? Do you know? I don't know. I haven't looked at Libyan government before.
Well, Libya is a country that, all these Europeans, Arabs and African, they're all intermixed. But if you go to the southern part of Libya, that's when you'll see the black indigenous inhabitants. Yeah?
They've got a government. Have they got a government, or is it tribes or something, or tribal?
No, there's 3 different governments in Libya now.
Okay, and what are those 3 different governments made up of? Predominantly, are they black, Arabs?
No, look, listen. If you let me talk, the majority of Libya, I would say let me go from what Saif said. Saif Gaddafi, who is Gaddafi's son, said that Libya is half black in 2011 on Russian TV, Russian Today TV. That's what he says of Libya, yeah? But the people in power are people of mixed heritage, yeah? And the black Libyans are getting oppressed as well as the black migrants and getting lynched. So this is why people say bringing these so-called mixed ones to represent black people. Yeah, represent black people. Did those so-called mixed ones stop the black people from getting lynched in Libya? Where would they?
Okay, so this is where your fire is coming from then, because
No, it's
you're
the whole
seeing that.
thing. It's the whole thing because Obama's the same thing. The so-called mixed one with the black father. Did he stop black people from the oppression that they face in America, getting shot, and all the fuckery that goes on, especially to
Did
black
you
men
put?
in America? He didn't.
Yeah. Did you put when you saw Obama, right? And obviously you saw he was mixed and stuff, and we know he was backed by racist people or whatever. But did you ever did you just think that maybe he's trying to trick them and he's going to be with us? Did you think that?
No.
No.
Not that stupid. You can't just come and
No.
bring these mixed race people and then come and tell me that this is black. Because I'm thinking, if you people saying that you know color don't matter anymore and we're post-racial society, bring a fucking black person like me with 2 fucking
Who
black
said
generations.
that?
That's what they were promoting with Obama before he got elected.
Oh yeah, with Obama.
Yeah. What did
Yeah.
they
Because
they said, oh yeah, the first black president. I did a pun, look at the side pun. Man had a white muffer. I said, once again, the acceptable face of blackness have to be dipped in whiteness. So those racist white folk feel secure that black people are not going to do to
isn't
them.
it was the black people that put him in though, right? Black people
No,
put
it
him in.
wasn't. It was Wall Street.
Wall
Street bankrolled that guy's campaign.
No, yeah, forget about the bankroll. That was just free promotion.
Power in America to put him into power. They don't.
Who voted him in? Black people came out in drones, right? Wait, hold on. Black people came out in drones.
Black people voted for him as well, though.
To put him in power.
Yeah, we put him in power. So did whites. Majority whites, but we put him in power.
Black people had never voted like how they voted for Obama.
Yeah, but did it? Wait, Captain, listen. Did he make any policies that was going to affect whites?
What?
That was going to put them down in a worse position?
Nah, bruv. Nah, not at all.
Did he do any policies that were going to put black people in a worse position?
Don't forget, with his manifesto, it wouldn't have benefited black people really anyway. Because racism is not like racism over here, bro. Racism in America is worse, bro. Like, ain't that over here. And the people who put him into power didn't really acknowledge him really to, it was fuck, bro. It was the money people who supported Barack Obama who put him in power, not us poor people. We just
but the man that voted for him as well, still.
Yeah.
There was man that voted for him, and man that was celebrating when he was put in power, innit?
Yeah,
no one went looking at what his policies are, what he's going to actually do for the people. That's what I'm trying to say.
When he won the election, yeah, you're right. When he won the election, we all celebrated and everything. Yeah, it was a big major thing, innit? First black president. But it's not us, bro. It's America, fam. The American propaganda tells you as their agendas what is black and what is mixed race and what is that. Don't forget, Barack Obama is classified as colored, bro. Yeah? Not fucking that, bro. He's not looked at as no nigger. They could have had Jesse James as fucking president, bro. Look how much he cooned out and sold out. Come on, bruv. Barack Obama, a lot of black people voted for him, yeah, and a lot of black people loved him when he was in his first year of power, bruv. You're right. But anyway, Benny, you're right, bro. I agree with you.
Yeah, so we voted him in.
We did. We voted him.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, black people are only 30% of the population, but the black people still made votes.
Yeah.
In higher numbers than they usually do to get Barack Obama into power without looking at policies, what policies is going to be implementing while he's in power. So again, it's the same thing. Like, although this brother is in power, being put in place by this person and that person and so and so, the people who it's going to affect ain't even looking at what policies he's going to be implementing.
Yeah.
Okay. I love souls just written in the comments. 13% of population, in fact, are in about 1 out of 5 felonies. Blah blah blah. Black people basically didn't vote them in. But what I'm saying is, I love soul. Let's forget about people that voted. Let's just think about all the rappers and black actors and activists that endorsed Obama.
Yeah, Jay-Z, fucking all of them.
There's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of them. All their following go to Obama. And what was it from? It's from our urban community. That's what you want to call it.
Yeah. The music industry played a major part in it. So did the sports as well. Baseball, basketball, all of
So
those.
really and truly, and then if man is saying that their 13% vote is never enough to put anyone else in power or to implement any policies, it's like, man, I don't even know why man's even voting for them. If you're thinking like that, you get me? Might as well just
Oh
not
no,
vote.
they, civil rights. They had to do a vote for that, right? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but you know what? This is where my
Black people got
eyes woke
sway.
up. Don't feed the trolls. This is where my eyes woke up. It's when Barack Obama did his opening ceremony in it. Yeah, and done that done his swear. I just know he wasn't fucking for the people. It was for the elite.
I'll tell you where my eyes woke up, right? When I turned on the TV and I saw this new politician that was called Barack Obama, that was a governor of somewhere, I can't remember at the time, and he was running for president. I don't
Chicago.
trust none of them man there. The man are in government. Why would you trust anyone in government? Please.
That's me personally. Once he was in the White House, he was not for you. I'm telling you that. Once they got into the White House, they've never been for you. There is no president who's really been for the people. If we were to look at our old presidents like in Africa, Jamaica, and all of that, they'll welcome the white coalition, they'll welcome the colonizers, yeah, much better than they will welcome you as a guest. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they're still
The
the head of state.
That's what I'm saying,
They're
fam.
still the head of states, Rambo.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you straight. No black politician is gonna ever get us out of my mess. I don't believe in it. Not in this Western government. Don't believe in it. That's me personally. You can be black light. I won't vote for you. Once I see you do your plea, do your oath, mean you done because you ain't for me. You hear what I'm saying, Velle? Any man you vote for as your leader, as your politician, once he goes into what do you call it, House of Parliament or the White House, he's not for you. The moment he does his plea, his oaths, it's like having a black police officer. He's your brethren. Once he does that plea, he ain't your friend no more, bro. That's the facts.
Can I just point out that in the British universities, there are no top black academics, and this is one of the reasons why I'm riding hard for the black African man or the black man, whatever you want to call it. The fact of the matter is, it's in academia where the changes are made. Academia sets the policies for government. Yeah. So if you do not have black academics in high positions, you cannot and then go and have them put into parliament. Because it's academia that do all the research, the formulating the policies, and then it gets relayed into the government. This is why it's very important that they are black academics. And this is why we don't have fucking black academics in the fucking UK.
So that's the point that we're trying to make, innit? That right, if man them really want to see changes or things implemented, then the man them need to be getting into these positions of power where you can actually implement change. If man ain't ever gonna get into them positions of power or even attempt, then we're just gonna keep reacting and making YouTube shows and bitching and moaning.
Velle, speak up. You went quiet. Can you repeat that again?
One sec, my phone's on.
I was going to come back, but yeah, there's a Guardian article dated 2017. It says British universities employed no black academics at top levels. This is 3 years in a row. The managers, the directors, or senior officers. When I was talking about the point of how they have white academics being the African history academic. But one of the things is, if you look at black African men, they are overqualified and more qualified than black African women in the UK, but they're the most likely to be unemployed. So this is why the color of a fucking man's skin fucking matters to me. Yeah? I don't see why I, as a black African, should have to listen to a white man tell me about Africa. Why can't you employ the fucking black African man first and foremost, since he's the fucking African? But these type of things don't get shown. And it's academia that set the policies in government. It's not government setting policies. They do all these different research. The government will commission universities, your University of Manchester, your University of Westminster. Then they do all these research. Then they formulate plans, and then it gets put into Parliament. It's not the other way around, people. This is why it's important that black people, especially black men, get into academia and into positions of power in order to affect change in America and all over Europe. Yeah? If we do not have black academics, they cannot put our rights forward and the challenges that we face. And if you honestly think that a white man or a white person is going to do for you what, what a black people can do, then you're an idiot. If you honestly think that a white academic and all these white politicians are going to put black people's interests before they put their own interests, yeah, then you're a fucking idiot, because you're part of that color don't matter bullshit.
Bet you are right, though. Continue.
But we do have.
You carry on. I'm having some cake now, and I'm just saying it in my chest, brother. Take over. And now for sister.
Hey, you do talk from your chest.
Hold on's going to talk.
Yo. Yeah, man. Big up.
We do have black politicians
here
here right now that are in the government, right?
Yo. Listen, yeah.
If I'm going by what you say,
I wanted
they're
to
white, they don't do nothing. But we've got black ones. So I'm wondering, if they've been in the government for a very long time, what are they doing then?
Hey, I also wanted to flip the coin though, man, because obviously there's like that people are talking down on mixed race people or whatever, yeah, but there is a lot of mixed race people that do help with other things in the community and do good things for
can't hear you,
Velle. So it's not just
things moving, or maybe you can't hear.
No, you can't hear. I can hear Velle. Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, don't feed the troll. I can hear you, you know. Can you hear Velle? Velle.
Yeah, you might tell him to come drop out and drop back in it.
Can you drop back in? Don't feed the troll, please.
Yeah, I'll jump out.
Yeah, so like I was saying, there's a lot of mixed race people, yeah, that do good things in the community and do you know what I'm saying? Like, and try to uplift the, do you know what I'm saying? And try to represent what they can do for black people. They might not be famous or whatever, just normal local people, innit?
Yeah, I've witnessed that personally myself, man. Like, I'm not here to
them ones. So it's not even always just everyone's just gonna bun bare fire on mixed race people and just put them down, because it's really against the mixed race people that are against the community, not against the mixed race people that are for the community. You know what I'm saying? So, we know that.
I'm with you.
Mixed race person is someone that's got a parent of two different races in it, so that's how they're called mixed race. Man. It's quite simple, guys.
Yo, bet you finished your Victorian sponge cake yet?
Say that again. And I was just having a chocolate sponge cake.
Well, I thought you was having a Victorian sponge.
No, I like chocolate. I like chocolate. Custard.
We got man like Velle. There's a quick one.
Oh, go on, G. Yeah, man. What you say, man? Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been dashing everyone on the barbecue, yeah? So I thought it's time for me to dash myself on the barbecue and hold some bun up today. You get me? So, yeah, man, let's go. You get me?
No, Velle, but the way you be a seller is if you was moving like certain man bending down to veterans. Then you'd be a seller, in my opinion, innit? Like, as far as I know, you don't like try to draw down black people because of white people. You know what I'm saying? I've never really do that. But I've seen black people that are with white counterparts that would tear down black people for their white counterparts.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and that is, you know what I'm saying? So like, even on the politician thing, like we can see it online. Like, there's a lot of black people that feel the need to pander to white racist people. You know, like that. The Indies, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's the same thing in politics. Like the David Lammies, even in the police force, there's black people that feel like just because a black person is in a powerful position, there's a lot of black people that get into powerful positions and feel like they have to serve white people to the point of putting down black people. Do you get it? Like a black police officer feels like they need to go harder on black youths than white youths. Sometimes the black politicians feel like they need to show that they're not for black people, just for the majority of white people to accept them. You get me? So they'll say stuff like, when you talk about racism, they'll say like, "Why don't you go home? If you don't like it, go back." As a black person, definitely a sellout. You get me? Because then they don't even want to racism in this country. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my little 2 pence on it. You get me? From what I've heard. Still.
Yeah, man, big up, bruv. Come on.
Yeah, man.
DB.
I think Velle's just a most just a jerk pork though. That's all he is. He's just jerk pork.
Yeah, man. Like you say, man.
So Velle, the question. What's the question again?
The thing is, this ain't a new thing. There's bare man them that have got white girls though. Bare. You get me? So it's not even like, it's just how man them got. If you got a white girl and then you're against black, you know what I'm saying? Say if you was fighting all the black leaders and, do you get it? That would definitely be an issue. You get me? Because it's like,
because I've got a white girl. I've got a white girl.
For example, if you hate,
lie.
do you know what I'm saying? Like you know, some people feel uncomfortable by Black Panthers and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and them lot there. You get me? So they decide to fight them because of their ideology. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think that's when man go into the area of, do you know what I'm saying? Putting your own personal thing above like the actual thing for the community. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? End of the day, I see your youths as black as far as I'm concerned. You get me? Until they like otherwise, you get me? I don't really, you know what I'm saying? Ostracized thing, because I just
So the question is,
mixed race still. The question is, is Velle a sellout with his mixed race wife, with his white wife and mixed kids? Yeah, that's what the title of the show was here today. But we rolled over to a hypothetical question. Actually, we got into a next topic where we were seeing if Nelson Mandela was a sellout for obviously spending that long in jail, and in a lot of South Africans' eyes, he didn't free the other people that was in jail with him, and didn't implement a lot of change that they wanted implemented, although he did make some changes. Yeah, then we went into the next topic about Barack Obama. Is he a sellout? Is he a sellout for being mixed race, having a black wife, and still bombing African countries and all them sort of things there? And then it got into a next topic where we were saying that if there's black politicians, should we just get behind them just for being black, or should we now start to do the research, the hard work in it? Because that's really the hard work, the research, to find out what actually policies they actually stand for before we stand behind them, and then stand behind them for the policies that they stand behind, because they are a black man representing policies that we actually agree for and shit like that.
Jordan's raised a good question. I don't know if you want to answer it. He says, I think the answer to the question depends on the reason why Velle chose a white partner. Don't know if you want to talk about why you chose.
Wait, say that again? The answer to the question is why he chose a white partner.
Yeah, basic meaning, and don't feed the trolls. Can you two, as black men, answer why you chose a white partner?
I'll let Velle go first.
That's what he means.
I chose my missus, because she's got good credit, and she was able to. She was not really. I was joking.
You say like Hector. You can't like Hector, yeah? I think you said.
You know the one. It was just business. Yeah.
Be serious now. I'm being serious because you're just a joker, man.
You know, man, you know what it is, man. It was I chose that because it was, I don't know, man. We just connected in it, and we just do what we do in it, man. And now, after all the bullshit that we've been through, ups and downs and whatever, we're still here with our kids in our house, living a generally good life. You know what I'm saying? That. So yeah, man. It weren't really. I didn't pick her because she was white, because she was black, or because I don't know. It was just more like, I don't know. I feel like it's more women choose men more than men choose women, innit? Like, yeah, sort of thing as well.
So you're pro humanity, Dan. You're pro humanity. So colour isn't.
Yeah, man. I'm all good. I definitely want to see the upliftment of all people still, man. Yeah. But I do understand. Yeah, I do understand that for other people, or for you really to be able to help anyone else or tidy up anyone else's backyard, you need to have your own house in order and in check first. So I realized that, Ralph, before people can just say black people
at home, basically.
You know what I'm saying? That yeah.
Can I ask? And don't feed the trolls. And don't feed the trolls. Try not to crack a joke, because I know you like the class clown. Yeah. Can I ask? Don't feed the trolls.
I won't crack no jokes. I don't want to take my words out of context or nothing. Nah, with me, it's just when I met her, it was everything I was looking for in a woman. So. And I seemed to be everything she was looking for in a man. So we settled down. Hello?
Yeah, let me just chime in and say I'm not with a white woman, so I'm just going to hold back. I'm just gonna fall back.
You're thinking. Fuck off, man.
I've been the same fucking woman for like 1,000 years. You know what I mean? Fucking black girls. You know what I mean? Big up.
Big up, come on.
Yeah, I'm late to the show, man. Fucking hell. Talking about black girls, bro. I was getting smoked all morning, man. But I'm here now, innit? Like slightly, I'm in the toilet.
All right, bro. Fuck it up. Yeah, you said enough. We believe you. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, big up man like Bugs in the building. Big up yourself, cuz.
Bugs, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. You see you man with the white girls.
But answer the panel's full, you know, my G.
Big up yourself.
Big up answer Tawi, bro. But the panel's full, cuz.
Yeah. So what are we saying then? Are we saying like if you're pro black you can't have a white slice or what? Or what? Because do you know what? Sometimes
that sort of go against
the love, innit? Like,
yeah, but wait. But obviously, if you say that you're pro black everything, yeah, that's sort of going against the pro black thing, isn't it? Like,
yeah, you can't be.
Don't you think that? You can't.
Do you know what's funny?
That's why I've never really claimed this pro black thing. Obviously, like I said, I definitely want black people to be doing well and doing better, innit? Yeah, and I understand the hard struggle is
fucking
black man.
John Henry Clark, yeah, he exposed that black thing for me and Farrakhan, yeah, in one sentence, yeah. Like if you're on this whole pro black thing, yeah, don't ride in a car that wasn't manufactured by a black man. Don't wear suits that weren't manufactured by a black man. Like, and when Hendrix Clark said that, I was just like, rah, yeah, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I mean, how far does it go?
Let's get get real though, how many black manufactured cars was these man driving in though?
This is the problem.
Do you get it? So there's a reality to the thing as well. And then there's another.
No, that's the thing. I mean, to be honest with you, like I totally get the point, but I don't think he meant it like, oh no, this is what I'm doing. I'm saying he was sending shots at Farrakhan and was saying, well, raw, all right, black man, like be about it, like be about it.
I'm not a fan of Farrakhan, but I do think them man are slightly about it in them areas still. You can't really.
I don't know, bro. Like I said, like for me, is Farrakhan, like what steps is Farrakhan making to make sure?
Farrakhan better be getting that Katanka, bro. Trust me.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't
the new
know
fleet of Katankas.
I think there's other criticism that you could put at Farrakhan. I don't know if that's one, because I think sometimes we're like, you know, man, just trying to think like it's easy to build your own car or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like Marcus Garvey. A lot of people got criticism from Marcus Garvey, but his organization mobilized 3 million people. So me as a man who's done gang, you get me? I managed to maybe mobilize 200 people. I'm going to talk to a man that mobilized 3 million people. You get me? In them areas, I think, I don't know, blood. But then again, Marcus Garvey did have his own ship in it. So he did do exactly what you're talking about. You get me? He didn't even say, I'm going to make a car.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Now, I'm not saying rare, because like what you said, in reality, it's different. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not like you're saying, oh, look at me, look at gang. And for me, respect, that's fucking tangible. I can see you, I can see your works. It's easy for me to just say, respect, Fire Wingy, gang, G Walks, G So. It's easy. Yeah. I'm asking, like, all right, where is the works where Farrakhan's saying, all right, we're working on black manufacturing, black suit making, black fucking key makers, black transport, like.
No, I think within the nation they do have these industries still. That's why I wouldn't really put that criticism on them. Cause I think
but remember, Ras, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying, like, for instance, I'm saying, where's the works that I can quickly type in and say, right.
For example, if you watch Carly's documentary, them man are in an African suit shop. Get me?
Bro, I saw Khalid Mohammed buying suits from a white don.
He wasn't a white don. He's Moroccan outside. So it's still like them man still see them as part of the African family. That's what Carly said in the video, innit? He said these men are part of the original African family. Did you get it? But that's what I'm saying. Khalid and them man, their thing was different. But I'm saying that differently, yeah. Can you be because that's the thing. I know some white people out here that are more pro-black politics than some black people.
Yeah, no, facts.
You get it? That's why this whole pro-black thing, I don't know, because I know some white people that are definitely more pro-black. Like when they see racism, they call it out. They're not making
it out. Yeah,
and then you got black people that will hear a white person say the most racist stuff and say, oh, I understand why they said that. I get it. Where? Make 100 excuses for them while telling black people to go back home. So I'm like, boy, this pro-black thing, you get me? Sometimes I don't know if it all kinfolk where that's concerned anyway. You know what I'm saying? Just because you've got black skin, it doesn't mean that you're gonna be man's family. You get me? And just because you have, it doesn't mean that you're anti-man. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a fact. I agree with that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're anti-man still. So,
so can I ask a question then? Because it's part of Velle's question then. So if you breed or have a youth settle down outside the race, can that be considered selling your race out?
It depends, innit? I don't know, for certain man that have set certain, like being pro-black is one thing, but if you're a black nationalist, like if that's what you're claiming, then you're a sellout. Just like if you're a Pan-African and you're not black African, I think you're a sellout. You get me? Or you're gonna have to change back the politics. But then I think that just in general, just a person in general that hasn't made any political, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't think you can call a man to something he hasn't, you know what I'm saying? Said that he's
subscribed to.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? I think there's a lot of things within the mindset, in it. But I think the main thing is, if you are in an interracial relationship, you have to make sure that you're aware that, you know what I'm saying, especially like the white black thing. Do you know what I'm saying? It's very easy that, like, I think for people to start to you know, be anti-black people. I have seen that element, but then I've got certain brothers who they don't have that element. You get me? They was raised so black and proud that ain't gonna change. You get me? Like Velle and you said, it's just a circumstantial thing. Rather than you man saying, I don't like black girls are ugly, I want to go for a white girl. That's a sellout thing. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're saying that you're just on your journey of life and that's who you connected with, then I don't know if anyone can tell you that. You know what I'm saying? If you was like putting down black women, you get me? Saying, I don't like dark-skinned women, rare. I've never dated a dark-skinned woman, rare. Then for me, you're a sellout still.
Yeah, no, that's not the case. But say like the person.
Can I ask you something? You know, because the way you pose the question, yeah, you know, you've got a white partner, yeah. Now,
yeah,
if you have a child and I'm with a white person, how is that furthering black people? Because that person's genetics ain't black. So if you've made a child with a person,
are you saying my genetics are not in my child?
Yeah, but I'm saying that your child is left black because the partner is not black. So how is that? I'm asking you, how is that furthering black people if you make a child with someone that's not black? Because that's not more black genetics, that's other genetics. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
It seems like you believe that.
I'm black. I can
So
hear
one
you.
moment,
Is that the end of your question?
The way you're posing the question, yeah, you're posing the question like having a child with someone that's not black is making more black children. Do you believe that mixed people are black?
No, they're mixed race. They're biracial. It can't just be called black. They're 2 different or 3 or 4 different things sometimes.
Okay, so do you believe that having a child with someone that's not black is furthering black people?
Black people. That's a question I couldn't really answer. I could just answer from what I know. So if I have a child, that's my genetics furthering. If I'm black, that's my black genetics furthering. It's not full black because it's mixed genetics.
Okay, so you agree. So you basically agree that they're not having children with non-black people is not furthering black people.
No, I didn't say that. I don't know about all that. I'm black.
Don't feel
Let him finish. Because he's the one with the woman that's white, yeah, and I want to hear from them, yeah, because I don't understand. A lot of black men, one moment, a lot of black men. This is what I've noticed, yeah. I've heard a considerable amount of black men with white partners and white and children with them trying to tell people that they're pro-black. Now I don't believe they're pro-black. They're pro-humanity. Because just because you have a child with a black person, that don't make that partner black. If you're putting another
black, I'm just with a white woman. How can she be black?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not for black people. You're furthering the whole of humanity.
Yo, that's what you said.
White people are human beings.
What I would say is that when I look at it personally, I think when you look at a lot of these white racists, they see once a black person being a white person, they see that child as black, in it, whether we like it or not. In it has mixed heritage, yes, in it. But I'm saying that you're never gonna see someone from the black community see a mixed heritage child and call them a cracker. I don't think I've ever. Yeah, but I have seen white people call mixed heritage children a nigger.
Yeah, I just want to second that, you know. I just wanted to second.
Yo, you man. Sorry. So I'm saying I have seen white people call people of mixed heritage nigger. I've never seen black people call people of mixed heritage cracker. So for me, that definitely terms that there's more there's more blackness there identified. Do you know what I'm saying? I think because black is a dominant gene, isn't it? Now saying that I think more than just pro-ing black people, yeah, because obviously, you know, you got Malcolm X with red skin. We've got a lot of mixed heritage revolutionaries in our history. Let's not pretend that like everyone's been full black. Do you know what I'm saying? And then we got a lot of blue-black sellouts, yeah, that haven't furthered black people. If anything, all they do is tear down black people 24/7. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think from that sense, if a child of mixed heritage is raised and they're raised to fight against racism, sometimes they're gonna be like Redskin Malcolm X, for example. Yeah, they're gonna be more furthering the agenda or furthering the betterment of black people than certain people with two black parents that always tear down black people 24/7 for being black and having black mentality and standing up against racism. So then black people that would say, go back to where you come from. Why don't you go back to Africa if you don't like racism and all of these things? And I'd say that black person is more of a detriment than someone of mixed heritage that's fighting against racism. So I don't think it always is the case. You know what I'm saying? Come true, Freddie.
Yeah, man. Bless up the panel, man. I just wanted to second that, innit? Because obviously I lived in Jamaica, innit? And I'm saying the mindset of the people is much more detrimental than the skin color of them. Believe you me. Because out of many colors, there's one. Do you know what I'm saying? I know mixed race Asian, mixed race black, mixed race white, every mix there is. And trust me, in Jamaica, most of them people are thinking one way, like black orientated. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think when you're black and you got a destructive mentality, it's much worse than going with a white partner. Believe you me, bro. If you got that mindset and you hate your people, it doesn't matter if you're with a white woman or not, because you're just going to be no good to us anyway. You're going to probably be one of the first that have to go.
That's facts.
I hear that. And I agree with what you man are saying. I don't really, from growing up, be more accepted. I don't know. There'll be mixed with people we know they're more on the white side. They don't really move like how man move. They move more like how white people move. Rah.
Hey, big up, yeah. Listen, if there's any space on the panel, yeah, I've got two man in the back chat that want to jump on.
Okay,
Obviously, Captain was on mute. So.
Later, Soda.
I bet you big up yourself for jumping on. Obviously, we like I keep saying, obviously on the panels, we like to have an opposing voice.
Yes,
someone that's on the opposite side and all that. You know how we do, man. Come on. Yeah, big up yourself, though, Betty, yeah.
Okay, later. Thank you.
All right, big up, man. All right, MA, we're gonna let you in now, yeah. But Ansar Tawid, yeah, I was gonna try and make a space for you still, so when you're ready, try and jump
I'm gonna jump off in a minute, you know, fam. I just wanted to make that point be known that like it's not got nothing to do with your skin color, in my opinion, because it's death to the black oppressors first, isn't it? In my opinion, do you know what I'm saying? I'm looking to murder some of them first if anything happens. You know what I mean?
You can say there's people, yeah. No, don't feed the trolls. You can say there's mixed heritage people that identify with their white side more, but they're still gonna get called a nigger. And I'm saying that same person ain't gonna get called a cracker.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So do you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that they're still identified more as black than as they're never really identified as white, but they are identified as black, even if they have mixed heritage in it. Do you know what I'm saying? By society, innit? Like, say if a mixed heritage youth does a robbery, they're gonna say it was a black youth. They're not gonna say it was a white youth, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? They might say it's a light. And then you got black people. Imagine this: you got black people, two black parents, light skin, fair. You got certain people, a white and a black parent, dark skin. So even sometimes you can't even tell in the black community who's mixed. Obviously, sometimes facial features will show still, but like if you're going off skin complexion, you can't always tell who's got two black parents or who's from a mixed heritage family. You can't always.
That's my sister, fam. She's a straight throwback. My mum and dad's black like my teddy, but my sister's a straight light skin throwback, innit?
Yeah. Everybody, everybody, you get me? My youths are. A lot of people think they're mixed heritage. You get me? So that's why I know that you can't really judge based on skin complexion. But it's for me, it's mentality, innit? Personally, but
yeah, it's who you are. Who are you? Like, I don't care if you look Asian or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Polish. It just depends on what type of person you are that I'm dealing with. You know?
Yeah. I think even if you go, even when you go to like the Caribbeans and Americas, like there's people that look very Asian-y. Do you get it? But they're black. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're you know what I'm saying, the Caribs and all of them, man. There, so even then, like I don't think it's always just that you can see But I think society is still gonna stop and search a mixed heritage youth as if he's black. They're not gonna say, "Oh, he's white." We're gonna let him go in it. So I think in society, there's always gonna be that. Even though genetically there's definitely two heritages, by society they're gonna be more treated as black.
Yeah, I had to think about that one there. Just there. I thought, okay, if he was in, I don't know, Hatfield or Hertfordshire, he was with 7 white friends, he's mixed race. Yeah, I think boy, then we'll go to him first because he's the one with some, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah, I think the main establishment can't see the difference, big man. Trust me, bro. Like I believe that once you got a tip of black in you, you're black to them. Like they'll quickly string you up and make sure your life's over ASAP. You get what I'm trying to show you? We're just
main establishment, 100%.
Yeah, main establishment, they're on it, man. They're fully promoting this racist agenda.
Yeah.
And trust me, bro, it's the black ones, bro. It's not no one else, you know what I mean? Because obviously, if all black people had sense, we wouldn't even be talking about who you're dating and what partner you've got and all this rubbish. Do you know what I'm saying?
You got black people that definitely date outside black, and they'll try to stick it on the next black person. You get me? Or black people that definitely tear down black people and have that would try to stick it on.
Like if we was more on cold, if we didn't have them type of people, like the ones that tear each other down, like the ones that tear black people down, if we didn't have them ones, trust me, this wouldn't be an issue. Do you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, when you date a Chinese person, they still know their culture and they still stay on code and everything. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not dashing away all their heritage to take on a new heritage, if that makes sense. But black people, when we meet, yeah, they're never gonna do a hectare. But it's when we meet someone else now, we just 360 the whole thing and forget about everything. Like man, don't listen to ragga no more. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like crazy. Those are the black people I don't like.
But you know what it was, yeah? Like man's trying to get to the next level above that sort of stuff like that. You get me? Like, so man's trying to talk about people that are actually implementing laws that we have to live by and stuff like that, innit? Yeah. So, right, if there's any black people that are politicians or mixed race people that are politicians, sort of, instead of just voting for them because they're mixed race or they're black or whatever, it's like, man, them need to be looking at what their actual policies are. Is their shit going to be really helping? What is it? You get me?
Well, I think it comes down to mindset, innit? Are they? That's what I'm saying. Are they pro-black, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, are they unapologetically black, innit? That's how you're gonna know what the policies are. Like, if they're a black person in a political place, but they're feeling like they need to appease other people, then like their policies are like for example, Obama, like it was worse. You know what I'm saying? Because now you got this black face, you got all of these white guys behind closed doors in the House, they're equivalent to the House of Commons and the House of Lords, and you get it, that are still pushing agendas that are worse for black people. So just because you got black skin and you're a politician, I think if you're a black person and you're in any like place in the system, like man's gonna like have a eye on what you're about, innit? Because sometimes Jeremy Corbyn's gonna come out with more fucking more pro-black agendas than David Lammy. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest. Jeremy Corbyn, if you actually look at some of the like stuff he's done, like Grenfell, he was in the community. I didn't see David Lammy when Mark Duncan got killed. So yeah, I think it's definitely about the politics. But then sometimes
just to ask, can I ask one quick question, Russ? Sorry to break your flow.
Sometimes the white guys feel more comfortable to be pro. You know what I'm saying? They might feel more comfortable. That might be a part of the privilege, innit? Whereas a black person, like, they feel under the pressure. Remember, we're 6% of this country, so David Lammy and them lot, they're trying to keep their job. And there's a next nigga that's looking to coon harder than them, just waiting at the door. Whereas with the white guys, it's like, this is their country at the end of the day. They're the majority. So they might have a bit more space where that's concerned. Don't feed the troll. Sorry to cut you, bro.
No, that's calm. You kind of answered my question with the M bit there. I was just going to ask you if you think David Lammy's doing that to be in the job, and you got to drum up your support, innit? It's part of the spill of
Basically,
the
I
political
lost. Yeah, basically, I lost faith in all of them. To be quite honest with you, there's no political system in England that's going to help us personally, in my opinion. That's just my little dumb opinion, innit? Trust me, if you're putting your trust in politicians, forget it, innit?
Yeah, sure. Can't put the trust in them still.
Yeah, that's what's. Well, you can't just put your trust in something that you've not researched yourself, innit?
No, the reason why I say that, fam, because you see, Diane Abbott and David Lammy, if they had full advance to know when these people was getting deported, our elders and our old generation was getting deported, they knew everything. They knew years before. They could have came out on campaign and said, "Yo, be careful, yo, because this is what's going to happen to you." So, I'm from your community. I'm just gonna tell these people at this certain church, and you spread the word to this church, and you know what I'm saying? But they didn't do that. They haven't got no interest at heart. Every time there's a law coming in against us, we never get a heads up.
Yeah, trust me.
That's what I'm saying. I feel that talk there. That's real talk there, though. That's kind of serious right there, because wait, let me think about what you just said there and come back. That was serious.
Sorry, let me.
I'm just saying, man, them, that we get so much betrayal, man, them. We have to be careful of trying to think about politics and going down that route. We're better off doing the economics route, bro. Cause the politics route's long, bro. Because we get too much betrayal, too much trickery, just like what Russ said, too much ass kissers. You get what I'm saying?
So voting, because I don't vote. I've never voted. I don't trust none of them. I stopped listening a few years ago, really, because it's all the same, innit, really?
No, I disagree.
Disagree?
I don't see how Jeremy Corbyn could be worse than Boris Johnson. I don't agree with that. And all we have to do is just look at Boris Johnson and he's already trying to abolish workers' rights. Don't take my word for it. Just type in Boris Johnson abolishing workers' rights, and it'll pop right up, my bro.
I could imagine it is, but do you think that wouldn't have happened, or do you think?
Do you know what the funny thing is? To be honest with you, I don't know. But imagine he's only been in power 20 minutes, and he's already reaching for the working class. The same dickheads that he convinced to vote for him, he's going to make their lives even more difficult. And then he's going, on top of that, he's going to pursue a Brexit that's going to fuck up the working class man. I don't see how Jeremy Corbyn could be worse. Especially as a working class man. Do you know what I'm saying? It's madness, bro. It's madness. I hear the whole voting thing, but no,
I don't know.
I'd rather cut off one finger rather than cut off my hand. Do you know what I mean? I'm still going to be maimed, but I'm less maimed if with just a finger gone. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. So, but you see what it is, yeah? It's like you have to choose the lesser of two evils and all that. I'm not into choosing no evil. But I'm not into choosing no evil. They might as well come.
Don't forget, bro, the choice is going to be made for you, bro.
That's cool, because in my eyes, the choice is always made.
Hey, big up. Listen, is anyone on the panel not looking to make a contribution? Because obviously we got people in the back wanting to jump on as well still. So,
yeah, I'm going to jump up still. I'm going to jump up, have some bread.
Yeah, I'm gone, man. Pick up yourself, Phil, man. Pick up the whole panel.
Freddie, before you go, I went to a Basement Jacks concert in Brixton, you know.
Yeah, I'm a full Basement Jacks fan, blood. Get your mind right, blood. Where's your head at?
Where'd you hear that?
Yeah,
Bingo
mate.
bango, red alert, rendezvous.
Come on, come on. I'm a
Come on.
festival done though.
Gotta have a lunch in a bit, alright?
Yeah, come
Yeah.
on.
I'm gonna make you know when they're on the headliner
All right, let me know.
in the summer. Yeah, I'll
Let me know.
definitely make you know, fam.
All right, cool.
Right, and bless up the whole chat, everybody in the panel, man.
Big
Black
up, yeah.
power, man. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what what partner you're with, just get your mind towards black people, innit? Get your mind to thinking about black shit, and you'll be cool. Like Velle, to me, he's just one of my regular brethren, innit? That's got a white wife, innit? He's always thinking the way he needs to think. That's why I don't have to doubt him. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, you done know. Bless up.
Yo, did I miss the conversation? I missed all the black white thing, innit? It's all gone.
Yeah, man, well, you can still chime in on it, B. You get me? Big up Trill. You got yourself, brother.
Big up Red Pill.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, sorry, it's just a bit. It just got a bit noisy. 1 second.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
So,
man.
MA, you wanted to chime in, cuz?
Yeah. I was gonna say a couple of things. First, I do think there's a difference between having a white wife and just having a white child. In terms of outlook, innit? Because, like, let me take my dad for example. My dad's first child was with a white woman. So one of my older sisters, she's mixed race. Yeah. My dad has been pro-black and working in the community, like from dot in it, like, and to be fair, he openly admitted regrets, after conception, and a whole heap of madness. Obviously, we're talking about the 80s now. A whole heap of mad political kind of wrangling, not political, but like, yeah, the politics of that time was a bit different in it. So man would always say that he, kind of regretted it. Like, it's kind of quite deep actually, and obviously we've got some familial scars that we've had to deal with as well. But yeah, I think in terms of I'm trying to rewind now. You lot said about can you be pro-black and have like a white family or whatever? I think you can. You can be pro-black in action. You can be pro-black in your mind, but I think there is a limit. I think there's a ceiling in it. I think when it comes to, like, we haven't really been faced with situations where we've had to choose in this country. We don't have some kind of civil war or race war or whatever where we have to choose, or even in terms of, at the moment we've had quite a stable how can I put it? Like, foreign policy in terms of the relationship that Britain has with other countries has been quite stable in terms of being able to go to this country or that country. I'm not talking about the actual foreign policy. I mean, in terms of travel. So we've kind of had it quite easy and stuff. If it was a bit more complicated, and decisions were made based on other factors, then we might see the difference of having children who are of different ethnic origins and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm throwing that one out there still. But yeah, aside from that, I think, obviously working with certain groups, that might be deemed as not possible if you're. I'm pretty sure that that a lot of people in the community don't even know that my dad's got a mixed race daughter. Probably don't know. And
we do now.
Yeah. Well, I think most of them do now, but I think, because she's not been around.
I'm only good.
What?
No, they could joke me on one, man. No. Go on, sorry.
No, it's calm. Nah, she ain't been around not really none of the mixed race circles. Mixed race circles, the Pan-African circles. Like, my mum was going to the meetings when he was really, really young, innit? And she would always complain, and she never came. And that was a point of contention when he would come to pick all of us up and that, because we've got different mums and that. So, yeah, man, I think there's some nuances. I don't think it's like a black and white. I don't think it's a clear-cut thing. I think that you will find that there's some nuances, and even you'll find that sometimes a person's mentality can change once they have have had a children with a white woman or a white man, you know, whichever way it goes, you'll see that the mentality maybe change and become more open. They'll start thinking in different ways because you have to. If your child is born into the world with something that you now need to adapt to, you're going to adapt. Otherwise, you're a bad father. You get me? I think taking a white wife, I think, again, like I said, I will say that, like, again, that you can be pro-black in your mind and whatever, and in action, but you're going to come up against bare hurdles. You are, and if anyone's going to say that they're with a white wife and they have Pan-African or pro-black intentions, and they haven't felt uncomfortable bringing their wife to certain places and whatever, then they're lying. Yeah, because we know what it is. Even just walking down the street, you know, it's a bit uncomfortable sometimes, and you got to get over that hurdle. So, yeah, I think the child is a different matter. The child can go either way. You know what I mean? The child can go whichever way. Either the parents have trying to coerce them to go, or that they've taken upon themselves to go themselves. You get me? So that's not really as much of an issue. You know what I mean? As I think Respect said earlier on about loads of people that of mixed heritage have fought the good fight in it. So it doesn't, yeah, the child can go either way. But I think it's definitely nuances and walls and barriers that you can come up against, as well as the fact of representation. You know what I mean?
Can you be white and pro-black?
Can you be white and pro-black? In your mind, you can, but
what do you mean? What other way is there? In your mind, in your actions, in your politics, can you be white and pro-black? Can you be pro-white and pro-black?
Can you be pro? Let me do the first question first. Can you be white and pro-black? In my opinion, and this isn't just my opinion, I haven't dissected it enough yet, but it's my opinion. You can't in the physical. You can be in your mind, but because you're white, your actions, no matter what they are around black people, are automatically, like, they're not even just not pro-black, they're anti-black. Because
so being white makes you anti-black.
Yeah, 100%. That's my opinion.
So being black makes you anti-white.
Yeah, I think they're diametrically opposed.
I'm a black man. I'm not anti-white.
No, I'm saying
I'm anti-white supremacy. Yeah, I'm anti-white supremacy, and that's only when it comes in a form where that impedes or encroaches upon my human rights. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, if you feel like you're a white man and they're the best race in the world, and you're gonna support and promote that viewpoint, I think you're allowed to, because I'm gonna support and promote any viewpoint that I think is real. Do you know what I mean? What you can't do is tell me that I can't promote black people being the best race or them being superior. You can't encroach on me doing my thing, and that way I think it's fair. I think the reason why we got such an issue with white supremacy is because it comes with power. It comes with an enforceability, and it comes with a kind of set of rules that says the chips are not evenly stacked in society for everybody to be as equally supremacist as what the white race is.
Yeah.
But in terms of a white person wanting to see the best for black people, black community or whatever, for listening to black politics and black ideas and feeling empathetic and supportive towards them, I don't see how that can't be done. I really don't see how just simply being born a certain color means that you are anti another set of people politically.
Let me explain a little bit about what my perspective is. There's a reason why I kind of separated the head from the body when I made my first kind of statement about a white person being white person being pro-black. I think you can be that in your head, like same way I think you yourself, you could be you didn't say you're pro-white, but you could be more accepting in your head, right? But your presence, the presence of your body is in direct opposition to the presence of a white guy's body as well. I'm saying that from a post transatlantic slavery position. Now, you may not have relatives or a history in that narrative, but because of white supremacy, like you stated, that has diametrically opposed both of us. Like, so we know,
but not intrinsically. You can't say that a white baby born today on the 3rd or 4th of December, whatever date is anti-black just because they're white.
From a structural point of view, they are, because the whole system is built on that premise.
But nobody, who is a structure? We're talking about organic material. We're talking about a biological fucking a cluster of cells or vibrating atoms, and we're putting a political ideal on that, which is nonsense. It's not logical. It doesn't make any sense.
No, man, here's you from. Okay, if you want to talk, okay, we have to talk on different.
And even if their politics was supporting the quote unquote pro-black agenda, that would make them anti-white, if anything.
Now, but man, them don't talk about decolonization when they have these conversations. You get me?
Okay.
Like, you're not talking about like the level you're talking about is on a human level, and I have nothing to say to combat that position. And I agree with you on a human level. Man, them and woman, them are all humans. We're all humans. Blah 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 blah. I'm on that, and I've been on that for the longest time. You get me? But from a structural point of view, yeah, and this is why, bro, I've got what you could call white friends. You get me? But I've also had conversations with them where I used to have more white friends, and I've had to remove them because they haven't been able to have this conversation with me, right? Whereby I got one specific brethren, and he knows, yeah. I've said to him, your presence is antagonistic to me from a political and structural perspective. Yeah. So where man is at psychologically, I obviously I've recognized the structures in place and all this kind of stuff and whatever, and I've chosen my side, innit? And I've chosen decolonization, not at all costs, but I've chosen decolonization, innit? And I'm on that path. I'm trying to get on that path, blah 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 blah. But I've been able to have the conversation with him because I don't know why he did it, but he went and studied African whatever at SOAS, innit? So he's doing a PhD at the moment. But I didn't even know that when I met the brother. Like, you wouldn't know that if you saw him. But anyway, he knows, yeah, that his presence is antagonistic. But it's not like we have an agreement, but we have a common understanding of what the situation is. You get me? And he would be the first one to go to another black guy and explain that to them, yeah, and feel no way, because it's not like he's insecure about being white. It's just that he understands the system. You know what I mean? Man can relate to him on a human level without a problem. You get me? But
you still think that he's anti-black because he's white?
I'm saying structurally, like from a white supremacist post racial position, his presence, yeah, is anti. You know what? If you stayed in Europe,
the presence of a white man is anti-black. There's no way you're going to spin that.
The presence of white people and black people in commune together, there's a conflict there.
What is
now
that?
There's a conflict there. There wouldn't have been hundreds of years ago, but now there is
what's the conflict?
There. What's the conflict?
Yeah.
Is that white betterment has had to be white betterment has ridden on the back of black oppression. Simple.
Okay, but if a black man is pro-black, if a white man is pro-black and willing to use his privilege to further the cause for equality, therefore furthering the black political collective, then he cannot in any way, shape or form be seen to be anti-black.
Okay, so we're gonna get into semantics now.
No, I don't mean it in a semantic.
No. I'm saying I would use semantics. I'm not saying you are. I said I would use it. I would then say, because there's a thing called post-raciality, yeah, which is we used to focus on race, and race would be the driving force for society, and now race is no longer an issue, yeah. So to live in a post-racial society means that we've dissolved the boundaries of race, and no decisions or no economic predicaments are driven by race. So I would say that. So so if the white guy that you just mentioned is trying to go towards that, yeah, by being anti-white. So that's the semantics I'm going to say. He's not anti-white, right? Because he's trying to rid himself.
He might be pro-white. He might be pro-white. He might be pro-white, and he might recognize that the only way that the white race can progress is to renounce their history of oppression and to embrace the concepts that you are discussing, and even to go as far as to think about reparations, restorative measures to I suppose deliver justice to a group that has been injustice or groups that have been injustice, or to wipe the slate clean per se, as in socially to show that they are willing to correct their wrongs, and not just through waxing lyrical, but through practical means.
Action.
Through actions, man. And I think.
Do you know he said that he is pro-white? Because you said he was pro-white, and then you said
pro-white because he's a white man, and he's got a white family. He's a white man. He's got a white family. He's got a white wife, and he's happy to see the existence of his whatever, his genome. He has no self-hate. He's just dealing with honesty, as in he knows that his people have done wrong, innit? He knows history does not favor maybe the collective he's come from. But he's honest, and he's like, yo, yeah, white people have done fuckery. And as far as I'm concerned, white people need to, as society, we need to find ways to restore balance. Yeah, and really push for that. And if he's a man that does that and doesn't hide from him or she doesn't hide from the tough questions, doesn't minimize, deny, or blame anybody else for the actions of his people, then I don't really see. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see how him just being white could make him anti-black in any way. And that being said, what is better? Is it better for a man whose parents, this is me, a man whose parents both come from Nigeria? What is in my interest personally? Is it to be pro-black or to be pro-African?
Well, that's
because I know people that are pro-black that are anti-African, and you may see it as an oxymoron, but that's something to be debated about with the out of Africa theory. But those that don't cling to that theory that I think was delivered by white people, they may be pro-black and anti-African because they see themselves separate as from being African. I had a talk with a young man from Jamaica just last week who shares similar sentiments. Do you know what I mean? And I know there's loads of ADOS and indigenous people from America and Hebrews, and
should we focus on that second part of that, because I can't even remember the first thing. So should we focus on that?
Okay.
Yeah. So you said, should you be pro-black or pro-African? Is it better to be pro-black or pro-African?
Or a Nigerian?
For you, do you know what? This is a thing of individual identity, isn't it? Like, I don't have there's Africans that come on the panels, right? Who are, okay, look, let's take Betty for example, yeah. Betty. Don't worry.
Let's do better. Do better. You gotta do better.
No. She's a good example.
All right, go on, bro.
Betty is appears to be pro-black, right? Appears to be pro-black. She's not on Pan-Africanism in any way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah.
And that the pro-blackness that she feels in her mind doesn't translate.
Betty's not pro-black.
No. What I'm saying is the pro-blackness that she feels in her mind. Yeah. Because I think if I asked her, she probably would say she is.
Betty's not pro-black.
You what?
Betty's not pro-black.
All right. Okay. Let me take a different example because.
But and there's a reason why I say Betty's not pro-black, because of her attitude towards Black Americans. Yeah.
No, man.
And wait, and the Caribbeans, which is explicitly anti-black.
Yeah.
She may think she's pro-African. Yeah.
This is what I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to use. That's why I wanted to use it. But I'll
Pro
use
black, pro black includes everybody of a melanated nature, which is very weird, very broad, and very blurred, and very needs.
Yeah, brother, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I wanted to try and use her, but I'm gonna use somebody else. Okay, so let me use let me try to use someone else. Basically, whoever it may be, there's people that come from the continent that were either born on the continent or maybe like Hector or something. Yeah, actually, no, Hector's even worse. Somebody else. Yeah.
Oh shit! No more Nigerians. No more Nigerians.
Yeah, no more Nigerians, bro. Somebody else anyway who is pro. Okay, there you go. I was wrong. Who is pro Africa, like is proud of their heritage and their tribe, proud of everything to do with themselves and whatever, and even relates to other black people in a positive way, and doesn't really have nothing negative to say, other than when it comes to tribalism. Yeah, when it comes to tribalism, and you know what? I don't really have no complaints about that from a because I think like this whole like I'm getting more and more heavier into Pan-Africanism because I was kind of born into it and then I moved away from it for a long time. But I don't really have a problem with nationalism on a smaller scale, and tribalism on an even smaller scale, because at the end of the day, that is maintaining a particular black community. It's maintaining some black traditions, black or African, whatever you want to call it, African traditions, and there's nothing bad about that. And I don't have an argument against that. You get me? So from my perspective, it's more likely that somebody who was born in a diaspora, especially somebody who comes from that lineage of people that were taken on slave ships, it's more likely that that person is going to see themselves as black way before they're going to see themselves as African, up until a certain point at least. Obviously, the first ones that were taken probably saw themselves as African for a long time. You get me? Until they were told they were something else. So I don't really care. I don't think it's that important whether either term is used. However,
I think it is. I think it's very important.
I'll tell you why I don't think it's important. It's not important if the person who sees themselves as African, is not trying to denigrate people who see themselves as black or who could be classed as black. That's all I care about. Really.
I talk to people that class themselves as black all the time, all day, every day. Yeah. And one thing I notice is there's a disconnect in their heads between black people and Africans. Us in the UK, me as a Nigerian, a man from Nigerian heritage, born in the UK, I've never seen the distinction. I've never distinguished myself between Black American, African, Aborigine. In my head, I thought we were all the same, innit? Yeah. And then now I see that other people's ideologies have caused them to see a separation. We chat to like my brother Ashley, he'll come on and be telling me about, yo man, now there's loads of Africans coming over here and they're moving them to different hoods and, they're keeping us separated. And, a lot of people over here don't trust the Africans. And there's a lot of news stories mislabeling Black Americans as Africans, and some people feel some kind of way about it. And it's like that. It's like the old school division between Caribbeans and Africans in London, from like the late 80s and early 90s. It's like that kind of mentality has spread worldwide and is probably one of the dominating ways that people are seeing each other now. Like, it's been in the Caribbean, isn't it? I ain't no African. I ain't rare. We know this. People have fought tirelessly to break that stereotype down, but it seems that it's a permanent fixture in the way some people see themselves. So, if we're dealing on Pan-Africanism, you lose a lot of people because they don't feel included. We lose God of Jacob. We lose this guy. We lose that guy because they're like, yo, I'm an American. I'm a Black American or whatever. When I was growing up, it was like, you're an African, you're not African American. That's a shit title. But now it's like, yo, I'm an American. I'm a Black American. I ain't no African. So it's like, I don't know whether it's with the rise of more information, slavery and stuff like that being kind of in parts debunked in some places in terms of the extremities, the numbers, the explanations for different settlements around the world being put down to slavery. A couple of those things are starting to be debunked, and there's ulterior information. And I'm like, now I don't think that this term pro-black is even a worthy term to describe the masses, and pro-African isn't a worthy term to describe the masses, because we have many people in our communities that don't consider themselves African, and I don't have a problem with that. They've got alternative origin story. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine by me. So now we're stuck with using these words that don't fit all of us at any point in time, hardly fit any of us like individually. So then what are we doing? How are we arguing about whether someone can have a white partner and be pro-black? I've just shown you that a white person could be pro-black. Do you know what I mean? So they like,
well,
and,
no, that's
and, 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 well, anything.
End yet, so don't say that.
Well, I think I've proven from
you've given an argument, but you
don't do that to me, though. Don't do that to me. Yeah, I've proven, yeah, for me personally, yeah, and I think for others that yes, you can be white, and your politics is pro-black. You are pro the black causes. You are sympathetic with the black causes. You can be active within the black causes. You are not a hindrance. Yeah, you are not here to detract. You will only add, and if you will only add to a cause, then you can never be described as anti that cause if you're only there to add and to assist.
I don't know any white person that has only added to a black cause. I don't know if you do.
What do you mean only added to a black cause?
You're saying
there's white people raised in black families. There's white people raised in black families. There's white people raised in black families. Yeah, as in they have black stepchildren, and their politics doesn't differ from the black parents or the black families' politics. Politically, they are in agreement. When it comes to their worldview, they acknowledge all parts of history, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Okay, so the presence of this white parent, this white step parent or whatever, you know, their presence has not had any effect on the black child. And in terms of blackness,
it'd be an encouraging effect, encouraging them to celebrate their blackness.
So the fact
they are white. They're white. What you got a white.
Okay, look, I'm gonna ask you to do something.
You got a white school teacher, right?
Right. Hold on.
You had a white school teacher that had a positive effect on your education, right?
Yeah, and also what could be classed as a negative as well. Let me ask you a question. Yeah.
The positive one had a negative effect.
Wait a second. Yeah, this is the point, Jedi. The point is that it's not like I understand what your I'm not going to call it a bias because it's not a bias, but I understand what your angle is, bro. I do understand what your angle is, but I don't think you're trying to see the additional nuances of the presence of whiteness within the life of a young black child or whatever, like, because I think you can see that because you've got the mind to be able to dissect that, bro. So
what is the nuances of a presence?
I'm saying, okay, so take the teacher, for example. Could you give me all these examples of kind of mother or father figures who are white, who are in control of a young black child's destiny in some kind of shape or form, right? So a white step parent, yeah, is okay. So the conversation a minute ago with Velle and that was about whether you can be pro-white, pro-black, and have a white partner or whatever, or white wife and stuff like that. I would argue, yeah, that the white partner or wife or whatever can support financially, can encourage and help to educate that black child about blackness and history and everything and the whole 9 yards. But the presence of that person in that child's life as a positive influence, yeah, is also you have to aggregate the whole thing because the person is white, and so that person might now look up. Just same way I've had more white.
Waffle, man. Come on, brother, man. Just spit it out, man. Say it. What? Having a white parent, no matter how pro-black they are.
Hold on, wait.
Are you saying? Don't get offended. Don't be offended. Let me slide this in. Let me slide this in and see if I can assist.
You told me to stop interrupting you.
Let me just slide
this in. You're going to complain because I'm trying to explain.
No, I'm not trying to complain, bro. Don't get offended, man. Don't be offended.
Man.
Don't take the route of offend.
Anyway,
Offend.
man.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Anyway,
Listen, man. Let me just slide this point in.
No, bro, I'm saying my point. What's wrong with you? Let me say my point, man. Fucking hell. Right. So the same way, yeah, that the white teachers that we've had throughout our childhood we can say had a positive effect by helping us to count, helping us to read, all these kind of things so that we can actually get on in the world, yeah. They've also given us an example of what if there's no presence of blackness in our education, then we're gonna think that the only place we can go to find knowledge is with white people. And I'm telling you, that is what a lot of children leave school thinking. Yeah. So when you have so the same way, if you have a white parent or a white step parent or whatever, then you might think, okay, well, the example set for me as a child was that yes, I had my black father or whatever, and my mother left or my dad left or whatever, and it was this person that came and helped raise me, and I might now. So in terms of seeing positivity in the black figure, in the black parental figure, right? The presence of a white person taking that place can be a net negative for a young black child if they don't have something to kind of balance the thing out. And I would argue just the presence of them period sends it the other way. Like I would much rather, and I would argue that there'll be a more healthier relationship between young black people and older black father and mother figures if they are seeing that throughout their childhood, from school to in the home, wherever it may be. That's my argument.
Well, I mean, your argument is reliant on a lot of ifs. Yeah. The reason why I tried to cut you because you're very long-winded. I didn't want to cut you in a rude way. I just wanted to see if I could just get to the point of which you just made, didn't it? Yeah, really quickly. Please don't be offended when I didn't mean to offend you. Yeah, when I was like, oh yeah, and interrupt. Sorry, yeah?
Jedi, if you're gonna complain about man cutting you, then don't cut man.
It was. I feel like when I cutted you, not to get onto it. Let's move on. But it was at a realistic point in time where I felt like your reply was becoming too long-winded.
Yeah, but I'm more than capable. I'm more than capable.
Bro,
of formulating my answer, innit? If I take a little longer, then I take a little longer. But I can do that myself, innit?
Yeah,
that's what it is.
We should try not to be too rigid, innit? Like, just be flexible, and we can do the give and take thing. That's a fruitful conversation. This is not a debate. It's not a timer thing. So yeah, I did say don't interrupt me, but that's because I'd literally said a few words and you'd interrupted, like you just did just now. But it's cool. Anyway, the whole argument about having a white presence, a positive white presence, can ultimately be negative. That's reliant on a lot of ifs. A lot of if there's no black presence in the house, or if there's no other black presence in education, that's a big if. And even that being an if,
especially if there's none. Especially, I said, my argument is that it's negative. It has its positives, but it's always going to be negatives that go with it. That's my argument, Jedi.
So then, could we also say that in terms of having only black parents or only black teachers, there could also be positives and negatives that can't come with living in 21st or 21st century England or 21st century world, Earth?
Not for black people, no. I think if you're completely submerged in blackness, from a pro-black perspective, I don't see
that could never on Earth being completely submerged with one type of people could never be something that is wholly positive unless that is wholly positive for the whole world. And we know that's not. In terms of trade, that has never been our culture. That's never been us. That's never been let me say that's never been African people. Yeah. So we
African people.
We use the Nile, the Silk Road. We travel the world and we trade and we establish communities and we influence the rest of the world. And the only way that we really established that level of greatness was to be travelers, and was to interact with others. And I feel like having no knowledge of the other set of people only is going to breed ignorance, which therefore is going to be a hindrance when you come to the world market. Unfortunately, us as black people, we're not going to build a fence around Blacktown and say no one else is going to come in ever and we ain't never going to leave. So being humans earthlings, we are going to be around people from other places. So the best thing would be to become educated up on them, and to have awareness of them, and if anything, to study them. Yeah, just like the black man's been studied, we should be studying some white folks as well. Having having a white teacher that promotes positive imagery and positive ideals of blackness or Africanness, yeah, could only be a plus. Yeah, that can only be a plus. Like, regardless of where that lesson comes from, the negative aspect that you're putting in as a clause of, oh well, you know what, now that person's learnt from a white person, and that could be a negative. I mean, that's quite far-fetched.
I think that's quite simple. I don't know. I don't
No,
understand.
if you remember the white person that I described for the scenario, I think that is quite far-fetched, because that white person is teaching pro-black curriculum, pro-black information, pro-black politics, pro-black history. So then,
Okay, I think the difference is
I'm saying.
Yeah, I do 100. I think the difference in perspectives is what divides me and you in this respect. My perspective is that separation is a desirable outcome in the short, medium term. Long term, I think a re-established relationship with white Europe and the rest of the black family can happen. But I think in the medium term, when I say medium, I mean like 100 years and stuff like that, something like that. But in the medium term, I think separation is something that I would advocate for, right? Whether it be,
who's separating though? Like who
no,
would
leaving.
Yeah, but who's leaving? Black people.
Yeah.
So your sisters wouldn't be able to leave and join your family and your dad.
That's gonna have to be up for debate, isn't it?
I'm asking, isn't it?
I don't think she would leave, to be honest.
Because this is where this is why these concepts, yeah, just like the white ring concepts, the right wing and racist concepts, they just have no basis in any form of reality. It's like some alternative universe that we're living in, where all black people are going to leave and separate from everyone else. It's like, yo, black people, if the black woman is God, if the black man is God, if the black man and woman are the original beings, everybody came from us. And if everybody came from us, we got mixed race offspring. Yeah, and if you got mixed race offspring, then you're asking families to separate.
Who's asking? No,
Jada. What I mean?
What did I say? Hold on, wait. Strong arguments, bro. What did I say already about the children of mixed race families? I said there ain't no problem. They're generally speaking, ain't no problem. They tend to choose one side or another, innit? Like, and I'm not talking about a mass exodus. Wait. I'm not talking about a mass.
Why'd you get like that? Why are you getting like that? I could get like that as well. Just chill out, MA, man. What's wrong?
I'm making a point, brother.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, why are you talking to me in that manner? Like, just relax. You're not under fire. You're not under threat.
Okay, what did I just say that made you think?
You're just being mad impatient, bruv.
I'm just getting my points. You know what? You're tiring me out, bruv. I'm just trying to get my points out, innit? That's what it is. I'm just trying to get my points out. If you don't like the style of it, you don't like the style of it, innit?
It's not the style of it, bro.
I'm just making my points, innit? That's all I'm doing.
I hear you, man. I'm just trying to be humble with you, bruv. Do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to be humble with you. Like, it's a conversation, ain't no argument. I actually don't like. I don't. But I just literally just said to you, "What about your sister?" And you was like, "I don't know." Then you started getting all belligerent, saying, "Well, I'm not saying that like the whole family."
No, you know what it is, because I've already made. I'll tell you what it is. It's because I've already made the point, and I feel like what you're not seeing is you're not seeing the nuance, and you're not carrying the nuances that I've already explained to you.
I've never
and that
seen
means
it.
I'm listening to the argument properly. That's what it means to me. So I'll go back again and say I've already established. Yeah, when you ask me about,
let's go back to what you were saying about separation, bro. Yeah.
Right. Okay. No. Because you need to know. Because if you don't carry this, then there's no point in us having a conversation.
You said separation. You said, and I asked you, what do you mean? And you said black people leaving. Yeah. So I said, okay, if black people leave, if all black people leave, what's going to happen to your mixed race sister?
Bro, I said that's up to her.
Okay, so then I said, can you see how this is like a alternate universe of in terms of suggestion, is in terms of plausibility, because we have many mixed race offsprings, siblings, and family members, people of mixed heritage. We have mixed with the people of the world, and some would argue that we've created the people of the world. So the idea of us separating from them is just like asking your sister to choose between her black family and the rest of the world.
There's nothing, as far as I'm concerned, and I've had this conversation with her, there's nothing wrong with that. You're seeing
it's not realistic though, bro.
What do you mean it's not realistic, Jedi?
I mean, I said it's not realistic, bro.
What do you mean? But what do you mean? What do you mean? If it happened, it's realistic. What are you talking about?
So it's realistic, yeah, for black people to separate themselves from the rest of the world. You think this is a realistic option in 2020?
An option for what?
You said for separation.
Yeah, I know why.
In order to grow, to do whatever. Let's just deal with the separation. Do you think that's realistic? I'm saying it's not. You seem to be baffled as to why I'm saying it's not. I've given you an example of your own sister and how you don't know what her choice would be, and you must know that it'd be a near enough impossible choice for those people that have mixed heritage, families, and origins.
But that's not my decision to make. People in America right now, I think you'll make it's sounding more dramatic than it actually is, Jedi. Like, let's take it down a little bit, because there's people in America right now going to Ghana and going to move, right? There's not going to be a Moses thing and people are walking and there's part of the Red Sea and that, and they're going to go, no, that's not going to happen. There's people that are just literally moving to Africa, bro.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Everyone, like just people moving to Africa.
Wherever they decide to be, wherever they decide to be, that is away from number one.
Are we going to take the white people in Africa and get rid of all of them?
I think they should be get rid of, definitely.
So we're going to start with, where should we start with? Libya, Morocco, Algeria.
That's not my decision to make. I'm just giving.
No, but we're having a hypothetical conversation, and this is well, not even that. This is a scenario that you are kind of at the helm of. So I'm just like gently asking you. All right, cool. Put some flesh on that. If all the black people move back to Africa, yeah, what about the white people that are in Africa?
It depends on the nation. Jedi. It depends on the nations themselves. It's got nothing to do. Hold on, wait. It's got nothing to do with the desires of, say, myself. I'm not going there to go and instill an ideology and da da da. I'm not going to do that.
So what you're going to try separate? You want to separate yourself to a place where they are only black people. This is a point I'm trying to make. You picked Africa, but Africa is not a place of only black people. So I'm saying the ones that are there, the Arabs, the mixtures, and the white folks. What do we do with them? What do we do with the families that have got half Berber, half Bantu, half this? This is not bruv, don't you get it? Like, we've always mixed and we always will mix. That's what I mean, innit? So the idea of separation is essentially, it's not one that's even plausible, because we can't separate from ourselves. And if these people around the world are our children, yeah, it's gonna be impossible to separate.
I think I'm finding it difficult to follow what you're doing, because you're going from a political perspective.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to my words.
No, I heard you. I'm just gonna say what I have. You've gone from a political, structural perspective to a kind of we are the world, we are one kind of thing. And I don't think
I ain't done that at all. I ain't done that at all.
Okay, let me reword it then.
But if I may interject though quickly, brothers, yeah. Like, I'm hearing what you're saying, Jedi. Hold on a sec. I'm hearing what you're saying, Jedi. You get me? In that if, and it's still a if, they all come from us. You with me? But at the end of the day, it's 2020, and we know what's happened. You know what I mean? In history, this, that, and the other. So I don't see why it is that, you know what I mean, we're gonna kind of be claiming that everyone is ours when they're not claiming that we are theirs. You understand what I'm saying?
We got to deal with realness. We're talking about hypothetically, the brother's talking about separating black folks, yeah, so that they can go off and do their thing. And then he obviously brought up Africa. I'm just saying, look, when you're separating these black folks, yeah, these mixed heritage, mixed race people that are in all our families in one place or another. I can't say all, but one place or another, there's people with ulterior origin stories, should we just say, yeah? We got to really deal with this now, because the brother talking has himself a mixed race sister. And if that mixed race sister is like, well, I'm half white and half black, you're saying all black people go, so do you lose out on family members?
If I can ask,
or wait, or does your mixed race sister now get the chance to pick? Because if your mixed race sister gets the chance to pick, all right, I'm going with the black folks. How about other black folks are like, but you're mixed race?
Let me answer that directly then.
You understand what I'm saying? So I just wanted to unpack it a little bit. It weren't like I didn't have an answer. I just wanted to know how you felt about it.
Yeah, let me answer that directly still. Like I've already said, it's not my decision to make, first of all, on whether she decides to go. Like, to be fair, she would probably go, yeah, because she doesn't really, she identifies more of her black side, but that's up to her, innit? And we've had that conversation. Now, how it politically pans out, wherever it is, the place that this not imagined place, but this place that man wants to go to in Africa, it could be in the Caribbean, it could be anywhere, yeah. Now, whatever the political situation is there, whatever it is, because it could be a tiny community, it doesn't have to be, you go to a nation and whatever the aggregate.
I thought you meant a mass kind of migration. So you just mean like one or two few individuals.
Yeah, just go.
How are they going to affect the? We were talking on a mass basis. We were talking as black people. So you now saying it's just a few people. That's a different argument still.
No, but it's the same argument because it's not naturally going to happen all at once. What I'm saying is that, in fact, I can't even remember what the argument was in the first.
Once you mix water with oil, you can't separate them. That's what I want you to understand, that this is what we are like as humans: water and oil. White people could be oil, black people could be water, Asians could be oil, South Asians could be water, whatever it is. But you see from whence that water and that oil met and mixed. Listen, man.
I agree with you. I agree.
The idea of separating them, like that's what I said, becomes unrealistic.
No, but it's not unrealistic. No, but I think you might be using the wrong word. I don't know. I'm not going to try and put words in your mouth. But
by saying that, then,
I'm using the precise same word. Yeah.
Okay.
If we're dealing on a mass basis, yeah, the fact that you have a grey area between two major races, because we were talking about white and black, but it's definitely more than white and black, isn't it? Yeah. But let's just deal with the two major quote unquote races, yeah, the archetypal polar opposites, the white and the black. You got something in between them, yeah, that is an inextricable, unremovable link, yeah, and that is people been having babies, people been getting married, people been mixing, like people like, I don't want to use people's names, but we know people that have the most complicated mix in them, and yet seem to stand for some form of what we would call quote unquote black politics. Seem to have, do you know what I mean? So like, what happens to them? Because others may be like, well, do you know what? We set this up for purely black people, and you're not purely black, so you can't really come to this commune of purely black people with your mixed race self.
All right, let me step in. So we have to remember the reason why someone like me would want to go. It's not in of itself just to get away from white people. It's because of the system, right? It's because of the system that is built upon whiteness. So if you go and move to somewhere like South Africa, for example, that would be undesirable because that system still exists in that place in some shape or form. If you move to somewhere like, I don't know when I ain't even been to Africa, full stop. If I could go somewhere where the system in place, the predominant system in place, is one that is pro-black, yeah.
Do you think there's a place like
that? Of course I do.
Where's that?
From an economic perspective, yeah, their hands may be tied by white supremacy and by the powers that be. But from a cultural perspective, absolutely yes. I believe that there's places I can go to where the culture is pro-black, and that if the economic obstacles were taken away from them.
Can I ask you, how do you separate economics from culture?
How do I separate economic? Because you can have a cult. Because, well, first of all, the culture can be influenced by economics 100%. The culture will definitely be influenced, in fact. But
no, but if the economics is European or Western or not pro-black, then that culture is also influenced with non-pro-black influences. So
yeah,
then
100%. And I would argue that as what's going on now in parts of West Africa with the CFA franc being removed, right, but then replaced with some next thing, I would argue that it will be it will take a very long time for them to kind of adapt out of or evolve out of that thinking, the thinking that was influenced by, say, the Western currencies and whatever. So, but I would say that it would happen at some point. And also, I would say that there's probably communities within those nations that don't even use money. I believe that. I believe there's communities in those nations that are just farmers, that just have land, that are just chilling, not really doing much. You know what I mean? But they're kind of extra.
And is that pro-black?
Pardon?
Because they've got farms and they're not just chilling, not really doing much. Is that what you would call a pro-black culture?
A pro-black. Pro-black. I wouldn't say it's pro anything. I would say they're just doing what they're doing.
We got to scrap that then, because we were talking about a pro-black culture. So if that's not pro-black, then why are you mentioning it? This is what I'm saying. Yeah, listen, rude boy. I'm not even being funny. Yeah. But like, hold on, brother. I'm not being funny. Yeah. But I feel like as thought exercises go, yeah, the idea of the black nation or black people separating themselves, yeah, and creating their own thing, yeah, is not realistic. And when we look at Africa, we can see why there's problems, yeah, because at the lowest level we're not practicing, or at the highest level we're not practicing our cultures. We don't have our own economics, and we don't till this day actually have land that represents that. Nowhere. Whoa, you know, I mean, people enjoy Gambia, but I mean, some would say that Gambia is an Islamic country, Islamic state, and in its own concept is not necessarily pro-black. Some would argue that, innit?
Yeah, but Jeddah, this thing is also a pursuit for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it is.
No, it has to. Of course, it is. Yeah. It's not that man's trying to go. It's not that man's trying to go somewhere.
Yeah.
To fucking El Dorado or something. That's not what man's. Yeah. It's about going somewhere to be able to build. Here, you cannot build because of the system that's in place.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, why do we act like the system is not in place anywhere else? So if we're not gonna run from the system, bro. We're either gonna confront this beast that has got his foot on our neck, or we ain't. But you see, like trying to find a cushy corner to build a thing to get the strength up to do this and do that, like you know what? I just feel like that's unrealistic. That's why I use that word, unrealistic.
Yeah, that I completely disagree with you. I don't understand the logic of not. I don't understand your logic of not getting the fact that if you move to a nation, whose policies are not in of themselves racist policies, whose constitutions are not built on racist policies, whose economic was not necessarily built on racist policies, that it's easier and more logical to go to that place and build.
I hear you. I respect that, but sadly, like, I'm gonna have to keep reminding you that such a place does not exist, as you cannot name one.
Huh? There's not a place.
Hold on a minute. Jedi, what's your definition of pro-black, bub?
Did you hear what he just defined it?
No. Wait, I'm gonna say what I defined. I defined a nation whose policies are not built on the destruction of black people.
Where's that?
Where is that? There's bare places like that. We'll have to go into their constitutions and dig them out. But I'll do that.
Where is that?
So, for example, then, Jedi, you wouldn't consider Ghana as a pro-black nation, no?
No.
No, why not, Bab?
No, because to be honest, I think Ghana is a place where it's run by a succession of Freemasons. That's all. That's all this.
All right.
Wait. Like I said, a trigger word. People get upset. Whatever. So I know that essentially those people that run that country and have been running that country in succession have made an oath to people that don't look like me and you, that don't have my best interest at heart. Yeah. So charity is always going to be part and parcel of power. Yeah. Once you wield power, you have to be seen to do charity. Good works are always going to be available. But like essentially, do I think Ghana or Ghana's power structure is pro-black and dedicated to the advancement of black people, like in terms of the same way that being pro-white is dedicated to the advancement of white people? No, I don't.
All right, look. Let's not compare pro-black and pro-white, yeah? Because to me, that's just stupidness, if I'm going to be completely honest. Because it's the fact that there's fucking white supremacy could be argued that there needs to be a pro-black. You with me? So I don't think that we need to try to compare and contrast.
So you don't think we were pro-black before white supremacy came about? You don't think there were people were pro-African or pro themselves?
Yeah, but I think it was just natural though, Jedi. You understand what I'm saying?
Why is white supremacy not natural?
Sorry?
Why is white supremacy not natural?
It probably is.
Okay, so black supremacy therefore should be too.
Are you comparing? But that's what I'm saying. See, I think that's a very dangerous game where we try to sort of equate supremacies. You get me?
No. So because what happens is what we will go to promote it is different.
We're talking about supremacy over another race, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But we've already established in this conversation from earlier that that's not our politics. We don't do supremacy over other races. We might do supremacy over our own, but not over other races. You understand?
Our fault doesn't mean that it's stupid or whatever to compare them. If you saying black people don't want to oppress other people, then that's our business. White people do deal with it or defend yourself. You get me? So us as black people, we the majority people of the earth keep looking for excuses. I asked the question not long ago of like, are white people stronger, better, and smarter than us? And everyone said no. Some said, if that's the case, then how come we're on the bottom and they're on the top? Oh, well, white people are willing to do things that we're not, and people started putting all these morals into essentially what is dog eat dog or survival of the fittest. We're not moving up to par. We're not prepared.
Yeah, they're far more disciplined than we are.
Why
and they're smaller in number and they're more disciplined than us.
Yeah. It's because of the development of weapons. The development of weapons allow them to organize.
But when we're talking about us and the diaspora, all right, go on. Sorry, Bab. Go on, Bab.
No. The development of weapons allow them to colonize the nations of the world, isn't it?
You know, a man told me that the black man invented gunpowder, and it made me laugh. I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. We invent the thing, we invent the gunpowder, then they take the guns off us and put them at our heads, and we've been hostages ever since.
Yeah, if that's the case, that's what happened, isn't it?
Yeah, and now
that's why I argue that it could be thingy that our righteousness, this, that, and the other, will always keep us at the bottom. You see it? Because when everyone else is being hella fucking whatever, we're there just being righteous. Still, even our recent history, we're out here being righteous.
I agree.
What other nation would still be as righteous as we are after our recent?
Are you saying? Let me ask you though. Do you feel like righteousness is a weakness? Why are you saying that then?
In this present world, 100%.
In the doggy
would you advocate for us to do away with our righteousness?
100%.
Yeah, I agree still. And that's only if you want to be on this so-called proverbial equal standing as others in the earth. If we're equating equality based on, how we're being treated, then essentially we just need to admit that we want to turn into the oppressor. And if we want to turn into the oppressor or mimic the ways of the oppressor, then the least you could have is have a couple oppressors as teachers, mate.
I don't even think we have to turn into the oppressor, to be honest, Jedi. I don't think it's that. Because I don't think, to be honest, inherently, I just don't think that's within us. If I was going to be 100%, you see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
It's just not in our nature. You with me? And that's why I know we are God's. That's why I know we are God's children. You with me? And I'm thinking, sometimes I think because we are God's children, maybe it's just one of them ones. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because
so then that's like you might as well pick up a Bible and be like, turn the other cheek. We're God's children, turn the other cheek. We will reap our rewards in another life, and this is the way things are set up because we're children of God. That this is why we're on the
we're
cross.
conditioned, though, Jeds.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is people actually believe these sort of things. So
I know.
it's like many of
But
us
so
are
do
living
you,
that
and
shit.
you don't believe in that sort of thing, but you share the sentiment. And I'm halfway. I hear where you're coming from. I can't say I fully share the sentiment, but I've thought these thoughts before. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not saying that that's what you see it. Like I believe, but when you look and see certain things, Jeds, you're like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, 100%.
So I'm saying to you, even just from a logical point of view, you get me? Forget the books and the this and the that. And so I'm saying to you, because but
let me ask a question, really, Jedi.
Yeah,
so
bro.
In terms of black, should I say black? In terms of bettering the people that you regard as your community, if it's not everybody, then whatever you regard as a closer community, what's your solution to practical solution to, number one, alleviating the pressures on your community? I'm not talking about doing projects and whatever. I'm talking about at a structural level, like a deep structural level. What's your solution? What do you think the right way to go if you're not gonna kind of leave the belly of the beast? What do you think the right way to
kill the beast? We need to kill the beast.
How does that work?
However we can, whatever means and
it never happened.
All right, so here we go now.
But you know why though, Jay?
1 second.
But you know why though? Because we keep falling in love with the beast, blood. How are you gonna kill a beast that you keep falling in love with?
And you say that, and the beast is who? The white man, the white woman. Who is the beast?
In this world where we just call it the powers that be, we have to put it to that. We have to put it to that section. We're not going to put it to out. We're not saying that there ain't black beasts, bedroom. You see it. If you're talking about a pyramid and a hierarchy, that we know how the thing's set. But if you even just take it micro level, my point still stands. You know what I mean? You can't fall in love with the enemy, man. You get me?
I mean,
and as long as we keep falling in love with the enemy, they will always have us up. Because all they got to do is just send out a couple people for us to fall in love with. Story done.
I don't think. I actually don't think that that's what's taking place in society. Because, like, if anything, there's certain black men out here that resemble the beast more than a white man, and like in their character, in their nature, in their way of thinking, their whole job is to keep people from advancing and adopting superior mindsets that will give them the skills and the skill set to alleviate the problems. I feel like our main issue is being subdued, whether you are in love with the beast or in love with yourself. Sometimes even this being in love with yourself is probably the biggest thing. They give us this continent and they make us worship this continent of Africa when we are citizens of Earth. We inhabited and populated and traversed and traveled the earth. Our artifacts are found all over the land. We obsess over Africa and we allow Africa to define our self-esteem. Yeah, my brothers in the Caribbean and the Americas have been psychologically tortured and had their personalities fractured because they were told that their heritage was stripped from them and they believed it. Now some brave people are actually trying to find alternative ways to see the world for it to make sense, because it's not making sense in the way that they're trying to give it to us. Like I truly believe that our biggest threat are the people that say that it's never going to happen. We're never going to overthrow the beast. I think that's our biggest threat, because ultimately anybody that chats all this chat about this and that, they've got in their corner of their mind a defeatist mindset. They're already defeated. You can't come to war with me telling me that we're never going to beat the beast. So if we're never going to beat the beast, then put your gun down and I'll have 2 sugars in mine, please, love. Do you know what I mean?
But that's it though, innit, Jeds? Carl, listen, like I said, nothing ain't changed from the plantation, you get me? And it's not everyone on the plantation that wanted to bun the blood cleat master, is it? Enough of them were nice.
Yeah.
100%. They loved it.
And those are the ones that are our problem. But those problems...
Yeah, I get that. So we have to bun them out too.
Guess who those people are? Those people are our Ghanaian leaders that we love. Yeah, that say, oh, Africans and Jamaicans, you lot can come and have free access, and you don't need a visa to come over here. That's all lovely. That's all lovely.
I hear what you're saying.
Guess what? They still uphold, this political structure, that has ravaged Africa and ravaged the world and keeping us on the bottom of the pile. So as long as King Jaffe Joffa is happy, in his position, his lofty position, he can throw us little crumbs and little things, but he's going to keep the power. Like, you know what? I will rate Ghana, I will rate the president of Ghana when he sends some troops, over to go and solve certain issues. Like when they said, 400 girls or 200 girls were stolen and blah, 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 blah. Not one American should have set foot in Nigeria. We should have been sending the Ghanaian president and this president and whoever's repping in Africa to come and fly out and help our people. If somebody's held captive in a part of the world, if a Ghanaian citizen is held captive in a part of the world, the Ghanaian army ain't flying nowhere. Ghanaian SAS ain't flying nowhere to go and do no secret mission to get our people out. So therefore, no one around the world fears us.
I hear what you're saying.
Let me ask you that question.
Making it to a really macro kind of, you get me? Whatever.
Let me ask you a question and take this to somewhere else, please. I beg you. I want to get on a more practical level now.
Yeah, let's just bring it back a bit, man.
That's a practical level, but we started with talking about separating black people from white people from the rest of the world, and I said that ain't practical. It's not realistic.
That's your opinion. That's your
How
opinion.
we want to get practical and realistic.
So from a economic perspective, on a right, we know that the resources of the world are in kind of the brown countries, right? We know that there's a lot of resources being taken out of Africa, and that is what's kind of underpinning the supremacy that we see in the West. So do you not think that it's a good idea to try to have, seen as Africa, okay, you're Nigerian, and there's resources coming out of Nigeria directly. Do you not think then to destroy a structure that is reliant upon the stuff coming out of Nigeria, do you not think it's a good idea to try and have an effect on that directly if you can, being that you're from Nigeria?
Please repeat that one more time, please. Sorry.
Okay, so like the oil that's coming out of Nigeria, siphon and man getting rich off it and fucking. Do you not think that it's a good idea? It would be a good idea for maybe you, for example, to maybe have a political effect on that particular paradigm in Nigeria? Just as, like, say, there's a guy.
No, I don't believe in politics. I don't participate in politics.
No, but you can
internationally or nationally. I don't agree in politics. Listen. It's corrupt. Nigeria is corrupt. The politics is corrupt. It's corrupt, bro.
Politics is just the word, bro. What you're doing, see your tunes,
I'm not in the politics, bro.
You see your tunes, Jedi. Your tunes can be classed as political. It's just a word.
That's your classing. My thing's reality.
No. I'm saying it can be classed. Just hear what I'm saying to you, bro.
It can be if you want to put that label on it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't choose to use that label, and I don't see it from that perspective.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're saying that the dealings, the economic, financial dealings and fuckery that's going on in Nigeria is politics. I could say it's not politics. I could say it's the natural order of social mobility and people trying to usurp others and people being greedy. You can call it politics if you want, but I would say it's no different. Yeah, I would say anything you're going to do to
try to get involved in that.
Wait, anything you're trying to do to dismantle the system, anything. Whether you make a tune or whether you go on a protest or whether you go and take over a building or whatever, is political. Whether you call it political or not, I don't really care. The point I'm trying to make is, don't you think it would be a good idea? I'll use someone else as an example. There's a brother that's gone and burned the CFA franc banknote, I think last year or the year before. He was thrown in jail a couple of times, maybe 3 times. And he caused an uprising in the country amongst the youth. He's got a massive movement, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff, right? That now you would say is a political move. So what? The move itself has caused a shift in the consciousness of the people. Jedi, that's what you do. Don't tell me that you don't do that, right? Just don't tell me you don't do that.
That's me, man. I don't know. You're putting something on me, And I like, what is it you want me to say though, bro? Like what?
I'm saying, on a practical level, saying on a practical level, if, say, for example, I was to move to Congo, with my missus and maybe some of the family members move back and whatever, being that Congo is where most of the coltan and cobalt is taken from, man would be interested in trying to alter that dynamic. And I would say that would be an even bigger move than anything that I could possibly do in this country.
I want freedom for humans. Yeah, I want freedom for humans. I want freedom for myself, and I know I will never be free unless humanity is free. Yeah.
Right. So I know that you're not really trying to be practical, Jedi.
So listen, man. Like you're saying practical. I'm not like the way you see the world is through training. You've trained yourself to see the world in a way you do, and it's quite rigid. It's quite linear, and it follows. It needs certain labels, and those labels come with books, and those books come with a whole course on how to study them and how to read them correctly. I'm a simple man, brother. I'm a very, very simple man.
I'll just wait and see what you're going to do, Jedi, because to be honest, you sound like you ain't going to do shit, bro. Seriously.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But like for me personally,
I'm not hearing no practicality.
Bro, you've not said anything practical, bro. You just spouted some stuff that you've heard from other people. You've not even thought for yourself once here. You're spouting from other people that tell you what the world is like. How don't do that. Just let me finish. How the world is constructed and how it runs. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't care about the political names, titles, isms, and schisms. I'm not interested in that. I'm looking for freedom for humanity. I don't think you understand that. And we are not going to be freed by participating in any of the same systems that got us enslaved. Politics being one of them. Yeah, to be a sovereign, is my only political stance. Yeah. To be a sovereign being.
And
do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Oh, I think what it is here.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand that. I'm saying how
do you do it, complete my shit and make. Oh, you're not gonna do shit.
That's my question.
So that
are you sovereign right now? Are you sovereign right now, Jedi?
No, I'm not, bruv.
Okay, so how are you going to become sovereign, Jedi?
There's only one way to become sovereign, and that is to dethrone the government. Yeah, so that you can govern yourself. As long as you are sovereign, that's simply gonna be down to humanity that decides to be free and live in a different way. As long as we keep following the same processes that we've been following, and calling it civilization or modernization, we're gonna become further and further enslaved. If we look at where we are right now, we can see we've got here by following a certain process. Yeah, whether you're looking for democracy or whether you're looking for communism, if you're not governing yourself, if you are not allowed to make decisions and rule yourself, if you're not allowed to do that, then you will never be free. And from a man is never free, then a man will never find peace. And from there's no peace on this earth, we're gonna keep going in the direction we're going in. So what you want me to do is say, yes, well, what I think is, yes, we should establish this kind of Marxist and like from the left and the neo and use all these dead terms that make me switch off these debates. Because it's intellectual masturbation. At the key, mankind needs to be free. And what we need to recognize are the things that hold man back from being free.
Let me ask you a question. Can you tell me an example of people that maybe you've come across who have tried to or are exercising that same type of philosophy that you're putting forward?
No, can't you see?
What, you're the only person on the planet?
No, I can't give you an example of anyone. Maybe you can give me an example.
No.
I can't give you an example of anyone that's actually saying fuck the system. They're just saying fuck that side of the system or fuck this part of the system. But let's build this. Let's dig in this part of the system, and this is gonna bring us liberty. This is gonna actually change shit. Can't you see why so many people are looking in the sky, waiting for a sky daddy to come down? Because they're also disillusioned with all of these dead systems that we've been perpetuating for years and years. None of them ain't benefiting us in a whole. Yeah, you're going to get a King. Yeah, you're going to get an Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, you're going to get an Obama. But then apart from that, Joe, Daniel, Dwayne, Jenny, we're still on the bottom.
Okay, so in practical terms...
Mutombo is on the bottom. Yeah?
All right.
Denton is on the bottom.
Okay,
Yeah,
Jedi, yeah, man gets it.
All right.
From a practical perspective, yeah, and I'll say practical because you need to do something in it, right? You have to do something. You can't just unless the tactic is to do nothing and wait for people to wake up.
Nah, I don't know about that, man. Me personally, I speak for me, innit? I'm saying it might be a good idea. I know that like people that are entrenched and learn and have their personalities based on these type of theories and that they don't like to hear someone saying throw the book out. They don't like people saying, Raj, you know what? The best way to stop this thing is stand up. The best way to stop playing this game is to stand up and lick over the board. They don't like that. That's not practical enough. That's not real enough. That's not tangible enough.
I don't think it'd be
for me, that's the only option because as an overview, after you've danced around in all these different theories and different ways of structuring society and unless we give man the power to govern themselves, yeah, we are never gonna know peace.
Okay, Jedi. So I don't think that's being necessarily fair. I think there's a lot of people who have maybe come to maybe a more political standpoint who have been on what you've been on, right, and haven't seen anything go on because they've identified that yes, certain people or most people are still attached to the system, and the people that are attached to the system the most are the people that benefit from the system the most. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
So this is kind of when
that's not even necessarily true. Like it sounds that way, but when we unpack it, it's us that are being disserviced by the system.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. Are the ones that are actually the most attached to it.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say you're right in that respect. So okay, so from this is what I'm trying to get to some I don't even know what, bro. I'm trying to get to what like standing. I would say that probably there's a lot of people that have a political kind of inclination that would advocate for what you're saying, yeah? Every man just stand up, because it's kind of quite obvious, isn't it? It's obvious to someone that's intelligent enough to see it, isn't it? That dissolving everything, everyone just do it at the same time. And it kind of has to be at the same time, right? If we're going to rely on everyone that don't have a gun to kind of revolt, and everyone that does have a gun happen to be the police, and we lose that battle and it's a Tiananmen Square or whatever the hell, yeah? Then like it has to come to a head, innit? Cool. But how do we do that? Like, how are you gonna literally, the people in your community or the communities that you regard as yours, how are you gonna mobilize them? How are you gonna, how long is it gonna take?
By speaking the truth.
By speaking
the truth, yeah. And freeing the people's minds. Yeah, by speaking the truth, innit? And that's what we need to be doing, man. We need to actually speak the truth, bro, and not be afraid of it. Yeah. But we're building and enabling a system that will persecute us for speaking the truth. A system that we're supporting, we're all supporting even right now. That if I speak the truth right now online, yeah, this channel's getting shut down. People coming to my door to come and arrest me and take me out for being a black identity extremist or something of that nature. So you got to be very careful, innit? Yeah. People keep asking me dumb questions like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" But honestly, like I'll be real. Like there's no different from my stance now to the times when I was chatting with Raven and people weren't understanding what I was saying to them, innit? So we're on 3 years later, yeah, and we're still in the same place, yeah. Couple man are driving a nice car because they got a nice influential business. Next man are now gearing up to get us to start voting for them, like I knew it was going to be. Yeah, working with politics, and that's it. That's it. We having more kids, and them kids are still in the same scenarios. 1 or 2 men are going to be making more money, but it's not going to be freedom. I can't be happy in England free with MA and with 9 EFA, and then over in Johannesburg, a man's being oppressed for the color of his skin. So this is definitely about humanity, yeah, being forced to make a decision. And I think the best way to force humanity to make a decision is to show them the truth. And that means that, yeah, this is why I fuck with certain Rastaman and that, because they know about politics. They're not involved in none of this. Some of our brothers and sisters got so educated that they actually think the only way to make it is through some kind of democratic vote or some kind of blah blah blah. Then you got other brothers that are kind of halfway in, halfway out. They're like, yo, fuck politics, but let's use it to our, and it's never worked for us. Politics has never worked for us because it's not our tool. This is not how we governed our nations. This is not the same type of system. And even when we were governing our nations based on a monarchy or hierarchy, that was the subjugation of people on the bottom. The pyramid system means that people always have to be on the bottom to give the capstone elevation, to give it its lofty height so that it can be the all-seeing eye, so it can see everything. You've got to lay on your back and let other people step on you and build on you. And I'm not prepared to do that, and I wouldn't never push that for my people. So yeah, like I hear someone written in the comments, well, you know what? The only way we're going to get Jedi's way of life is if a lot of people die. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why half of these people are running to, and this is the thing. Half the people are this is G Block, right? Half the people are running to religion, yeah, because they are disenfranchised and they know that the other systems are not working. So now they're just like hoping for a supernatural fucking intervention now. That's how much they've given up. They're lost. They don't want to fight. They just want to pray. They just want to pray. Man's tired. And I'm saying, yeah, we used to be fighters, isn't it? Apparently, we used to be revolutionaries. Apparently, you know what I mean? We used to.
Bro. So,
sorry, say that again, brother.
So can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question about, say, freedom fighters and rebels with different types of motivations, but good one. Rebels who have a righteous thing. Right?
Rebels with a cause.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So what do you? I think you would probably have to study a little bit the scenarios that are occurring in some of these countries. But in Africa, we have rebel forces that have those good intentions. Maybe they'll be few and far between, but whatever. Innit? What do you think it's a good idea to study how they're moving? What they were lacking to be able to actually, do you know what I mean? Do you think it would be a good idea to do that?
What type of rebels are we talking about?
I don't know.
Look, we know the game that what they do in Africa now is, you know, they have the government, they want to depose the government, the foreign interests go and supply weapons and aid and whatever to the rebels. The rebels take over. The people are like, yeah. And before you know it, the rebels are doing worse than the government. They just fucking depose.
Few and far between, innit? There must be some that have been like, we're trying to free the people and take back the things that are ours.
I'm sure they are, and I'm sure that they died with no name on their grave, mate.
Well, this is what I'm trying to ask. This is what I'm asking. So, that could happen here, right?
What us dying with no name on our graves?
Yeah,
100%. I think it does happen.
So,
in one way or another, yeah.
So the goal is, if the goal is to win, there has to be. It can't be that this man's waving his dick in the dark, and like you can't just be hoping.
You hit the nail on the head, you know, bro. We're hardly disagreeing. I don't know if you noticed, innit? Yeah, you hit the nail on the head when you said like it kind of has to be a thing where lots of people do it at once. But guess what? One good thing about living in 2020, there's one good thing about 2020, yeah. And it could be said to be the worst thing about 2020, but it also could be the best thing for somebody that is smart, yeah. We love follow fashion in 2020. 2020 is full of sheeps.
Yeah.
You know? So it could be said that, you know, if you tap into that sheep thing, you could actually have a load of people that are actually just gonna do what you want and rare. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
That scares me, bro. Yeah. I always ask the man them as well, like the people that are like Pan-African and that. I'm like, is it a good thing that people are galvanized on this group think thing? Like, I saw it. Man saw it after the fire and that, innit?
Yeah.
Bare group think, whatever, and I was like, "Rah, this is fucking fucked, bro." Like, people ain't even thinking for themselves. They just
now they want group think. So whose thoughts are you bringing to this group? This is what the concern is when we all sit around and do group think. Like, whose thoughts are you thinking? Because you're not thinking your own. Most of us are not thinking our own. Even me, even you. Some of these thoughts that we think are ours are not ours, and I'm aware of that as well. I'm on the process of constantly trying to reflect and strip away the outside influences, so I find my own my own autonomous voice. This is where I've got so far. It confuses a lot of people because they're like, Jedi, what? You're not gonna vote. You're not gonna, brother. I'm sick of you lot, brother. I'm just sick of all of this contradictory shit. I'm sick of it. Yeah, I'm just sick of it. Like, certain man are telling me to be a Pan-African, and they're promoting Pan-Africanism only so that they can create a political party and wield power. I've seen through it.
Let me throw something else at you. Do you think then? And this is kind of my position still. Do you not? Do you see how you think that everyone needs to come together at the same time and overthrow the thing and whatever? Is it okay also that some people have left and are trying to build in a different way that is not diametrically opposed to what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's like people are gonna go and do their thing, and what can I say? Good luck to you. I mean, what we gonna do? We're not gonna. What are we gonna do? People are gonna go off and do their own thing. We talking about success though.
I'm more talking about support, innit? Like, so, okay, let me think of a practical example. Everything, people are trying to overthrow the government here or whatever, yeah? And there's still enough opposition to that for it to be a conflict that is not going to die, not going to be finished in a day, you get me? Long-term thing, the country's going to be mashed up and whatever. At certain point, certain men are targeted.
Don't you think this country should be mashed up?
It is mashed up, man. But
anyway, don't you think this country deserves to be mashed up? Like, and I don't mean as in vindictively. Don't you think that this country has done enough for it to be mashed up? Like, if if this country was a human, you wouldn't be surprised that it's been slapped. You know what I mean? Like, did you hear what happened to England? Did you hear what happened to England? Yeah, a couple man rushed him. You're gonna be like, yeah. He had it coming. He had it coming. You know what I mean? Who was there? Was Nigeria there? I bet you. I know Nigeria's. Yeah, I don't know. Nigeria's probably saying "allow it." That's the wickedest thing. Nigeria's probably killing Jamaica off like "allow it. He's not worth it."
That's genius.
Or Ghana, the Ghanaian president, probably saying "allow it. They let me study there. They let me study there."
Write a little short script with that.
That would be sick, you know. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. That would actually be sick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you could personify the nation's behavior. That might help it make a bit more sense to all of us. When we see it in black and white, we're gonna be like, yo, this is fucked, man. This is actually crazy. The world stage is crazy, and I don't mind admitting that I find a lot of it confusing. And sometimes I just turn my back on it because I'm just like, yo, this is when the Bible and stuff like that. Sorry to bring the Bible, but when these books talk about things like the Tower of Babel and confusion and confusing the languages, politics obviously is a language, right? The language of how we relate to each other and how we galvanize support or wage war. And I think this is all meant to be confusing. Brexit, referendums, impeachments, and international policies, and and it's all meant to be confusing, even to the people that are actually at the forefront of it. I know they don't fully grasp it all. They're just in their lane. They've got enough advisors and enough people that help the process. They do their briefing in the morning, and that's how they stay up to date. Like, but essentially, it's another Marvel universe for you to get lost in, fantasizing and fanaticizing over the characters involved and their histories and what they've done. It's like wrestling. I feel like they've always been prepping us to base our realities and make sense of our realities via these stories, from WWF to EastEnders to politics to Islam to Christianity to whatever. There's all these stories to Marvel comics. There's all these stories that we're supposed to be invested in. Characters that we're supposed to love, characters we're supposed to hate, characters we're supposed to compare ourselves to. And this thus shapes the way that we operate in this realm. And I know it doesn't make much sense to everybody, but somebody must know what I mean by I want to throw all of that away. That's why, to me, the most valuable member of society is a man that grew up in complete isolation. The man that grew in the cave, his opinions and his thoughts are what the world needs. Not like we've just influenced ourselves and influenced each other, and we're just copycats. Humans have become just copycats rather than innovators. We don't create no more. We've gone from creating to regurgitating. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the issue. This is why we're not finding a solution of how to get out of this. Why black people who clearly have so much talent, so much promise, so much ability, why it don't even make sense to them. I ask black people the same question: is a white man stronger than you? Are white people faster than you or smarter than you? And they're like, and with such passion, no, rare. So somebody explain why we're in the position we're in. Oh, weapons. Okay, so they smarter than you. They made. Why can't you make weapons? Why haven't you made any weapons? Oh, because like we've been oppressed, and and what happened with slave? Okay, cool, but like what now? What's happening today? No, like what's happening today? Nobody, no black nation seems hungry for dominance. Like, is it something that black people just don't want? Is it something that we just don't want, or have we just given up? Like, you know what? The beast is so big, we're never gonna overthrow it. Our best bet is to find a plot of land where the beast can't see us and be good there, and hope that he never looks over from what he's doing around the rest of the world and come over and trouble us. Our best bit is having a little village, a little commune somewhere in the heart of somewhere. Like, bruv, it's bare hiding, bruv. It's bare hiding. So what is it? What is it? How has the world stage been set like this? Are we going to politic our way? Are we going to vote our way to the top? Are we going to buy our way to the top? We're going to fight our way to the top? We're going to do it all alone? Black folks are going to form the Black Army, and we're going to fight for our right to be sovereign. What about the Chinese? Are the Chinese going to fight against us? They're going to join white people? How do Chinese people feel about the world and their position in it? What about the Asians? How do they feel about the world and their position in it? If the Asians turn around and say, you know what, we've been suppressed enough, we've been held down enough, you're not taking the piss out of our continent, taking the piss out of us, and we're riding, what are we on? What are we gonna do? Go Tommy Robinson rally and talk about how the Asians are taking over and Islam's taking. What are we on? I don't get it. Like, I swear down, black people, man. Like, what are we trying to do? Do you know what I mean? Is this part of this 50-year plan where we're gonna solidify, get ourselves firm, and then what? Was there an uprising thing? Is this a secret conversation we should be having offline? Blacks are gonna have a uprising. Nah, man, we need to blow shit up. Shit, and I will happily stand by some white, Chinese, Asian folks, yeah, and blow up everything. We need to blow some shit up, yeah. There can't be a Buckingham Palace and I'm free. There can't be a parliament and I'm free, yeah. We can't, no. We can't have a White House. We can't have the UN tinkering. We can't have the CIA running everywhere around the world, tinkering with our foreign affairs and playing the rest of the world like puppets. We can't be having that. But there must be something in the water, or they must hypnotize us every night, or they must be doing something to keep us so subservient. We can't even sit in a group of 5 men with our argument bracking out. But yet we're in the world and we're fucking peaceful. We're out here on this international stage and we're peaceful, man. Black folks are some peaceful motherfuckers. They want no smoke. Ain't trying to go to war with nobody, except for ourselves, like Nanifa pointed out. Do you know what I mean?
Yo, Nike, is she still there?
Her picture's still there.
Nah, she's gone.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just listening to my brother Jedi and thinking and just basing up my oven. But I'm listening. Trust me. I'm listening. Rotted Becca.
Well, go on, sis. You're right.
Yo, Jedi, you draw for your blood cleat reinforcements. So what happened to you? Big up, Becca. I'll be back.
Yeah. Well, we just don't seem to have that drive, Baba Dule, is the point I'm trying to say. You get me? And yeah, I can't join nothing based on hating another set of people. That's not the frequency for me. I will chop your head off with love, though. Don't ever get it twisted. For me, love of myself and my people, love of freedom means that I would be able to go above and beyond what we're on now. And I would love if the rest of the world felt as aggrieved and as raped as I do by society. Trust me. And I know, like, and that's me not just considering what I've experienced in life and the injustices I have, but my children, my family, my friends, their children's, their family, their friends. I feel the pain. If you're an empath, you should be halfway crazy out in this society. The world is mad. I don't know what you listen. What do you think is going to stop drag queens teaching your little boy how to wank? What do you think is going to stop that in 10 years' time? Being a Pan-African or being hard right or being, well, listen, soon it's going to be too late. But when people find out, man, when people find out that, they didn't give a fuck. It wasn't really just about my group, or it was about everyone that wasn't them. That's who's in danger right now. Everyone that wasn't them. Everyone's way of life. They're gonna allow you to think that you're being given a leeway, and all you little safe sections of society that think you lot are untouched and that. When they up and leave you out here in the quagmire, it's gonna be too late. And yeah, the first people that the poor are gonna eat are gonna be you guys. Yeah, they're gonna eat the rich, but the rich not necessarily the powerful, because the powerful done away with money long time ago. This ain't even about money. They got all the money they need. Do you know what I mean? This ain't about land. They got all the land they need. They own the media. They own the way that a baby thinks. They can control the way a baby thinks simply by programming his mum and his dad. That's the level that we're so far behind. And this is why I feel like these groups need a Sky Daddy to come and say, yeah, Armageddon, Judgment Day. That's why it's so appealing, because the human psyche cannot fathom a way for it to become free again like it once was. Freedom seems so far away. You know what I mean? Being autonomous seems so far away. We're living in I can't send an email without you having my phone number and this and that and my address and you get me? Man, I can't send listen, can't even exchange funds. Everything we do, the shopping, everything is just noted down. Everywhere we go, our thoughts recorded, our conversations recorded, our interactions recorded. No privacy, no human rights, no rights to rule our own, to teach our own children what we want, when we want, how we want. No rights to even say, I don't agree with this. I think you putting your willy in another man's bum is wrong. We can't say that. You can't say that. What do you mean? Wrong. You can't say what something someone else is doing is wrong. So we're so far from humanity. Sometimes I think we like to pretend that we're in a different position than we are. If we was gonna build and get an infrastructure in terms of, for instance, let's say Pan-Africanism, if we was gonna build and get a real infrastructure that would eventually be able to challenge the narrative and the power structure that has oppressed us for this many years, we should have done that way before all these listening devices and technologies sprouted. Because now we've got all these listening devices and technologies. Boy, you thought it was hard to find out who was an undercover then. Now it's just crazy. What conversation can you have that's in secret? Do you know what I mean? And that's if you think they are active people that will stop us from being free. I don't know how many people actually think that. Because people talk about white supremacy and the structure of white supremacy, but I don't know how many people think that if we try to uprise, there would be a body of people that would stop you. I don't know how many people would think that. Do you think that? Do you think anyone wants to stop you from rising up? Nanifa?
Say that again, man.
I said, do you think anyone wants to stop you from rising up?
Of
you
course.
And your people?
Of course.
People and they actively do what it takes to stop you.
I mean, hold on. So, Jets, hold on. Because I was listening to you. You understand what I'm saying to you? So, let me ask you a couple questions.
I just asked you a question, though. I do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. You're asking if it's people trying to keep us down. Is that what you asked about?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Who is that?
Yeah.
Let's just call it the powers that be, bro.
But could you put any more flesh on that? because that might be a good basis if we can all agree on who's like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to get punched no more. Now it'd be a good idea to find out where the punches are coming from, right? Who's doing the punching?
All right, give me 1 second. Give me 10 seconds here. Hold on. Because I don't mind having this convo. 1 second.
So the internet put an end to covert behavior or organizing. Yeah, man. Get another black man on the panel, Betty. I got no bass in my voice or spirit like Betty. Betty, I'm 10 times like, I don't even know, man. I don't know what I'm going for you, Betty. Like, do you know what I mean? You probably had that bass in your voice when you was getting fucked in your ass by the white man that took your anal virginity. You want to come on there talking about black this and black that. Man, you're cancelled, man. Cancel yourself. Anal sex gal. Cancel yourself. You the least African here. Yeah? Cancel yourself, please. You have more balls in your ovaries. Listen, man, you love bragging on your ovaries so much and that, but we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. If the news headline don't come up that a child has been kidnapped in Salford, then you ain't having no baby. You see, man. By your ovaries, man. Don't you think USA should set pace? What do you mean? Black people in the USA? Who in the USA? I think personally, if we could, this is why it was so smart. When you create things, yo, stop. When you create, stop, please. When you create things like the KKK and movements like that, when you have a long list of psychological programming that has been inflicted on white people to get them to share the views of those that want nations divided, because there's sets of people in each nation that somehow have been had their energies diverted into hating others, yeah, and not hating their enemy. Do you know what I mean? So, like, for instance, the reason I say that is these rednecks, yeah, these redneck crackers, rednecks and whatever, hillbillies, yeah, had they not been programmed to hate outsiders, had they not been programmed to hate black people or niggers, quote unquote, or whatever, yeah, they would probably be the black man's greatest ally in terms of fighting against tyranny, governmental tyranny. Because them people there don't fuck around. When they find out, if they find out that their government looks at them equally as low as the niggers that they're supposed to hate and want to lynch, yeah, then you would see a real revolution on the shores of America. So in short, without the hillbillies and the people in the South, ain't no one doing shit. Ain't nobody doing nothing. The hillbillies are the only ones that have whatever heart or whatever to ride out. Yes, I know a lot of hillbillies don't look handsome, pretty, whatever, yeah. But I think there's been a long campaign to dehumanize certain sets of people around the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we all know, oh, they have sex with their siblings and da da da. That's a good stereotype. I'm sure they can't all be having sex with their siblings. Do you know what I mean? That's a very good stereotype. They have sex with their cousins or whatever. So do Ghanaians. So do Asians. Do you know what I mean? Marry their cousins and what? So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think, if anything, if you look at the propaganda, if you look at the way the media wants you to look at certain sections of people, then you can understand what people the media think are powerful and need to be discredited. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, when it comes to revolution in somewhere like America, I would not be looking to the black American or the African American or the indigenous American. I wouldn't be looking at them to be the forefront of the revolution. I would actually look for the redneck crackers. Because once they get disillusioned with their government, they are a problem. They got tanks, they got bazookas, they got machine guns, they got stuff, man. They got, you know what I mean? Yo, Fred, what?
Yeah, big up, Jeds, man. Hey, bruv, I was fucking feeling everything you're saying, man. But obviously, I'm not so pessimistic with it. I definitely know that we can get somewhere if we mobilize, because I've seen it with my own two eyes. Bare people that don't give a fuck about the law doing what they want to do in life.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's nothing new to me. So obviously, if we just get on with it, we can do anything we want to do in that respect. You know what I mean?
Would you ever do? I mean, you would vote. Would you vote? Would you vote for like a black candidate? Would you vote for Respect?
Jedi, I've never voted in my whole life. I've always gone against the law and the green. You think I give a fuck about these people? I'm just waiting for the time to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, like, obviously, a man saying to me, "No, but Jedi, what is your practical process? Like, what are you looking to do?" I'm saying, as much as I can not conform, as much as I can, what's the words? Abstain from the system. I try in it, yeah. But how is the system ever going to be defeated? Is it going to be financially? Is it going to be a war of ideology? Is it going to be militarily? Like, how can the masses get free, Fred? Like, we want to know.
Jed, I think it has to be economically, because the genocide, man ain't on it. No one's willing to genocide their neighbors. Who's coming out to, you know what I mean, Jed? Come on, man. And that's what we're going to have to do realistically. We're going to have to get down dirty, like, right out.
What if you could, like, this is what I say, but the one that you didn't speak about was ideology, whatever, through ideology. And the reason why I say that, if you could convince your neighbor that he is your neighbor and ready to fight with you, then surely now we stand a chance. Because I think personally, this is one of the dangers, and I don't shoot me in the neck now. This is one of the dangers of this. Oh, let's go and isolate ourselves as black people. Why do we keep fronting like we're the strongest, baddest people on the planet, and we don't listen, man? You want a few white friends that are down for this thing, no? You want you?
Yeah. Man, we want everyone with the like mind. That's what I'm saying. Forget about the skin color. We want the mindset, bro. The mind, because the skin color can betray you quickly. You know, the mindset. It's gonna die with you, innit? It's gonna make sure that it don't leave you, innit?
Yeah, man. I mean, just food for thought, but yeah.
Enough Rasta, man. Yeah. Mr. Ball said they're going back to Shashamali, this, that, and the other. Yeah. Oh, they want to bun this and bun that, and you know what I mean? This, that, and all them bullshit there. And you know who they took with them? Yeah. I think we just have to keep it real in it.
They take with them.
You get me? I think some of us, not all, but some of us, we just, you know what I mean? We like, you know, and you know.
In Shashamani. Have you been Shashamani? Have you been Shashamani, Nifa?
I have not, but my family has, and they told me.
Okay.
My brother-in-law and my niece, they told me. I don't.
Wait, sister. You might be talking about it. You might be talking about the Bookie Rastas on the high road, sister. It's a small minority. It's a small minority. The ones I'm talking about always on the works, 24/7. Of
course, like my father.
So I don't know what you're saying, but I hear you though. But I don't know. Don't speak to all Rastas.
Yeah, like that might be somebody you know, or I don't know. But a lot of Rastas that I know, they're doing the works.
All right, friend. So listen, I didn't mean to trigger you, Bab. You get me? Fasting. It weren't even that.
No, I'm just telling you the
real. Don't use one brush and paint a hole. You get me? Don't tar a whole people with one brush. You get me?
Okay, all right. Let me bring it back. Fred. Yeah, I do apologize. Yeah. So, what I'm gonna say is that many. Is that okay? Not all, but many. Listen, I've already told the story online. Yeah, I know Rasta since I was a youth, innit? Especially in England here, innit? So I used to listen to them, man. There, you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And like I said before, enough of them were talking about this, that system, ban, and all the rest of it. And then when you see
sister, please, you should have been rolling with the ones that was giving up their life. Like the one who I was rolling with. I was rolling with ones that was taking it to the police. Was taking it fully to the police, you know, sis. Every single day, God sends.
All right, so listen, I don't want to make this about Rasta in it, Fred, because that was not what I was trying. I was just really,
I should go to
I
the
was
park.
just
Are you
really,
not coming to the park? I'm going to bun up Rasta and Respect and Christian Prince all at the same time. You man on it?
I was just really answering, not even answering, but just responding to something that Jedi had said. You with me? But
Jedi, I got a bone to pick with you still.
but at the
This
end
is
of the day, Fred,
Jabby.
I'm a big woman.
Don't make me have to batter, flatter, and scatter. Don't make me come out and batter, flatter, and scatter.
Hey, Booney,
And shatter.
come, we have this convo. Like, come down in it. I know my man's
Yeah,
gonna
no,
be there.
trust me. Trust me, cause I didn't like the way you handled the little layman Rast the other day still,
No,
you get me?
I was kind and I was thinking about you, man. And I was kind and I was
Cause you thinking about all of the Rasta man that gave you your Afrocentricness, that built up on your Afrocentricness. You get me? You thinking about all of the Rasta man that gave you consciousness. You get me? You thinking about all the Rasta man that was banning the system, that gave you your first inspirations to ban the system. That's what you're
Yo,
thinking about.
Booney, have you heard of a place called Army Way?
that weren't my first inspiration, but I do hear you and I respect it, and it's definitely like a realness to that still, and it's not no disrespect, you know. And just because I don't think that Selassie is God or a special man or my king or a king over me or a king of Nigeria doesn't mean that I don't rate the Rastafarians that opened their door to me when I was getting kicked out of my yard by my Christian mum. Do you know what I mean? So
come on.
So don't ever. I know levels in it, but when we're dealing with education and we're dealing with information, I can't hide behind my Rast. You know my Rastas. The Rastas that grew me are the Rassites. So you know all of them. You get me? You know San and Darren Dre. You know
real
San.
niggas, real
These
niggas,
are my,
real
these are my day one sandbox guys, isn't it? Yeah. So like, yeah. So no disrespect. And when they see it, they're gonna give me smoke. Magical's giving me smoke, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it because if anything, you got my man out there saying the falseness, innit? So it's good that it come out because now you lot can come and set the thing properly. But yeah, Nanifa, sorry to deflect from what you were saying.
Nah, Jed, I like the questioning. You can question anything you want. Nanifa, please question away, man. Just question because obviously we're gonna learn that way. We're gonna learn. I learned new things about Selassie since I jumped online and all that. Come on, fam. It's a learning curve, innit? It's learning things, innit?
No, I'm just saying, Fred, like I said, it weren't no diss thing. Like I said, I was just responding to Jed's, and I'm just saying, I'm a big woman now, yeah? And as a you, like, I'm saying, have you heard of a place called Army Way? Have you heard of a place called Army Way? You may not have heard of it.
No.
I ain't heard of it.
All right, cool. So I'm only mentioning it, yeah, because as a youth coming up, like Army Way had enough of the rest of them. You see what I'm saying to you? A whole heap of them. You understand? So people like
Has it got another name? Has it got another name?
Nah, man, it's just Army Way. It's still there now. Like it's just down in South. It's just in South.
What ends is that?
Southwest.
South. It's in Wandsworth.
Huh?
It's in Army Way was
Yeah, you
Sandringham
don't
Road
know
to East London.
No, man grew up in a place called St. Agnes Place still. Kennington. That's where man grew up. That was the home of Rasta, the temple.
Okay,
That
then.
was
So you was there after HQ, friend.
Yeah. Man was there before HQ. Not before HQ, but man was there during HQ. Yeah. Yeah. And my dad set up a thing in Tottenham called RUZ. Roz in Seven Sisters, if you remember that.
Yeah, I did.
I don't think my eyes is working.
My father belonged to the 12th tribe in Kennington there. The same yard what Margaret Thatcher have to give up and give way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. The title says Velle is a sellout with his white wife. Velle, you crazy.
Now we moved on from all of that, really and truly.
Why was Nanifa not getting to finish her thing though? Like?
Yeah, sorry, man. So sorry.
No, it's not even that. So really, I was just mentioning that area because, like I said, as a young girl coming up, there was whole heap of us down there, innit? You understand me? So come and it was the spot. You get me? Tear, boom, boom, boom. So when I'm saying these things, I'm not talking from a place of ignorance, you with me, or just trying to whatever. I'm talking about these were man them that I spoke, you with me, that I was speaking to my own self, you with me, and was getting certain knowledge from my own self, you get me? And it was just definitely contradictory for me, yeah? Not telling no lie, not selling no shots, but it was definitely contradictory to me, whereby man them showing me certain knowledge, this, that, bun, this, red, boom, boom, and the whole nine. and then they've got this person beside them, and then their argument for having that, Fredos, you understand what I'm saying? She would be, this is what the master done. You get me? So me I take back Master Pitney and all them, or Master Dart and all them fuck with there. You
Yeah,
with me?
I heard
So,
all of them nastiness there. Cause obviously my Ghanaian and my Nigerian friends, when I see them with their little Iceland mums, they say the same thing to me, innit? I know
yeah,
how the
well, I
thing
bun
goes.
them arguments. I hear the argument, and I bun it as a you, as I
Yeah,
bun it as
that's
a.
some slackness argument.
Yeah, my bun them man there, man. That's why certain time them never want to speak. Hey,
Yeah,
in fact,
a
Fred,
real
could you
Rasta,
imagine? Many
a
times
real
in my
Rasta.
life, certain man don't want to see me. Could you imagine that, Fred?
You know what? There's
Yeah,
certain man,
definitely.
there's certain man, obviously, that went by the wayside, but we can't use them and pay all of the Rasta man them as a brush cut. I know Rasta man them that are saying, you see me, Black Empress them from the get-go, bro.
No,
Yes,
definitely,
I
definitely.
one
And I
black
got
love,
them in
one
my
black
family.
unity, all of that from the get-go, you get me? And even the ones them that are dealing with the other thing, remember the king said, the colour of a man's skin is no more significant than the colour of their eyes. You see me?
Yeah,
So
well, I
that's
don't
what
know
they're
about all
saying
of
as
that,
well.
to be honest.
No,
You
that's
get
the
me?
facts. No, that's the facts of it. That's the fact. Until man live like that, there's always gonna be war. You never heard
But then
Selassie's
there's
speech.
always going to
You
be
see
war,
me?
Fred. There's always going to be
Yeah,
war,
that's
Fred.
what I'm saying.
We just
That's
fight
why
for
I'm
like
not hung up on black people. Why do you think I'm not hung up on black people? And I've seen bare long hair guys, what you're talking about, and they're down at the bookie shop. They're not Rasta. They just got long hair. I'm not hung up on. Those are the first ones that I'll probably have to go. You got what I'm trying to say?
There's not enough Rastas in this country, fam. The real nucleus of Rastafari, you have to go to Yard and you have to go to Africa to see these things. Man, just looking at it on a Western standpoint and seeing a lot of these
so
Rastas
Fred,
in the West.
let me just
You know me?
all right, Fred. So let me just reiterate, okay?
If you want to
I
see
was
the trueness
only
in Rasta, man, have to
responding.
go
Wait,
Yard.
Fredos, chill. I was only responding to a point that Jedi had made. You understand me? I'm not
No,
dashing
I
the
know.
Rasta under that.
No, I know, sis. It's just that me and Booney speaking at the same time, so we got a similar voice. We got real similar
And
voice.
you can't use the parameters for the, you can't use the races here to judge the Rastafari faith. It's like judging the Islam faith of Muslims over here that are a lot more westernized than the ones that are down in Saudi Arabia or the ones that are down in Yemen or the ones that are down
They
in
were
Gambia.
Rasta brethren. Yeah, no, stop all of that. Stop all of that. Stop all of that. Stop all of that. Yeah? The
No, I'm
ones
saying
I
you
was
can't judge the
talking to,
pure liberty though by a Rasta man that you're seeing in the West. You get me? Because it's a whole different dynamic in the West. If you want to see true Rastas, yeah, but I go to Yard. I go to Scott's Pass. I go to
there's
Bobber
true
Hill and
Rastas
these
right
places
here
here.
in London, yeah. Let's not get it twisted.
There
There's true
are, but
Rastas right here. You don't need to go where.
No,
Listen,
you
man,
do.
look, don't get
It's like
triggered by
saying
what I said.
one second,
All
sister.
I
It's like saying you're a Muslim and you don't need to go Mecca. It's like saying you're a Muslim and you don't need to go Mecca. Like, come on, man.
You know what? You lot, just calm down, yeah, please. Because like I'll keep trying to reiterate, yeah, I weren't sending shots at Mass innit? Or Rusts, you get me? So just calm down. I was responding to something that Jedi had said. However, I still stand by the point that I made in terms of the Rasta man that I spoke to. You get me? Now I'm a big woman for both of you two. No disrespect in it. Yeah. And this is all it is. These were the conversations that we were having, and that was beside them. I can't discount them.
No, but sis, please go Scotch Pass. Go Scotch Pass one day. Go Ghana. Go other little places in the world.
Listen, man, them. I beg you, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I was talking about particular persons, innit? Yeah. I go Jamaica. I know races. I go Africa. I know races. Just chill, man. Yeah.
They're doing the work though. A lot of them are doing the work though. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the ones you see in Yard.
100%. But like I keep trying to say to you, I was responding to something that Jedi had said. So you have to keep it within the context of that conversation. Yeah, please. You understand? Within the context of that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I
we're
love
not
that.
we're not
sis,
saying
man.
that.
I love that.
We're not saying that. You get me? No. It's not that at all, man. Hear what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? It's not that at all. I'm just talking about a particular
No,
situation.
I'm saying, I like to hear your experiences, sis, man. What are you talking about? Everything you got to say, I'm just want to validate things and put them in the proper perspective. Do you know what I'm saying?
No
Like, there
problem,
isn't
my
really
brother.
a lot of Rastas repping the thing over here, obviously, because it's westernized, isn't it? That's all I'm saying, isn't it? Like,
No
I don't live
problem.
by these Western values, innit? If I could grow my fucking food, I would, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? I won't be fucking chilling out going Asta when I can grow food.
All men are saying is you ain't gonna see Rasta in his truest essence in this country, just like how you ain't gonna see Buddhism in its truest essence, just like how you ain't gonna see Hinduism or Shintoism. You get me? You gotta go to the origins of these places, innit, for you to see the trueness, innit? That's all I'm saying, innit? You get me? Like England,
I disagree
especially.
with that
Innit?
still, but I hear what you're
Huh?
saying. But I know true Rastas
You
in
can't
Britain,
really
man.
disagree with it though, because if that was the case, why would Muslims make a pilgrimage to Mecca? You see me? Why would we make a pilgrimage to Shashamali? Obviously, because this is Rasta in its truest form. When you go to these places, innit? This
So
is where
what?
you can go.
So
When
what? You're
you go
now
to Yard,
saying,
you go
nah.
to Popping, and you go to Bobber Hill. There's nowhere outside of Popping, apart from Shashamali, where you're gonna see a setup like Bobber Hill, where it is self-sufficient in every way. You ain't
Yeah,
got to
but
come
you're
out of
talking.
the ground, the
You're talking
compound, once
about.
you go in there.
Yeah, but brother, you're talking about a setup. That's something completely different. Just to be in Rasta and you get me going by the tenements of Rastafari, whatever. That's
No, but
completely
that's
different.
No,
Because
but
I
like,
know
you
what
read
them.
that.
but
It
sis,
goes hand in
that's like
hand.
the high priest version of it, though,
It
if that
goes hand
makes
in
Yeah,
sense,
hand.
sis. You know, like the
but
Buddhist
by saying
version
that
of it.
though, gentlemen, listen, gentlemen, by saying
People
that, yeah,
abstain from
you're
sex up there. They
you're
don't. There's
you're
not. You know what I'm saying,
but
though,
by saying
sis?
yeah, but by saying that though, my friend, yeah, you're arguably saying that anyone outside of those areas can't be a true Rasta, and that's not true.
No, I'm
No.
saying you can be a true Rasta, but you're gonna see Rastas more on their traditionalism in their oldest in their origins, innit? Because the country, the climate, everything's more conducive, innit, to our way of life. You can't really grow your own food. I can't grow my own food in my back garden here, innit? But Rasta man are on that all over. When you go yard, you're seeing them growing their own food all over.
Of
So
course.
that's what I'm saying, innit?
When I went Phuket, sis, I went Phuket, and I was riding bikes with about 13 Chinese Rastas, and we was all riding up and down. Like Rastas everywhere. It's not really. It's a mindset. Yeah, it's a mindset, sis. It's not really like a. Doing the works is not a skin color, you know, sis. You don't need like Jedi. Don't have to call me out, because he knows my mindset. He's not relying on my skin color to far come. He's relying on my mindset. Like he knows man will support anything what's going down. If you got a t-shirt selling, I'll have it tonight. Or it's the mindset, sis. Get that in if you can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the thing though, because all right, look, because I don't know, I think we started talking about two different things. Because I was listening to Jedi, and I think that because obviously, I think that I think, and he could correct me if I was wrong, but I think Jedi, and maybe even yourselves as races, it could be argued, you're coming from a more kind of pro-humanity kind of vibration, where there's nothing wrong with that. You understand what I'm saying to you? Where then there's another camp that's just definitely like a pro-black camp. You get me? You understand?
Nah, sis. I'm pro-African mindset. That's what I am, sis. Africa is humanity. If that makes sense. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, well,
Well, that's it then.
Africa, you see, I understand that, and that's what I'm saying. There's going to be a set of people that are just going to be, they're just, and that's what I'm saying. And I know that
You
in
see
black,
where
I know that is our inherit righteousness. That's what I'm saying to you, man. I swear to God, man. I don't even think we can
Sister.
hate other people. Yeah, go on, bub.
You know the reason why I loved
Not
what
the one or
everything Jedi said is because I don't want to work no more. I want to go out and stand up and do what I need to do. I don't want to run no businesses no more, and we ain't getting too far with it. I want to be able to send that money straight abroad today. So I'm saying we're not on genocide. Black people are not on that. That's why we're not going to do what was done to us. And that's the only way for us to
when
grab
Jedi
power.
made that point, I thought it was a
That is the
mute point.
only way for us to grab power. Believe you me, sis, if you learn how to shoot.
But who are we going to be shooting, bub?
Look, man, I say there's two ways for me, innit? It's either
What I'm
Rastafari or
saying to
war,
you
innit?
right now,
It's
Fred,
either
yeah,
Rastafari or confusion, innit? That's my thing, innit? You get me? Rastafari sets man free from confusion, innit? You see me? If it's practiced right and it's practiced properly, it sets me free. It sets me free anyway from confusion, innit? I don't know about anybody else, innit? But if you want to see
Those these
Rastafari,
last few months, seemingly there's different kind of forms of Rasta, brethren. You get what I'm saying to you? But if it's
it's not
saying
every Rasta's on the same page.
Me and him are brothers, sis, and I'm not even agreeing with him on everything. How can I? I'm not his dad. We're not agreeing on everything. Me and him are totally different, Rasta. We're not the same Rasta.
But what
And
I'm
we're
saying
brothers.
to you though is that this is, like I've said it, you get me? These are new, maybe there's new type of Rasta coming up, you get me?
It's follow the teachings of His Majesty. That's all it is.
That's it.
And
Give us
we
the
know
teachings.
But we've all got in different interpretations. You get what I'm saying?
Well, this is the thing though, Booney and Fred. Everything's down to, all them books are down to interpretation. And anyone can interpret it anyway to suit their, you get me, to suit their needs or, you know what I mean, whatever. So I hear that still, man. And that's the thing about the book, them. Yeah, they can all be
I don't know, sis, because obviously
interpretation, yeah, that's all good, but the work's been left there, innit? And you see me, man, don't deal with it on a one of them ones where, like, I deal with Rastafari to hate other people. You get me? I just deal with the King's teaching. The King said, the color of a man's skin is no more significant than the color of his eyes. So I don't go against that. You see me? Like certain things that the King deals with, I don't go against that. But obviously, Jamaica is coming out of a colonial system, innit? Where we were oppressed, innit? By Europeans, innit? So obviously there was an anti-European sentiment and a pro-African sentiment in the beginning of it. But as time went on and people deal with and Rasta man deal with the works of His Majesty, man are free from certain things. You see me? That's why you have to read the speech.
Just like
That's
in
why you have to
religion,
read. You know,
it's been innovate. That's what I'm saying. Just like in Islam and Christianity, whatever, there's innovation in it. Man's innovating the thing,
it's
in it.
not innovation. When you first come into something, you might be a bit staunch and ignorant to certain things. And then with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, your meds kind of goes to a higher level. That's all it is.
Well,
it's not no innovation thing, you know. It's just more knowledge. And
well,
with more
all right,
knowledge
I'm not
comes
even
more
gonna argue
wisdom,
with
and
you,
with
Vince.
more
I'm not gonna argue with you.
understanding,
I'm saying,
your brain
but we've
opens up a bit
obviously
more.
gone to a point of Rasta banning everything to a point where now it's all peace and love, innit?
yeah,
I'm
because
not saying
it's
it's
the
right or
knowledge.
wrong.
It's the knowledge. It's the knowledge. Because we realized when we was banning everything, sis, was coming under a Great Depression, innit? Rastas were getting trimmed by police every minute.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Beaten up in police cells, this, that, the other. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? A lot of fight in Jamaica as well. So obviously we was anti everything. You get me? When you first join any religion, Catholic, Christian, you go hard in that thing, innit? Until you understand, you gain knowledge in it, and you understand the wheres and wherefores of it. You know what I'm saying? That's all man's saying, isn't it?
I hear you, bub. You get me? Like, that's what I said, innit? As a youth growing up, yeah, when man used to be telling me certain things, I had to give them a couple sideways looks, innit, car. You're talking one thing and doing another. Is it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know what they say, you have to practice what you preach. Enough man like to preach and don't practice.
That's a small number. Small number.
Teaching any Rasta man that was telling you certain things, that was just out of a political. That was a political thing at the time, innit? It was coming out of colonialism, innit? And
No, it wasn't
obviously,
political. It was very emotional. Yeah, it wasn't political.
it was a
very
political thing, man, at the time, man. It was a political thing because a lot of us was coming out of Black Power movements. This is what you have to understand. A lot of the Rastafarians came out of Garveyism. A lot of Rastafarians came out of Black Power movements. You see what I'm saying? So there was a political ideology that kind of dictated the religion at first. But obviously, once man started reading the works of His Majesty, seeing how much of His Majesty is a humanitarian and a philanthropist, this is when man had to back up our ideas with certain things. You see what I'm saying? Give us the teachings of His Majesty, because we don't want the devil's philosophy. You see what I'm saying?
So what's the devil's philosophy?
The devil's philosophy is hate. Is hate. And hate. And hate. And hate. That's the devil's philosophy.
So what are we saying now? That we love our enemy? What are we saying now? That
I'm saying, if you're black, if you're saying you're black and you're British, that's a dumb philosophy. That's all I'm saying.
We're not saying love our enemy, innit? But we're saying our people are people, innit? You see what I'm saying, innit? Obviously, you have to deal with diplomacy, innit? You can't always, look at everyone like they're the enemy. That's what I'm saying, innit? Because if that was the case, the king wouldn't have went over to England, innit? You have to deal with the thing diplomatically, innit?
All right, Bob. I hear you, man.
I would never claim black British though, sis. That's a dumb ideology, innit? That's an oxymoron ideology right there. And that's confusion. Like, that's where Rasta were a bit free from the Babylonian confusion. Because that's like anything that's confusing, it's Babylon.
Look, that's one thing, man, and the majority, like what you're talking about, Nanifa, that's just one small part of the thing, man. Because if you look at the demographic of Rastaman, them that are trying to build up Africa with their sister, with their black woman, like it's very a large populace. It's a very, very
like I
large.
said,
You probably find under 10%.
Nah, Fred, because I don't like the way you're trying to pin me to that point, Bedrin. You get me? And I know this is the internet. That's why I'm gonna keep reiterating. Yeah, that I was responding to a point that Jedi had made. You understand me?
Yeah, that's a minor thing, though, man. That's a minor thing. It's just like when people say all of our black celebrities are marrying out. That's not the case. That's not the case. It is a minority, man. Trust me, I'm telling you, man. It's a minority. You have to travel to see what I'm talking about. You have to travel to see what I'm talking about, though.
Fred, it wasn't a minor thing, yeah? And it was my truth of rights. And to me, it wasn't a minor thing. You understand me? Because I got these men telling me about
that's mighty
this,
dread,
that, and the
sis.
other.
That's my little brother. That's mighty dread.
It's not a minority. It's not a minor thing. I'm saying they are a minority.
I'm not talking about respect. Yeah?
No one mentioned respect. No one mentioned respect. No one mentioned respect. I'm saying Rastas in general. Rastas in general. If you look at the Rastas, they're not marrying outside their race. It's a small minority. I didn't say to you it's a minor. I said to you it's a small minority of Rastas. To tell you the truth. Most Rastas are building up their race. Most Rastas are going back home to build up their race. I'm telling you, you might just see one or two and sensationalizing it like it's half and half, or it's a majority of Rastas.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
And just as you mentioned the guy's name, he's our brethren, but he's not nothing to do with us. Me and him's Rasta's different, innit? We all got different individual brains, innit? We just agree on one thing, which is the teachings of His Majesty. So
Respect can't tell you that the king was racist, though. Respect can't tell you that the king was racist. So what are you talking about? What's anyone talking about?
Let me ask you a question, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
Can you have a mixed race child with a white
woman? Family.
Yeah, but then at the same time, can you hear me? No. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah. What happened? What Freddie been dunning out the place? You lot don't want to answer. Freddie been dropping machine guns on you lot. Take time with them. Take time with them, Freddie. Don't hurt them too much, because you get me. But I was gonna ask, can you have a white child or mixed race child, and be pro-black in the sense of your brothers, your sisters, your aunts, your uncles, your mom, the man in the mirror, the woman in the mirror? Do you know what I mean? Possibly other children of yours are all black, and you're all for the betterment and the furthering of them and yourself. Does that not automatically just make you pro-black, being the fact that you are down for the best for you as a black person? Or is being pro simply all about reproduction? Is it all about reproduction? Because if you're promoting a healthy future for your black family, your brothers, your sisters, your mom, your uncle, your cousins, your brethrens, and you have a mixed race child, does that cancel the fact that you look in the mirror and want the best for black people? Does that mean that all of a sudden you are not pro-black? Because otherwise I feel like, is someone talking and I can't hear, or no one responded?
Yeah, Freddie dropped off.
Was there? There people dropped off.
Yeah. No, Freddie dropped off when you was chatting, innit?
Oh, sorry. Being pro is being with your
What
own.
going on, Jez, man? Big up yourself, my brother.
Yeah, man, because I'm
Oh,
trying to
man.
say this pro thing, it just come like, I just feel like people, you lot just talk about who you fuck, not who you love, not who you big up, not who you promote, not who you fight for, but who you have sex with, who you've had sex with, who you've impregnated. And that's what you're boiling down, whether someone is pro or not. I'm saying you don't need to redefine your thing. It's me personally, I got no desire to be pro black or pro anything. All your labels are shit anyway. You get me? So I don't want to be pro nothing except for pro life, to be honest. But I can't help but to have a bias for people that look like me. Like, and I think that's inbuilt for most people. No? Is that not?
So that's why I said, innit, there's two camps, innit? You get me? So when you're saying you can't be fucked with the pro-black thing, I hear that, innit? So you're obviously just pro everyone, no problem. You understand?
I'm definitely pro me first. So you can say pro
well,
everyone.
I'm definitely...
If you're outside of me, I'm not pro you, you know? If you're anti-me, I'm not pro you. So you know, I'm not pro everyone, you know? I'm pro me first. And me, I happen to be a black man. It's just how it is. It's not even a choice. Forget black. I happen to look like and have the heritage and the DNA that I have. There's no choice involved in that whatsoever. I am who I am. And I'm proud of that. And I'm pro me.
I mean, obviously, at the outset, everyone should be pro themselves. You understand what I'm saying to you? However, we're not going to go pro me and then pro, you get me? We're not going to do that. We know that there's pro black. Yeah.
Why are we not going to do that?
So I would definitely put yourself, by listening to you, you're definitely a pro-humanity type of guy. No problem. And that's what I was saying when I was listening to you. There's definitely, obviously,
are you anti-humanity?
Of course, I'm not anti-humanity.
We're both pro-humanity then.
Yeah, but I'm pro-black.
I'm not anti-black either.
But you said you don't want to be pro-black.
I'm not anti-black.
And I'm definitely pro-black, innit? I'm about black love, black, all of that. And that's where we...
How can I not be about black love, being that I'm a product of black love? How could I not be about black love? How could I not encourage that? How could I not want that to further? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get that. Like, I'm black. Am I not? Am I not black? Am I not?
You are black. But one of the questions was, can you be pro-black and sleep white? So let me ask you that question. Can you be pro-black and sleep white?
I think you could be pro anything and sleep anything. Because I don't think who you sleep with determines on how you are pro for something. I don't think that. Yeah.
Okay. That's where we disagree in it, because for myself, to be pro-black, especially, one of the first tenements is to sleep black.
If you're
pro-life,
if you're pro-life and support abortion, that's an oxymoron. To be pro-black, you're saying the first component is to sleep black. That's bullshit. That's someone telling you. That's someone talking with their fanny or their dick. Don't tell me what.
No, wait,
that's bollocks. No, wait. Let me speak.
It's bullshit to you because you're.
Yes, it is.
I understand it's bullshit to you.
Let me finish speaking then. If you understand that,
I hadn't even finished, Jedi. I didn't even blow the smoke out.
Let me explain that point then. Let me explain that point then. Yeah. Yes, you can sleep with an Indian woman, yeah, and be pro-African. Of course you can. Of course you can. Yes.
But in my humble opinion,
what is it that sleeping with what is it about sleeping with an Indian woman that makes you anti-black?
Because you're potentially gonna impregnate someone that's not black. So how can that be pro-black if you're gonna be creating things that are not black? Then you're not pro-black, innit?
What about your deeds and your actions? Like, do you think just having a child makes you pro-black? Are you joking with me or what? Is this what we actually need?
I'm very serious. Listen,
lying on your back and pushing out a baby does not make you pro-black. Let me tell you that now. Yeah. No. So whether that child is black, pink, Asian, or Inuit, yeah, your pro-blackness does not come from having sex with someone black or having a black child. That's not.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. If you're not laying black, you're not pro-black.
Okay,
so that's my opinion, innit?
What if you're not having children? What if you're not having sex? What if you're not having sex? Are you anti-black now?
What if you're not having? Yeah, you're still not pro-black. Fam.
You can't be pro-black.
Listen, in my opinion,
pro-black and celibate.
Let me just get my statement out, and then you can question me. Let me get my statement out, Jades, and then you can question me. Yeah.
silly, man.
For myself, let me say, for myself, Nynefa, you get me? To be pro-black, you have to be sleeping black.
You have to be actively.
There's no.
You have to be
Your
active.
partner has to be a reflection of yourself. There's no if, buts, or maybe. No dictionary, thesaurus, nothing.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Pro-black, your reflection has to be black.
Yeah. So if you're not sexually active, you cannot be pro-black. This is what Nynefa telling me. I'm not.
Get me? Yeah, you're being a bit silly. You can do better than that, Jens. You can do better than that.
Right, hear what you said. You can listen better, because I ain't doing no isms and schisms. You're doing the isms and schisms. I'm saying to have a child. Yeah, I know. Like, listen, man. Listen. To have a child does not make you pro-black. I don't care how black your child is. I don't care how black your partner is. Yeah, you can have a black partner, black children, and be anti-black. Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you can have no children whatsoever and be pro-black. You don't tell me that being sexually active and having children is what makes you pro-black. This is craziness.
What I am saying is that being pro-black, a major component of being pro-black is laying down with black. That's what I'm saying to you.
Like I said, if you're not laying down with no one, then you can't be pro-black. So
wait,
Jay, when I say laying down, you know what I'm saying, yeah? So don't do that, bro.
No, I'm being fat. Don't say it then.
Okay, cool. I am saying it, and that's my view and my opinion. You understand me? You can't be pro-black.
Don't call you on what you said. What do you mean?
Say that again, boom.
You telling me don't call you on what you just said? Don't call you out on what you just said?
No. I didn't say it. I'll just say that's my view and opinion, innit? Yeah. But let Melanated have her say. There's another sister in here. Big up yourself, Melanated. I ain't got no way, Jedi.
Big up everyone. All right, big up to everyone on the panel.
You sound like you're saying that. You sound like you're conflating sexual orientation, with being pro-black. That's all I'm saying, innit?
Oh, Jay, this is not sexual orientation, brethren. Yeah, I mean, see when you bring up things like sexual orientation. I mean, come on, man.
What?
But Melanated.
Come on, what? Answer it. No, don't. Come on, man. What is your point? What's your answer to that? I'm saying you're making it sound like sexual orientation is what determines your pro-blackness.
Okay, so what I'm
saying, let me just be very clear. Yeah. You are saying that in order for you to be pro-black, you must be sleeping with somebody that is black. I asked you, what if you are not procreating? If you're not having children and you are not sleeping with anyone, does that make you anti-black? You said yes.
No, I think she's saying you can still be pro-black.
You think she said yes. Sorry, Born Rich. I hear what you think she said. She 90% said yes.
One sec, G. So if I heard you correctly, you was given a scenario where someone is with someone, but they're not actually having sexual relations, and then you're questioning me if that's still pro-black. Is that what you just done, Jens?
I asked you if somebody that's not having sex can be pro-black, and you said no.
If someone,
I asked you if there was anti-black. I asked you if that makes them anti-black because they're not having sex. You said yes.
Right. So hold on. Let me just catch it again.
Wow.
Because my boy come in, sorry, yeah. So you're asking me if someone that is not having sex, with nobody.
Remember, your requirement is, that you are sleeping black. You are sleeping with a black person and procreating with a black person. I said, what if they're not having sex? You laughed. I said, what if they're not having sex and they're not procreating? Are they anti-black? You said yes.
Okay, well, if they're not doing nothing, they're just there asexual. You know what I mean? They're just not doing nothing. Then they're just there not doing nothing, can it?
So can they not be pro-black?
I've got you now. Are they? And okay. Well, then obviously it would depend on. It could be argued other movements of theirs, isn't it? You get me? Because like I said, it's only one component. It is one component. But for myself, it's one of the main components. 100%. You get me? Carl, that's what you're giving life to.
I'm not sure what your answer was or is.
Yo, so to the question,
can I interject? Can I say something?
Yeah, go. I think that was a bit of a mad one. Question to bit of a speaker's corner question.
What? No. Yeah. All right, look. You're gonna let Melanated. You're not gonna answer the question. You're gonna and R and not sure and need clarification. Then you're gonna keep asking Melanated or allowing Melanated to join the conversation. But you're gonna make a sniping comment on your way out, which I'm gonna want to respond to. I don't want to cut off Melanated Goddess.
No problem, Jess. You get me? But
Don't drop the It's a Speaker's Corner comment because I ain't gonna have that.
Go ahead and respond
I'll
then.
take it back.
Yeah,
man.
I ain't gonna have. Sorry,
I'll take that one back, Jess.
All right, cool.
No problem, babe.
Go on,
I'll take
Melanated.
that.
Go on, Melanated. Sorry.
So
Sweetie.
to me, just to not to derail the whole conversation and just give a comment on what was just said, it sounds like I agree with Jedi that you could be a black person who has a children with another black person, and you not be a black person. I mean, a pro-black person. You may not stand on pro-black principles. But what I also heard from Nanita is that if you are saying you are pro-black, then one of the major components is that you have a child with another black person. That's like a demonstration of your pro-blackness. That's kind of what I got. So I agree kind of with both of your perspectives that you can have a child within your race and not be pro-black, but you can't be pro-black or say that you're pro-black, but then your actions are showing something different. That's kind of
And even so even to try to answer Jedi's question,
by actions, you
even
mean
if you're not lying down with her, yeah, get me. But this woman that you're rolling around with is not black, then you're still not pro-black. So even if you and her aren't having, hanky panky, etc., but you're rolling with her, then you're still not pro-black.
So you can't roll with a non-black woman and be pro-black.
Not if you're saying that you're in a relationship with her, Jedi.
You just said if they're not having you just said if you're not having hanky panky, but you're just rolling around with her. Like, so what do you mean?
You mean like friends? You mean like a non-black friend?
A lack of hanky panky sounds like not having sex. Rolling around with.
Are you asking if you can be pro-black and have white friends, Jedi?
Man, I just feel like you're not even aware of what you're saying at the moment.
No, is that what you're asking?
No, we're just looking for clarification on what you just said.
Mate.
Yeah.
So when you said rolling around with, what did you mean by rolling around with?
No hanky panky, just rolling around with. I still would. So we're asking you, what do you mean by that? No one's making a statement. We're trying to clarify what you meant.
Let me try again, Jeds. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I've got white friends, innit? I don't sleep with them. Does that answer your question?
I can't, yeah.
Sleeping with them is never on the cards. But
this topic comes up so much in the UK. Like, wow, man, this topic is crazy. It's just like, I don't know, like since I started like being on these YouTube shows and stuff, it's like it just seems like a big stronghold, I guess, or I don't know if that's the right word, but like in America, it just seems like it's a huge divide. You either have black men who will say things like white women are better. I don't fuck with black girls, da-da-da. Like they just be straight shitting on black girls, and they just make their decision who they gonna date. They, some of them are very vocal about, their choice. They have YouTube channels devoted to, bigging up white women and all that kind of stuff, trashing black women. You have that side, and then you have to have the whole other side that's like black women and child, big up pro-black, blackity black, black. And it's just kind of cut and dry. But
can you do me a favor? Like, if I give you my email address, can you send me the pro-black rulebook, please, so I can read up on this and find out like whether I'm pro-black or not? Because I could be pro-black this whole time and not realize it. I think I need that rulebook that you lot are reading from, which tells other black people how they are pro-black and what makes them pro-black and what makes them not. I want to get that book. I want to read it so I can clarify and I can make all the people I know.
But you're a person that don't even like those books that tell you how to pray, tell you how to do this. But you're a person that you rebel against all of this type of structure. So I would never dare give you any kind of structure. You be pro-black how you choose to, bro. You know what I'm saying? Do you? I don't want to change. You want a right path right now. I don't want to change that and kind of give you this structure like a Sharpie marker and then make you draw a box so you can fit in the box.
All right, cool. Thank
you.
Be
your type of pro-black.
I just want to know what book you're reading from. That's all I'm asking.
Be your type of pro-black. I'm just saying that.
That's not the answer that I've. Listen to what I'm saying. all the slick shit, you could dash it. I'm good with it. Yeah, but I'm trying to help you now. Give me the book.
I just gave you an answer. You might not like my answer.
No, that's not a book. I've just said, what book are you reading from?
And I told you I'm not giving you a book. I just told you that.
You just said,
you didn't hear that, Carl?
You're such a free person, and I don't want to. And all that sarcasm just dripped off you, and I was like, right, what was that for? I just want to know what book.
Because it sounded like you was coming at me with sarcasm. So if I misunderstood you,
you know the joke thing is, the joke thing was, it weren't even you that was coming up with what the rules of being pro-black was. I clearly said, Nanifa's reading the book. I want to read it.
I thought you said melanated. Give me the book. Didn't you address that to me?
No, I said melanated. Can I? Because
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I didn't. I'm a be.
Bro, man. All right, you never heard it, but you're hearing what I meant was melanated, as in you were the person talking. Can I interject and can I ask what book is being read from for the pro-black do's and don'ts? That's what I'm asking. It's not a personal attack. It's not a personal attack.
Yeah.
If you got if you got a book or a rule book, I'd love to read it. I'd like to know so I can understand your mindset if you are reading from that book or Nanifa's or anybody else's.
Okay, so Jeds. All right, boom. So there's no quote unquote rule book. You get me to be being pro-black. You understand me? All right. So we'll just get that one out of the way. However, if we just go logically, and I know you're a logical thinker, innit? You're a logical type of guy, innit? If you're gonna be pro your color, pro your color, pro you, then the first thing you're gonna do is pick something that reflects you. That's just simple.
No, that's not simple. That's flawed psychology. That's your psychology.
No, it's not flawed.
Here it is. Because you can't tell. Hold on. You cannot tell somebody that has a partner that doesn't look like them that they don't love themselves. That's your perspective.
But you're mixing up the teachings. You see what I'm saying to you?
The person is black.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I can actually.
If the person is black and their partner, okay, cool, thank you. If the person is black and their partner is Chinese, you can't tell them that they don't love their blackness because they're with a Chinese partner.
Dude.
I mean, you could say it, but it's not factual. What do you want?
That's my opinion, innit? You understand?
Your opinion
that's my opinion. If I'm saying I'm pro-black, like I said, one of the first components of being pro-black is to
who you fuck with. It's who you fuck.
Yeah, that's myself. Yeah, that's my view and opinion. Now your view and opinion might be completely different.
Are you pro-woman? Are you pro-woman?
No, them ones.
Are you pro-woman?
Am I pro-woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pro-woman.
Boy.
Do you sleep with women?
Jedi, when did this happen to you? Oh my God.
Listen, stop.
Do I sleep with women?
Hold on. Wait. 94.
No, I don't sleep with women, Jedi.
1 second.
No, I don't. I don't sleep with women today.
Thank you. What do you mean by when did this happen to you?
Because I don't expect these kind of questions from, like, come on, man. No, I'm not pro-woman. Anyway, I don't sleep with women. I don't sleep with women. Now what?
You're pro-women. So someone would say, if you're actually pro-woman, you should actually find a woman the most attractive because you're pro-woman.
Young.
Listen to me. Listen.
It's not true.
Instead of hold on. Can we have a conversation? Don't mock me, please. Don't mock me because I'm not here to be mocked. I'm actually trying to just have a normal conversation.
Oh, come on, Jets. Sunday seconds. Come on, with this shit.
All right, like Sunday settings. You're talking about when did this happen to you? As if something's happened to me. Like maybe
all right.
Like what you and this is the way you're dealing with a black man,
I know you're black.
A so-called black man giving you half a perspective, and I'm asking you some challenging questions. Like, okay, to be pro-black, you must sleep with blacks. Yeah, to be pro-woman, you must sleep with women.
No,
exactly. No, it doesn't make sense. No, you're not. In fact, who you sleep with,
so we're gonna go from being pro-black taking us into homosexuality. I mean, come on, man. What is that?
Am I taking you into homosexuality?
But you're basically making an analogy between being pro-black,
good example,
therefore sleeping black, and being pro-woman, therefore sleeping woman. That's come on, man. That's stupidness.
It's stupidness.
This is stupidness, man.
To compare who you sleep with. You say one of the first parameters for you to be pro is for you to choose someone that reflects you. So I'm saying, if you're pro-woman, you're gonna choose someone to reflect you. We can't
All
go
right,
by this.
but I'm a
Hold on,
Jedi. I'm a So obviously,
hold on, please, hold on. We cannot go by this logic because you don't like it. Not because it's flawed logic. I'm not the one that has that logic. You're the one that has that logic. I'm simply giving you a parameter for you to understand how this might not necessarily work. Yeah?
So
it might not necessarily work. I think you can't be pro-black, yeah, if you are anti-black.
would you sleep with a white man, Jedi?
No, I would not.
So there you go then.
What?
You get me? Exactly.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? I wouldn't sleep with another woman. You wouldn't. Although you may not be pro-black, yeah. Would you sleep with a? You get me? Would you sleep with a non-black man?
I wouldn't sleep with a man.
Okay then.
But
So what the fuck you ask me if I'll sleep with a woman?
I'm not pro-man.
I idiot thing that man.
But I'm not. But hold
on. I idiot something that.
Well, obviously, I don't think you're not. For whatever reason, you don't want to grasp the concept I'm giving to
No,
you.
Jess, I grasp what you're saying, innit? But how are you gonna bring woman into an argument? Like, then you're bringing homosexuality to the thing.
It's just
That don't
an
make no
example.
sense.
You cling on to it. It's just an example. It's a thought exercise. You can't have a thought exercise. I can't give you an example to help you to illustrate the point I'm trying to make. Because you're not back at
you.
So one of the reasons why the whole having a child thing even comes up is because if you're pro-black and you want to, like, let's say, further the black race, right? And then you would have be more intentional with your decision, right? With procreating, and so you're doing that with the intention of furthering the black race. So if you're pro-woman and you are attracted to other women, then you are not furthering womanhood, because you would want to be with the opposite sex so that you could have more children. You would value motherhood as part of an aspect of being a woman. You would value motherhood and conception and having a nuclear family. All of those things are part of being a woman, not like sleeping, like having homosexual desires for another woman. So that's why the example is kind of is flawed. So one of the things I like about being a woman is being a mother. A woman can't do that for me. Another woman can't do that for me at all.
Yeah, man, I hear you, man, and I know a woman can't do that, and I think that's a good point. But I'm like, I wasn't making the point that for you to be pro-woman, you need to sleep with women. That's not my point. I hope you understand what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying that. I was saying it's equally it discounts as you're gonna say, okay, Velle's got white kids or mixed kids, so for that's a fact he can't be pro-black. And I'm like, but if he supports his black family and promotes black culture and black love, like, who he sleeps with should not like necessarily deter you from seeing a man that is pro his people. And if he's pro his people, yeah, then he's pro his people. Like, I just feel like it was getting whittled down to a sexual choice or preference or orientation or whatever. And I'm saying that alone doesn't make you pro-black. The same way that having a black child doesn't make you pro-black, or having a black child and a black partner does not make you pro-black. So the same way not having them also doesn't take you away from being pro-black. I was just throwing it out there. I gave the example, and it wasn't meant to say.
I don't think it necessarily it singularly makes you pro-black. I don't think that one act makes you pro-black. I agree with that. One act, it's like, oh, I got a black partner, boom, I'm pro-black. No, not that one thing. But I do think that to discount or minimize like that, that it's almost like you have locks, right? I have locks in my hair as well, right? There's many people who have locks and they don't view it as a political statement. But if I view it as a political statement, because I can see that when I walk around, how people interact with me, there is a visual demonstration of rebelling against a system of standards of beauty. It is rebelling. It is embracing something that was degraded. It is a statement. Does everyone with locks see it that way? No. But does that mean that the way I see it is not true? I don't think so. So it's the same thing as making when you decide to have a partner outside your race. Some people do not see it as a statement, but there is a group of people that definitely view that as a statement.
Now,
That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all we're
saying,
saying.
as the groups of people get together, who like as we're having a thought exercise, I understand I'm an individual, and regardless of what any of you lot said, I'm gonna have my own views anyway. So you pointed it out perfectly. But now I'm saying we're having this group discussion, and I'm saying, as you as a black sister, do you get to dictate to everybody else what the rules are of being pro-black is, or are we gonna push the narrative that, you know what? Don't let us tell you what being pro-black is. Yeah. You discover what being pro-black is, because right now it's like we're trying to come to a consensus. That's what the whole show is about. Are you a sellout if you have a certain lifestyle, or if you've made certain lifestyle choices in your past? And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not a sellout. If you think you're pro-black and you want to be pro-black, then you're pro-black. If you're pro your people, if you're pro your mom and your dad and your brother and your cousins, yeah, and yourself, yeah, then who you sleep with today?
Nah, Jedi. You know why?
Let me jump in next.
Damn.
When you say no, see them one, but Jed, see if you say
yo, big up everyone. Wait, one sec. Nine, if hold on a sec. Yeah. Nine. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Let everyone finish, because you remember the rules of the panel. Yeah, we need to let everyone finish their sentence so we can hear it. Because from YouTube, it's hard to hear when someone cuts in over the next person that's talking. So we need to let each other finish our sentences so we can hear what and we can answer properly as well. It makes the answer 100% factual after, innit, because you've heard the whole question, innit. So let Jedi finish his point, then Nines you can answer back quickly, and then Scattered wanted to make a point still. So yeah, man, it's a fire show still, but can't. There's no more space on the panel, cause
I'm happy to like, you know, let 94 carry on, because I kind of lost my train of thought when she cut me up.
I apologize for interjecting, Hazard. I apologize for that.
That's cool.
But all it was that Jedi said something like, you get me? I'm like, nah, fuck all of that, innit? So when I heard you say, if you're pro your mom, your dad, your granny, your uncle, your sister, all them thing there, then you're pro, and yourself, then you're pro-black, innit? But I'm saying nah, because all of those persons that you mentioned, they were just born into your family, innit? That's standard, innit? That's by default. You didn't make any choice in that, yeah? But when you go out then and choose who you want to give life to, yeah, then that's a whole different thing, Bobby. So
I hear you making the choice of
my mum, and I love my uncle and my sister and all that. Fuck all of that. That's all I was gonna say about that.
I hear the point about who you give life to and that, but I feel like maybe a little bit too much onus is given on the fact of that person having life or creating life for somebody, meaning that they were anti or not pro who they are or where they come from. Like, I just wanted to see whether there was any room where any of the sisters could hear some kind of argumentation that allowed them to see that, okay, you know what, like maybe I am being a bit too quick to judge or be judgmental, but like I don't think we're gonna really get there. You obviously got your viewpoints, and I encourage you to keep your viewpoints, because it's that we need people from every side of the argument. As far as I can see it, you're pro-black, Velle's pro-black, and most of us are actually, even if they don't like the title, are actually pro the continuation and the progression of our people. But like, I mean, there are a lot of mixed race people in it, yeah, mixed heritage people, and some of them are deeply embedded within our communities and are known as pro-black. Like, one of the most pro-black people I know in my community is a mixed race man who is an elder, has been an elder in the community for many years, and no one ain't gonna tell me that this brother is not pro-black. Like, no one ain't gonna tell me. You ain't gonna look him in his face and tell him he ain't pro-black. Like,
yeah, he's not fully pro-black still.
Whatever. You ain't gonna look.
No one's gonna tell you. I'm telling you, he's not fully pro-black.
Hold on, whatever. None of these man are gonna tell me that this man is not pro-black, and you're not gonna look him in his face and tell me he's pro-black, innit? He's not pro-black, innit?
100%. I'm gonna say he's pro-black. I'm gonna second and say he's pro-black.
Yeah.
Lower Jedi.
Come on.
I think he's definitely pro-black.
He's
The amount of
definitely
black unity he's helped throughout.
I just don't even know why anyone would say he's not pro his people. Like, for
You got
what
to echo,
reason?
scattered.
Why would he
You got
not
to
be pro
echo.
his people? Because he may. Like, I just like.
No, you know what the thing is, yeah? You know what the thing is.
Yeah.
Like pro-black is a very broad kind of label, in it, position, statement, whatever. It's a very, very, very broad. It doesn't get down to the nuance of what of how that actually pans out in real life, innit?
You love a nuance, isn't it?
Of course, man. What the hell? How can you not be trying to be nuanced on this thing, bro? How can we not? What kind of stupidness is that? We have to be nuanced. You get me? So for example, I can say that I have seen, in the midst of, I've been in a meeting, a massive gathering of people, and in that group, you've probably got 4 white people, right? And everyone's on the same cause, though. Everyone's on the same thing. And I've seen the switch from a pro-black agenda to a more liberal, even I could say pro-white agenda, because of the presence of those people in the room. Right? And it does happen. Yeah, man's not saying that. If I have to aggregate the thing, I'd say the man's pro-black. But I would say a man like that is also capable, and is also, it should be expected that he's going to have some pro-white tendencies. It's simple.
Well, like that's your.
You don't put man in a box like that. If he does,
that's your opinion. I'd love to have this debate. I'd love to invite him, for you and him to have this debate, and I'd love to hear it, man. It would be jokes.
Yeah, it will probably happen. Even Zeno as well wants to have that same conversation with man.
Yeah, but there was something that happened one time. Yeah, I went to a event to deal with in answer of the knife crime, the spate of knife crime, the 55% increase in knife crime amongst the youth in London, and it was almost 100% black audience. They were 2 white people in that audience. One was a kind of middle-aged woman that had some form of disability, like she had crutches and whatnot. And it transpired at some point that this woman was the mother of some mixed race children, and she was concerned for this part of her community, or this part of her children's community, and wanted to come to be empowered and find out information on how she could help guide her children who politically identified and were identified in her eyes by society as black. And I was there to speak. Raspet was there, and a couple other people was there. Nation of Islam. Like, it was really a decent event, And what happened was, at some point, this white woman got called out for being white in a black event or whatever, and then asked to leave. And as much as not everybody agreed with it, because the person said, I think this person should leave, and rare, she got the hump and was like, all right, cool, you don't want me to leave, and nobody tried to stop her. And I thought, right, cool, innit? Forget the compassion, cool. But you've now put me off you lot's movement. And the reason why is, if I want to join something that's the same as the system that's already gone, then I'll just join the system. If we're going to be ignorant, you remember that, Fred Cole, yeah? If we're going to be, that really put me off, If we're going to be ignorant, if we're going to just adapt and become the same, then might as well just join that. Do you know what I mean? And I just feel like dangerously, we're heading towards a place where we can't even see that we're losing our humanity. The righteousness that Nainifa is talking about, we're going to lose that, But are we using it in place for climbing the ladder and freedom? Or are we losing it in place of just impersonating the very people that's got their foot on our neck? And we're just going to go in a downward spiral, because, like, if we can't have some understanding, stop throwing around certain labels, we ain't going to progress. One thing is this, black people, as strong as we are, as innovative as we are in that, we're also intelligent. And we should be able to see that in this landscape of the way the world is set up internationally, the way the world is set up internationally, we are going to need allies wherever we can find them. Yes, we have to work on ourselves first. Yes, we have to get ourselves to a certain level. But if we think that we're going to be kicking out people that are kind of got one foot in one and one foot in the other, and not trying to even use them to further dialogue, to further our agenda, but we're going to be like, well, why she's white? What's she doing here? We just embarrassed ourselves. We embarrassed ourselves because her children are mixed race and her children suffer from some of the things we do, and she just wanted to bring back information to help her raise the children. This is what we wanted. We wanted white women to be interested and to take an interest in their partner's culture and their children's heritage and blah 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 blah, and address the things, address white supremacy and all these things. And then when we get people, we start telling them either the black people are sellouts, the white people are this and that, very rare. So we're just on a mission to segregate ourselves even further. Yeah. And you can see it between the split between those that are African, those that are indigenous, those are this and those are that. All we do is find ways to keep dividing.
Melanated response.
Yeah, I think that when we're talking about our partners that we choose to I say build with, because it's not just the act of having children, but it's building a life, building and being and building your community, right? So when we're talking about that, I think the discussion about having allies in other communities, I think that's a separate thing. Now, Etha says she's a pro-black person, right? She has a black partner. She has a child with a black man, but she has white friends, right? So she has allies in other communities, but she's just not. There is some there are certain boundaries within that, right? So I don't think that you're making it seem like if a person says you shouldn't have children outside your race, that they're just being they're not using strategic, not being strategic, and they're minimizing like the importance of having relations with people of other cultures, or we're minimizing, we're being limited in our desire to understand other cultures and maybe learn from those other cultures. You know, no one is saying that. No one is saying you can't have Asian friends, Chinese friends, any other ethnicity. No one is saying that you can't go to Christmas dinner at a Vietnamese household. No one is saying that. I think that if the discussion is, that, like, for me, I would like for my grandchildren to look like me. So it's very important for me and my son's father, let's just say that, and his wife's grandparents too, or whatever, his wife's parents or whatever, right? But it's important that I can be like, look at my lips, look at my eyes, look at my, he's a little bit darker than his granddaddy. Like, to me, that's something that's important, that we can look at family photos from generation to generation to generation. So when my child was growing up, I told him, like, does that mean I control his decision? No, I understand it. It's outside of my control. But the same way I teach him to put a seatbelt on when he's driving, or not to, that cigarettes are bad for you, or, when a police officer starts talking to you, you better make your hands visible. All of these things for survival. I'm teaching him what community is. And I taught him that community, you are involved, a vital part in driving community. And it starts with who you lay down with, who you have children with, what your kid's gonna look like. That's a part of it.
I hear you. But then some people will be like, well, this is the reason why we don't fuck with you lot, because you lot are all light skin and you don't look like how we look in Africa. You lot have been mixed. You lot are this, you lot are that. You lot are mixed with
But that's infighting. That's infighting stuff. That's internal.
Hold on, but it is infighting. But I'm just like, I'm like, for me, who am I more allied to? Somebody that traces their roots back to Africa, has a white partner, or has mixed race children, should I say, but also does his best to contribute. I don't know who's echoing like that. Does his best to contribute to the black community, or some dude in America that's like, yo, fuck Africa. I ain't from Africa. I'm from right here, and I ain't like them fucking. I ain't like them. Who's more of a threat to me? Who is more like? Because I feel like you can be pro-black and like anti-African. You know what I'm trying to say? So like,
I agree with you, and the
yeah,
people
so like,
that I come together with.
How can you be pro-black and anti-African? How can you be anti-African and pro-black, but then a man that's got a white partner or a man that's got mixed race kids can't be pro-black, but you can be pro-black and anti-African? So this is what I'm saying. Yeah,
Well,
you do have some problems here.
Jedi, I'm trying to throw no craziness out there, but we live in a world where people. I kid you not. I had a conversation with someone last night who told me that they were a woman, but they had a penis and they enjoyed getting fellatio from men, and they did not want to get rid of their penis, but that they were a woman and they threatened to fight me. Right?
Wow.
So this is the world we live in 2020. People can label themselves anything, right? But why do you think I be on these UK hangouts? Because I could connect with the people. So I'm gonna connect with like-minded people. It don't matter what water is in between us. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm connecting
But what is
with.
your connection? What's your connection with the like-minded people? The fact that you're all what? What's your
We're upon the pro-black thing.
pro-black? Like I said. So would you say that?
Well, no, not only that. I'm pro-black. I'm not anti-African. Well, I want to give. I'm not anti-African, right? And for me, I don't hate anyone based off of their belief system.
Yeah.
I can recognize that we have different belief systems. I don't look at you as a Muslim. I don't look at you as a Buddhist. I don't look at you. I look at you as you want to say you black.
You can you share a pro-black title with somebody that is anti-African? You're happy to consider that person as pro-black.
No, I don't think that they would consider themselves pro-black, because when they hear me talking and I'm including African.
Yeah, they would, because they believe blacks and Africans are different. They're pro-Negro. They believe that when we say pro-black, we're talking about pro-Negro. Yeah, and they believe that Negroes and Africans are different, right? So someone could
therefore, I would draw the distinction. Because I would say I'm a diasporan. So when I start saying things like that, they're gonna separate. I'm a diasporan. I don't see like America black is different than Haitian black. I don't.
You recognize your African heritage, right?
I do.
I mean, whether by theory or by fact, you recognize in your belief.
Listen, I learned yesterday that the word "uno" is Igbo, and my grandmother raised me, but "uno this and "uno that." "Uno pick up your clothes" and "uno" like so. I didn't know I was speaking no Nigerian language. You know what I'm saying? Like, so how can I say I don't? Where did this African influence come from? Where, if it's not part of my lineage? So I don't have to. It's not a figment of my imagination. Maybe some other black person born in America is so distant for them, and I get that, and I can relate to. I can understand.
But if they're anti-African, in your eyes, if they're anti-African, they are anti-black.
If they're anti-African.
When you say anti-African, do you mean anti all of the people that are living on the continent?
Anti-African, just like we know what anti-black means. We know what anti-black.
Africa's a construct, isn't it? That's what I'm trying to say.
Africa's a construct.
Yeah.
Is black a construct? So we're playing a construct game.
But there's no the continent doesn't exist as a you know what I mean? There's countries in the continent. So I'm trying to understand. When you say anti-African, is it like anti every African nation and all the people that live in there? Is it the idea of Africa?
Oh, I got what you're saying. Because that's true. What he's saying, okay, so like there's some Black Americans who will have issues with me demonstrating something that they would associate with African culture. And they would get offended and say, like, that's not your culture. So if I wear a head wrap, and I'm telling you, not just African Americans, my family members, when I posted pictures of me on Facebook with a head wrap, they like, what you doing? And I'm like, what you mean? Getting in touch with my culture. They like, what culture? Oh, that's our culture now? I mean, yo, bro, it may not be yours. Maybe you identify with your colonizer. Your colonizer taught you Spanish.
Someone says to you, listen, I ain't no African. I don't come from Africa. My ancestors don't come from Africa. Yeah. Look at those African people. They don't look like me. They don't look like you. Well, I don't know if they say that to you, yeah. But they don't look like us. Rare. I ain't no damn African. We are separate people. Yeah. That to me.
You know what I say back to them?
To me, can I say, not only are you like Like when you speak in that tone, you are anti-African. There's ways to denote. There's ways to let people know that you think you got ulterior origin or ulterior history without kind of the derogatory kind of vibration that goes with it. And when I hear that vibration, I denote that as being anti-African. Yeah, same way as a white person being anti-black.
Yeah, I would. You know what? I would have to agree with you that a person who speaks like that is anti-African,
Can
and
any of those
perhaps.
people be pro-black though?
Hmm?
Can any of those anti-Africans? I'm just trying to move the conversation on, but can any of those anti-Africans be pro-black?
I would say yes, and then let me just not just say yes, but let me give a reason why.
Yeah, this is a problem.
The reason why is because I think that person can still in their mind and in that through their actions further the collective of blacks, meaning they can make decisions within their smaller community. They can work towards building a community. They can so if that person identified, let's say, as a Hebrew Israelite, right, and they decided to move to Demona and build and have wives and children and build schools and have doctors' offices, and I can't say that they're anti-black. They have a black community that's thriving. Why would I say that they're anti-black?
Can't a black person with a white wife have that same thing?
I was wondering because it's like wow.
No, because
you're
won't
gonna be
have.
anti-African but still be able to collectively be able to work for the collective of the black rare, but then
No, they have because a black man, right, who has a white wife or a white black woman who has a black husband. Because I don't want to only make it seem like it's the men.
What about the children? Forget the wives. Let's talk about the children.
I was going to bring in the children. The children. You know, in that community, they will have mixed race children, right? And I was watching an exchange yesterday between Betty and someone else in the chat, right? And the person was making it seem like Betty was being oppositional. The fact that Beyonce talks about the fact that she is mixed race. She does not say, I'm a black woman. She brings up the fact that she is a mixed race person. We cannot water that stuff down as if it doesn't exist. We cannot act as if there are people who, you know, they get to pick and choose depending on the day, depending on the situation, and then they become the face of what blackness is now. So now when I go buy hair products, I'm buying hair products with a mixed race person but it's saying it's marketed that this is for you, deeply melanated, kinky hair black woman. So she is me, but she's not me. She's not. I'm not saying anything is bad about her. I'm not saying that she's the devil. She's just a horrible person, or she's lesser. She's lesser than me. But it's just a difference.
But
we can't.
Who's Indian in your family, though, melanated?
Indian?
Yeah.
I don't believe. I don't think so, that I know of. No.
So from your people are from an island, and that island don't have a specific look that differs from the origin of Africa that you came from, even Nigeria. Can you see no mix in your family or your lineage?
No, not that I don't see. No.
No,
I had pictures of my great grandmother.
Yeah.
She just looked like a black lady.
Woman. Black woman. Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like she just looked like a like. And it's I think matter of fact, because sometimes you're on a panel, sometimes you're in the chat, right? So I had another conversation with someone that said, a lot of Black Americans, they do look mixed. They could be a mixture of 4 different tribes, right, from the continent. Because when they came here, they didn't separate. Oh, the house over here. No, they didn't do all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, get your ass over here. And people was mixing up and marrying, and maybe the languages kind of mixed up and all that kind of stuff. I get it. So there is a difference in the way in which some people look. Again, I'm not an ADOS person. I don't have 5 and 6 generations of American lineage. I'm a first generation American.
Okay.
So
Oh yeah. I forget that, as well.
yeah, I'm a first generation American.
Mm.
So my lineage goes to
Straight away to another
Jamaica,
island. Yeah.
yeah, Jamaica, Cuba, and even
Cuba.
in Cuba,
Uh-oh.
yeah, I found out at my grandmother's funeral that her father was Cuban. But even in Cuba, that still doesn't mean that he's not a non-black.
No, it doesn't.
Right, exactly. And all I can base off of is how my grandmother, and all her siblings had the same mother and father. There ain't no baby daddy situation going on there. And all of them were deeply melanated, kinky hair, full lips, and full nose. I don't know. Ain't no, different texture, waviness going on in our hair. Just regular black people.
But obviously, we're not saying that those that don't have that are not fully black. Let's just put that out there before
All
anyone
right.
tries to kill
I'm
us.
not.
True.
But the more that you could probably say in certain regions people look this way, in certain regions people look that way. So then when you
I don't want to get drawn on that because I don't know enough about that, man. And that's the same. That's the
but I'm saying
same.
when you look at
That's the same.
like the area of West Africa now, present day, right? And then you take the history that we experience. I wouldn't say, oh, more than likely my lineage is East African. I would probably say everything is kind of lining up that it's West African.
Yeah.
Based on the way I look, the way that my mom looked, the way that my dad looked, grandma, great grandma. You see what I'm saying? Is and I take
this would
and I take the
this would all
foods,
rely
I
on
take the foods, I take the language, I take the spiritual systems.
Probably
Like
not
even
that
when you
likely,
look at
though, isn't it? It's probably not that likely, as in because the fact is that, Africans or people from Africa, have a varied amount of looks and unless your parents and your parents' parents and your parents' parents' parents, which was like 6 sets of people, all were from the same family, the likelihood is that they didn't all come from the same place. Do you know what I
no,
mean?
not the same place. No,
You know what I mean? Or
well,
like
when you
even
say
the same
west,
country.
same place, as in
Even
like 7 or 8 countries in on the
there's gonna
continent, like West Africa.
Yeah,
What you
there's gonna.
saying?
Yeah. It's like I'm gonna you could have some East Africa, some South Africa, some non-African, because obviously it's a melting pot when you're taking people away from their lands and you're mixing them with other people. Do you know what I mean? So if you do trace stuff back to the Caribbean islands, there's a likelihood that you could have a more varied genetic history or whatever heritage than is obvious to the eye by just looking at people and saying,
No,
well,
you're right.
they look kind of West African or whatever.
Like
because
saying
even
the
now
like
we
the
go in.
eyeball test. You're saying it's not reliable.
I mean, look, it's not reliable. Didn't you done a DNA thing the other day, innit?
No, I'm ready. I'm ready to do it. DC Brad was sharing his results,
Yeah.
and so I was asking him some questions about like getting your paternal side done versus your maternal, and so what, like one of the things that he did in order to kind of verify it is not only did he do his, but he had his parents do it as well to see if like what their percentage would be, and if it basically feels aligning, like there's no way it's going to tell you, oh, you're Congolese, and then you tell your dad he's Nigerian, you'd be like, well, what the hell, you know what I mean? Like, so just kind of making sure that it's if it's saying you're a Nigerian for you, then it's saying it's your dad is also that would be more reliable. So he did it for his mom and his dad. So I was sharing that my father's deceased, so I would not be able to get that done. And he was saying that if I have a male, like one of my uncles or one of my male cousins, that would, basically they would go in place of my father.
Just like last thing though, because I think that we got to like a deep realization. Well, I got to a deep realization about where how you see shit, and that is the fact that being pro-black, you can be pro-black even if it's at the ideological detriment of another group of black people, or another group of people who share the same look as you. Just because you believe you have a different genetic or different origin story, you can be anti-African but still pro-black, and I want that to sink in. Hold on. I want that to sink in to anybody that's asking the question of whether you can have a mixed race or mixed heritage child and still be pro-black. Just know you can be anti-African and
No, you added that detriment part in there. I wanna get that on record as well. Like I ain't know you was talking about no detriment, like blow up all the black people.
Wait. If you're anti-African, is that a plus or a minus for an African? It's a minus. At the detriment of African people. If you're anti-black, that's at the detriment of black people. If you're anti-African, that's at the detriment of African people. That's not assisting African people in this world. Yeah. So I mean,
I don't know. I'm looking at it like a black, because you said a black person who makes statements like, I'm not them. I don't look like them. Those aren't my people.
I also spoke about the energy, think that, right? I spoke about the energy they come with, yeah, and that is that anti-Africans. We kind of did break. It's not just saying that, melanated. I don't want you to think I'm just saying, oh, I'm not African. That makes you anti-African. No, because you know what I mean. I'm not German. I'm not anti-German. It's just facts, isn't it? But it's like when I'm like, I ain't German. We ain't like them people. Rare. And then the whole attitude that comes with it, which I'm not sure how come we shouldn't spend too much time on it, because I'm sure we're smart enough to know that anti-African, what that means, or what that feels like. I'm sure we are aware. As a black woman yourself, you know what it's like when you express Afrocentric ideas or traits or whatever, and you see the expression and the vibration coming from your counterparts, which is very much anti that. You know what that is, isn't it?
You know what? I'm gonna change my answer, because I'm thinking about. You know why I'm changing my answer? Because I'm thinking about when I'm in those moments, I do think to myself, like someone hating on me for wearing a dashiki. I'm like, there's no way this person could then tell me that they're pro-black. You see what I'm saying? Like, or someone like,
they're nasty over there. They've got flyers over them.
Oh my God, yes.
They're savages.
Yeah.
They eat each other. They build mud huts. They're not like
in my mind. I think of those people as people who are ignorant, and they hate themselves. That they would look at if you want to say like, okay, it's far removed. They would literally look at their great ancestor and just shit on them just because they don't know them. That's crazy. That's
I don't know that nigga. I don't know that nigga. Yeah. I'm from Virginia. I'm like, yo, what's up with you, man?
Like even when I find out some. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I've been trying to get in because I've been trying to say, like, for me, first, like, even when I was listening to the whole debate, like, the anti-African thing for me is clearly more against the whole pro-black thing than any having a white partner could ever be. And I feel like I think you was answering the right questions earlier, when you was talking about in regards to what is there a book or whatever in cause what's the criteria that we're saying. And I would say that African thing clearly, like you said, if you're going against African people and you're trying to say you're pro-black, you're going against a massive proportion of black people. So there's no way you can say you're pro-black. You're clearly pro-specific, your group of black people, if anything. So, I feel like
agree.
Somebody has a white wife, and they can still be pro-black because, like, a lot more than anybody who's anti-African, definitely, because really and truly, it's just about their relationship and what they're doing in their household, what they might be doing outside the household. Like you said, even in regards to Ras Nas and so on. Like, there's people. Not even now. Look at Carla. Look at how many like the mixed race people and so on who do so much within the community and they do the community work, which is separate from them or who they are as an individual. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we make the personality more important than the actual works or the ideological idea behind this whole pro-black thing. But like I think Becca even put in the private chat, like the pro-black thing is about forwarding black people. Do you know what I mean? So you could do. Anyway, I'm writing now, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like
so scattered. Let me ask you something as you say that. Then, do you think that Chinese people would look at a quote unquote Chinese, a pro-black Chinese person who's got a black woman? Do you think they would consider him pro-Chinese?
Yeah, if his financial directions, if what he wants is for the furtherance of Chinese people, i.e., himself and his family. Yeah. So I would say so. Yeah.
I would
I
agree.
mean,
I would agree. But I would,
Is that how they see them? I don't think they see them like that. You know. I think
You know what? Yeah.
You lot are
Do
what?
you lot listen to Chinese?
All right, cool. So,
Chinese
can I answer the question in full, though? Can I answer the question in full? Can I go and say, yeah, 100%. I feel like when it comes to Chinese people, their culture is a different one, yeah. But we'll take it on to account. Like, if a Chinese person is pro-China, well, that could mean many things in it. Like, I think we only have a small understanding of China here in the UK. Yeah, sorry.
Scad, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. But, bro, I can't take anyone seriously talking about anybody being pro-Chinese. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, the Chinese were killing their own children if it weren't the right gender.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Our cultural understanding of China is like we look at China doing something and we think it's all one way. Like the China thing, they're Hanese people that we see. The Hanese, they butcher and suppress all the other Chinese people at the expense of one culture, and they're saying that's the main thing at the front. So when we try and use the Chinese as a comparison for ourselves, then that's must be what we're saying we're going to do. We're going to suppress every other black culture out there, every other black opinion, and we're going to have the one black idea. And if you go against it, you're going to get bodied. That's how Chinese.
I think we could get to that.
But see, there's another. But see, there's so many other things that outside of just the children. See, we looking at it like, okay, your partner doesn't stop you from doing X, Y, and Z in your community. Doesn't stop you being active and being an advocate and all this stuff. But there's so many other things that a union, the purpose and the function of this union, serves. Hold on. Listen. Yeah, listen. I know that's what I'm trying to do, right? And I'm on the path of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but where I was going with this is, right, when you have a people come together in a union, right? What about there are things that if my partner passes away, I can inherit things, right? So you have a black man passing away. Now you have a white woman inheriting the resources that this black man had. That's the wealth is transferring outside of the community.
It's a sickness. It's a sickness. What if he's got a prenup in place that ensures that it doesn't go to his.
So in those cases, but the ones that I don't know of those, I'm just saying that is a concern. I'm saying that is a concern. I think the bigger concern is that's not even on the mindset of the person when they're making these decisions. That's what I'm speaking about. Like because when you personalize it, of course, I know people, when you personalize and you look at the person face to face, you're gonna feel different. It's just like how I could feel about homosexuality. I'm not pro homosexuality at all. But if I meet a homosexual person, am I just like, I want to just take gasoline and burn you on fire or bun Batiman or whatever? You see what I'm saying?
And you're gonna try and...
Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's different. It changes things. So I'm saying the principle of it.
Do you feel
of you wanting to
somebody that wakes up, finds themselves in a interracial relationship, and then discovers pro-black movements? Do you think that they should leave their wife now, or leave their partner?
I don't even think I'm able to say no. I don't think that they should. I feel like, especially if they have a family and stuff, like, what you're going to do?
I shouldn't ask that, because on that side you're more on the slightly more liberal, even though you've been very clear with your answers. Can I ask Nine-Ether, should a man that's woken up out of his slumber and still find himself in an interracial relationship, according to you, Nine-Ether, should he want to be pro-black, should he then leave his white partner to go and seek a black partner?
Now, what you see, and I can answer that very easily, Jed, you get me? Because the righteousness in this black bitch will be like, no. You get me?
Yo, I don't even know what just happened just now.
I'm disappointed. Don't do that.
I'm being very serious, Jedi, because
don't
you're
call
asking
yourself that, sis. Don't call yourself
and you're
that.
asking me whether the man should leave the woman in it. But I'm showing you, You get me? The righteousness is in myself. It's still gonna say no. You
No.
see it?
Okay, so
Of course he
now,
should not.
now he's got a willingness.
Yeah, but you see, but James, you see, but
Now
the
he's
thing, the problem with that is
Go on.
that you see, with that kind of thing, it always becomes our like our responsibility then to accommodate. You see what I'm saying to you? So I hear what you're saying, but a time has to come where that has to get locked off, innit?
So what we gonna, what's got to get locked off? He's got to get locked off, or him and his wife got to get locked off, or his wife's got to get locked off.
No. What I'm saying is because me and Scattered, and I know within, I don't know if you've listened to Scattered, we've had these conversations, innit? You get what I'm saying to you? Like,
And in
so,
CC, we had a lot of them conversations.
there you go.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. This is an everyday damn not every day, but a very commonplace discussion. You know, when we used to have our little constructive conversations. So this is why, you know, we I know how Scattered feels about this. You know.
Can I ask you a question? Can I throw in another question? For a white person who's not yet got with a black person but is considering it or whatever, and has like been studying and doing all these things, or is actively, you know, supporting black causes from the position that they're in, is it more of a pro-black move? Like, ain't more at Jedi this question. Is it more of a pro-black move for that white person to get with a black person, or to encourage that black person to be with another black person?
What's more of a pro-black move for a white person to get with a black person, or to encourage? I would say, by definition, that's a tough one. But I would think by definition it would be to get with a black person because they'd want to see their children. I don't know, because this is not my perspective, yeah. But if I was to answer in the tone of how other things have been answered, I would think that, I don't know, the white person would have to get a black partner to prove they were actually pro-black. Because if you're pro-black, then you'd want to see.
No, we're not trying to prove nothing. No,
you can't be pro-black. You can't even be pro-black. You can't be white and pro-black according to this anyway.
No, but I'm asking you because you think that, well, in your position that you can be.
I think personally, if you're white, you can still back the black community. If you're not with a black partner or whatever, you still can support them. You can still ride with them, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that wasn't a question.
The question is, what is more pro-black?
I'm saying, you yourself, Becca, you've got mixed race children, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, if you were to rewind now, obviously you love your partner, innit? You love your children, like that's not.
Yeah.
No doubt. Would you say that it would be a more knowing that you support the black community and you have love for the idea of black families, even though you're white, you still have love for the idea of black people being together? Am I right?
I mean,
boy, you have to think about it. No, I'm playing.
Yo.
With my ex-partner, he wasn't, like, obviously you probably already know my partner's a Hebrew Israelite, but he didn't come into that until after we had the kids.
No, did you understand his question? I don't think she understood your question. His question was, do you like or want to encourage black people to be with each other? Like, are you for black people being with each other? No, but he just asked her that. He just asked her that, but I don't think the way he asked her, she understood.
But they've already had this conversation in the back chat literally 5 seconds ago, where she said that she wants her children to have black partners. So it kind of just says it all.
So with that as the basis, the original question was, if you were to reverse time, would you say, if you had the same mentality you have now, which you kind of established in that little back chat, would you say that it'll be a more pro-black move for you to encourage, say, your partner, or you'd met him and become his partner, to say, yo, you should be going for another black woman, rather than you take that role away from a black woman, so to speak?
That's sick.
Well, I mean, is that at the end of the day, it's his decision. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's down to him. If he wants to be with me, be with me. If you don't, then go find yourself a black lady.
Answer the damn question. You painted the most fuckeries fucking, like, it's like something out of store. That's why I got my little thing on. Just play a game. Like, there was literally no way out of that one. That was fuck. And like, taken on board, that was a fucking sick thought exercise, and I see what you're saying, and I would have to agree. Like, if that was the way that you saw things, surely your thing going back in time would be like, Raj, you know what, rude boy, I want you to be with a black woman because that's better for the continuance of the black race. That's mad. The time traveler Becky would erase her children.
You know what?
That's crazy.
Listen, you know what? Listen, you know what? Yesterday,
You lot kind of forget it takes two. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I like black men or the black community. I just like them because I just like them. I'm attracted to them, innit? But it takes two. Do you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I didn't force the guy to get in a relationship with me.
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
Becky, you're not attracted to white men.
I'm not attracted to white men. No,
This
I'm
is
not.
my issue. This is why, Becky, not being rude, but this is why you're like, you're not a good example, because you're not. Because when I'm talking about white women or white people being pro-black, it's not for them to be anti-white. So you're anti-white fully. This is like, if you was a black man, yeah, and your partner was a white, I would say, yeah, you are anti-black. You're not pro-black. If anything, you're pro-white, because you are. If anything, because you want your children to get with white people and be white and blah blah blah, and that's mad. Becky, you don't have to be anti-white to be pro-black or to be black empathetic. If that's, I just made up a new term.
Jedi,
Yeah.
what you're saying, before I came on, someone basically was I guess they thought they was calling me a hypocrite because I don't know. I'm not against white people loving other white people and wanting to be with white people, but they said, like you're a hypocrite because I've seen you speaking. You saying that this, but if we're pro-white, it's a problem. No, it's not. Being pro-white or pro-black is not the same as being a black supremacist or a white supremacist. Those are very different.
And then again, being a white supremacist and a black supremacist, I don't have a problem with that either.
But I'm just saying, but that's not
behind that.
Right. But I'm not even on the supremacist boat. I'm just being pro is one thing. So if a Chinese man said the same thing I just said, I want my grandchildren to look Chinese.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be mad at him. If a
be.
white man and he's blonde hair and blue eye, and he say, you know what, I want my grandkids to have blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm like, that's a beautiful thing. You are continuing on your lineage. So how is when I say it? How am I now? Oh, you're a separatist. Oh, you were this. Oh, you were, you bringing division.
What you've been getting, yeah? People saying you're bringing division.
Yo, it's too much.
Another thing. So you've gone so liberal now, yeah, that you want to encroach on other people's rights to say what they like and what they don't. I don't like white people. I don't like Asians. I don't like I'm allowed to say that. It's not a problem, because I'm not trying to infect or affect your life or what you do with your life. This is the big problem. This is why when people talk about black supremacy, I gotta laugh, because if black supremacy is oppressing and oppressing others from reaching their potential, then I'd see the problem. But it doesn't have that level. It doesn't have that.
I was going to ask you, where is the black supremacist state, city, county, the street corner? Where is the black supremacist?
Exactly.
I want to know. I want to know wherever that place is. The little type of
first in the visa line.
Yo, listen.
That's a wrong house, man.
Yo, yeah, I'm trying to buy a house on that street right there.
Who's the house? Go stand in the corner.
I'm trying to buy a house on that street right there. I'm trying to get into some black real estate venture. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes.
Ah, shit.
Well, I'm getting ready to bounce. Right? No. Seriously, I gotta work. So.
You don't need to bounce. I want to have a civil conversation with you.
Well, you lot got beef.
Well, my client was my appointment starts at 12 o'clock. It's 12:01. She hasn't showed up, but as soon as she shows up, I got to make this moolah.
Yeah, fair enough. So Yeah, hi everybody on the panel.
It's not that Jedi, it's not that we have beef, but a lot of the conversation always ends up being that black women are jealous of her relationship. But I don't want to go down that road because I'm not jealous.
Jupiter like black men, not so much black women. You know what I mean? Jupiter's pro black men.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I don't want to go down this road as if I'm jealous. You know, like.
That's actually not true.
All right, no, it might not be true, but I've noticed this from a long while ago. You don't seem to get on. The only black women you get on with are the ones that are just black by name and look alone, like Betty. Like,
she don't get on with Betty right now either.
Oh, you don't get, well, I can't blame you. You get me? That's why I said I wouldn't hold that against you. But everyone else, I don't really see. I don't think that you get on with black women. The comment you made the other day that kind of upset me about you was like a black woman was on my panel and she was discussing her experience as a black woman in England, and you was like, all you said was one thing, but I felt like there's been a build up from before it where you seem unempathetic to the plight of the black woman.
What did she say?
She said basically that she'd experienced some racism here and blah 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 blah, and as a black woman, and then Jupiter was just like, oh, here we go with the color, and it really touched me. It got to me. I kind of bugged out a little bit. I was like, yo, what the fuck is your problem? Like, you mean that a black woman like can't have a perspective of what she's experienced, or without you trying to rubbish it because you ain't experienced that shit? And I went on to talk about like the fact that you got a black partner does not give you an insight into what we go through day to day. It doesn't give you a monopoly to say who experiences what. Just because you wake up in an interracial haven, is what I said, and you go to sleep in an interracial haven, doesn't mean that the wider society is anything like that. So when someone is expressing about the prejudice and the unfairness that they've found in society, don't pipe up to fucking rubbish them. Just shush. Get me? You don't have to be around, man. If you don't like it, cool. But if people are gonna say their truths, you need to shush and stop trying to make it seem like it doesn't exist because it doesn't exist for you. Get me? Of course you can.
Right, Dodgy, I'm surprised that actually you didn't understand what I was saying that day, and it's up to you to have your own opinion. I'm not going to sort of like argue with you because I've got quite a bit of respect for you, Jedi. So I think we can debate.
We're cool, Jupiter. We're cool. You know why we're cool? Sorry to interrupt you. We're cool because we can have these conversations and be cool the next day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why we're cool. I respect that still. Go on,
yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't actually meant. You accused me of being condescending on that day. It wasn't actually meant condescendingly. The actual situation that we were talking about, the conversation where that woman raised up her colour was in a situation where she was talking about how men relate to women, if you remember. And for me personally, I don't think that she could say that because a white man was talking got more respect than she did, that it was necessarily down to the fact that he was white. I would have said it was more down to the fact that he was black, and it was he was a man, and not because she was black. So that's why I was like, oh, the color thing again. You're reading too into it. But yeah,
that's to me what I heard Jedi just say is that because you don't know what it is to be female and black, you can't say that it's not that. You don't know like how many times she's experienced that. You don't know what it is to have this skin and to interface with people who have a different skin and how they interact with you versus if you can compare it to men who have your same skin in comparison to men who don't. So you don't necessarily know that. Like, you know, you can hear it, but you can't identify with it, that when you hear it from someone else, it resonates with you.
Okay, can I reply to that?
Sure
what I'd
can.
like to say is I can resonate with it because I've seen racism from both sides. I know that black people like to say that racism has to have power, but I would suggest that when you've got a group full of black people that are all collective in their ideals, and one will marry somebody that might also have those ideals, and namely pro-black, because my husband is pro-black. And my husband is pro-Nigerian, and my husband loves himself and his colour and all his black family. So when you marry into that, and you have people, especially the women, you see that what you don't understand is I find the women are more vitriol towards white women than the men are, right? So
They're
yeah,
more what? What did you say?
when I'm attacked, I will attack back.
Can I just ask one quick question, and I'm gonna go quiet? Yeah, Jupiter.
Yeah.
Did you say all black people were cursed?
Did I say it in temper? Yes, I said it in retaliation to someone saying all white people were cursed. So I said all black people were cursed. Take that. I do like it.
Okay.
You know, if people throw the insult at me, I throw the insult back to see
So
how
we're
they.
definitely thrown at you first.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. If they throw it, and it was on Velle's yesterday. You see, if people throw insults at me, I do it back to make them see how it feels. I mirror them.
If you were
So
pro-black, you wouldn't have it in you to say that under any circumstance.
that's not true. That's not true, because my husband's no black, but he's still
That's
people.
it.
He's
If you
still
were
people.
pro-black, you wouldn't have it in you to say anything like that.
I could be pro-family. If a man tell me suck my mum, I'm gonna tell them suck their mum. Not making an excuse, but like, let's keep our logic like fucking. Because if we start using shit logic, when smarter people come along, yeah, we just gonna get unpicked. If she says someone genuinely said all white people are cursed, then she's got the right to say whatever the fuck she wants. She's a white woman. Like, what the fuck?
You're capable, man.
Who's gonna
doesn't work like that.
Don't ever listen. Don't ever tell me I'm fucking caping. Are you dumb?
Yeah, definitely what you're doing, bro.
You stupid. So if
So
I tell
let
you,
me ask you this: if your brother was gay, right? If your brother was gay, and somebody said all heterosexual people need to die, you would say all homosexual people would die?
If I tell you all Jamaicans, yeah, are cursed, and you respond with all Nigerians are cursed,
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say that because I'm not anti-black like that.
No, but you might, but the point is,
the point I'm making, Jedi, is that you don't have it in you. If you're, no matter what somebody says to you, yeah,
I have. I'm pro. Like I said, I'm pro family. I wouldn't be.
But you're pro humanity, so you wouldn't wouldn't see anything wrong with, you know.
Yeah, I
so
agree with that, I think
I'm pro.
I think pro humanity.
I'm pro family.
Hold
Hold on. I'm pro family. So if you say something about my family, yeah. If you say something about my family, I might say the same thing about your family. Doesn't mean that I mean it or I agree with it. Now I'm not agreeing with Jupiter saying all black people are cursed. But did you hear the part where someone said to her all white people are cursed?
Doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
well, this is why I love it. Don't say it's keeping. Don't say it's keeping because I don't agree on that point.
One second, let me respond. She could have said anything she wanted, yeah, anything she wanted in response. Yeah, what she chose to say was an indication of anti-blackness. Simple.
Like if she would have said, "Oh, we curse, but we're on top," that's not an anti-black statement. See what I'm saying? Like that's a clapback right there. Clapback, yo, fire.
I think that would still be anti-black. I think that might be more of an anti-black statement. To be fair, that's kind of like reveling in the.
No, it's not anti-black. That's anti. That's just demonstrating dominance over like all people as opposed to only black people.
Yeah, it's not anti-black. Then it's just white supremacy. It's white supremacy.
Okay,
I suppose.
I got you. I would agree with that, but it's definitely not.
Who said to you that all white people are cursed?
I can't remember. It was someone on the panel yesterday. I think it might have been one of the Americans.
People saying that no one heard it. No one saying that they heard it.
I can't remember. But I know that's why I retaliated in that way. And you,
did anybody hear that? Let me just find out, because you could be lying. Did anyone hear? Yeah, I know what caping means, and I'm not one to cape.
I swear on my children's life, I'm not lying. I don't lie.
With DC Brad, because it was probably just me or DC Brad, and I know I didn't say that. So is he in the chat?
No, go back and find ask
Yeah. But like, please, because I tried to offer a balanced opinion, don't tell me I'm fucking caping. Because this is another thing we do, bruv. This is another thing we do. Yeah, hold on, wait 1 second. We start to label and tear each other up because somebody doesn't necessarily agree with your perspective. I didn't call you nothing. I didn't say that. You telling me I'm caping. I don't cape, bruv. I do not cape. Yeah, so I just deal with what I think is right and what I think is not. If somebody said to her that all white people are cursed, they should expect her to say all black people are cursed. I don't even know what the snowflake shit is about. Yeah.
Anybody DC Brad you about?
I don't disagree that she should be allowed to say back whatever she wants to say. And I think it's a question about her whether she's pro black or not, and whether if she was pro black, would she say or not? And I think.
But are we really discussing if Jupiter's pro black?
No, that's what M.A. Brown initially said. So that's what the conversation has been. I don't think Jupiter is pro black anyway. But at the same time, I also agree. I understand the sentiment that M.A. Brown was saying in regards to, like, for example, it's like if someone calls me a racist slur, I'm not going to necessarily turn back and call them a racist slur back to them. I'm going to diss them. One second, let me finish. I'm probably going to diss them on something else that I think is worthy of dissing them because I don't believe in cussing people on their race. So if someone come at me and said all black people are cursed, I'm not going to come back and be like, so if Jupiter is someone who supports the black people, you would think she would say, you know, I'm not going to go down the same low road that you went down and talk about the entire race, but you know.
But the main fact is people are saying no one said it to Jupiter. So, like I said, I'm only going off the fact that what Jupiter said is true. If it's not, it's not, innit? Yeah, but if someone said that to her, like, I just think we should be better. We just need to be better than this. How are we breaking down what someone thinks or what kind of response that, bruv? If you say some trash, expect some trash back to you. Simple. Like, we're all human out here, innit? Yeah, I'm supposed to be pro humanity, so I'm pro the fact that if you want dash stones, I expect the stone to come back. Because when we're dashing stones, we're not dashing no idiotness. No, I'm not turning around saying all white people are cursed. Cause I don't believe that. But if you believe that and you want to say it out your mouth, then someone else is going to say all black people are cursed. And you're going to have to deal with that. It's not a thing to get butthurt. But if no one said that to you, Jupiter, yeah? If no one's dead, that's a whole different
I wouldn't come on here and say that. Right. It's quite easy. People can go back. All these people saying it, go get the timestamp, go and get the actual.
Yeah, I want to hear it
from the person before me, not just what I said, from at least 3 or 4 minutes, or no, 2 minutes or 1 minute. It's too
what was it was it a direct response? Like they said it and you went straight back.
And show it. The person said it, so I said it back.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I believe, and I've always believed right from the very beginning, that if someone insults me, I will insult them back. And I'm the kind of person that will drop low if you want to drop low. I don't believe in, they go low, I go high. I believe
if someone was to say to you, because basically what you're saying is they could have said all different types of stuff about white people, and you would have hit them back with exactly the same slur, but in reverse, right? Would you? Yeah. I mean, that's it. It's like it doesn't even need dissecting, as far as I'm concerned. Like if you was to say something like, if someone said, all white people should die, and then you came back with all black people should die, like, I don't know how your husband will be able to listen to that and not pull you up, bro. Like I don't understand.
Yo.
Since
what happened yesterday?
I'm gonna reply to that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I was sitting down here. I was sitting down.
I've got the YouTube playing in the back.
Hold on, Velle is talking. Velle's talking, guys. Hold on 1 second.
I'm gonna reply.
But okay, let the host of the show, Velle's was talking.
I know he's the host of the show.
Velle,
run through it. Go ahead, Velle.
Big up, Velle.
Yeah, big up, man. So what happened yesterday is obviously my brother DC Brad was on the panel and he said something white people are cursed, and then Jupiter said, well, black people are cursed. And it was like, but I sort of agree with Jedi's point, like when, like, me and my brothers had this debate a few times before that, when if someone uses a racial slur to attack you, should you use a racial slur back just to paint a broad brush? Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's like once you open that door, you've already opened the door, cuz I don't know how, man can't really complain about what the person's going to reply back with.
Yeah, but Velle, if you're saying that you're in support of the very people that you're about to slur, there's a dissonance there, bro.
Yeah, I don't think M.A. Brown is saying that you know, the person shouldn't retaliate in that way. He's just saying that the very fact that they did retaliate in that way reflects their position. So it's, I don't think anyone is confused on the stance that Brad has with white people, right? So if she responded in that manner, then it's very evident her stance with black people. That's all M.A. Brown is saying. He's not saying that, don't dish it out if you can't take it. He's saying that this is evident of her position.
That's really the point that I was making. That obviously, if we're gonna dish out, if we're gonna start saying shit, then obviously we're opening the door. Then anyone can say anything back in.
Nah, the door is open.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, Bay, they put it like this, yeah. Just say, for example, you're with your white brethren, innit, and you're out, whatever, chilling. And then some black brother comes up and says, whatever, you white trash or whatever. And your friend turns around and says, oh, you fucking nigger. Do you know what I mean?
What?
To your friend.
Hell no.
Exactly. Obviously, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check my brethren in it, yeah, because
you black.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, man, because you know what I'm saying, you got a bit excited there, cuz. Yeah, got too far, man.
Is that what you
know? Yeah, but cool. Obviously, I'm gonna check my brethren for that because obviously my brethren wouldn't really talk like that anyway. You couldn't be my brethren and be on them sort of waves anyway. But I'm saying that
the whole point is
what I am saying is that obviously if you open up the door with a racial comment or something like that, then you've opened the door for someone to come back with a racist comment back to you, innit? That's the point that I was making. Really, it wasn't that you should be allowed to say anything just because I've said. You know what I'm saying? That it's just that you've opened the door for the person to have that possibility.
Yeah, I think that analogy didn't work simply because the person was called white trash and the other one responded with nigger. So that doesn't make sense. If you say white trash, you get black trash back, right? That to me is like, okay, you're just going tit for tat. If you're trying to find the most derogatory word you can use and try out diss them, then you're gonna find yourself in trouble because you're gonna be saying stuff that you don't mean and you don't even have the excuse that, well, do you know what? I'm just throwing back what they threw to me. So I think those two, the example wasn't really that
fair
good.
enough.
So
let me try and redo the example. Let me try and redo the example. Let's say the black guy comes up to your white friend. He's like, "You cracker, peckerwood, honky, sister."
Even you know the joke is, even the fact you're doing all of this right now, if a white man was on his radio station and did this, did we be up in arms?
Okay, can I just?
The white man was up on his YouTube and was like, "Oh, so what if a black man came to you, or what if, and came to you and said this, or what if like you would be like, no, you can't be using these words, but we're just using it."
But we wouldn't say if there was a white man that professed to be pro-black, then it would be an even bigger issue. So I think that like if with the example that Scott in mind, the example that Scott in mind gave, right? You have some black people going up to Velle and his white friend. Those could be a group of black people who they don't have a mixed friend group, right? So they are about being with same people. They make it there, so no one's expecting them to have love and appreciation for the outside people. But you have this white guy who's choosing to have a black friend, but in the split of a moment, he will flip, right? Like if you have a black woman or a white woman who loves black men, right? And she's arguing with a black woman who loves black men, and the black girl says, "You white flaky blah 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 with your nasty white," and then you have this white woman who says, "With your crispy dark black skin," but she has black. That's gonna be like, wait a minute.
The problem is melanated. I agree with you.
What I'm getting here from you.
Yeah, I want to hear what Hector has.
I didn't even finish.
Can I just say this? The problem is,
assuming I was outside. Listen, assuming I was out with my wife.
Let Jedi and then finish first, and then you can come in, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Why is it? Yeah. Why is it whenever I want to talk?
No, because I was speaking.
No. It's become enough. Why is it that when I want to talk, everybody says let the other person finish
other
stuff.
Let him talk, Dylan. Let him talk.
No, I'm not gonna actually, because I was gonna, and now you're trying to put your feet down. So I'm gonna finish saying what I was saying. I was gonna just fall back, but like, it's not a victim thing.
Alright, go on.
Listen, yeah. The fact is, yeah, Jupiter clearly has some conflicting fucking views and feelings. I have picked up on it, and I'm cool with Jupiter. I don't care where your husband's from, Jupiter. Like, where your husband is from or who you procreate with does not necessarily identify to me what you stand for. So I've like, for me, you stand for white politics. Yeah, you have a black man, and it is what it is. But you don't stand for black politics. You're not empathetic to black people's views, and certain statements you make it seem like you're actually against black people. And you need to have awareness that this is how you're painting yourself out to be. So as much as I can say to you, it's your right to respond, rare. Yeah, I would analyze it. I'm not going to say that makes you racist, because I'm not going to give you the ammunition to think that we don't know correctly what racism is and what it isn't. But what I would say is an indicator. It's an indicator, and you've given off many indicators in the past that you need to be watched and observed. That's it. Do you know what I mean? That's it.
Right, Jedi, let me reply to that, and then I want to let my husband speak.
Yeah, no
right?
problem.
Because it's fair that but everybody keeps talking about us, and no one ever seems to let him speak for himself, because he's got differing and same views with me, depending on whatever.
Victim,
right. The fact of the matter is, Jedi, I am pro white politics in a white country, but I'm also pro black politics in a black country. So as far as I'm concerned, and I have been to Nigeria, as far as I am concerned, right, for me, it's a no-brainer. I don't want to have white politics at the bequest of how can I put it, keeping black people down. But I do agree with the white politics where white people or indigenous people of this country, because I'm a Civnat, remember, I'm not an Ethno-Nat. Even though I understand some of what the Ethno-Nats say, I'm not an Ethno-Nat.
What is that, by the way? I don't know what that is.
I believe that all British nationals should be treated fairly, right? But I also agree that the country should remain predominantly white. Now, if I was standing in Nigeria as a white person in the same skin, and all this shit was going on in Nigeria, I'd be saying that I agree that the country should remain predominantly black. That's just the way I am. So I see both sides. Now, I don't want to see black women oppressed, and people keep accusing me of being against black women. No, I'm not actually. You could ask Nynefa what was the last thing I said to her in the new year, and it was big up Nines. Next year, the new year. See you next year. I'm not actually. No. I want to bring this up. I'm not against. I'm not against Lady Department, but when they say things that are derogatory towards my race or me in particular, because they're aiming it at me, then I will do it back.
Dear.
That is my style. Take it or leave it. That's my style.
All right, where's Hector? Hector, come true, blood.
Right, so let Hector speak.
You don't have the same level of empathy with a black
No, what I was going to say is, now what I'm hearing is, assuming I was out with my wife that happens to be white, and one motherfucking white guy walks up to me and calls me a nigger, then I should one, you're saying I shouldn't reply, or if I reply,
it's the wrong way around.
Let me finish. You see what I mean? Or if I not turn around and call him a white trash back, even if my wife is sitting down there with me, then what are you saying? Would that be wrong?
Can I ask you a question, please?
Or would my wife not look? Not finished. Would my wife not look at me and say, "Oh no, you didn't have why did you have to say that back to him? Why didn't you use a different language?" And I, for one, know personally, my wife will not tell me that. Never ever. So I don't understand what you people are saying. Some people are saying, "No, if it was me, I wouldn't have insulted the person back in that way." That is up to you. I've just told you, if a white person walks up to me and I'm walking with my wife on the street or sitting down, he calls me a nigger, I'm going to call him a white trash. So I don't see any problem with that.
I can't really disagree with what you've just said still. So personally, I mean, I want to know, like,
I can't really disagree with that. Like, there's really nothing for me to say. I agree with that still. 100%. Yeah, I believe.
Everybody's boxing themselves in and not understanding that individuals are different. But you can still have a main core of what you believe, which makes a movement. You're just boxing yourselves in. That's what the problem is.
Do you think it would have been better for you to say something else?
Such as no, I don't. I think I didn't go and pick the most derogatory thing that I could say, just like
Betty cracks me up. Betty cracks me up. Betty says, "My mum raised us to only sleep with black Africans." But your mum,
No, she said mate. She said mate. That means procreate.
Yeah. Your mum was trying to mate with a paedophile, and your dad mated with a white.
Jedi.
And your dad, hold on, a black paedophile, yeah, and your dad mated with a white woman, and you lot with your high superior morals abandoned that child, yeah. You abandoned that child, left the child. So now you got a child with no family, no chance to even connect with that roots. So just humble yourself, innit? Because your dad loved black pussy and white pussy too.
Oh boy.
Yeah, your dad's the top swirler. So just relax yourself, innit? Sorry, sir, carry on.
Jedi got that evil laugh like Velle. Velle got that same laugh, yo.
You know what it is though, yeah. Melanated goddess. When you tell me, yeah, that your mom recommended you mate, yeah, with only black men, is that the reason why you let white men fuck you in the ass?
Oh God!
All right, all right, exactly. So then I can't take this ridiculousness.
No comment. Let's no. What y'all call it? Bums. We ain't discussing no bums.
Bedwench. Like,
I've actually got that person blocked, so I can't see what any comments they're saying. But
I don't even know how they got a platform here.
Wow.
This is the same woman that was here trying to disrespect Velle about his partner and his children. This is for years. And now you want to jump on and have a say and tell when Jedi comes off, I'm going to jump on. You're a joker. I don't know why people let you live. This ain't pro-black. Having Betty on your channel is not pro-black.
Oh my goodness. You would chuckle at that scatter mind.
Hey.
It's facts.
Yo, he said having Betty on your channel is not pro-black. Oh my goodness. So having Betty on your channel is not pro-black, but it is pro-black to have Jupiter on. Ooh. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
What was that? What did you say?
Ooh.
I'm saying, is it pro-black to have Jupiter on? You saying having Betty is not pro-black?
Yeah.
So having Jupiter is pro-black.
Yeah, and the reason why is because we can listen. Why we can dissect her politics. Yeah, we can hear how white people think. Yeah, and it can help sharpen us. Yeah, and even it helps me and you understand that. Yeah, you can have a partner of a certain color. It still don't matter. It still doesn't make you pro-black. She just says she's pro-black. She has to change it for I'm pro-black for Africa for black people in a black country. She knows she had to fucking say that. Yeah, because her politics over here is pro-white. She's not.
No, she doesn't have to say that.
So
she doesn't have to say that.
She did.
I know who my wife is. I know who my wife is.
Your wife.
Bless up to my sis, finest wine. Big up.
Is your wife pro-white?
I know. Yes, she is.
Exactly. So
listen. So she yes, she is, and she's pro-black. I'm pro-white, and I'm pro-black.
She's not pro-black.
Yes, I'm pro-white.
Any woman that lives in England, in London, yeah, or around London, yeah, and thinks she can tell another woman of African heritage that there is no racism, or that the racism she's experienced is a cop out or an excuse. Anybody that can belittle that person's experience, to me, is not pro-black, because you do not empathize with the black experience. Yeah.
Now, do you know when we go out the racism she faces?
I can imagine.
Exactly. Even from black people, even if she's standing with me.
So.
How does that make yo, Jets, hold on a sec, cuz. Hold on a sec.
Go on.
Jets and Hector, hold on a sec, yeah. Obviously, Betty's in the back chat, innit, and wants to jump on, innit. So,
But you don't want to have a good conversation anymore.
Bruh.
Be real.
Conversation goes sideways, bro.
Just be real that you're bored of this convo and you don't want it to be constructive anymore.
Bruh, obviously, I want E-Man to stay on in it because this is a good conversation that you and Hector are having.
Only add people that are going to add to
it.
Only add people that are going to add to it, Velle. And you know this, Velle, man.
Like, say not a man in it, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the people that were requested in it, but like, yeah, man, we want. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Velle, look, I don't know. You're not asking my permission. You just want to know my perspective.
Yeah, I'm asking your permission, really, really and truly, I'm asking your permission.
I wouldn't want anything,
like I say, it doesn't make a conversation.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a conversation if you're not on the panel when Betty's going to be talking whatever she's going to be talking. And you get me?
I don't want nothing for me. Velle, I don't want nothing for me that nothing for you that I wouldn't want for myself. And personally, I would not allow Elizabeth Okpo to have a voice on my platform because I think I'd be doing a disservice to black people, to the youth, to the it's a disservice for me to have Betty on my channel. I'm telling you.
But and I'm not, I've had my differences with Betty, so I'm definitely not caping for Betty. Yeah. But I think based off of the argument you just gave about Jupiter, you don't think that her position as a hold on, listen. Her position, as a person, a descendant of a continental African, she's one generation removed, right? And her position about black people, her position about interracial dating, you don't think that is a valuable position that also needs a platform because it's
and then fuck odds, let white man fuck in their bum. So what is there to talk about?
Okay, so Jupiter says she's pro-black out of her mouth one time. Jupiter says that she's pro-black at times, but then she also minimizes. She also minimizes when a black woman is expressing her feelings about racism. So, but she's still entitled to a platform. She's still entitled to a platform.
Betty has more right than you to jump on because she's directly an African. You can't even trace where you're from.
That's not even what I was saying, but you started speaking. You started speaking while I was speaking.
To be an African American.
That's not
African conversation.
It's about black people here to be validated. But Betty is proper African. She doesn't have to take back wherever. So if anybody needs to jump off and let Betty come on, it needs to be you. For those two reasons.
I didn't even hear your two reasons. Because I was speaking and you started speaking over me. So I didn't even hear your two reasons. Because your position. No, don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. Because I was speaking. So you don't have any manners. So I won't have any manners either.
You don't have
any manners. I was speaking, and you feel like your opinion is more important than someone else's, and you just start speaking over them. And then you're going to say, didn't you hear what I said? No, absolutely not. I didn't hear nothing you said.
Melanated.
Thank
you. Listen, it's sounding an echo. I can't hear. I can't understand him. I can't understand him. Somebody need to mute him so I can hear. So I can hear. I can hear a decent Nigerian. I need to hear. What'd you say, Jedi?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Carl. Like, it's been a good conversation. I've kind of had like a few things that I wanted to say or speak to you about that I've not had the opportunity to. But I feel like through talking with you, I've kind of in my own mind resolved some of the things that I had an issue with. And I just want to let you know that I do rate you, and I've always like kind of respected your opinions and your viewpoints. I'm sorry if we've ever got off on the wrong feet and that, but hopefully we can have more of these type of constructive conversations. As for you, M.A. Brown, you're my brother. I love you, bro. Like, you annoy me, but yeah, man, big up yourself. Jupiter, look, try and do better in it. Like, in terms of like what I was saying about being ignorant to other people's perspectives, take that on board, innit? Like, it's not meant to put you down. It's something that I noticed, and I just wanted to voice it. Velle, your show is shut. Your show is sick. Keep it up, bro. I hope I've helped to contribute. I'm gonna go and link your brother now and go link up with Maku and go tear down Rasta, tear down Selassie. Now I'm joking. Big up all the Rastas out there.
Big up Jedi.
Yeah,
I
man.
appreciate your words.
Yeah, this Betty thing, like some of it is personal, but I stood there and watched Betty name black men as rapists when they're nothing of the sort, like and things like that. Like I just can't take any more of this.
Understand where you're coming from.
In 2020, yeah, this is up to you. If you're gonna have her on your show in 2020, it's up to you. But from last year, I said this is the last time. This is the last meal. She ain't eating off me again. She's an energy vampire, and she's actually quite ill. And promoting her could be dangerous. I ain't gonna be part of it. I'll diss her in the comments and that, but yeah, like.
Can I ask you one thing? Would it be possible for me and Hector to continue our conversation on your show at another time? Because obviously I actually want to go deep into this because I really think it needs to be explored better. So
New Rasta just came to the part to debate. Hey, content, I'm on my way, bro. I'm on my way. Yeah, I got my Bible in hand. Yeah,
my goodness.
Star of David, my Masonic robes on. Do you know what I mean? Betty, you don't have me shook. You have me sick. I actually feel sorry for you, Betty. Like I couldn't imagine what kind of anguish you're going through. I couldn't imagine it, man. Like it's really sad. But I'm a free you, Betty, man. I'm a free you. Yeah, you don't have to worry about ever being on my panel again. Listen, for 2020, I'm starting as I mean to go on, and we got to start cutting off these no good things. Big up man like Scattered because he knows the levels. Do you know what I mean? And tried to show me the levels in Harlem as well. I was getting my little entertainment. If I could save her or could, it's just nah. That's a dangerous individual. You have to watch out. Yeah. All right. Cool. Peace, love, unity.
Peace.
All right. Peace.
Respect, family. Respect.
Later.
Very. I hope you listen to that, man. I'm gonna have to run.
Yeah, bruv. Obviously, like you're saying, but you know, obviously Betty's been on the panel all day today, ain't it, man? So, and then when Jedi was on, I did say to her, "Yo, wait till Jedi jumps off, and then jump on, innit?"
I heard that. I mean,
obviously, I'm gonna add her back in because, like I did say to her, I was gonna add her in it. But yeah, obviously Jedi's my bro, innit? Like, so you get me. I'm obviously on Jedi's team, and like I say, and I'm biased, innit? Like, so I'm with my the people that I rate more in it or whatever. But still, I don't mind other people having a say on the panel and all that still like and all that still. But anyway, Finest Wine's in the back chat as well, so I'm gonna add her in as well. So if you wanted, even if you wanted to chill out for a bit, yeah, I can add Finest Wine and Betty in at the same time, and then yeah, when it's calm down a bit, man can come back.
Yo, this is gonna be mad, yo.
100%. With the conversation wrong. You know what? M.A. Brown is more than capable. Cause he's I'm gonna let M.A. hold it up. I'm gonna let my sister.
Yeah, M.A. are melanated. Yeah, you're gonna be like moderators now, innit, of conversation, so we can at least hear what people are saying, innit? Yeah.
So I just want to say, Betty, before you get on, I'm just gonna ask that one person speak at a time, no cutting off. You know, let's entertain this conversation.
Yeah,
whatever conversation is to be had, to grow and to learn. You know, look, we don't come with all the answers. I don't know. All right.
Yeah, so obviously, like you're saying, boy, yeah, but you get me, like, crap, Black Power and that, but sometimes we have to get fuckery as well, innit? Like, so, well, it's mad at it still.
You know what it is like?
Man,
The Gladiators Arena, yeah, and they're about to unleash like some deep.
All right, so yeah, Betty, I'm gonna add you in 1 sec here. 9, obviously, yeah, I know you're not really on the passer mode, innit? So obviously you're gonna chill out in the back with the popcorn with us lots as well, yeah. So man.
Popcorn too, man. What on?
Yeah. Hold on to your popcorn, man. Just be ready, yeah. So
hi guys.
M.A. melanated. Moderation squad.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I got a duck out
Really?
still, man. Obviously, I
Really
have to let
wanna
Betty on,
know?
innit, man? You know what I'm saying? Everyone's in the comment
Oh,
section like,
Peace to my beautiful
Betty,
sis, finest wine.
Betty.
oh God.
Betty's hanging on
Yeah,
the door.
man.
You're gonna have to go church tomorrow, Belly man.
Let me,
Fuck's sake.
yeah, I know, man. Shit. I'll have
Head
to,
in your
like,
sins.
We're out.
we have to have holy water bath, innit? We have to have a holy water bath.
So see you later. Bye.
Alright, in a sec. All right, yeah, man.
Yeah,
So-
thank you. Look how he's so scared to let them in. What you like? Thank you, Ona.
I'm like, yo, it's about to be peak. I didn't know that Jupiter was leaving, so
Can I make my reply to Jediah since I know he will hear it? Like, to tell the honest truth, yeah. I was raised that you don't bring anyone but a black African to the door, yeah. And you don't, and if you fucking do, you better not let me know. That's how my mum raised me. And you don't procreate with them. And me and my sister have kept to. Well, I've kept to it. My sister's with obviously a black Caribbean man, yeah. But that's how I'm raised, and I will never apologize for how I was raised, yeah. Because my father's a black man, his father's a black man, yeah. And for him to talk about, I think what did he say? Something about my mum slept with a paedophile and all this nonsense and this stuff that he's talking about. My mum slept with the Igbo man like you, Jediah. That was a paedophile. So you got paedophiles in the Igbo nation.
oh my goodness.
That Igbo paedophile, yeah, that was abusing me and my sister, ran to Nigeria and went to go and abuse some Igbo kids. So before you have chest for me, I beg you be a man and go and sort out those paedophiles in that Igbo nation of yours. Because man was convicted and escaped justice. So before you got chest for me as a woman, 'cause I know that's how you are, you want to hide behind the skirt of a woman, yeah? Find that chest for those paedophiles in the Igbo nation, yeah? Now, you are the one that has the mixed race children with white women, Asian women. That's why you come on these panels and you promote all this fuckery, yeah? I don't have no children with anyone that's not black, yeah? So I don't.
Can I just speak after? If that's okay.
Moment, finest wine. I don't have
Yeah,
to
you good.
apologize for nothing, yeah, hon. Yeah? Go and look for your own children that died, the ones that you're estranged from, yeah? That's all I need to say. But I never apologize for promoting blackness, yeah? I made a promise to myself that I would never procreate with a white person and marry them, and I never did. And that's what I stand on, yeah? And I'm not going to apologize for that. Anyone else has got a problem with it, I don't give a shit because I own the Panani and I make the goddamn rules.
Oh,
okay.
She said,
all right. Okay, so go ahead, finest.
No, I was just intrigued off the back of everything that I heard. You know, because I could be wrong, but I'm sure that my facts are right. Betty, was you not arranging to like meet up with Big Ards at one time in your life? And he ain't black.
Did you hear what I said to you? I said I made a promise to myself I would never procreate or sleep with a white man. Is Big R's white?
So what is he then?
Answer. You've got your
is
answer.
Big R's black?
Is he white?
I'm asking you because I don't know.
Is he white? Do I have children with Big R's?
No.
So was the promise? Wait. One at a time, ladies.
Am I with Big R's?
No.
Okay, maybe you're getting the wrong end of the stick. Okay, let me explain.
And the baby I'm carrying, what color is the black man? Is he a black
you just
man?
said it.
Or is it Big R's baby?
Okay, I'll let you finish and then I'll okay.
And I want clarity before you ask another question.
No, it's the same question because I don't have clarity on what she said, but obviously she must have maybe misunderstood when I was speaking.
Was it sleep with a white man, or was it procreate with the white man?
So for me, it doesn't matter whether you've got
it's procreate. My mum, I was raised that you don't be with and procreate with a white person. Ours
you can sleep with them.
So you can sleep with them.
Yeah.
You can sleep with them.
You can sleep with them, but you better not bring them home. And I never have any children with anyone who's not black. And I kept my mother's
Oh,
word.
so that's what I wanted to clarification on. So you can sleep with non-black men and non-African men, but you can't have kids with them.
I wouldn't settle down with you, and I wouldn't wife you.
So she mean
You
like
wouldn't
being a
wife them? You mean they wouldn't wife you?
Marry them, finest one. You know what wife means? Wife them. It means marry them. I
Like
would
be in a
never wife
relationship.
them. Yeah, I would never wife them. No. A relationship is different. I would never wife them, and I would never marry them.
So you would be in a relationship with a non-white person. What would be the purpose of the relationship?
You know what? You know what? There's no point talking about it because I'm not doing it. My partner's black. Do you see
No,
what
I
I mean?
understand, but I mean, I was just trying to like, if you.
It's a plating.
Oh,
marrying,
okay.
for me, and procreating and marrying someone is political. Like Tina Turner says, what's love got to do with it? If you're a non-black person and you're with Betty, especially if you're a white person, yeah, you should know I will never wife you and I will never procreate with you. You're plating. You know, like Cleopatra says, when Cleopatra was fucking those rich white men, Caesar, to save Kemet, yeah, she had children with them. It was politics. It was political. And then she didn't manage to do that, had children to him, and had to fucking commit suicide. She fucked 2 of those white men, yeah? That's what it is. That's a white man's only a trick to Betty. It's political. It's nothing to do with love. Who I procreate with and
yeah.
who I marry is pure political.
Well, damn.
And
Okay.
it's nothing to do with love. Because at the end of the day, if I procreate with a white person and marry a white person, they are the enemy. They the oppressor. You don't sleep with the oppressor and then go on to have children with them.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
can I ask?
Worldwide.
Okay, hold on,
So-
Betty. Let Finest get in. Go ahead, Finest.
So do you consider yourself as a pro-black woman?
No, I'm pro-humanity.
Okay, so
What do you?
Okay, so so
because I'm pro, you know what it is? I'm pro
No,
humanity.
I'm just saying. So it's just the way that you express it, though. Like because the way that you're pro humanity, the way that you express it, it can come across a little confusing.
Like I'm pro-black.
Yeah.
I'm not pro-black, but I have a preference for black men.
Okay,
so let me
gotcha.
ask this.
Preference. It's not an absolute. But I wouldn't have children or marry a non-black person. You can only ever be a plating.
All right. Can I just ask then? So, because when I've heard you speak before, and I'm hearing you now, so you're saying the whites, they're the oppressors. You know, you don't go with them, you don't lay down with them, correct? You don't.
No,
you don't
I
go,
didn't say that. What I
you said you don't go serious
listen,
with them.
Listen, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't ever
understand
make.
what the word wife means? Do you understand what the word wife means?
Of course
Marry.
I do. But, so let me just get this clear. So
And
the
children.
whites are the oppressors. You can happily sleep with them and mess about with them, but you can't have kids and become husband and wife together, correct?
Not me. Not me. And I never have, and I
Yeah,
never will.
so
I've never
okay,
been
so
married
that's
to a white
fine.
person,
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm never
cool.
gonna have no children with them.
Okay, that's fine. So then
That's
if you
what my
feel
book
so
is doing.
strong, if you feel so strongly about it, how do you have it in you to sleep with white men? That men are
Because
that
they're
are not
trick.
black.
Well, in the past, because we're talking like 15 years ago, they're a trick.
Ours wasn't 15
They're a
years
trick.
ago. Ours
They're a
wasn't
trick.
15
Can you let me
years ago.
answer? If you're gonna answer, if you're gonna
No,
ask
but
me,
I just want you to.
are you gonna let me answer?
Yeah,
Are
but
you
I
gonna
want
let
it
me
to be
answer?
Okay,
truthful. I want us to be
ladies, not at the
truthful.
same time.
Yeah, I just want us to be truthful. So that's why I
No,
interjected.
you don't get to tell me
But
what
when
my
you,
truth is.
but when you say
You ask me the question, and
so
then
wait.
I'm going to answer it. I'm not asking you to agree because it's what I believe, not what you believe.
So Betty,
fine,
let me
but
just
I'm saying ours,
finance. Was your question? Finance, was your question about when you said, because you said ours wasn't 15 years ago? Was your question about white, or was your question about non-black?
So what I'm saying, what I said to her is, if she feels the way she feels and she's had the upbringing about you only marry a black man and a black African man or whatever the case may be for her, how does she feel comfortable enough to lie down and to
With
mess
the
about with
non-black though,
with
he's
the
non-black.
non-black? If you're so passionate about who you're
Can you
gonna
let me
be.
finish then? I've already heard your
Yeah,
question.
that's
She was
fine.
just restating her
I've already
question. She was
heard
just
Because I
restating
need
the question.
clarification.
You
I'm
don't know. You don't
melanated.
need to be qualification. I've already
Okay.
heard
I'm talking
it.
to
Okay, wait, finest,
melanated.
finest, finest.
Heard it.
Okay, finest. We got the question. Let her answer. Let her
No,
answer
I
the
haven't
question.
given the
I
question
was
to
gonna.
you. I haven't. So that's why I'm
You
still
have.
talking
You
to
have.
you.
You have.
So, like
You
I
have.
said to you,
You have.
melanated,
You keep
the
on
reason
saying
One
it.
at a
why.
time. One at a
You're not
time,
saying
Well,
it to
ladies.
melanated.
I'm
You're saying
being
it to me.
interrupted constantly, which is
No,
very
because
childish.
you've already asked the question
I
several
haven't
times.
finished.
Yeah. And then you don't actually let me reply. You
But
cut
you
in
listen,
when I start
ladies.
replying.
Right now, it sounded kind of crazy on the YouTube
Yeah.
side, right?
I want to
So
know
let
the
me
So,
just
answer.
finish,
You want to
please.
so
control
listen.
the answer.
So
Yeah.
listen. On finance, let her respond, and if she's getting it off, then you can restate the question all over again. But right now, you just restated it kind of twice, and I even think I kind of got a basic.
Yeah.
So
That's
go ahead, Betty.
No problem
Right.
to Betty. Go ahead.
Right. At the end of the day, anyone who has studied history, read Sun Tzu, The Art of Warfare. Many women will use their sexuality in order to gain money and power. Yeah. That's what Cleopatra did. In order to save Kemet, she slept with the enemy and she lost and committed suicide. So any white man that I might have been with in the past, you were only a trick and you would cost to doing business. It was never love. It was strictly business. But like I said, I would never marry you and I'll never wife you. I'm not interested in having mixed race kids with white folk when they're the oppressor. Yeah, it's never going to be anything but strictly business.
So okay, so let me just interject. So finance, I hope that you understand her answer as to because your question was how did you find it? How did you were able to do that if you feel this passionate? Her response is it's business. It's not about love. It's not about I want to be with this person to build a life. It is business, financial advancement, but it's strategic, which this way she's saying it's strategic.
Right.
She knows that it's
Okay.
just for a certain time.
Can I ask
Okay.
then, when if she doesn't mind, when she says business, would she mind to elaborate? Because I don't ever sleep with no man because it's business. I don't even understand that terminology or context. So that's a bit confusing for me too. You sleep with the white man because it's business. What business? What are you actually gaining out of it? What? Because maybe I need to jump on it then if it's business. Because uh, you know, I'm a businesswoman already, so if she wouldn't mind elaborating on that part,
This
and
is
then
about
I'll.
to take a dive, boy. Go on.
Well, find this one as a businesswoman yourself. I'm sure you. Or only thing I would say is read Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Run how many women have got into political power, how women have gained and maintained political power. Yeah.
No, but I'm asking how has it benefited you, not generalizing on women itself. You said you do it personally because it's just business, which is fine.
No,
Not
I
judging
didn't say
anyone.
I don't say I do it. I say I
Okay,
have.
sorry. You have done it. I apologize. You have done it because it's strictly business. So
Yeah.
when you have done it, what are the benefits of this business? How lucrative is this business sleeping with a white man just for business when you've done it in your past?
Well, if you're gonna me personally, I only go when I was on that tip, I'm only for white men that have got money and can take me places. So
Oh, so
obviously I've
you was
been abroad.
boxing them. Oh, so what? It sounds like
Escort, innit?
escorting.
Escort,
Yeah, that sounds like escorting.
It's not actually escorting because I was actually with them in a relationship, but that's
Sugar
the only
daddy.
white men that I'm into.
Oh, so
Sugar
you was
daddy.
going with the white man basically to box them for a bit.
No, they are a trick. They're a trick. It's not about love. I'm only
No, that's fine.
with
I know
them.
about girls that can live that life. That's what I'm saying. So that was like boxing. You was basically just with man because you knew he had money. You knew you could get holidays, this, that, and the third. And
Yeah.
it's what worked for you at the time.
It's a business deal. It's a business deal. It's about sex and a bit of exotic holidays. It's not about love. It's not that hard to understand. You know what I mean? Women do it all the time.
Okay. I
No,
mean,
I'm not on
so
that
are we
tip
gonna go
anymore.
somewhere
White
else
man
with
not
this
worth it no more.
conversation?
I just wanted to ask, somebody said something in the comments. If I just go right back, just to bear with me a moment. Just one moment.
One
Yeah,
thing you have to
we got.
understand with
What
me
is the
is I'm
panel's thoughts on
cold-hearted
quantum
when it
physics?
comes to white men.
It
I'm cold-hearted. I don't
it
care.
says,
You're the
it
costume
says
business.
that
You're a business deal. That's all you are.
it says we went to the park one time, Betty. When you came
Oh
down
my
to the
god.
park, when Maku and Crazy Ralph hotted you up, you wasn't. She was having a ute with a white man. Then is that true?
No, that's not. That is a random white guy in the park.
Oh, so you wasn't.
When Michael tried to attack me, there were several black men that pulled him back from attacking me. That white guy was one of the guys that was there. And like I said, I would never have a baby with a white person. Any white man that was foolish enough to try and be with me would be dead by nightfall. And many black men can attest to how I body man up. Yeah.
What?
I'm not on a joke thing. It would never happen.
I'm done.
If you're a man, if you're a white man and you're foolish enough to think that Betty believes that color don't matter, yeah, then you know it's on you.
I just find it really bizarre because for me, I am a woman where in the past
You're not Betty.
I would never ever it would even
You're not Betty.
revolts
But
me to know
she just
to know
expressing her perspective,
yeah, because
Betty.
I'm gonna say something because I know for me, I used to be only Black Caribbean guys. If you ain't that, I don't want to know. And if I found out one of them was sleeping down with a white woman, it just puts me off them physically. I'm just looking at you like you're dirty now. You know, you're contaminated. You know, it just revolted me. It took me many, many years to not see color and to understand this is just the world we live in. Who you fall for is who you fall for. Obviously, not everybody believes that, but I just do find it very, very hard. And I don't know if anyone else agrees or disagrees. I find it very hard to digest a woman that has such thoughts, even though you say it's business. It's like, was it worth it? Like how much racks did you get? Like, what holidays was you really going on? I'm just saying, generalizing that for you to put yourself in that situation with the opposite color and you're so revolted by them, it's like, was it really worth it at the time? Like, because I just don't understand if you're so not for them, how you can just have the attitude of it's just business. I know business is just business. I definitely know that, but I just find it, you know, I commend you if that's how you are. You know, I commend you, man, because I think
Betty's a very.
Can I reply, Joe? I think you're misunderstanding. First of all, I never said I was revolted by white people. You're putting words in my mouth.
I said I was revolted, and it made me feel physically sick to know a Black man went with a white woman. That's what I said about myself.
No, you actually said that if you're so revolted, you, meaning Betty, I don't understand why you would go with a white person. So I'm telling you.
Okay, so when I say was revolted,
can you let me finish?
Because I just want to. I just want to give the right word so you don't chime off.
No. Because I've heard what you said. You don't get to control my reply. Yeah. I never said I'm revolted by white people. Yeah. Black people are at the bottom, economic, socially, and political. Yeah?
Oh, Ross.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So once again, I would say I'm not against white people, but I'm judging white people collectively. They are the oppressor. Yeah. To have children with them and to marry them, that is sleeping with the enemy. That will not benefit.
But how do you sleep with the enemy?
Let me finish.
Because I've heard you say that about 5 times.
So let her just get it out. Let her get it out.
She's allowed to repeat, but I'm not. That's so biased. But go ahead.
Can you let me finish now? Because you like to ask questions and you don't listen. Yeah. Then you started talking about color don't matter. I do not believe that color don't matter. I believe that color matters because the color be mattering because the color exists. I do not want to see white people in my family. I will not have children with white people, and that is how my family is. My sister's with a Black Caribbean man. There was even a time my mum wouldn't even allow us to be with Black Caribbean men, but she's settled down now. But that's how we were raised. but I don't want to see white people in my family, and I wouldn't accept me or any of my sisters bringing them into the family the way white people treat black people collectively. Why would I go and be with a white man and go and marry him and have children with him, and then the day I get pissed off with the way white people are fucking treating black people, you think that white man is going to live to see tomorrow? You not think I'm going to go out and do that with a spider? You see how I treat the black men on this panel. You see how many black men I bodied up. You want to think that I wouldn't do that to a white man if I get pissed
haven't witnessed that though, but okay.
Do you want to think? Do you think that's really a wise thing for someone like me to do with the amount of anger I have towards how white people collectively treat black people? What the fuck?
Okay.
But melanated, and
Okay,
Betty,
so-
because obviously you're the moderator, so that's why I called you.
Okay,
Because
mhm.
if we just remember what she said, why I was intervening is not answering what I've said. She's going back to she won't have kids with a white man because of how she feels about it, and you can hear obviously she gets quite passionate. So it must be really true for her. But my thing is, if you're so passionate about this oppressor and how many guys you've bodied up, but I haven't ever witnessed you doing that. But you know, each to their own. If you're so passionate, I could even hear in your voice how passionate you are about these whites being the oppressors. If you're so passionate about it and you're so against it because they're the oppressors, and when your head takes you, you're gonna body man up. How do you find it in yourself to lie down with one just because you're not gonna breed him? I'm just so confused. It's like double standards because it's business. That's why I'm saying, what are you actually getting out of this business? Because that's why I was saying, is it a bit of escorting going on?
So you just wanted to know like the tangibles. What were examples of actual tangibles outside of vacations? Like if it were like thousands of dollars, maybe putting you up in an apartment.
Because you
paying
know
your
why,
rent.
melanated? I want to know what you're saying, because I want to understand and I want to actually overstand how she can bypass the passion that we've all heard come out of her mouth literally 2 minutes ago in regards to how much they're oppressors and blah, blah, blah. She even said it wasn't escorting because she was in a relationship with a white man, right? So it's like, how could you bypass all of that passion that you have? You know, I'm a bit, yeah.
Oh, have you ever stopped to think? This is your problem, because what you're trying to do is trying to pretend that you are me.
What? I would never want to be you. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I did not bypass the passion because I don't have a white man. So I didn't bypass it because it didn't work. Because I don't
at the
want
time.
them.
Melanate, can you explain to her, because she's not maybe getting what I'm trying to
Listen
say?
carefully to what I'm saying.
Can I jump in a second?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, no, he's not going to speak for me.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, they're a trick. He's a trick.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with love. It's a business deal. I don't give a fuck about him.
Yeah.
That's why man got bounced out of my life.
Yeah.
But maybe you're not used to women that can go and fuck a man and it's strictly business.
No,
maybe you
that's
think
not what I don't know that.
This is the point.
It's not about love.
Wait, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
It's not about love. It's what he could have done for me economically, socially. But I could not get past the fact that he's white and he's the oppressor.
So every time he was lying on top of you and breathing on you. Oh, so you got, thank God. So you said something now so I can understand. So you got to that point where you couldn't deal with the white man all up on you, sliding up in your pom-pom, just because you're getting a little couple hundred and a little holiday for 800 or 1,000. So don't you feel, you might take this offensively.
I can't get past the colour thing.
Wait, okay, so, and the brother's going to speak after because he has wanted to say something. So, you know, I'm not trying to offend you.
Ask me questions then.
I'm not trying to offend you. So, because now you've actually got to that point where you're like, no, I can't.
I don't know why you're even trying to talk some bullshit.
I can't.
Like you're not trying to offend me. You are
trying
to. If you're gonna send shots to me, send it straight.
Oh my gosh.
You are trying to. When you start saying,
is the moderator here?
When you try and say it's escorted. Yeah, you're trying to offend me, so I'm not too sure why you want to talk some bullshit. Yeah,
is the moderator here?
Talk straight, Jody.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Okay,
But anyway,
listen. Hey, ladies.
I'm fine. I'm
Ladies.
just.
I will fire straight
Listen.
at you. Yeah?
Okay, but listen, no, Betty,
I'm not
we was doing
finding
good.
spine bullshit. I'll
Betty,
come
we was
straight for
doing
you.
good. Right,
Yes.
but we're not coming for nobody because we're just having a
Nah, she
conversation
is like Melanie
about
Gomes, you don't know the
interracial.
history between me and Joe did, yeah? So I beg you, please, yeah?
Nobody
But is
knows
she?
who that
One man
is.
Joe did. I'm
But she
not a
keeps saying
bullshitter.
that, like
When I
nobody
come for
knows
you,
who that
Joe
is.
did, I'll come straight for you.
Okay,
But
I'll
listen,
be waiting,
okay,
darling.
listen.
Comments the way you
So
do.
can both of you can we
Don't try and
put a
tell me that
pin?
you're trying to compare me to an escort, yeah? Trying to say it's escorted. You're trying to fire shots. So be honest about what you're trying to say. Don't play no fucking game.
Well,
Okay,
you're not
so
letting
can
me
we
talk.
put a pin in it? Can we put a pin in both of your positions and let's just get a clean slate and let's hear what Brother M.A. have to say. Right? I think everybody could just take a little breather.
I'm fine. So
I know, but
you
I'm just saying
know.
like the questions are coming a little bit too rapid and it's kind of being a little triggering and it just got a little emotional.
No, let me
So
finish what I need to say. If she can't,
but then she's gonna have a
but then she has
response
to
to
learn
that.
to be an adult at times. You can't always go racking off your head, throwing your toys
But
out the
there's a
pram
number
when
of
you don't
people
like
on
what
here,
you
so
hear. Yeah, exactly. So I want to finish what I'm saying, and then the brother can talk. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being rude. I'm not even being rare. I'm being totally cool as a fucking cucumber because I'm genuinely intrigued. That's why I'm even wasting my breath interacting and asking a woman questions. So the last thing that I wanted to ask, and
it's a
said,
question. It's a question
like
because then she got to answer the question, and we're trying to move
like
forward.
I said, the last thing I wanted to ask her was, and that's why I said don't take it offensively because I'm not trying to offend her. If I wanted to offend her, I'll just blatantly say what I need to say. Do you understand? Don't need to be diplomatic about nothing. So, like I was saying, is now that she's past where she's gone past that stage and she's now finally like, no, these people I can't do it anymore because of how they treated my black people. She's got to that point now where she's like, never again. I will not go with no white people because of how I feel. Does she look back and think what she was doing was like selling herself short, even though she says it's business is business? Doesn't she feel like she was a bit maybe degrading herself, saying business is business, just going with a white man because he might have a bit of money in his pocket?
I think that's a fair question. I don't know.
She's not getting an answer. Do you know what I mean?
Fine.
This is not important.
Okay.
I mean, what I do with my panani is my business, fam.
Yeah,
I think that's the bottom line in this whole story, you know.
Yeah, you sell it.
Yeah, Betty does what she wants in it, and however she regards her body is how she regards her body. Maybe she has a detachment from her body in some ways. Maybe the mental for her to be able to sleep with whoever that she regards as ops, yeah, and still function in some kind of way psychologically. Yeah, it shows a disconnect to me. I don't really have a horse in this race, innit? Like, she obviously does what she wants with her body. If it makes sense to her, cool. It don't make sense to nobody else. But that's kind of the way it is, isn't it?
Okay, so yeah, moving right along. I guess the since the topic was about being pro-black, I mean, Betty basically said she was pro-humanity.
But before you go there, I just need to clarify and just put out there that I do apologize this year, but because I don't want people to leave confused or everyone needs to be straight. I definitely don't know no women, and I'm definitely not one of those women that's ever gone with no man because business is business. That's why I didn't even understand that statement, because I don't know. To me, you're selling your crutches, you're selling yourself, you're basically escorting high class, low class, whatever you want to call it. So I just wanted to clarify that I don't know. I know of women that do that and they're escorts. Other than escorts and prostitutes, I don't know women personally that they call it business is business and they do that, and I'm definitely exempt from that. So that's why I just wanted to clarify that, and we can move on back to the pro-black and the humanity thing, because I was quite interested in that as well. So go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I mean, the whole like being pro-humanity. I was like, can we explore that part, Betty? How you come across sometimes pro-black, but when when you're directly asked, then you say you're pro humanity. So what does that really mean?
You know what? You know why I wouldn't call myself pro-black is because I don't have a problem with black people with Asian people. So
okay,
I don't believe that a black person can be with an Asian person and be pro-black. I think if you're pro-black, you have to be sleeping and procreating black. So that's why I call myself pro-humanity. And I'm generally interested in the white people that I've grown up with. I know a lot of very good white people. I had a big up to my headmaster that put African history on the curriculum. She was a white woman with a mixed race nephew who put a career on the line. So I know there are genuine white people who are not white supremacists who generally want to see black people progress and not be at the bottom. So, you know, of course, when I'm volunteering at the Girl Guides and the Brownies, it's majority white kids. I'm interested in making sure that those white people are all right. So that's why I'm pro-humanity.
So you don't mind seeing black and Asian procreating together? That's okay for you?
Yeah, I'm not really that bothered because they're not the ones that didn't colonize the whole world. It's white people that colonized and enslaved the whole world in the last 400 years. So the Asians are not really my focus. You know, it's white supremacy that rules the planet. It's not a brown supremacy that rules the planet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anybody got any
But I still have a preference myself. I still have a preference for black men.
So you have a preference for your own personal like decisions on procreating.
When did
and
that
marrying.
start? When did that start? Your preference only being black men?
Well, I told you when my preference started.
No,
I was raised in I told you how I was
No,
raised.
I know that. I know your upbringing. No, when I'm saying your preference is because I know only last year you was going to meet Big Ards in a hotel, and Big Ards ain't white. I mean, Big Ards ain't black. So
You know
that's why I'm
what,
saying. When did your
I've
preference?
just
When did your
answered
preference
the
for
question,
only
you're
black
not
men?
listening.
When did your
You're not
preference for
listening.
only black men
You're
start?
not
You haven't
listening.
said that.
You're not listening. Rewound the tape because I've just answered that question. I'm not going to repeat the same question.
No, you said that. Okay, that's fine. But I know you said about your upbringing, how your mum is. You know, she wouldn't even allow Caribbeans in the household. It doesn't state that because I know last year you was linking
No, I
white
didn't
guys.
say
So
that.
that's
This is
why I'm
another thing,
saying.
Yoda. I didn't say
When
my
did your
mum wouldn't
preference
allow
start for black
Caribbean.
men?
This is what I mean, Jody. Stop to listen. I did not say my mum would not allow Caribbeans in the house. What I said was my mum said, do not bring a black Caribbean home to
That's my
procreate
way of
with.
my context.
Yes.
That was my context of that was the way of I delivered it off the back of what you saying.
Procreate with. Not the Caribbeans coming to the house. It's procreation and marrying.
Okay, that's fine. So if you
about.
can't marry them or nothing, basically you can't bring them home. So to me, that's just my
That's not
context.
true. That's not true. Because there were Caribbean people
That's
who
just
were
my
my
context.
friends. That's just your definition.
No, of course, melanated. Let me speak to melanated. Melanated, yeah. If
putting
you're
words in
saying
my
your parents have said to you they don't want you to marry nothing but African, no Caribbeans, yeah, just pure African.
Black African.
Yes, black Africans. Sorry, black Africans. So hypothetically, can you bring a black Caribbean boy home to marry him?
No.
No, he can't.
Right. So that's why I just said 2 minutes ago you couldn't bring a Caribbean guy home, but you're getting shirty like I'm trying to change the narrative of what you're saying.
I didn't.
She
That's
said, she said she didn't bring anyone.
I know. I haven't.
I don't.
Anyway, it doesn't matter because she's
with a
obviously
black
not listening.
Caribbean man, and I wouldn't. I would not procreate with a black Caribbean man. I won't procreate with a mixed race man.
My question is, I can say in the last, I use myself as an example. In the last maybe 4 years, 4.5 years, I don't mind dating a guy that's not a black guy.
Why are you comparing?
It hasn't.
yourself
Because I'm talking about myself right now. This isn't about you. This isn't about. You're
you
not the only person on the panel, man.
Ladies. No. Listen, hold on, Betty. Betty, she's not comparing herself to you. Betty, her statement is not necessarily comparing herself to you.
I ain't.
She's just recognizing the difference, right? So it's my favorite.
Right.
My favorite new word. It's nuance, right? My favorite new word. It's just nuance. It's not necessarily comparing or judging,
It is
but it's expressing the difference.
And I've said to her, I specifically said, my mum did not allow us to bring a black Caribbean person home and then mate with them and have children with them. Yeah. Then she says, oh, my mum didn't allow black Caribbean people in the house. That's not true.
But not just as friends. I'm talking as
He's
partner. But you were making it childish.
Hold on.
You're making it childish and trying to change the narrative.
Listen, hold on, Betty. If you said, oh, I'm 5'10", and I go, oh, you're 5'10", I'm 5'6". I'm not actually. I'm just stating that we're different. That's all. I'm not saying, oh, you're tall. You shouldn't be that tall, or I'm not making a judgment on your height. I'm literally expressing the difference between our heights. Like, that's not. Don't add more to it. So her now stating her preference, or her sharing her experience, maybe with her how she was raised and taught. She's just sharing that. She's not.
I haven't even got out what I needed to say.
We can't help the fact that we're having a conversation.
And then she'll come and say, I didn't answer the question. What she's doing is talks her experience, compares herself to me, and then she said, "Oh,
you are not in my lane, love. I could never compare myself to you. Wouldn't even make sense.
You're a black Caribbean."
That's right. So there you go. It would never even make sense. So stop talking silliness, man. Come on. You would love me to compare myself.
Oh, okay. No. Don't go there. Don't go there, finance. Don't go there, finance.
Right.
That's said you're going to threaten. You want to come
flag.
You're over talking each other now.
I beg you, chill out. Yo, nobody can hear nothing that nobody's saying. It's becoming a dead stream. Betty, you can't just keep going on. You have to take a break.
Nah, she was the one that was going on at me.
I got interrupted. Can you not remind her of that? And
say you were going to 200 fucking miles in an Uber, Jody.
Oh God, look at this woman talking rubbish.
Don't shit to me, Jody.
Finest.
Yo.
Yeah. You and this.
I'm done. Anyway, I just want to finish what I needed to say, but she interrupted. Can I get
my
to that
favorite?
point?
No, I think the panel and the chat needs to understand my favorite laughs are now. I'm adding Jedi to the list because it's a wicked type of laugh. Velle's laugh, Jedi's laugh, and Finest Wine's laugh. You could just hear the sinister like that kind of thing in behind. I can't even mimic the laugh, but
your football boots, babes.
No, I said my goodness.
All right, I want to ask a question. Can I ask? I want two questions I want to ask, and it's not a no beef thing. It's just like I'm sorry, Finest Wine. I know you wanted to say what you wanted to say, innit?
No, go.
All right.
I'll say it after. It's fine.
All right. Two genuine questions, Betty. Yeah. The first one: Why did your mum ever explain to you in detail why she had that particular rule for your house, and have you understood it more as you've grown up?
The rule? No, my mum didn't explain it at MA, but she'd have to explain it because we're black Africans. We mate with our own people. She mated with a black African, so you don't need to explain it. She lived it. So
what do you think that? Okay, aside from kind of keeping it in the tribe, so to speak, what do you think are the negatives of procreating outside of your tribe or even your racial group?
Well, look at all the mix. What I've seen, if I'm going to say racially first, I grew up with quite a few mixed people white mothers, and they just really hate their black side, and they taught me to hate blackness. We're just really mixed up, and so many of these white women that I know with mixed kids, you never see their father. The black man's always there for the moment of conception and takes off running. They had a negative effect on my racial self-esteem. So that's what puts me off procreating with a white person too, because the children are done fucked up, and so many of these mixed race people are in the mental health wards in this country. They're overrepresented because they've got these white mothers and no black father to be seen.
Do you believe that there are, apart from the social factors, the social implications of procreating with somebody outside of your race, do you think that there's any other factors metaphysical factors, actual physical factors that can maybe act as a poison for black people if they get with white people or
When you say physical factors, what do you mean? Do you mean
I
like
mean,
genetic illnesses or something?
not necessarily illnesses, but I could mean illnesses, but no, I mean, so okay, imagine there's someone that you regard as a bad person or whatever. You might not shake their hand, for example, yeah,
Yeah.
or any other example you can find. Now, to sleep with somebody that you despise in one way, shape, or form, do you not think that there's a kind of physical implication or physiological implications to doing so?
In what way? In what way? It depends on why you're doing it.
Okay,
Are you speaking more like from a spiritual like energy transfer type of
not spiritual.
perspective?
I wouldn't call it spiritual because that's going to confuse things. I think like there was a study that I read fairly recently about women carrying aspects of the DNA of all the men that they slept with, for example.
Oh, like that. No, I don't believe in that, MA. Do you know what I mean?
What's that?
So she doesn't recognize it, then that would speak to why it didn't impact her decisions. See what I'm saying?
I think MA is very much like what you said. You know, when you said that I can disconnect who I sleep with, like exactly as you said, that's what I'm doing. It's just business.
But you see the disconnection. So the disconnection that Nam was referring to.
Yes.
If you disconnect, okay, put it this way: if you disconnect yourself from your body, and trauma can sometimes do that to people, right? You disconnect your mind from your body. Your body is still in operation, but your mind is not really storing the information of the experiences that you go through. Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm positing this that you maybe at a later date you might kind of come to that conclusion that maybe the period of time when you were with these black guys, maybe there was some kind of deficit. Maybe you did lose something while you were going through that.
You know what, MA? I wouldn't want, because being abused as a kid, I had to learn how to disconnect myself from the man that was abusing me.
I understand.
Yeah. So this is a lifelong pattern. So I wasn't actually weird. I was only probably worried about like 2 white men. So, you know, it doesn't, you know, there's not enough white men to disconnect from, but it's a lifelong pattern. When you're abused as a child, you have to learn how to disconnect your body from your mind because you wouldn't survive that traumatic experience.
I understand.
But you don't have to let that experience define you. They are bad things that happen to children and adults. Any woman that's ever been abused, it doesn't just have to be as a child, but any woman that's been abused, you have to make sure that that traumatic experience doesn't define you and you're a survivor, not a victim.
Yeah, I do. I hear you 100%, and I've got members of my family who have suffered that unfortunate fate as well. What I would say is to if you're aware of that, then it's important to make sure that pattern of behavior that ceases at some point. Because if you continue down that road, you're gonna accumulate. You don't know what. In fact, you won't even know what you're accumulating because you're still disconnected. You understand? So at some point, you've got to put a cap on that. You have to.
You know what, MA? I'm going to be honest with you. Life is full of valleys and ups and downs. You know what I mean? Me disconnecting, when I've had bad relationships with black men, I've had to disconnect that too. It's not just germane to them being white men. Any woman that's ever been through a bad relationship, even if you are with the same race, you have to learn how to disconnect. There are women that have children and they break up with a partner. You have to learn how to disconnect your bad relationship with that abusive partner to the children that you made together. That is just life, MA. So I'm never going to stop that pattern because that's just life.
But what I'm saying is you could disconnect. You could be in your disconnected state. You could end up in situations because you're disconnected. You understand? So if you're not aware of what you're walking into because you're disconnected from the physicality of the situation, you may be doing more harm than good. Does that make sense?
Can you explain? Can you explain the situation? Because I don't really understand.
Okay, so there are females and males as well, that go through trauma that end up in further traumatic situations with traumatic relationships because they've disconnected. So if somebody is connected, their radar, their antennae will be on. Yeah, they'll be able to spot negative scenarios, negative, bad people, and they'll be able to swerve that because all of their senses are in play. Now, if you're disconnected, there's a bit of a you're a bit numb to your senses, isn't it? In some respects. So
and I just wanted to add to I think that perhaps I would caution the youth the way that we're using the word disconnect. I think that the way and when Betty said when a person experiences trauma, there's a part of them that disconnects in order to to survive that trauma to come through. But I think that going forward, what should happen is that they process and heal from it and not maintain a disconnection, right? Because disconnection is kind of really like a denial, a rejection of reality, and you never really face it, right? So if you come out of a bad relationship, you don't really disconnect from the father of your children in order to just parent them. You should process that bad situation. You should heal. You should grow. You should learn from but if you disconnect and you never really face it, you don't live in that reality. You're in kind of a denial of the abuse of this person, and that's not healthy. So you do want to process it. You don't want to disconnect from it.
Can I throw a spanner in the works in what you're saying? Look, the way I see it, as a black person, as a brown person living in the vanilla world, I believe that I live in an oppressive, abusive society. To me, as it's an anti-black African society that I live in Britain. So every single day, I have to be disconnected. If I was really connected to what white people were doing, to me as a black person, I would go crazy. And that's what's caused a lot of
sounds a bit contradicting.
Yeah.
It's not really. It's actually, I actually understand what she's saying.
No,
still.
because if you listen to what she said before and to what she's saying now, it's like it's too different.
I think she's just showing a different type of disconnect to a different type of situation.
Oh, that's you there. Big up yourself, sis. I didn't even know that was you.
So I kind of agree with that last point because it sort of coincides with the point that I made today when I was kind of saying that as black folks, we're not really racist and we don't really harbor feelings. Otherwise, with our recent history, we'd be out there, you get me, doing bad things every day, all day, man.
Yeah, it'd be
and the reason why I'm saying about it's a bit contradicting because the way she'll be like, oh, I disconnect, because then I'm thinking, okay, that makes sense. So that's why you was happy to lie down with the white man. But then I'm like, oh no, because it was business. So that's why I'm saying, which one is it? Is it because you're so disconnected why you was drawn to them? But then on the other hand, it's like, oh no, business is business. So that's why earlier before sorry, I keep forgetting the brother's name on the panel, was saying before he asked his question, that's why I was trying to get at when, and that's why I started using myself as an example, so maybe everybody else and her would understand. About 4.5 years ago, when it came to men on a dating thing, I stopped seeing color. I can date a guy that isn't a black guy. I haven't been sexual with one yet till this date, but I've been on a few dates with them. So that's why I'm saying for her, how many years ago or how many months ago did she get so in touch with herself that she is now like, bun all the white people, I'm only for my blacks. Do you get it? That's why I was saying it sounds a bit to me.
She's not saying that there was a transition. She's saying that she's always been aware that if she is going to procreate, it's going to be with black people. That's what she's saying, and she's saying that. But I think it's two different strands.
Thank you. Someone finally gets it.
And to be fair, if I was to add to that sort of sentiment that I'm hearing from Betty, that was the sentiment of a lot of black men back in the day. You get me? Yeah. But all I would say to you, Betty, is like what I said to them, and it is like one, from you can lay down with. I don't want it to sound raw, innit? But from you can lay down, you can breathe, and from you can breathe, you can marry. You know them ones. It's just the stages of life, man.
No, Naifa. I had it on lockdown. You know, the free contraception. And I wasn't into white men like that.
Betty, is that I'm listening to you and I'm like, right, because it could be argued that, like I said, innit, the sentiment
I'm a cold-hearted bitch.
Had a lot. well, you know what I mean. I'll give you that, but
Let's talk as women.
Yo,
Let's
not
talk
even
as
said I'll
women.
give you that. I'm done, yo.
You know what I mean? I would say 8% black men, 20% the other. So I mean, it's not like what you need to understand. But when I say disconnect from white men, I do the same thing to black men. I've been with black men, and I'm not invested in you like that. You were there for a purpose, yeah. And once your purpose is over, you gone. That's just how I am.
All right. So, like I've said to you already, Betty, you know what I mean. I don't want to say that you're unique in certain ways, but you know I've told you this already. Innit?
Yeah.
You're unique in certain ways. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because clearly you can decompartmentalize certain vibrations. You with me? Whereas myself now, I couldn't do that. You see it? Like I just couldn't do that. Like I couldn't lay down and be like, yo, I'm only laying down with you because no, I can't do that. You see what I'm saying to you? I can't do that. However, you see what I'm saying? But all I'm gonna say is that there's many black men that are just like you in it, but they don't admit it that way.
Yeah.
What they also do is that they catch feelings.
Yeah,
you see
this
what I'm saying?
is it.
Enough
Don't
of them
catch
start out like that.
feelings.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They catch feelings in it, so I hear.
But we can't forget that, like, this in many ways it does stem from trauma, and the analogy that we could use that was kind of already mentioned about us as black people in this society. Anyway, we do pretty much, well, we're using the same part of our brains to disconnect from, like, man works for a white organization, innit? Like, or at least an institution that is run by white people, and it's like we're using the same faculties because
That's what I'm saying. Many of us out here disconnecting every day because if you didn't, you would be committing. You get me? You'd be doing horrible things, man. Come on.
The only difference is Betty is choosing to go there. That's the difference.
Well, that's what I said, which is what I've always said about Betty. She's unique in many ways. You understand me? Because the decisions that she can make and what I couldn't make them decisions. You get me? No day.
But I think you make it every day because it's not just to me. It's not just about relationships. You know, you both of you seem like enlightened black people who know what go on, and you admit yourself that you have to disconnect from the wider society if you start thinking about how white people treat black people collectively. This is what black people have to do every day in a white dominated society where whiteness matters and is used as a political tool to bash black people.
100%.
Yeah, but man's not gonna. But man's not gonna.
What it is then, Betty, is that different people utilize different tools to deal with it. You see what I'm saying to you? And all I'm saying is that clearly you're very open with the tool that you may have used in times gone by to deal with it. You see what I'm saying to you? And then you're not even trying to package it like it's some type of thing. You see it?
I would argue that the damage that is inflicted upon black people having to work in these places is not going to be on the same level as the damage inflicted on a young lady whose body is now that tool. I'd say it's a different type of damage, and that needs to be excavated still.
You know what I think?
Yeah,
I think
but I don't
think
I hear what you're saying, Emma. 1 second, Emma. Like, I hear what you're saying, but in this instance, I don't actually think that my girl. I don't even think she's conflating the two, to be honest. And I think that she.
No, she did. She said it's the same thing, and she said everyone does it. She did conflate it.
No, but I'm talking about in terms of, because I think Emma is referring to her childhood trauma. You see what I'm saying to you?
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about just the decisions that people make in the workplace and then
they are the two. Yeah, but there are two. Those are the two strands that man's talking about. The work, the everyday trauma that we go through.
I'm not gonna talk like she's not here still, but yeah.
I think he believes. I think for what I'm saying, Emma, and just correct me if I'm wrong in what you're saying. I think you worried that I'm internalizing what happened as a child and I'm letting it, change my humanity and, continue my actions. But what I'm saying is, Emma, if you go back to what I said is that what happened to me as a child does not define me.
No, what are you doing?
I'm not a victim,
Finest,
Emma.
mute up, Finest.
You know what I mean? People who become victims are not able to speak in the manner that I speak. There are many people that get abused. Some of them are on drugs, some of them are prostitutes, and some of them are dead. And some of them are in the mental health wards in these countries. And none of them, what happened was very tragic, but me telling my story will heal other people and give other people that, you know, the courage to speak out, to stop these type of sick people terrorizing children.
I would say that the choice to kind of get with these guys, yeah, and go through. I think it's a bit of a repetitive. I think you're repeating the trauma in some way. That's what I can see, because you're actually having to numb yourself to an extent to the engagement with these people, the same way you had to numb yourself to the engagement in those unfortunate circumstances. You get me? So I'm seeing
I
that.
hear what you're saying, brother, but at 17, but you know me already. I do hear what you're saying, but at the same time, you got women that have not had trauma going through the same type of, you know what I mean? The same type
No,
of thing, man.
I would say that they're traumatized as well.
But I'm already numbing myself. The way I see it is, me as a black person, every black person, if you live in a white dominated society, you have to numb yourself to the trauma of racism and white supremacy. So another little bit of
I
trauma
don't think that's
with
true.
the men, yeah, it doesn't matter. Trauma's just trauma.
No,
That's
no.
not true. I live in a predominantly white area.
If you live in a white, I'm not talking about you, Jodie.
But you're generalizing.
Yeah, I'm going to generalize, and then you can report me after I finish. Yeah, if you're living in a
Elizabeth.
white-dominated society, yeah, you are numbing yourself to racism, white supremacy. So to me, it's just the cost of doing business. A little bit more trauma, MA. It don't matter because it's not that deep. It doesn't hit the heart. It's only hitting the surface.
So
okay. Betty, can you switch that back on? So you see how you switched yourself off from that sensitivity of that connection between mind and body to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Have you done any work to switch that back on since?
I switch it on unless you'll see me be sensitive to people I care about. If I don't really care about you that much, then you'll see the cold side.
No, I'm talking mind body. I'm talking your mind body connection, Betty.
And they explain this because,
for example, you're with such and such and such dudes, yeah, and they're all giving you money and whatever, and you said two in it, so let's say the two guys, yeah. Then you get in a relationship with someone who's actually worth something that you could potentially be with, whatever. Are you have you ever experienced, or even have you even asked your partner whether he sees any disconnect in you when he's with you?
I've never really asked, but I can't lie and say that you know a man hasn't said that. You know what I mean? What's the point of lying about it? If you go through what I've been through, I don't think any relationship you have doesn't change the next one that you have. I think your relationship, whatever relationship you have, will have an effect on you, whether it's positive or negative.
So I would say that if that is the case, then the work to be done is to bridge those separations between mind and body again, so that you can have a more fulfilling relationship with your guy, so that even with your child, because it could even filter down to your child. These things happen, you know, sis. So
yeah, it's true, MA. It's true, MA. But the way I see it is, it's just life, isn't it?
Nah, but you got to do the work. You have to do the work. That's what I'm saying. You got to do the work. If you know that there's a disconnect there, then at some point you're gonna have to take it upon yourself to do the work to reconnect yourself, because you was a full woman when you were born, in it, and like due to things happening, there might be a slight deficit, and so I would say take that upon yourself and put yourself around people who are going to help you to reconnect that thing.
But MA, what if have you ever thought that I might not want to reconnect? What I like being a flawed human being.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that you might want to.
Well, I think part of reconnecting is actually experiencing and processing, because it would make you more vulnerable to feel the fear of rejection, fear if it's going to happen again, fear of it's kind of a protective thing to stay disconnected. You're protecting yourself from future emotional and mental harm. So you don't have to experience it. And what MA is saying is if you do the work, meaning kind of the opposite of that, it would put you in a place where you would experience it and you would go through it. So that's the work. And it's difficult.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's just his definition. His definition doesn't define me. That's his observation of me. The person that knows me is me. Yeah. I like being flawed. To me, what you're saying, MA, is that you want to be a perfect human being.
No,
And
that's not perfect.
I don't believe that I want to be a perfect human being. I'm happy with my flaws and good points because that's what I think a human being is.
So wanting. Okay, this is. I don't know. When this comes up,
let me explain it more.
Okay, go ahead.
I learned to love the pain that I felt.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I understand.
Okay,
that.
so and that makes again. I hear that, and I hear that's a protective thing, right? But wanting to improve, recognizing an area where there is some vulnerability, where there could be improvement, and working on it doesn't mean that you are not going to be perfect, and it doesn't mean that you don't embrace or accept yourself or that there's something wrong. That's, to me, what I hear is the equivalent of someone who is obese. They have high blood pressure, and they're like, "I love all my curves. I'm BBW." No, because someone is saying, you might want to go to the gym, you might want to cut back on the salt. It's cutting back on salt doesn't mean you don't love yourself. Going to the gym doesn't mean you don't love yourself because with your curves. It means that you recognize that this is bad for your health and you want to take steps to improve it. That's all that means. He's not saying once you do this, you're going to be perfect. He doesn't say if you do this, that means you don't love yourself in your current state. It means that you're committed to continual progress, not just staying where you are. That's very dangerous. That's all.
You know what? I'm gonna have to agree to disagree with you. Like for me, I love myself, all warts and all. This sort of like, because to me, I think it comes across like you're making me into some type of victim. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not a victim. You know what I mean? I'm having a baby. I've got a partner. All this sort of like, oh my God, this has happened to Betty and she's disconnected. I'm not disconnected. I'm just disconnected when I choose to be. And I'm not there, even though I grew up with a father that was a wife beater and got abused, I've never been attacked by a man. And I've never been with a violent man. So this idea that, growing up in an abusive household and being abused as a child defines you and makes you attract men like that, it doesn't always work that way. What it taught me was to make sure that I wasn't with men like that. So I think, MA, I think you're thinking too deep into it, to tell the honest truth. I respect your opinion. We can agree to disagree, but I think you're thinking too deep into it, hon.
Nah, these are just things for you to ponder on, really. You get me?
Yeah,
as you get older, as you grow, you said you're pregnant now. As you have your child, there's going to be bare different things that you're going to have to come up against. There's going to be bare things you're going to learn about yourself. And so I'm saying that there are certain things that may crop up, and you may need to find what the seed is of these things, and you know what I mean. Be open to change in some kind of way.
I had an aunt that was molested when she was younger, and she had 3 sons, and she never really had an emotional attachment and connection with her sons. It was like really weird. Like, like she would care for them. They always looked nice. They always had their hair cut. Always be, but it was a blockage. I think that's a better way to say it, because I can't really put my finger on exactly what it was. But when I got older, I looked at her relationships with her sons, who were all adults, and I'm like, I've seen other men who have way more loving connections with their mother, and I could recognize that connection, that emotional connection, where she's like, oh, you know what, let me see how my son's day was, or and even the child vice versa, let me check on my mom, let me see. It was like absent. And I remember one day at church, she she recognized it. She like gave a testimony and was just like, you know, she was crying and she was just basically saying like, you know, she was praying for God to remove that from her heart, that she could look at her sons as like innocent men, as like, because in her mind, men violate, men take. So even though these were men that came from her, it was just like a emotional wall there. And I was like, yo, this is deep. Like church was like therapy that day, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like it was deep. So those are just some things that can result from trauma that you don't even realize until later on down the line.
Yeah, you know, but I think there's a difference between realizing trauma, because I'm not unconscious of the trauma that I've experienced, but there are people that are unconscious of it, and I think those are the ones that you have to worry about. There are people who are not conscious of the trauma that they've had and the effects of those trauma.
Yeah, she was definitely aware of the trauma, not in denial about the trauma, but denial on the impact that the trauma had on her, you know, because from her perspective, I'm still able to be with a trusting man, even though it's a black man who did this to me. I can still love and appreciate a black man. I can have relationships with black men. I can even trust him enough to have unprotected sex, and we're having children, and I'm starting a family. So all of these things were things that made her feel as if this is not impacting me. You see what I'm saying? It didn't confirm that.
Can I ask both of you, because what I'm getting from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting a feeling that you believe that you can go through a traumatic experience, whether it's your parents dying, whether it's being abused as a child, whether it's being a battered wife or whatever, and come over it and recover from it. But I don't believe that you can recover from traumatic experience. I believe that you just learn to live with the pain you feel. I don't believe that I will ever be the same person I was before I was abused.
No, you will never be the same, Betty. You will never be the same, but you learn to deal with it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it's like me, because obviously, you know, I was abused as a kid growing up as well. It causes like PTSD and things like that. So you got to learn to kind of like go through those emotions and be able to deal with them. Do you get what I'm saying? But you will never be the same again. No, you won't.
Yeah, this is it, and I think.
But that's not what I'm saying is that okay. So let's using the language that Becca just used. You know, you learn to deal with it. What I was speaking about, and what I think MA was speaking about, are the ways in which people deal with it. Now, there are some people that say this is something that's traumatic. I'm going to take this, put this in a box, and put it all the way down in the basement, right? And I'm going to come up to the rest of the house, and the basement is just storage. So I go to work, I come in the kitchen, I cook, I go up to my bedroom, I go to sleep. You don't even the basement is just something that happens. It's just there, right? There's some people that deal with their emotions that way and deal with their trauma that way. There's other people that will say, you know what? There's a box downstairs. I'm going to get in this box and I'm going to look through the pictures in that box. I'm going to read every letter that's in that box. If it makes me cry, I'm going to cry, whatever. It happened to me, whatever. I'm going to process this. Right? If it's something that I can keep and use this, you know, I may end up put the picture on the wall, like, you know what, fuck it. This happened to me. Why am I going to put it in the basement? Right? And if it's something that I don't need, I'm going to rip that shit up. I'm going to throw it away. But the boxes, there's no box in their basement. They have processed the things that are in that box. That's what I'm speaking about. That's what he was saying, the work, because that shit is tough to go through that box. That's not an easy thing to do. So you can deal with it. It don't in either way. You see what I'm saying? You could put it in the box, put it in the basement, and just ignore the box.
You know, you're gonna have you're talking a lot that I don't understand. Like the way I believe that I processed it was going to the police and getting that man prosecuted. That was confronting it. So when you're saying all this other way, I don't generally understand what you mean. Maybe you or MA or maybe Becca could elaborate what you mean, because I think confronting your abuser and having to go to court and see the man that terrorized you as a kid, is processing the thing. If you're talking about another thing, you're going to have to explain this, because we can't not understand all this thing that you're saying about processing. because I thought I processed the thing. So can you elaborate, please, Horn?
I think, you know, when you said about you being like emotionally detached, Betty, like you kind of like this, like what was
With
it
the
you
white
said
guy.
earlier?
With the
Yeah,
white guys, yeah.
yeah. It's like it's the same thing with me. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I've got to go through therapy right now, because obviously I didn't process what Melanate said. I didn't go through the motions, so to speak, to process certain things that happened to me as I was growing up. So that's why I'm in therapy now, because I've got to confront it and go through those emotions, because like Melanate was saying, you kind of put it in a box and you try and forget about it, and you do that, and you kind of like think, it's something that happened, whatever, forget about it, move on. But you're not really kind of processing, you're not going through the emotions. And when you come up against something again that's abusive, you're going to shut down. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you can't, your brain, it's like your brain's automatically protecting you. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like fight or flight response. Do you get what I'm saying?
Becca, can you explain this? Because, you know, like you say, you come up against abusive things. I've not had abusive relationship where a man is hitting me. Do you know what I mean? So when you're saying process the thing, you know what I mean? You know, I don't need to process, because I've not had those men in my life, because I wouldn't tolerate it.
But the thing is,
but you was being abused as a child, which wasn't your fault. So didn't you have to process that and accept that to be able to move on?
Well, yeah, that's why the guy, I sent the guy to court.
Yeah, but that's
why
what
man
Becca
was
means
prosecuted.
when she says you need to process it. That's
I
what she's
have.
talking about.
I
Not
have.
about abusive men.
I have.
Yeah, I mean, abuse, like, it doesn't have to be just physical, as you know, baby.
Yeah.
Like, abuse is other
But-
things as well, emotional,
Guys,
psychological.
I think this is getting a little bit too much. I don't want Betty to feel like
No.
somebody's telling her she needs to do something that she
No, it's
doesn't
all
feel
right,
she has a
melanated.
need to do.
You know what, melanated? Just
Melanated, do you know Betty?
watching the show.
Are you familiar
No.
with Betty?
I don't feel like that, because I feel
Is
like
that melanated over there?
No, because I'm thinking like the tone of her voice. It's almost like, yo, y'all telling me, yeah, I need a process. Like, what is this? I don't need all of that. So, all right, I hear you. You don't need it. Like,
I was just asking, can you explain it? Because melanated God, you know the reason why I'm saying it, because I genuinely don't understand what you mean. Because the way I see it, if you go and confront your abuser and then you get man prosecuted, that's processing it. Because I know people that have been abused and that person got away with it, and they've never.
No, I can give you an example. You can have the person arrested and prosecuted. You can testify in court and everything like that, but you can continue to have nightmares. You can continue to have a startled response. At the if they wore the color blue, now the color blue you can't stand. If the person had a beard, you don't like people with beards. That is not processing, because you still have those triggers, and those triggers can have an impact on your life. That's what I'm speaking about when I say process. Like, because a lot of those triggers could be subconsciously, so you don't even know why you don't like somebody with a beard. You don't even know why this person. But when you say, you know what? I'm being biased because the person that did this to me had a beard, and I have to recognize that I'm not in harm. I'm not in threat. I need to calm down. That's all processing. That takes work. That's what I'm trying to say. That really takes work for you to recognize that, for you to look yourself in the mirror and see how your hurt is impacting your actions on a daily basis, your responses, and all of that stuff.
So do you believe that Betty's sorry, Betty, I'm not talking like you're not here, yeah?
No, it's all right now, Phil. It's all right. It's a show. It's a panel.
So do you believe that some of Betty's actions that you hear her speak about are due to trauma and her not having dealt with it, Sister
Most
Melanie?
definitely.
Oh shit. I ain't diagnosing nobody, yo.
I'll answer. I don't think that she hasn't dealt with it. I feel like the way she is and her actions are off the back of what she's been through and her trauma. And because she thinks she has dealt with it and she has properly accepted, this is why she acts the way she acts. Obviously, she's going to definitely disagree with me. But me personally, it makes more sense now when I'm hearing Betty say what she's saying, why she actually is the way she is.
She has to protect herself.
It actually does. So then if you have to protect yourself, we all have to protect ourselves. Yeah.
No, but it's a different response when you get trauma.
Right. But if you have to protect yourself on that level all the time because of what you've been through in your past, which we're using the word the trauma that you may have been exposed to or physically been happening to you, You wouldn't be, if you had properly dealt with it, my personal opinion, you wouldn't have to constantly be protecting yourself where you're so all the time. Do you understand what I mean? If you had really dealt with the situation, you're always going to be it's always going to be at the forefront of your mind to think, oh, you know, I got to think carefully about this decision. You know, you're always going to maybe replay, oh, actually, don't rush ahead with that. Take my time. You're always going to maybe question yourself sometimes at some point. But I don't feel the way I see or the way I hear Betty acting, should I say, online, I don't think if she dealt with her past experiences, I think she'd be actually a much more better person within herself. I think Betty, and I'm being very, very judgmental, and I know she's going to disagree, but I do feel that in her mind, she feels that she has dealt with it. But I really deep down don't think that you've even touched the sides of your past.
Yeah, I can agree to I respect your opinion because you're entitled to your opinion. But if you think that going to a court and facing a man that abused me as a 9-year-old is not dealing with it, then
No.
You're party basically.
No, we think it's part of it. I think it's part of it.
Let her speak.
Yeah, because it's just party. There's so many child abusers that get away with it, and what that took for me to do at 18.
So that's great. So you see, for me,
all this. Can you let me finish?
Sorry.
Yeah. So for you, for all this, like, Zell not dealt with it, it's just nonsense. To tell you honestly, I think you're just trying to psychoanalyze it and trying to pretend like you understand, but you clearly don't.
So for me, when you're saying you faced the man, you've been to prison. I mean, you went to court and stuff, and you faced the person that gave you that trauma. For me, that is a part of dealing with it. That is a part of facing it. But that just because you went through that process, and I commend you, and good for you, because as you know yourself, there are a lot of women that don't have the confidence, they don't have the backbone to take those steps when they have been through something like what you went through. So for you to take those steps and deal with it and get to that place of court and watch him be convicted and so on and so on, for me personally, that is you dealing with a portion. For me, that would most probably be the start of your healing process, the start of you actually facing this person on however many days it was or weeks while you was going court for the first time in maybe how long or whatever it was. So you doing that was a big thing, and that was a big part of your healing process. But I don't solely think that was the one thing that you needed to do to be healed from that process.
I think if you listen to what I said, you might not listen. Have you ever been abused? Have you ever been sexually abused as a kid?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so you're talking from the outside of this experience.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and when you're actually in the experience and you're inside the house, you know, you come with a different sentiment. But the only thing I can say is I did say that I learned to love the pain that I felt. I do not want to heal.
No, but you should want to heal.
No, I don't.
Why though?
I'm happy because I'm happy with the pain I feel. Have you ever heard of sadomasochist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
got you.
So a sadomasochist is someone that loves the pain they feel, and the pain is now a part of me, and I'm happy to.
So
live
what
with
you're
the
trying to
pain I
say is that
feel.
you've embraced with what happened to you, you've embraced your pain, basically.
Yeah, the pain is part of me, and I'm happy.
But that's not an issue. I don't think you saying the pain is being a part of you is an issue at all, because everybody deals with things differently. But the fact that you're saying you don't need to heal.
Yeah,
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't. Because I'm somebody that is about healing, and I am about reflecting on whatever you've been through and try to heal yourself. It's that typical don't hate that person because you're hating yourself. You're putting yourself down. It's your energy you're draining. So when I hear you say you don't need to heal, because I am somebody that is big on if you've been through whatever in life, you need to heal and you need to be able to move forward. You need to accept, understand, and then start the process of healing. I just find it hard when I hear you say you don't need to heal, because I know somebody very close to me that had the same past as you. They were abused, and they needed to heal, but they accepted it. Everybody's different. My name's Finest Wine. I don't know why you keep saying Jodie, but whatever.
Healing
You
is a
just sound
process,
crazy.
yeah.
Right.
Healing is a process. And if you listen to what I just said a couple of seconds ago, I don't want to heal.
Why though? That's why I asked you why.
I think Betty's just not there yet. It's like me. It's like there was a long time before I started going through therapy that I thought, do you know what's done, what happened, what that man did to me, he did to me, fuck it, whatever. Let's not talk about it. Let's not go there. What's done is done. Do you know what I'm saying? It took a long time for me to actually confront it and go, do you know what? I actually need to heal from this for the sake for myself and my children. Do you get what I'm saying? So Betty's just not there.
Different. It's not really about not being there. It's a decision I'm making because I'm able to talk about it. I can talk about it until I went to therapy, did all this stupid therapy nonsense, and it didn't actually help because I'm happy with where I am and what I am.
Can I ask you a question? Do you feel sometimes
I don't
when
think
you
you
speak,
understand, Jodie,
you sound angry?
You understand what sadomasochist means. I don't think you understand.
Okay, that's fine. But why I'm asking you
Read the
is,
definition of what sadomasochist means.
I will
and then you
do.
Understand me.
Okay, I will do. I'll read it again.
Sadomasochist means someone that loves the pain.
Yeah, like an adrenaline junkie.
But okay, so let's just look. Let's just look at a person who
mine's
are you familiar?
Pain.
Are
It's
you
not
familiar?
physical pain. I don't like being beaten. Yeah,
so
I like the emotional pain.
So
I think it strengthens me, makes me a better person.
So Betty, are you familiar with like self-harming behaviors like cutting?
No, I'm not into that. I'm too pretty for
no,
that.
no, I'm not. I'm saying, are you familiar with it? I didn't ask you if you are a cutter, right? Because that's way too personal. That's way too personal. I'm just saying, are you aware of that as being a thing? Because a lot of people, people who are cutters, a lot of them say that they want to feel pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you speak to them even further, they want to feel the pain so that they won't think about maybe another trigger, another source of pain that's emotional. And so it's almost like a distraction, right? So they don't want to. So if you say you need to stop cutting, it's like, I don't need to stop cutting. It's self-harming.
Because they love the pain. They love the pain. They want to repeat the childhood pattern.
But they don't call it self-pleasuring or joy seeking. It's called self-harming. So even though there's a reason, right? Even though there's a reason why they do it, other people can recognize, and sometimes even themselves can recognize that they are harming themselves. So by saying, it's just they are harming themselves, even if that has a purpose, if it serves a purpose for them, if they understand the reason behind it. So all the people here are saying, right, in a non-judgmental way, it's more so in a recognizing way that we recognize the pain that you went through and the impact that it has had or is having, whichever, on you right now, is that on the outside looking in and hearing the things that you're saying, it's self-harming. And we want you to not harm. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like, we want you to not harm.
This is again, you're at the victim thing again. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
What I said to you is that I learned to love the pain I feel. I choose not to heal. I want to be where I'm at. That is my choice.
So you want to be in pain?
Can you let me finish?
No, sorry, I just wanted to ask. So you want to be in pain?
When you talk about this person that is self-harming and they're cutting themselves, people self-harm all the time. I've got people who are preaching to me about, better you're in pain, but they're smoking cancer cigarettes. That is harming. They do not love their body enough not to put cancer stuff in it. So when I hear people like that preaching to me about, better you're harming yourself.
I don't think no one's preaching to you.
You're a hypocrite because you're smoking cigarettes.
See, that's why I was trying. You see, when you said, Melanated, do you know Betty? That's why I was trying to cut it from there, because I didn't want these accusations of preaching and so forth. I was trying to just done the thing. You say you don't want to heal? Done. I don't.
Yeah, but Melanie, you recognize that, don't you? You recognize that they are people who are preaching about me harming
No,
myself. I'm like,
you.
but they're smoking
Look.
cigarettes. How is that not self-harming?
Yeah, it is self-harming, but it's a choice of self-harm. The self-harm, when all right, the people that cut is a choice for them to do that, but it's because they've got trauma
And
and
the people
pain.
that smoke
Why
choose to calm their body. They
yeah,
choose
but
to self-harm.
okay. All right,
So
let's not talk on it
what's the
on.
difference?
So let me
But
tell you
what
what I
the problem?
personally think the difference is. Yeah, somebody that chooses to light a fag or a cigarette, as it's called, yeah, that is a choice. They know cigarettes and nicotine is bad for them, and they have an addiction and a bad habit, and they choose to smoke. Somebody that self-harms, that cuts themselves, they are cutting themselves out of choice. However, that choice is not really a choice. Yes, it's a choice because they pick up whatever instrument and they start cutting themselves. But the choice is they are doing that because of the pain and trauma that they are suffering. People, if you speak to people that self-harm, they actually say they physically can't help themselves from not cutting themselves. People that smoke can stop smoking. They can stop smoking out of choice. People that self-harm, it's a deep-rooted trauma and pain that is causing them to pick up whatever instrument and cut themselves. So how could you try to compare somebody that chooses to smoke nicotine, that is definitely bad for you and it's
That
harming
can
your
kill you.
body, as the same context of somebody that is going through trauma and pain that cuts themselves?
Well, this is what I mean. This is because you're on the outside again, because you've not gone through it. Yeah, self-harm is self-harm. Whether you're using,
Do you self-harm?
can you let me finish?
No, because
No.
you said I don't go through
Can
it.
you let me finish?
No, but you said I
You
don't
might,
go
you
through
might actually hear the answer
self-harming.
if you actually
Okay.
give up. Yeah.
Okay, go
Yeah.
on then.
So if you're self-harming, whether you're drinking alcohol and you're drinking yourself into oblivion, whether you're smoking cancer sticks and you're going to drop dead of cancer, whether you're in an abusive relationship and you're allowing your partner to beat you and you stay there, yeah, whether you're cutting yourself, this is all self-harm. This business of saying this self-harm is due to being abused as a child and the other self-harm of you smoking cancer sticks and then you end up dead, yeah, because you've got cancer. It's just stupid. It's all self-harm. None of those people are in any position to preach. They're
No,
all
but you're not. You're
mentally
taking it out of
ill. Can you let me
context.
finish?
Because
I'm not
you're taking
asking
it
you
out
to
of
agree.
context.
I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to listen. Yeah? You've asked me a question. I've given my answer. Can you let me finish? This is
Okay,
all
go ahead.
self-harm. So when I hear people who are smoking cigarettes, because I don't smoke any cigarettes, because it's cancer sticks. I don't drink. It's all of it is the work of the devil. Yeah? I don't cut myself. All of it's the work of the devil. So all this so-called self-harm behavior you claim that I have, or I'm suffering from some trauma, explain what it is.
Okay,
You the
so
one
for
that said
me,
that you experienced trauma, though. You did.
right.
First of all, listen, because sometimes the way in which you say things, Betty, it kind of
Sounds
twists things,
contradicting.
right?
Yep.
No, it's kind of like you twisting it. It's not that everything you're saying is completely false. It's that it changes how true it actually is, because you actually brought up. No one told you you have trauma. You said you have trauma. So going for using that as the foundation, that's where the conversations expanded, right? No one is telling you you went through this, you have trauma. You said you have trauma. It's very unfair to then, after someone comments on the trauma, for you to say, oh, now you're preaching to me about my trauma. That's unfair.
No, what she actually asked me, did I self-harm? And I said no.
Yeah, but before
So
that,
it's not on thingy, and you're not the only person that I've spoken to about being abused. They are people that are lecturing me. So when I say people, I didn't mean you, Melanated Goddess, but they are people that have lectured me on you need to recover from being abused, you're damaged goods, you're this, and they're smoking cancer sticks in my face, and I see them drinking, yeah? All
okay,
this.
can
So
I
do you
ask
not
her?
think the source of the self-harming?
And drinking, and I'm like, you hypocrite. You absolute hypocrite. I'm getting people who are preaching to me about I need to heal, yeah, and I need to love my body, and they're smoking like a fucking chimney. doing the work of the devil, smoking cigarettes and drinking. And I'm like, you hypocrite. And doing drugs. And I'm like, you hypocrite. Look for yourself. And I'm not meaning you, not the people on the panel, but the people that I'm talking about know who I'm talking about. Before you tell me about heal, look yourself in the mirror and heal yourself. That's what I'm saying. People in glass houses should not throw stones. This is all self-harm. Alcohol, smoking cancer sticks, getting these abusive relationships where they're beating each other, taking drugs. All of it is self-harm. Nobody who's doing that can come and tell me about I need to come and heal, and somehow you're more evolved human being than me, and you can tell me about what I should do. I know the pain I feel. Yes, I do come from trauma, but I'm happy where I am. When I want to heal, and if I want to heal, I'll do in my own time. No one will heal me. The only person that can heal Betty is Betty. And I may never heal, but I'm all right with that. Because some things cannot be fixed. That's why they call say sadomasochist. Some of us are flawed, and I'm happy to be flawed. Shaka, speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got permission differently. It's good. What's it called? Can everybody hear me? Yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
What's up, Shaka?
Blessings, and I appreciate the sensitivity with which the conversation has been taking place. I'm not gonna stay long in it, so my brother M.A. Brown will come back shortly. Thanks for letting me in, Velle. I was just thinking about this conversation, and I've come across this sensibility before. I've been in a relationship with somebody who suffers from depression, and at one time I was watching this documentary with Stephen Fry, the actor, who suffers from manic depression, and there's a part of the documentary, and I've just looked it up on YouTube, and I think it's there. I believe it's the secret lives of the secret life of manic depressive, of the manic depressive. I mean, it came on years ago, but it's now the 2 parts of it are on YouTube, I think. I think this is the one. So I'm not absolutely sure, but I'd imagine it is the same documentary. And there's a part of it where because he's talking to various different people that suffer from manic depression, and then there's a part of it where he says, but for all of the challenges that come with it, and the things, the harms, and the challenges in terms of having a professional career and an intimate life and them kind of things, there are a lot of people that if you ask them if they could be cured, or address certain aspects of whatever it is that they deal with, they wouldn't. And it's because there's something that comes with there's something that they enjoy about being a bit unpredictable, something like that. He said, and I'm probably not doing justice to exactly how it was relayed in the documentary. So I do encourage people to watch it. But my main point was really just that it's not unusual for people to that it's not unusual for people to have the position of I know what it is, but I ain't trying to change it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's actually quite from what I understand, not uncommon for that energy to take place. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I'm saying I appreciate the sensitivity with which the conversation is taking place, because I feel like in situations like those, obviously we can't put ourselves in harm's way, but we still have to be understanding and treat people with sensitivity and love and respect and understanding. Even
and you know what we tell ourselves all the time too. I'm sure everyone knows that has heard this saying: if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. Those are things that we tell ourselves to help us cope, right? Imagine if that's an affirmation that has been taken into our spirit, right? Then you have somebody talking to you, telling you to get rid of that. You're like, man, this helped me to get to where I am. This is part. So when she says that, I hear her saying, this is part of you. You see it as a weakness. I see it as my strength. I've conquered this. I've overcome this.
That's it.
Right?
That's it. And not only that, because it's like, it's a thing where if man can go off, I'm saying at a particular point, and there's like if you have you ever been vexed here and like scream, and after you scream you feel better?
Yes.
Right? So like, and it's not even like, so like obviously the act of screaming, you're in vexation, but there's something about getting that out that puts you in a better place, or you know what I'm saying, like there's an adrenaline, you know what I'm saying, or whatever it is, yeah, that happens. So I'm saying I completely empathize and sympathize and understand what you're saying, Melania. I'm just saying that from my understanding anyway, there's an element that comes with this thing whereby the little unpredictability and you know what I'm saying, like you know, I
know what's
and the little edge that comes with it.
Finally, Shaka, thank you for finally saying it. Betty, I don't want to be put in a box. I like being unpredictable. I don't toe the line. Like Jedi said, Betty don't toe the line. That is
right.
who I am.
That's how she
Thank you, Shaka. You reiterate exactly what I meant. Thank you.
Yeah, like,
sorry, I just want you to finish talking so I can speak after you.
Yeah. So that's cool. Yeah, so I'm just saying that there are people that they want to hold on to that aspect of themselves because they enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not making a judgment on it. Like I could, but I'm not. I'm just saying that I've come across this idea before, and from my understanding, it's not unusual. You know what I'm saying in within the context of what we're talking about. So yeah.
No, I wanted to say I'm very familiar with what you're saying, Shaka, where people, and it is mostly people that have been through severe trauma or pain that are in that space where they just want to not be healed. They like this. So not everybody wants to have to be unpredictable. It's just the factor of sometimes dealing with your past causes you more pain. Do you understand? When you're addressing the trauma from the past, it brings back memories. It's like it's fresh in your head. So you're left in pain again. And maybe some people talking about their past, it could affect their whole day, or maybe it could affect their 2 days. So some people, it takes a long time for them to heal themselves, or if they choose to have therapy, because it's not always going to help you right there and then, because you have to relive and readdress your trauma and your pain. But however, moving on, to say for me, because it's like, I would advise anybody to want to heal themselves and heal their pain, their trauma, whatever they've gone through, because I feel like you're hurting yourself when you think in your head, oh no, I just want to be unpredictable. It's because you're still this is just my opinion, you're still in pain. You're somewhat still hurting yourself. You're self-harming yourself without even realizing, because you're not trying to heal. And then when I hear Betty, because I wanted to hear what your opinion was of when she's trying to compare somebody's trauma from somebody that self-harms and their pain, they self-harm because of that trauma, to somebody smoking a cigarette. I just personally don't think there's no comparison. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I think there's a comparison on the basic level of cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
So, obviously that goes without saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But I think beyond that, I don't think it goes much further. But this is the point I'm trying to make. You know what it is. There's people that they when they're drunk, they do things that they wouldn't do if they were sober. Yes? And so I'm saying that it's a similar thing. When you're in that frame of mind for whatever it is that you're dealing with, and you're bringing, if you go through whatever process of healing, you wouldn't be in that frame of mind anymore to act in certain ways that you enjoy acting.
Which is true.
Right. So I'm saying that some people choose to hold on to that. Yeah. I'm not saying it's any more healthy, but it's a decision. It's a choice that people make. Right. What's it called? And I mean, even the idea of choice is I mean, we have to question what is choice when we're dealing with trauma.
So some of it is a response. Like it could be an unconscious response.
Definitely.
As opposed to a choice.
Because we could judge it as somebody who's making a decision in their right mind, or somebody who's making a decision as a response to, or a deflection from not addressing the issues that they have. And on the spectrum, I think that there are times when both of those things could be true, or somewhere in between. You understand what I'm saying? Deflection, you don't have to have a mental illness to deflect. People deflect all the time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just saying that on them levels there, it's a thing where, and as well, there's even just the attention you know what I'm saying? Like, because I spoke about it with friends. Like when I watched this thing, and I spoke about it with friends who I know who have certain challenges, yeah. And they were saying, well, yeah, there's parts of what he's saying that are true. Sometimes it's just the attention, yeah, like the attention of that focus and whatever it does for them at that moment in time. They enjoy that for whatever reason. Just what I'm saying. So, and they choose to hold on to whatever that the pain that it was that caused them to develop a certain characteristic for the sake of preserving that characteristic. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's you're saying all of this right, and I can't front. I just like processing and thinking of an example, a personal example that I know of, and it's someone in my life who experienced not sexual trauma, right, but trauma through violence, trauma through the community, and they perpetuate that type of trauma because the trauma they experienced was during their early childhood where they didn't make choices to be involved in those things or to have that in their environment, right? And it's had lasting effects in their lives. And when they are encouraged to make a change, boy, the resistance, it's crazy. And they get lots of attention. So you just said that they get lots of attention for being this way. And they actually look at people who don't perpetuate it as boring, as square, and they have no desire to have safety in their life. They have no desire. It's like they were exposed to this during early childhood, right? Their flight or flight thing went up. They experienced this adrenaline. They experienced this fear. They conquered it. They survived. They're still alive. And now they engage in behaviors that perpetuate that. And they look at the opposite, which is safety, security, as something bad, and they shun it. So it's like, I'm just literally listening to you. And I'm like, wow, this joint is real. Like, like.
Can I add that Shaka? I can agree with what Shaka said about me expressing my sentiment. I don't like being put in a box. I don't like being defined, and I like a little bit of excitement in my life. I like being unpredictable. I like people being on edge when I'm around because they never know how I'm going to react. I don't want to be put in a box. That's why initially, when I used to listen to Jedi in 2016, I liked him because he didn't like being put in a box. I don't want to be defined and I don't want to be boxed in. And anyone who tries to box me in and define me, you will come up against resistance. You're going to come up against resistance, Shaka, because I don't like that. I want to be a free spirit.
Yeah, fam. And that's like man always says that. And to be honest with you, because I've come across it before, yeah. There's certain ways I choose to respond to it. Like, I remember one time I was in a vibes, you know, with a particular sister, right?
Yeah.
And she could be away certain ways, right? And when there are people that recognize certain things about themselves, and on the opposite spectrum of what you're saying, melanated, yeah, you get people that appreciate you. So like this particular time, yeah, she did something, and I said, "La that man, I'm not interested in them attention seeking vibrations, yeah." And the woman, she paused. She said to me, "Do you know what? Thank you for doing that, because I actually was attention seeking." And most people wouldn't challenge me on the stripping list, right? So I appreciate that. You're gonna get that as well. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying that there are people that they're aware of whatever it is that is going on for them, and they choose to respond to it in different ways. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, and as people that are relating to said people, we can also choose how we relate to them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when you understand that, and you know what I'm saying, someone's telling you blatantly, yeah, man, not like, I'm very aware. You can choose to engage and indulge, or choose to ignore, and you know, that is our choice as people. You can choose to feed it or not feed it, and sometimes whatever you do, you're gonna get the same thing anyway. So
you choose to respond to that person in a way, because that's why I get on with Witness, I get on with Raven, because they're not trying to change me, they're not trying to box me in, they just accept me the way I am. They're not trying to come and heal me and try and play captain save a hole and say, oh, Betty's damaged goods, we've got to come and save her. No, they accept me for who I am and they keep it moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe yourself as a host still, but I get you.
Don't you think do you think you are quite an angry person?
I think with some people, yeah, but I think you're an angry person as well. So
No.
yeah, you know
What
I
I'm
mean?
saying
So
is,
to me,
it's not.
that-
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Not about with certain people. I'm saying generally. Do you find that you're an angry person
I'm a
with
passionate
yourself?
person.
With yourself,
What
not
do you
with
mean
other.
being angry with myself?
Within yourself,
What does
do
that
you
mean?
find on a daily basis within yourself? Do you find that you're quite angry and you're quite aggressive?
No.
Okay.
I'm passionate. I get on with things. I do what it takes. I get on with things.
Yeah, and I think that, you know what? I think that at the end of the day, yeah, because there are certain people that relate to me a certain way, you know, and they relate to me with bare anger and bare vitriol certain times. And I choose not to respond because, yeah, one, because I'm not taking it personal, and two, because I have an understanding of whatever's going on for them. So I'm not treating it like, you know what I mean? I'm just not treating it a certain way. So I feel like we just gotta understand these things, yeah. And I appreciate the fact that when we come across that kind of energy, we should seek to try and help and heal people. I don't think that's an incorrect vibration either. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's normal, it's natural, and if we're you know, as people, we see somebody and we evidently can see that, you know, we might have certain suggestions that might be able to assist them, that it's natural and normal to be able to reach out and say, well, yeah, you know, I feel like if the person's open to the conversation to say, well, you know what, I feel like, yeah, you know, healing is necessary here and there and whatever. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, that I don't think that's negative.
But Shaka, it is negative because there's a thing called codependency. One, I don't believe anyone can heal you. It's you heal yourself. Yeah. They can assist you, but they can never heal you. They are people who are codependent, who attract flawed people, who make it their life mission to get into these type of relationships and say, I'm going to be the saver. I'm going to play Captain Save-A-Hole, because that is what they're used to. That's the childhood pattern that they had, and they take it up into adulthood, try and find these damaged goods and say, I'm going to heal you. I'm going to play Captain Save-A-Hole. And what you find, they are the enablers. Those are the people that with the alcoholics, yeah, the drug addicts, because that's what they had as a kid, yeah, and that is just as damaging. So when you say that it's not negative to go and try and heal people, I think it can actually be quite negative, because I know people like that.
No, I think he was saying suggesting that the person needs healing, not actually trying to heal them. I think he was just saying it's not negative to make a suggestion for a person to seek their own internal healing.
No, but
right?
he just said that to go and heal somebody. Do you believe, Shaka, that someone can heal someone, or is it the person that heals themselves?
I think that ultimately a person heals themselves. I think that there are people that can assist people in the healing of themselves. Yeah. And that happens all the time. That's what friends are for, families are for, psychologists and psychiatrists, counselors. Yeah. All of these things can take place. But I'm just saying, in general, like, it's not a negative thing for somebody who says to you, well, I've experienced trauma, and so on and so forth. And then the person who they're speaking to says, well, have you tried to explore healing in this area through this means or that means? That's not necessarily a negative thing. And the person who they're speaking to can choose to take it up or not. And then the person who suggested it can also decide how to respond to what that person is doing. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that in general, like, because we just have to understand these dynamics in it and then choose how to respond. Like I said, for me personally, I've decided to associate and disassociate depending on what I get. People cuss me out. I decide to give them back what they're getting, or I decide to ignore it. You see what I'm saying? depending on, you know, whatever the circumstance is.
But Shaka, are you aware of the people that are codependent that seek out flawed people because they're sick themselves?
Yeah,
And
I am aware of them. I'm familiar with that dynamic.
And would you consider that negative behavior? Because I would.
Yes, I would to some degree. It's probably a manifestation of their own issues. But the difference is that those people are self-harming through their association with people that they know are going to harm them. You see what I'm saying? And so it doesn't make the person.
But they're in relationships with these people and marrying these people and having children with these people.
Yeah, and it happens. It doesn't make the person who they're relating to any less damaged. Do you know what I'm saying? It just means that they have a sensibility towards.
So they're both damaged, basically.
To a degree, but I'm saying that one should not be used to deflect from the other. That's the point I'm trying to get to. That person being damaged.
I'm not
saying,
but I'm just saying that it's very easy to concentrate on the person that is the damaged and forget that there are people around that are also damaged that need that damaged person in order to feed off that person and to feed their ego. Because there's a lot of egotisticalness in where someone who's not damaged, well, who's not suffered trauma, can come and say to a person, "Oh, I'm going to save you. I'm going to heal you." And what you'll find, those type of people go from one abusive relationship, they'll find an alcoholic, they'll find someone that's abused, they'll find someone that's a drug addict, and they're never happy. Because the minute that person gets healed, they're like, I no longer have a job anymore because I'm codependent on you staying in that position and staying coked up, drunk up, whatever.
That happens. Definitely happens. I'd also argue that it is often the case that sometimes people genuinely care for people, and find it very difficult to leave them, wallowing in self-harm. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that happens also. It can, I've definitely experienced that in the sense of the fact that you can see somebody, a friend, who is going down a negative path, and really you should leave them to their own devices. But it can be very difficult to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? It can be extremely difficult to do that if you genuinely care about somebody on whatever level, whether it's a personal care in terms of you know them, or I don't like to see my black people. Whatever it is, that it can be difficult to turn a blind eye to certain things, especially if those people directly seek your response and your attention when they are in whatever states of mind they are in. You know what I'm saying? That command the response. You know what I'm saying? So all of these dynamics exist in it, and we just got to know how we're dealing with them. You know what I'm saying? So. But yeah, I've been a long way.
Just one minute. Let me just ask you one last thing. Do you recognize that you can be codependent? There are people that are trying to save people, and not everybody wants to be saved, and you can end up losing yourself trying to save somebody that doesn't want to be saved.
Yeah, I completely recognize that can happen. I doubt highly that anybody on the panel is in danger of that in relation to yourself, Betty. But I think
I wasn't actually noticing. I wasn't actually really talking about myself. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen.
Can I answer a question, Shaka? Do you think it's healthy though for people that need healing or they need whatever help it is they need to self-heal?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's healthy for them to have that mindset?
No, ultimately, I think that healing is always the best path to go down. Personally, you know what I'm saying? I think that, I think that because I heard when Melanated was talking about the sister with the children, with the sons, and these kinds of things, and because of the fact that her trauma directly related to gender dynamics, it manifested in her parenting. It's just going to say. What's it called? Yeah. So I feel like I mean, and I say that as somebody who has a son now, and when like I knew I was gonna have a son and them kind of things there, I process certain things in terms of, trying to at least bring certain things to my conscious mind in terms of whatever, you know, issues that I may have, so I'm not unconsciously passing them down. I mean,
yeah, because you can unconsciously pass things down to your kid without realizing.
And it's probably impossible to address everything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, you know, and sometimes like and I'm conscious of the fact that maybe something I'll learn something, you know, as I'm parenting, if that makes sense. Something about my relationship with my son may bring up something that I was previously unconscious of. You know what I'm saying? But I'm conscious of trying to identify those things. You know what I'm saying? And from my experience and observation, there are few relationships that bring out your issues more than the relationship with your children. You know what I'm saying? So especially for the sake of those things, that for me personally, I always think that it's better to deal with certain things. You know what I'm saying? But
oh yeah, I'm with you on that. That's why I just wanted to know where you was at with it.
No, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm also very aware that we can't control people. So
oh no, you can't control people at all.
So you know, so I'm just saying that once we encounter certain things, we just have to know how to deal with it and how to interact with it and decide if we're going to indulge it or not. You know what I'm saying? And some people decide to indulge, and some people decide to lock it off. And
that's
you know
right.
Some people decide to fuel the fire, and some people decide to bring water. Even if it doesn't quell the fire, it just means that they're personally not going to get burned up. You know,
I'm done with you.
You know, so I just say it, guy. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, that's my contribution anyway. I'm gonna
bless up, Shakara. That's some awesome, you know, contribution. Yo, you see how the masculine energy just come in here and just balance out the team. Big up my eye in the house.
Get that, this. Yeah, love it. But yeah, I'm listening. Sorry, M.A. Brown, for taking your spot. You can come back in, man. Bless up, bless up.
Bless up, bro.
Bless up, Shaka.
Yeah, buddy. We was almost having a little sister circle over here. That's right along Betty's alley. She like all that.
No. Slow down now, melanated. Slow down.
Spoke a lot of sense. Big up to Shaka.
What? She said slow down.
Yeah, I've told you to slow down. About sister circle.
Is there anything?
Oh, big up, Shakara's queen is in the building.
Becca said, because I was actually interested in, because she's been through a similar experience, I was actually interested in what Becca actually had to say. I think she could bring a lot of enlightenment to people who had similar situations. So
I just wanted to big up Shakara's queen sister Nahanda Sankofa. Bless up yourself, sis.
Bless up yourself, but I don't know, can't see her.
I saw someone tagging her name, so she must be in the chat.
I haven't seen the comments for ages.
Becca, is there anything you'd like to say? Because I feel like there's something that you'd like to say.
What's going on?
Can you let Becca speak, please?
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, I had to heal myself. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't have a
Why
choice.
though? Why?
For my children, because I was so emotionally detached due to all the trauma that I went through, it was affecting my children. So I had to go through therapy to overcome whatever I've been through. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's not just what I went through as a child, it's other things after that as well. Do you get what I'm saying? There's been a lot of traumatic things in my life as I was growing up and even during adulthood. But obviously it does make you emotionally detached, which affects the children, because it's like, say for instance, my daughter, she'd get emotional over something, and I'll be like, oh, for God's sake, just fix up. Do you know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. And that's not the correct way of dealing with it, because even though I'm thinking whatever she's going through, it's a minor, get over it. It's not a minor to her. Do you know what I'm saying? It's bigger for her. So because of it, I was damaging my children. So I had to go through therapy for me to be able to deal with my emotional detachment issues.
Okay. Wait,
One sec, my son's calling me. 1 sec.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm eating too, and I'm sure maybe you might be able to hear me. So I'm just trying to.
No, some I saw in the comments. I saw in the comments somebody said, "Finest is that you hitting that plate like that?" But I just finished washing dishes.
See the Ross in comments.
I just
It
finished
is
washing
me.
dishes,
You
so
know
I thought
me.
it
I
Man,
was.
this
love my
one's boxing off the
food.
Yorkshire pudding and all that. One Yorkshire pudding in that, yeah?
No, it's no Yorkshire puddings today. Proper black people
All right.
style.
Oh, man. Mm.
Yeah, eat my rice.
What a turn! I didn't even see the beginning of the show, but what a turn your show took today, Velle.
Yeah, man. Popping
I'm
tonight,
so
man.
pissed I missed that the proper pro black conversation. That must have been interesting.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
It's how we
Yeah,
give
you
it
know
up
what?
at the G Block, man. You never know what you're
We
going to
do,
get.
B. Trust me. We do,
G
block.
Block, baby. Look, another conversation that we're not talking about God. They keep talking about we G Block, or we talk about a
Do you
God.
know what I gotta
Oh,
say to Velle? I don't know if you saw it the other day, and I actually bigged up your show because you ain't been doing shows for a long time, and even though the topics ain't always for me and it ain't always like my thing, it's consistent, it's constructive, and it's strong. So like, big up yourself because you definitely the God channel. That's what you should be called, the God channel, mate, and a little bit of extra on the side.
Yeah, obviously you have to ask questions that probably most believers
And
probably wouldn't ask.
let me
Or
just
probably
slip a
that
pin.
believers probably ask in private, yeah?
Yeah,
But don't ask in public, you know what I'm
I
saying?
hear that. So what's everyone
Mm.
doing on Tuesday then?
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
what's Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Sorry, it's Christmas again.
Christmas again?
That's you and your plate.
Sorry. It's Christmas again. I'll put the spoon down. It's Christmas again on Tuesday. No one ain't
What is it,
celebrating
like
it.
Where's that
what Christmas is that?
Yeah,
Your
we're
channel's gonna be on fire on Tuesday, where it's Rasta fucking Christmas.
Oh
7th of
shit, Rasta Christmas,
January.
yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
Ethiopian.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Ethiopian New Year. It's a new year, isn't it?
Oh
It's
boy.
Christmas.
So when is their New Year's then? If that's Christmas, do they have a
I
New Year?
swear the 7th of I thought the 7th of January was their Christmas.
I thought it was a new year. Whoa.
Well, I
Somebody
ain't a
posted
Rasta, so I don't know.
Somebody posted in the chat if you're a Rasta.
Some Rast Tuesday, yeah. Rast Christmas, yeah. Is that actually, yeah. We're gonna say it's a Rasta Christmas. That's what we're gonna say actually. We say a Rasta celebrate Christmas, yeah. Rasta man have Christmas, yeah. Rasmus, yeah.
What have I
I'm to some
started? Oh
Rasta.
my god.
Rasmus, yeah. Oh mate. Let's get the
No,
Rastas shaking up now, B.
that's not gospel. That's just what I thought. I don't want to be getting the fight. The finest wine said. I already put out there. I ain't no Rasta. So you know, that ain't my field. That ain't really my remit.
Be careful, man. We had all the Rastas up in here today, boy. So
yeah, but they're gonna be celebrating on Tuesday. Where's ain't Shakara a Rasta?
Sort of.
So I'm sure he'd know what Tuesday's all about.
Oh, Orthodox Christmas is on the 7th of January. Okay. Yeah, man. Boy. So Rasta have Christmas, yeah? All right. That might be the show for tomorrow then, boy.
No, it's Tuesday, Velle, man.
Oh, Tuesday. Oh, yeah. We have to say that over Tuesday still. Boy.
Oh, God, what have I started?
Ah, man, shut up, man. Mohiv, man. The man can't rush me in my yard, you know.
Velle's got 2 days to prepare for Tuesday's show. Get all his delil.
Yeah, man. Rasmus, yeah, man. So Rasta Christmas, yeah. Oh, mate. Yeah, B. So, yeah, at least after today, I'll take myself off the jet pan and dash everyone else back in the jet pan. You get me? So, yeah, man. You know how we do. Shit, man. The fire's indiscriminate. Everyone forget bun up. You get me? Yeah, man. I get you. Kill them all I know. Jeez. Yeah, man. It's mad out here still, man. What we saying, man? Oh, we still got a few hours left, man. We got like a
Oh God, you do your
couple
football
hours
show.
left, man. You know what I mean? Like, no, I ain't even doing a football show tonight, man. But
So I was gonna ask your opinion because I've never really heard you speak on it, and obviously you've done a program on being pro-black and stuff. So do you think you can be pro-black if you go with the opposite race, and especially go on to have kids with the opposite race?
I don't know, man. I thought like the definition of the way that the pro-black thing has always been explained to me is that you're supposed to have a black family as well, innit? Like your black wife, and black children, and this, that, and the other as well. But like, obviously, other people have given other points today which said, like, what if
we're not allowing the remix thing, bigger. We're not allowing it. We're not.
Wait, man, I didn't hear. Let me hear.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, I be thinking not either sleep. I be thinking not either sleeping or something, and then she be like, nah, we're not. Yo, she ready on the trigger right there, yo.
You say that, like, raw, but obviously by that definition, that means that a man like Barack Obama's pro-black, innit? But he dropped bombs. He sent our army to drop bombs in Africa, innit? Like, so that's why they're saying that. Right, you might want to make a bit more of a other definition as well, innit? Because
right, I see what you mean.
Personally, I've never really claimed one of them things there like this pro-black thing or Pan-African thing, man. But I definitely want to see the black people do better, innit?
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say I'm pro-black, but I'm all for my black people. I want all my black people to be successful. I want us to grow, give our kids the knowledge that our kids should have as black children. But go out with whoever the fuck you want, man. Shit. Shit that deep. Yeah, cool. I'm a bit judgmental. And well, no, not judgmental. It's a bit hypocritical of me because I have a black family. Like my child's father is a black man. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So, and I can't really visualize me not being with a black man. So it might be a bit hypocritical of me, but it's not. I think maybe why I say it like that is because I don't rule in my head. How I am now is whoever I like is who I like. My preference is obviously a black man, but I might meet someone else that isn't black and I might like him and I might, want to go there. I've done.
Everybody there?
You were still here, man. Still with the kids in the background still.
Okay.
Can I just say as well to the people that have been abused as well? My abuser ran to Nigeria, went and abused some other children because he escaped justice, and man died a painful death of cancer. So just know that even if he escaped justice on earth, God Almighty will send that fire for them. Man died a painful death. And that was sweet justice. That's all the justice I needed. So any of you people that have been abused as well, know that God will bring that fire for them abusers.
Yo, so yeah, obviously I want to add a couple more people in the panel still, man. So just try and free up a few sparks up in there still, man.
Yeah, if you want to replace me with someone, it's cool. I'm just sitting here doing my boy's hair, so I won't be talking. So if you want to swap me,
big up ladies squad. Hoorah. Ladies.
All right. Yeah, G. All right, you're in the building now, Scott. Still.
Let's do. Torek soon come as well. Yo, you're doing the jerk can. How's it been?
That's it again.
I said, Velle, you're doing the jerk pan. How's it been?
The what count?
Your day on the jerk pan. How's that been for you?
Yeah, man, it's been hot still, man. You get me? Been all right still, man. You get me? Like the meat's not fully cooked yet, man. You get me? You can still take some bun up and that, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna lie to you. People gonna light on you, boy.
Trust me. That's why I was like, well, man, they're going on light still. Like I'm saying, I'll criticize man on whatever I need to criticize, man, innit? So I was definitely expecting a little bit more
But
fire.
the thing is, sorry, people. But the thing is, Biggage, like, bless up yourself, Gareth. Sorry for my bad manners. Don't get at me. Like Rambo said for morning, and even I myself chimed in. The thing is, Biggage doesn't proclaim to be this, that, or the other, innit? He's always just said he's got his beans. I mean, to be like, from your introducing your missus as beans, we don't know the settings already. You get me, my beans and that. But so for myself, he's never really professed to be pro this or pro that. You get me? So that's why he can't really get too much jerk up. Now other people now, you get me? They can get bun up, but so really,
yeah, and I mean, I don't really, from my perspective, bunning the people once a situation is already there. It's like, I mean, I do speak about like the, being pro-black, meaning having like going forward with having like a black family. So that's, I always speak on that. But if your family is already here, what's the purpose of just like bunning you out? Like, as long as you're not one of those people that's like, yeah, man, fuck them black girls, get your white. Like, that's when it's a bigger issue, when you're propagating it and promoting it and pushing it out. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mean, bro? This is the G block.
That's my opinion.
The G block, people get burned out for things that have already been decided. Maybe I have burned out religion day in, day out, every day. So of course,
oh my gosh, yo.
Of course, when you
asking questions is not bunding out. Like, nobody says you're stupid for worshiping your God.
One second. Velle.
I'm still here, bruv. I'm still here, man.
Nobody says,
Mel, protect me, Mel. Don't let him get me, Mel.
Yo, like, Scotty is really, really in his feelings about this whole religion stuff, yo.
It's not even about being in the feelings. It's about being intellectually honest, like I keep saying, man.
Oh,
like,
intellectually honest. There
like,
go that word.
I know, right? But like I'm saying, right? Velle said earlier when he started the show, so I listened from my morning, innit? And he said he been buying up everybody else all week, and now he put himself on the jerk pan. So how come when I use the term buying up, I need to get corrected for it? But when Velle uses the term, he don't get corrected for it. And this is what I'm trying to say about intellectual honesty.
Well, number one, I didn't hear that. But
and this is what I'm trying to say about when I'm talking and people talk over me, and then people say, I'm the trigger one. But yet, when other people are talking, I stay on mute. And mad.
Are you done? Are you done? Okay, so I didn't hear Velle say that from the beginning, but I can like disagree with you, right? And you can disagree with me, and that's cool. So if you make a point, I can say, oh, I don't see it that way. I can do that. That's not me being triggered by something you're saying. That's me having a response. So that's all that happened. That's all that happened. Nothing more, nothing less.
Hey, Sky, man. Stop hating because the black women are protecting me, man. Stop hating because the black women are protecting me, man. Why I'm so soft white?
But this one, the point I was making,
I don't know why you're hating on me, because
big up. Now the point that I was making, man, is that this is it's something that I've noticed, right? Is that I'll start talking about something that you have no prior knowledge of, and then you'll jump in to try and correct me, right? And then I'll be like, and then you'll say that I'm the one that's being triggered, right? And this one is becoming a problem because like you keep doing it, and it's like, right, you have no idea about the conversation that or the statements that Velle's made, but you're coming here to correct me on it. I don't get it. All right, fair enough. So that's done. Anyway, so Velle.
Who are you talking to, man? Melanated or me?
Yeah, that was melanated that I was just talking to there.
Oh,
but
okay.
Velle.
No, I'm still here, fam. I'm still here.
I know, when a man asked me. Oh shit, man! I was asked if sleeping with a black man is the same as sleeping with a woman. Mad thing.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I definitely felt like those are some good questions.
Scatter's been preparing his jerk sauce all day, you know. So you got
I'm not gonna get the fire one off properly. I'm not gonna get the fire one off properly. One off. I promise you. Yeah.
Yeah.
As I'm saying. Now I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I definitely felt that was a valid conversation that Jedi was going down. But this is the thing. Velle's pan the jerk pan.
Hold on a minute.
I'm about to get jerked.
Wait.
I'm about to get. Can you see me, Velle? I'm about to get
I
jerked
know
now.
you're getting soft though, Scatter. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm listening.
How am I gonna get jerked? And Velle needs some more time on the pan, you know. But Velle, so I'll tell you what he done. He was very smart by doing the whole I don't claim to be Pan-African, I don't claim to be pro-black thing.
Oh.
He sidestepped the jerking quickly. Oh, it's cut out.
Right, yeah, but I mean, obviously, Biggie's done knows our vibrations on different things, so I don't know, you get me.
Yo,
I don't know what we're about.
My reception's gone bad still, but yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Reception are bad now. Now it's bad. All day you have a good reception.
What have I missed? I just don't feel like I'm following this conversation.
Velle was supposed to be on the jerk pan today, and everyone's going soft and telling him how much they love him.
Why was he meant to be getting roasted on the jerk pan?
Well, yeah, sell out from day, but everybody going like pan him, yeah?
No, but why was he meant to be getting jerked? What happened? What did he do?
He put himself on the pan, innit? It's the
oh, right.
And you got something's on the pan. Apparently, it's supposed to get jerked pan the pan. But
can I say something?
Yo, Scad. You're gonna have to repeat that one, you know, because like I was saying, the reception went to me.
No, it's good. I think my name was gonna speak. Sorry, that's it.
When I came, the time difference is different over here. So when I came on the show, when I came in the chat, I was like, wow. Like I think my first comment was like, wow. Like I was looking at the title, like, what the fuck is up with Velle, right? And somebody was like, oh, Melanated, we've been burning fire on him all day, or something like that. So I don't know what the beginning part of the show was like. So, it sounds like it, according to Scatter's assessment, it wasn't really burning fire, or maybe they was burning fire in the chat and maybe not on the pan. I don't know. I know clearly I'm missing stuff, but I felt that if they already burned it, what need more bunning? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much bunning? The children is here. The family is here. What is the bun? What is the purpose of the bunning? I don't understand. What I need to bun my son, and don't have no kids. I will say, listen, say better be black. That's where the bunning is coming in. I'm bunning there because ain't no kids, but the kids is already here. What the purpose
let me ask
of the
you
bunning?
the question, Melanated.
Big up, Born Rich.
Now, what's up? Salute, everybody. Salute. So if Bigger went to a club or something, right? If Bigger went to a club and he found him a nice, I'm talking nice Caribbean woman, looking good, smelling good, nice Caribbean woman, and he should start talking to her, would you advise him to leave his wife for that Caribbean woman?
I was in a situation like that, and not me personally, like in a relationship, but my coworker, he's been married to a white woman for, I don't know, almost all his adult life, right? He has 2 children with her. He's pretty unhappy in his marriage, and some, I guess, college girl or whatever that he knew, a black woman, she definitely still has feelings for him and she want to be with him. And he keeps trying to come to me like, what should I do? Bro, your kids come up to the school, to the job after school. Like, I see your kids. Like, how could I just be like, yo, get you a sister? Like, it's a part of me. I'm not going to lie. It's a part of me that's like, it must be nice. But there's another part of me that's like, too late. Oh, well, bro, like, I'm not going to advocate for you to rip apart your family. But, if you want to make that call on your own. Me, I am not putting my mouth in nobody's household business. No. So I never really told him, leave his wife, separate, have your broken home, and then see your kids every other weekend. No, you chose to be with her. You married her. You got kids with her. Whatever decision you make, that's on you. That's my answer to it.
No, I heard that. But Velle's playing the jerk pan.
Because those at the end of the day, those are kids, and those kids didn't ask for that situation. Those kids didn't ask for that. So how could I just be like, just for the sake of you having now a black woman, now kids are, their mommy and daddy not together? That ain't my fault.
Cool. So, to switch sides now, because I've been trying to jerk Velle, but to switch sides now, can't I then extend like that kind of thing to the kids all the way and saying, I'm going to treat you no different to how I treat a black kid. I'm going to treat you just like you're black.
I'm sorry, I went on mute. You said, what if Velle told his kids, I'm going to treat you like you black?
Like, for example, you said like we should have no separation, etc. in regards to how, they've had the children now, etc. Blah, blah, blah.
How long? Sorry, I was on mute.
So you're not going to take them away from the child, the relationship now, etc. Essentially for the sake of the children. But I'd say for the sake of the children, shouldn't we as a community then welcome them all in, just like black children, just equal as black children and no different to other black children?
If we was in Wakanda, yeah, we was in a whole another world that didn't have this society, but like I don't really understand. Like I don't see too many people saying, well, we had these conversations before, so just hear me out. My experience over here is definitely different than your experience over there, right? So this when in the United States, when Barack Obama became president, there weren't many black people, if any, that was like, oh, our first mixed race president. Oh, we have a mixed race. They was calling him a black man.
Yeah.
Right? They was calling him a black man, our black
really
president. Everyone was black. Everyone. No, it's only now that they don't like him, right? that they're like, oh, he is mixed race. But everybody was swinging the bandwagon and he's a black man. So I don't really experience that as a problem here, that they aren't embraced in the black community. Like I don't really experience that they are shunned, because there's no mixed race community in America. There's either a black community and a white community, right? And then Hispanics and so forth. But we don't have a mixed race community, so I don't know. So they're already, my answer to you is they're already embraced.
I mean, that's a good thing though, right?
I don't see any harm in that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant. Like just embrace. Like I thought, so is a good thing. That should be continued, to be fair. But I mean, for me personally, I mean, Velle's gone now. It's mad. But for me, I would say that majority of things and all the conversations I've had with Velle, there's no reason for him not to call himself pro-black or Pan-African, other than that other people might not like the fact that he has a white wife or girlfriend, right?
I just want to put out. Oh, sorry, I was going to read the chat.
That's right. So yeah, I was gonna say like I don't see there's any reason. Like at first, obviously I came in here to jerk Velle because that was the whole point, innit? I want to talk to him about the spam and beans that he's eating for breakfast every morning. No, I'm joking. But like everything that he does within the thing, I see him as being pro-black. So the only reason like he wouldn't be seen as pro-black is because other people within the quote unquote pro-black thing would not call him pro-black because his wife isn't black, innit? And so I don't know. I feel like the pro-black that type of pro-black movement is probably going to lose people more than it's going to gain people, because people are just going to be like, I'm out, innit? And like once if Velle's out, other people around Velle are going to be like, all right, if Velle's not involved, then why am I going to be involved in this thing? Innit? Like, that's my boy. I know he's pro-black. If you tell me he ain't pro-black, like I'm out, kind of thing, innit? I don't know.
So Shakara said, he said, "You better than me, melanated goddess." I would have told him, "Get you a sister." That was Shakara's response to Born Rich's question.
Because I think majority of the people would tell him that, melanated. In an honest moment, I think most, especially if we knew the black sister. You know what I'm saying? If we knew that sister, then I honestly think in an honest moment, we would try to pull bigger to the side and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? I think you and this sister are vibe. I think y'all vibing. I think y'all getting to a good place, bro. Figure it out.
So you try and break up the marriage?
I hate when you say it like that, but yeah.
Damn.
I hear you. I mean, to be fair, like I said, you're gonna have that, right? You got the purists, you got the Shakaras, and I guess Curly. I mean, obviously the marinades, but Curly now I'm discovering the born riches in the
But you
world.
know what? In all fairness, because he and I spoke a lot about that situation, I think part of the reason why I was able to withhold that level of like pushing into that, I don't think he's gonna stay in that relationship. He seems to be pretty unhappy. So
Who?
one of my coworkers, he's
Oh,
married
right.
to a white woman, but he's really unhappy. And he has to come up to that decision
She
to leave
ain't
his
fucking him
relationship.
right. I'm joking.
I mean, I mean, not saying too much, but that is
I'm
one of the
joking.
areas. But
Oh, Russell, I was only making a joke.
no, that is that is one of the areas that that was a problem. But I mean,
shit.
You know, I felt like I didn't need to say that. I'm just like, you know, it's almost like when a woman, you know, the ladies on the panel can know, like when a woman is like, you know, you think my man cheating? She's saying that because she already know her man cheating. She feel it. You see what I'm saying? I feel like he came to me knowing like, no, you think I should? Bro, you know you think you should. You just want me to tell you you think you should. I'm not telling you. You'll get there. That's kind of how my approach was. I'm like, you'll
The
get
next minute, yeah, my co-worker melanated told me to leave your dumb ass. Woman starts coming to look for you at the workplace.
What you didn't hear, Sosa? She said melanated repeat. We didn't hear. What did they not hear?
I don't know because I'm not in the comments right now.
Yo. Yeah, I jump back on the panel real quick, innit, man? So,
Yo.
yeah.
Will it be
Understand yourself,
heads?
yeah?
I'm a pork. No, I'm joking.
What you saying, Velle? You're a race traitor.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, B. Yeah. So what you saying, man?
Nothing. What you saying? It's been ladies' night tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. You know how you do. Obviously, this is one of them topics that's gonna get the ladies up, innit? So, yeah. They've been in the building still, man. Like, true stories, man. They really got barbecue still. I can't lie.
No. That's because you're ducking behind not being pro-black. That's why you're just ducking behind that. I'm telling you, you are pro-black, man. Stop running from the title. Stop running from the thing, man.
Why is he pro-black though? Why is he pro-black?
Because he wants to improve black people.
Finance says she don't consider herself to be pro-black either.
That's why I asked, because I wouldn't consider myself to be pro-black, only because I know I'll date out of my black race happily. I've never been sexual out of it, but I'll date out of it.
But I mean, is dating within or outside the race the be all and end all of what it means to be pro-black? So just say, for example,
No. But I'm saying for me personally, that is why I would turn around and say, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm asking you. So for you personally, your definition of what pro-black is that is one of the main key like, for example, right, I'm Muslim, right? A main key tenement of being a Muslim is the belief in one God. So if someone told you, yeah, I'm Muslim, I do all the things, I pray 5 times, etc., then when it comes down to believing one God, they're like, no, I believe in the elephant God as well. Yeah, you're gonna be like, right, that negates you being a Muslim, isn't it? So if you're telling me that one of the biggest things about being pro-black is
I never said that.
No, but I'm asking you. That's what the question is. The inference of the question
that's what I said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. My question to you is inferring what is the main tenement to being pro-black? Is dating black one of those key? So if you say the 5 pillars of pro-blackness, yeah, is dating black one of those key ones that if you go against it, you're automatically taken out of the fold?
Me personally, it is one of the 5 elements to keep the black family going. Stay with your own, raise your black children, give them the black knowledge, you know. So I personally do feel that if you go out of that, you can still be a bit pro-black or whatever, but you got your white fucking partner or whatever colored partner let's just say a white person. You got your fucking white piece of partner. So when you're all, yeah, black, rah, 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 but you're fucking white man sitting on the couch, it just don't make no sense. When your kids are going to hear you tracing out white people, but your kids are half white, it just doesn't really work.
Does pro-black equate to chasing out half? chasing out white people.
No, but I'm saying pro-black people don't really speak of white people in high regards, do they?
It depends, to be fair. I would imagine.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, right? So I'm saying, I'm just going on a hypothetical, like, you know, I'm just saying, I'm generalizing on a 50-50 that a pro-black person isn't sitting at home saying, yeah, man, my white friend down the road and he's going to come and chill. And no, don't bring them fucking dirty blood clot people to my yard. That's what you're going to be saying.
Can I just say, I think I brought this point up in the last argument, and I was doing a bit of trolling in the chat earlier. I don't know if anyone read my comments here, but there's some white people that have done more for the quote unquote black movement. No, but what? I'm being serious. How much there is legislation that has benefited black people. Try and know that most of the people that, like, one of the examples we give of oppression is the fact that we're not represented in these official capacities. So if any legislation has been put through, granted the grassroots may have been black activism, but there were some white facilitators at some points throughout history, and that do exist now. So if someone's married to a white woman that wants that wants equality for black people, you may not, like, some people may argue that the fact that she benefits from some white supremacy or white privilege is an example of the equality of what's the word, like some Orientalism. You know, she wants to facilitate, she wants to help us. But same way, if a black person wants equality and she wants equality, then how are you going to remove? How are you going to reframe the argument now every time a white person's benefited or helped black people? Especially when you've got black people talking pro-black bullshit, but all they do is bun weed and attend rallies.
Let me ask a question, James. Yeah? Do you think that black people having a commitment to being in relationships with black people assists the development of black people?
Yes or no? You got white people arguing about the Great Replacement now. So logically, if we, I mean, man, I'm going to call it white science here, but if you subscribe to this 2050 census data, then Africans are going to outnumber white people anyway. So it wouldn't really matter. Like you don't really necessarily need to buck the trend. Like black people,
you're embellishing the thing, innit? I'm asking you a straight question.
And I said yes or no. It's not really it's not a cut and dry question. Like you're saying, does black people getting with black people assist pro-blackness? Yeah, I guess it does. But is the antithesis of which a hindrance to black people? No, I'm not sure it is.
I'm not asking about antithesis at the moment. I'm just saying though, in general, yeah. If I'm a black man and I have, like, not just I date black women, but I have a commitment towards being with a black woman, that the more black people that have that sensibility, does that assist black people?
I think it depends, even on that account. But I know you're asking James, but I just wanted to answer because I wanted to get back involved in the conversation.
Really, yeah. I come to Velle with Scattered.
Yeah, man, that's what I was saying, man.
I want to speak to James.
I'm gonna burn up some fire around here, man. Like, man, are saying I'm getting a light time around here. You get me? Like, I'm like, bro, you coming to burn fire around here on Saturday? You get me? Like, you get me? Like. Guinness man, yeah, man. No, that man's Guinness man around here. You get me, so yeah.
But hold on, can I just say, yeah, this self-love, I already said this to Melanated once. This self-love is a reflection of a marginalization of a group. So it's to say, if this is ugly, to be susceptible to the social conditioning of that, like, yeah, I fully agree on those terms. 100%, I fully agree. It's to love a black woman is to love yourself. But I don't think that removes the possibility of someone finding a connection with someone who isn't of their race, because at the same time we point out examples to society conditioning us to believe black is not beautiful, whatever. It's the same. It's the same way we accept it being a social construct. Because blackness doesn't exist, and the character traits that are associated with being black, if we refuse to accept them at some points, then we cannot say that someone who likes a white woman is necessarily opposed to or doesn't love themselves.
2 seconds, I'm coming back for you, James. Literally 2 seconds.
But yeah, we can't. Do you understand? Because that was a bit convoluted.
Yeah, no, man hears that. Man hears that. I want to know, Scott, when you say it depends, what do you mean?
I'm gonna lie to you. Like I said that, and then I got a message, and I started replying. And I completely forgot what the conversation was. But it was possibly on. I can't remember what it was.
I was asking if more black people have a commitment towards being with other black people. Does that?
Oh yeah. I was just being what you call it. I was being wide and varied in the angle in terms of if these are black people who are going to go and abuse those black women, it's possible that is not necessarily good for the black community.
Agreed, I agree. But then, if people have a commitment towards being with black women, does that suggest that wouldn't that suggest that their intention is not to abuse? Like if I've got a mindset of I'm looking for a black woman, yeah, 9 times out of 10, like I don't have abusive intentions.
Yeah, no. I would 100% agree. Like I was definitely being like I said, facetious and going as well as I possibly could to look for mitigating circumstances. But I would definitely agree. But I would also say, however, that the complexities of the broken masculinity within the black community has been to the fact that there have been black men who love and hate the black women at the same time in certain situations and things like that. So there are some that can go out there looking for the woman, but yeah, like you say,
we got mad issues. We got mad issues. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna put my 2 cents on the question itself, because I've answered this before. Yeah, and when people use the term pro-black, I'm always asking for definition, because from my appreciation, pro-black is a very broad term. Yeah, Martin Luther King was definitely pro-black. Yeah, but he was also an integrationist. He was with a black woman, but being with a white woman wouldn't have necessarily been against his politics. Would I argue that he wasn't pro-black? No, I wouldn't. Malcolm X is a black nationalist, yeah, right, and he was also with a black woman. That's also pro-black, but black nationalism is another level of the thing. Yeah, there's levels to this thing, innit, right? So I would argue that you cannot be a black nationalist, proclaim black nationalism, and be with anything other than a black man or woman. Yeah, it's a fundamental contradiction. But on the scale of pro-blackness, which is a very broad term, yeah, which is anything from I want to see black people doing better than they're doing in society right now, to I'm looking to build the black nation. Yeah, then I think that there are levels on that spectrum to which one being with a non-black individual would not be a contradiction to their politics, yeah, and you might consider them pro-black. At the same time, say again.
No, I was going to ask you a question, but finish. Sorry.
Yeah, at the same time, I would argue that wherever a person's personal politics are, relationship choices for a people that such as us are always political. Yeah, they're never just personal. They're never just an individual thing. Their relationship choices are always political, and so a person who is in a relationship with a non-black individual is not immune to other black people speaking on the political implications of their choices.
But the question I was going to ask you, it's not facetious. It is a bit of an incendiary question, but are you are you confident to say that you have done more for the betterment of black people and for equal rights for black people than any white man that's ever lived?
Yes. However, to me, that's not even really the question, because a person may be pro-black, and I might consider them pro-black in spite of their relationship choices. I'm still going to make the critique that in relation to their relationship choices, they are not manifesting pro-blackness.
No, but it doesn't matter. Relationship. I'm just asking you personally. Shot for shot, yeah. You're saying that you've done more for the betterment of black people, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I don't measure white people on that same scale. Like the black person, yeah, who pickets in the street, yeah, has done more to me than the white
whistleblower, yeah.
Say again.
Then a then an investigative journalist that put forth an article that
some social.
Whatever, bro. I'm not interested, bro. Look, the black person, the people that are
facilitator of a revolution, yeah.
Let him answer.
What I'm saying is the people that are in the state of oppression and are always, to me, you can't compare them to the people that are not in it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even gonna give the European credence on that level that he can compare himself to any black man or woman, even the most enslaved, Uncle Tom, Negro Coon, I don't put them on a spectrum of white people, like in relation to who's doing more. It's nonsense. I'm saying, like, I don't do that.
Wait, hold on.
But I wanted to say
someone that do more. Sorry, go on. I've been talking long. Go on.
No, it's fine because I want to hear what you're saying because I want to say something to you off the back of what you said before.
So no, but I'm saying someone. I gave a few examples, but let's just the last one. I think I cut you off. I apologize, but was someone that facilitated or someone that liaised with some of these socialist revolutions on the continent. Someone that facilitated and funded some of these movements. You believe that you've had more of an impact on black betterment than those people, or you have alleviated the social conditions of more African people or black people than some of those people. In my opinion, hold on, just to make the statement. The other question, well, the statement I was going to make to preface it, but I didn't want to be too long-winded, was that when white people insult other white people and refer to them as scum or refer to them in the same breath as black people, it's usually a character trait they use to describe them. Example of which I was watching a documentary recently, and a man referred to some protesters that crashed some do or some function, and he referred to them as scum, and he was like, you something, whatever their affiliation was, you whatever scum. And I was like, it's interesting that with black people, the character traits are less important, and we are, but that is almost the reverse engineering of the racial concept, because we're essentially doing their work for them. So I believe it's the content. What's somebody actually done for the cause, or what are you actually doing for something, as opposed to them just being black.
Bro, why does that mean? Because there should be a barometer in terms of assessing what we are actually doing. Why does that mean that the question of who we choose to be in relationships with is not an area that we should explore in relation to what it is we are doing?
We are exploring it now.
How can who you choose to have a family with and them kind of things there impact so much of your life, but have no impact upon what you do in relation to black revolution, black betterment, Pan-Africanism, or whatever, pro-blackness? Yeah, like it doesn't. This area of your life doesn't factor into these dynamics. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not advocating for you finding some or having some mixed heritage relationship.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense to say black people should spend money with black people. Black people should talk to black people. Black women and men should resolve their issues. Black brothers and sisters on the street should stop fighting and forming gangs and so on and so forth. But then say it doesn't matter who black people get into relationships with. It doesn't make any sense, right? You know what I'm saying?
No, but wait, but that's not how it's been framed. The framing is, can you still if you are? And I'm saying there are people that are white that have done more than certain black people that claim others. So
and I'm saying that the nuances are that there's levels to the thing. So, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Yeah, you see, in Marcus Garvey's organization, black people who were like with white people could join the organization, but they were never they were barred from holding any official office, office of leadership, and these things, because it was understood that this is a fundamental contradiction, right? So yeah, we're not going to disqualify.
We're not talking about an anomaly here. Like this one said, no disrespect, Velle, but generally speaking, I don't have statistics at hand, but I'm just going to imagine. Generally speaking, majority of black men are with black women and vice versa. So when we're talking about the exceptions to the rules, considering we're living in the diaspora where the majority of people, the majority of the population is white, I don't really think it's that much. I don't think it's that conflicting, in my opinion. I just don't.
What's that got to do with the question, though?
That literally is the thing. Can you be pro-black and have a white? Yeah, of course you can. Why couldn't you?
But you can't. How? Okay, because you're all I keep hearing you saying is, "Oh, what do you do? What like basically what do black people do for black people?" Yeah. Now, if you are pro-black, do you understand about, not disrespecting you, but do you actually understand about people that are pro-black? Do you know any pro-black people?
Assume I don't. If that can help.
No,
me.
no, because I don't know. Because the reason why I'm asking is because.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to define it then, because I could say yes, and then you could tell me I don't.
Okay,
No.
because if you understand pro-black people, a true pro-black person, not someone that just like, oh yeah, I'm for my black people, pro-black, but on the side they're eating fucking pork and they're fucking beating down this one, that one. No, you're not pro-black. You're just talking shit out of your ass because you're just a black person.
So if you eat pork, you're not pro-black.
So
Proper pro-black people, mostly proper pro-black people do not touch pork.
So that's one of the tenets of
I'm not saying that is why people are pro-black because they don't eat pork. I'm just drawing some references to see, do you understand that people that are proper pro-black, yeah, they have a certain way about them, they talk a certain way, they act a certain way, and there is definitely no, I'll just say like pro-black man or woman is going to go with the opposite sex and still say, yeah, I'm pro-black, and be holding their white partner on their
You mean opposite race? You mean opposite?
Yeah,
you said opposite sex.
Yeah, opposite race. They're not going to have the opposite race on their arm and holding it and walking around with their head held high. That's not going to be a proper pro-black person.
And Nkrumah's a sellout, Shaka, yeah?
This is the point I'm trying to make, bro. I've already said, yeah, and somebody asked me this directly about Nkrumah the other day.
Yeah, me. It was me.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, no, I don't consider Nkrumah to be a sellout. But I consider the choice of wife, even for the reason that he made it, to be a contradiction. Like I say that openly because he married the woman for as a political marriage, yeah, for the sake of forwarding a particular agenda with regards to African liberation. And I'm saying that agenda would have been better served if he went to Congo, yeah, right, and got a nice Congolese sister, yeah, and said, yo, babes, you know what I mean? Yeah, come here and do and all these things, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I fundamentally think that is the case, and Nkrumah opens himself to that critique because of the fact that his marriage was political. You know what I'm saying? That expressly political. So then when you state that, you open yourself to a political critique of your marital situation. That's the reality. And so I have no qualms about that. At the same time, bro, I don't know of a people that have a serious agenda in terms of development, nation building, whatever, that are not conscious of how people in their group marry and form family.
Because it defeats, sorry to cut you, do you know why? Because it defeats the object of what they're all about. So their household isn't going to be what they're for and what they're about. When they have their children, they're not going to be able to properly teach their children or show their children certain ways and things because it's not that setup. So to keep it what they truly believe and they truly are for, they have to be with a black partner. Then it goes to black empowerment and then beautiful black family.
When I ask a question, does it help, yeah, black people if black people have an intention and an inclination towards being with each other? Yeah, there is no. Say again?
Of course it can.
No, but I'm saying,
if you married some 8-year-old fucking trillionaire heiress, yeah, and she was like 89 years old, and she died a year after you married her, and with that fortune you set up a first black bank and you funded that fucking nuclear program that you want so much in Africa, yeah, then yeah, clearly it did, didn't it? Clearly marrying a white woman did. Like, you gotta be
so you sound like Betty then. It's business. You're selling your dick for business then. You're selling your dick for business then.
I'm allowed to about these conversations, isn't it? This is the funny thing about these conversations, isn't it? Because it's a fundamental principle that I think most people can get their head around, isn't it? Like, in the sense of the fact that you're looking to develop black people, and if families are important, then yes, black people creating families with other black people should be considered an important dynamic within that equation. Yeah, that just makes sense. So black people should be conscious of the extent to which we are not developing relationships with other black people. It doesn't mean that man and black people and them kind of things, that you don't have to do that. But to add obscurity to the idea that the family dynamic among the black community and the black world, is and will always be a contributory factor towards where we're going as a people. That doesn't make any sense. We don't have to
Wait, can I ask you a question? Can I ask an honest question? Yeah, is pro-black because you use Velle used the term pro-black, Finest used the term pro-black, you use the term nation building. I definitely see with the concept of nation building, like Jewish people or Israelis or whatever. I understand that, right?
Right.
And I heard I had little bits of your debate yesterday, and I fully disagree with Issa about the diaspora and that all having a landmass. No, you're right. An identity is generally speaking attributed to or connected to a landmass. I agree with that. Nation building, I understand. Pro-black, I don't understand. Especially, especially considering that blackness is vague in the sense that somebody might argue a Somali and a Ghanaian and a Congolese people would upset some of their families if they were to intermarry, because this racial concept is an entirely European concept. Black is black, we're all the same and we're all homogenous, so us being together is different from like some people would argue there's similar genetics shared by some Africans and Europeans than between inter-African. You could argue that there's more genetic similarity. So it's a social idea that you have in your mind that black stays together for what? For nation building, okay. But pro-blackness, difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, but bro, I already said it. Pro-black is very broad, isn't it, as a terminology? Yeah, so along the spectrum of things that could mean, I could envision a thing whereby a man or a woman who is concerned about black people, let's say, for example, they're a campaign against police brutality. Definitely a pro-black activity, yeah, but they haven't manifested pro-black. But if they're not with a black person, then their pro-blackness has not manifested in their choice of partner. Yeah, that's my assessment, right? So, which I did say that on one level you could say, all right, they're pro-black, but it depends on the level or the scale of pro-black that you're talking about, along the broad definition of what it means to be pro-black. You see what I'm saying? But we also have to assess, make an assessment for the sense of pro-blackness in terms of what that means. Yeah, what it means to not be in families with or in relationships with other black people, because it means something. We can't kid ourselves at like it's a non contributory factor. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It has no impact upon the situation whether you choose a black partner or a non-black partner. This is ridiculous.
No, but how far does this? Did you understand what my point was? How far does the rabbit hole go? Because certain communities and certain groups don't want people marrying into African relationships. So this black concept.
Yeah, I was brought up like that. I was brought up from a Caribbean household, James. Yeah. And my parents and family told us straight, don't bring no fucking Africans back to this house.
Yeah.
Don't bring no fucking white people. No white people. No white people and no Africans. Straight from a child.
That happens. And my auntie and grandmother was skeptical about my mother bringing home a Jamaican man. Yeah, like
that's right. Even they do things like that. Yeah.
Right, but why is it okay? But again though, if we're talking about pro-blackness, then we can make an assessment of what that kind of dynamic means along the spectrum of pro-blackness. We can do that.
But my fundamental point is, if you're talking specifically to nations, yeah, fine. I wouldn't disagree with that. That is somewhat of a reframing the question, but I'd accept that statement. But if you're saying that pro-black, no, because I would argue that there is white people that can be, however loose you consider this definition to be, could be considered as pro-black.
Yeah, organize a march with them, innit? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, them something there, yeah, whatever it is.
And okay, those white people, sorry to cut you, brother, yeah, but James, those white people that you would say could be considered as pro-black, yeah, what do white people call those people and what do black people call those people?
I don't know.
You don't know. So if you've got a white person advocating and preaching all this black talk, what are you gonna say to them?
But why does it have to be advocate? Like,
I'm just asking.
But you're creating a cartoon out of the concept. I'm saying, simply put, there's people that have put legislation forward for the benefit of black people that have moved your struggle. There are people that have assisted the funding of black people, special envoys.
Wait, no. We're not gonna go back to that because we heard you say that already. Yeah, I'm saying to you, yeah, because you said the last thing you said was, what about those people, the white people that are pro black or consider themselves to be pro-black, because I can't remember exactly how you said it. Yeah. So now I'm saying to you, those white people that are pro-black, yeah, that are white, yeah, what do the white people say to them and what do the black people say to them? You said you can't tell me. So now I'm saying to you personally, if there was a white person that is coming across very pro-black, but they're blatantly white upon white, there's no black, there's no nothing else other than white in them, what would you have to say to them? What would you ask them?
Thanks. Thanks for being okay. I don't know. Would you?
So wouldn't you be a bit like just out of curiosity, just generally intrigued on why they're so pro-black and they come from a white family and they are white?
I want equality in a situation where a white person was being oppressed. I would want equality for them. I don't seek to punish people for the sins.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question though.
This is what I'm saying. So I don't find it difficult to understand when I meet a white person that isn't a white supremacist, that isn't a racist. It doesn't blow my mind.
No, but did you understand what I asked you?
Yeah,
I'm asking you, if you meet a white person, whether it be a man or a woman, and they're pro-black, almost so much so even acting black, yeah? Wouldn't you be like, oh, like wouldn't you be intrigued? Like, have they had a lot of black people around them? Have they?
I met a wigger. Now, yeah, of course, I'll take the piss. That's what you're asking. Just saying, if I met a wigger that's just begging it, yeah, I'll probably take the piss out of him.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to know why they're acting that way? Why are they so pro-black and they're white?
No,
why ain't they for the white people?
Because black culture's cooler than white culture. I know that.
When we have these conversations, yeah, it gets to the point whereby like we just start to sound like we're creating excuses to jump in Wazungu crutches.
Someone's got bad background.
What would you say?
I said when oftentimes when we get into these conversations and I hear them, yeah, it begins to just sound like we're creating excuses to jump into the Wazungu crutches, right? And I'm saying, like, really and truly, yeah, like, right, really, like it don't have to be this complicated, yeah. Black people, where we are at the moment, yeah, given all of the manifestations of division and them kind of things there that exist among us, yeah, we should be like, this ain't got nothing to do with hating nobody. We should have a campaign, and especially because that I agree that the numbers of what we might consider black people with non-black people might be overblown, yeah. However, the impact of that has been magnified by media, and the extent to which for a generation it was considered that black men who were successful couldn't find a black woman. The idea that in this state in 2020, white men are the savior of black women from the arms of terrible black men and them kind of things there, with all the dynamics surrounding our relationships, yeah, we should have no bones and composure about the idea that we need to have a campaign in our community to develop strong and powerful, meaningful, productive, and happy black relationships. You know what I'm saying?
Are you that naive?
Can I just say that I decided that yeah, I'm not pro-black. I'm not pro-black. I am a black nationalist. Forward. Thank you. Thank you for this terminology. It completely embodies who I am. I because I don't, if someone says, oh, I'm pro-black, and I'm like, that's good for you, bro. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm not you still. I'm not you're not with over here, right? And everything is clear and we're all good. I can still be happy for what you do for the community, yay, pro-black. But over here, it just makes clear. The way that Shakara put it makes a lot of sense. I'm changing my vocabulary. See, I'm always learning from Brother Shakara. You know what I'm saying?
One thing, just Shaka to you, yeah.
At the risk of sounding mad, bitter, and jealous, I'm pretty sure I'm laid down that black national African spectrum 1,000 times. 1,000 times. The message is through now. The message is through.
But can I just take it with the Shaka's final point, yeah, and then I'm done.
Why you be hating, scattered? I never seen this hate inside of you, yo. What's up, bro? Yo, listen. After this, after this right here, we going on CC, man. I think we need to talk, bro. For real, for real.
But quickly, yeah. Just to your point, bro. As far as I'm aware, again, I'd have to provide you with the statistics, and I will do in time, yeah. But as far as I think it's like it's overwhelming, or the majority of relationships are, if you want to use the term black, are black people, black man with black woman, yeah. Majority of relationships. So I feel like you're being naive sometimes when. If this is already the majority, yeah, and if it's already the consensus, I guess subconsciously amongst black people that you look for your own, yeah, or biologically, I don't know how exactly it works out like that way. But if this is already the consensus among people, and this is the majority of occurrences are black relationships, then I feel like essentially what you're doing by ramming home this point is excluding and ostracizing anybody that doesn't. And this black nationalist distinction is a logical one. I can make the case, I can make the case to someone and say, if you're trying to build a black nation, it doesn't make sense you coming on with white women. That don't really make no sense. That's
you're right. So that's why they can't be pro-black.
If you're saying pro-black, hold on, but please, I beg you, Shaq. If you bring this into a pro-black discussion, what I'm saying is, the undercurrent of this, the tone of this is basically, yeah, I mean, do what you want to do, but you ain't part of my.
Exactly, James. I'll be honest with you, bro. I don't feel no way if when I'm promoting black love, black man or woman love, if a man or a woman who's not with a black man or woman feels a way about that, I'm no business. I'll tell you that straight. Yeah, because if you got a problem with me promoting black love, then that's your business. I'm not gonna stop doing it. Because you feel the way, because
because you're a woman's white or black.
But you're missing out a point. I'm saying it's the majority already, so it's not like you're coming to butt the trend. It's already happening.
Right? It's happening. Have you when you say that, yeah, you're talking about all black men, yeah, right? So among all black men, the statistics are actually very low, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what you're saying. So, and there's some sympathy that I have with that.
Say again. I didn't understand that. Say that again.
The statistic that you're citing in relation to our community, yeah. Let's say, so you're talking about all black men, yeah. If we were to include all black men, actually, the numbers of us that are not with black women are quite low. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I believe to be true.
Have you seen a breakdown of statistics in relation to age?
In relation to age?
Yes.
No, I haven't. Maybe I have, but I don't remember. I wouldn't cite it.
Right. So you're
saying the new generation is more inclined to be with a white woman or outside of
I'm saying I have come across statistics that would suggest that, yes.
Okay. So, I ain't seen no statistics, but I definitely believe that 100,000%. As the years have gone on and the generations have changed, people aren't seeing color and they're just going with whatever they like, and they're breeding up the place. And that's why black people are actually, I wouldn't say complaining, but maybe having a whinge of there's not enough black children. We've been washed out because, how many, for the people on the panel with kids, how many black children are in your child's class? Not black mixed race or black with Filipino, black, fully either African or Caribbean. Where are they?
Yeah, most of the kids in my children's school are black still.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Your kids go into a school where it is a predominantly black school. If it's not a predominantly black school, there's not going to be that many fully black. I'm talking fully black children.
That's really down to the area that you live in, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I suppose that. Can I just read something to play with it as well? The area. You're right.
I just want to read a comment. This is from 20 Faces, and this goes to James. He asked me to tell you that pro-white people don't debate whether or not race mixing is okay. They all know it's not pro-white and they reject it.
Yeah, because they're racist. Pro-white and pro-black ain't the same fucking thing, is it? You know what I'm saying?
So if a black person, are we racist?
I'll say one more thing. You know the sickest thing about
he was saying the difference between obviously the pro-black person and the pro-white person is a lot of pro-white people are just racist against other races, isn't it? Like.
Okay.
More than that. And they're not trying to build a nation because they got all the nations. Literally, they got the whole. But quickly,
that they got all the nations.
But one real important point here, and listen, because I've been called everything on these panels for the positions I take, but I feel like I take an intellectually honest one. There is more genetic similarity among some Africans and Europeans than other Africans. This concept of blackness is a fundamentally European concept.
James, do you know why that is though? Do you know why that is,
attributed to black people and ascribed to black people. So you internalizing it, hold on, but you internalizing it. There is some Congolese people that don't want their daughter or son marrying a Nigerian person, and you believe that you are somehow you are somehow free from equal criticisms of that because you are some oppressed people group. But granted, my bro, like,
Jay, you're repeating these a lot of these European liberal talking points, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right now, and honestly, I don't say that to be disrespectful, but it's true, right? Hold on, right? So what I mean by that is, yeah, when people say that that there's more some of us are probably more genetically closer to white people than other black people. Do you know why that is? Because black people have contained the most genetic diversity. That's why that is. Yeah, as far as who we are and the amount of genetic diversity that exists among us, there is more genetic diversity among black people, the indigenous people of Africa, than there is any other people on the planet. There's more genetic diversity.
How is that a refutation? I'm saying the concept of black is not fucking taxonomically or biologically.
What I'm saying is, generally speaking, when you hear that talking point here, they don't generally speaking compare white people to Chinese people and to other people. Yeah, they usually use black people and say, well, black people among black people, some black people we're more genetically closer to white people than other black people, and that is supposed to shed the political implications of that talking point is to affect.
It's the complete opposite, Bob. Stop it. That's the complete opposite. Because when man trying to use that for IQ, that's the same way you would debunk an IQ argument. You'd say that some white people are more inextricably, are more genetically similar to. Bro, there's Scandinavians.
The way I debunk an IQ argument.
Hold on. There's some Scandinavians that are more genetically similar to Native Americans than their European counterparts or their Germanic counterparts. So it's not just a black and white thing.
I'm saying to you that behind the science behind what that particular statement is that black people contain the most genetic diversity anyway. That's just what it is. Yeah, just what I'm saying. Like,
what context did I use it in?
Because you're saying
what point you're making.
You're saying that that as in relation to relationships, yeah, like it doesn't matter. Race is a construct, and black people share more genetic similarities with other white people than we do some other black people. Yeah,
and I'm saying,
I have no issue with it. And personally, I'm not that hung up on this social construct thing. If black and African is a social construct, so be it. I'm still.
No, but African isn't. African is belonging to a continent, and black is definitely because black is
related though, bro. As far as the progress and development of history, the two concepts are related in it. So all I'm saying though, bro, is that it's like. Why is it that, especially given the reality of where we are at, like the reality that faced us as a people, as a community, even if we look at it on the local or national level or the international level, the idea that we should have, even with the reality that some black people don't get with other black people, that we can have a balanced assessment there of the impact and implications of us being with each other and not being with each other. Why should that even be in question? Like it's valid, yeah, to say that given where we are, that we should seek to be with each other and keep our community strong through the families that we create. Yeah, this is a completely valid argument, and therefore, by implications, those that don't do that are not contributing to black betterment in that way. That's all it means. Right? You see what I'm saying? And that should be that complicated. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you don't get with a black woman, then in your choice of woman, you are not contributing to black betterment.
Yeah, cool. And I'm saying, I like how you reduce just argument. And my argument doesn't necessarily contradict yours or conflict with yours. It's just simply that fighting oppression is paramount. Yeah. Or the exposing of oppression and exploitation of individual people groups for other people groups gain is very important. But cultural similarities in relationships is also very important. So if you identify more culturally with a partner that isn't of the same I'm not
maybe it's easier for me, you know, because I'm pro. When I say I'm pro black here, the levels of
1 second, and
oh, sorry, yeah,
hello,
like the level. Sorry, finest wine, yeah, safe. The levels of my thing, yeah, like when I say pro black, you know, yeah, like my pro blackness manifests in the form of pro black woman. You see, and so the levels of the pro blackness that I deal with, yeah, I couldn't manage myself, yeah, dealing with anything other, yeah, than a black woman as an expression of my pro blackness. The two things are not divorced. My pro blackness,
your pro blackness is inextricably linked to your identity. It seems, isn't it, by how you
no, definitely.
Yeah, right. But hold on. But I'm more. What troubles me more is not necessarily what troubles me more is the exploitation of black people. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm not attempting to repopulate the world. Yeah, and that is not at the forefront of my mind, especially when most and they could be incorrect, right? That could be also a trick of the devil trying to prove to me that that black people will still be the third biggest racial group in the world, or behind or second if you want to consider, let's say, Africans behind Asians, for example. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So technically speaking, I don't see that as the fundamental problem. I see the exploitation as the fundamental issue. But if someone was to identify that as the fundamental issue, then yeah, of course, logic.
Yeah, but bro, I'm acting in it. So for example, you see when I walk down the road here with my woman, yeah. It's propaganda, you know, Maggie. Like, I know that in living in a space here where I've been places and see and heard people say things like, you see that brothers, yeah, black men, yeah. You see when they're with white girls, like they look happy, yeah, and you know what I'm saying, and them thing there, and like when they were sisters, yeah. I'm being very honest. I'm being very serious. People say these things. I know when I walk down the road with my woman, yeah, that there's a political statement being made. When I walk down, and I'm the man, and I'm pushing the buggy because I've heard people say, you see, brothers, yeah, when they're with white men, yeah, they push the buggy, but you see when they're with their sisters, you know, they don't push the buggy.
Where do you hear this?
I've heard these things, bro. So
wait a minute. What I had a Asian guy tell me, and Nine Ether, that's why y'all black brothers just leave you. All they do is breed you up and leave y'all. That's what they tell. This is how they think about. This is how they think about the family, the black family. They don't see us valuing our own families. So what Shaka is saying is like counter propaganda. It's like counter advertising. Like we do value our families. Like that's awesome.
Really, I could care less what they think, but I'm saying that I know that there are some sisters that think this thing and say it. So I want a black woman to look at me standing next to my black woman and feeling proud to be with my black woman because I might inspire her to go find out for a black man. You know what I'm saying? I want that. Yeah, there's a lot of propaganda out there right now that is against black relationships. Yeah, that attacks the idea of black women and men being together. I believe that there's actually a war on black relationship and family images that are not dysfunctional currently, as we see in relation to popular film and television.
Yeah, not only that, I'd agree with that, and I'd also say that just the what's the word, man? Just the over. The sort of what's the word, man? The overemphasis on the beauty of like or ascribing beauty to white femininity and doing the opposite with black women, trying to with black 100%, and saying with black man to promote light skinned man over dark skinned man,
and the idea that the white man is the savior of the black woman because the black man don't know how to treat her. That is a big thing, right?
You're missing my point. I'm just saying. I'll be honest with you, yeah, because I don't really disagree with you. I don't know if you can hear it in my tone. All I'm saying is the only fear I have, and it's the same when I remember where there was an argument one time on these panels about mixed race people shouldn't be considered black because they have white heritage. I'm not comfortable excluding people, and like I told you, brother, come on, I've never called Hector a sellout, and he's like, you know me, I don't call no one. This idea of blackness, I'm fearful of it because I fear that people, all these Uncle Tom, the Sambo, this, I feel, and then this one can't be part of our movement. This one. It is all extensions of divide and conquer techniques.
So I'm not comfortable saying, all right, once you've done this excludes or this behavior precludes. I'm not comfortable with that. What I will say is nation building is just logical. Like if you want to repopulate a landmass with people that look like you and that this landmass is going to be representative of you, it makes no sense bringing a white woman here or a white man here in the case of the woman. But if you're saying within this diaspora, people that are going to end up helping us further this cause or whatever, then not at all, brother. If you're culturally linked, but who knows how you started a relationship with this person? Who knows what this person has done for you not to be in this relationship? Who knows if you're even going to have kids or if you're just in a relationship where you don't even have youths and that? And especially in the case of people like Velle's probably done more for black people. Inshallah, yeah. Inshallah, my missus, I marry a woman in my country, yeah. Inshallah, yeah. And so my youth has a real linear sort of heritage and history, and we don't have. It's not complicated in any way, yeah. Inshallah, I hope that's the case, right? If that is the case, and I don't do nothing for the community, yeah, through my whole life, and I just make money and have a good time, and Velle has a white missus and he's mashed works, yeah. And gonna even just as simple as you said, holding the picket or whatever, we cannot now make a value judgment on me choosing a fucking missus and I'm more important to this movement than Velle. Do you get it? That's
I don't think anybody has done that, but what we kind of say is that Velle, in terms of his work for black people, did not choose to make his choice of partner a manifestation of that work. We can justifiably make that assessment.
Yeah, all right.
I think that's fair enough. I think that's fair enough. I mean, my whole thing in this, even in this conversation, I think very still forget us. But in this conversation, my thing is when it comes to, I don't even know when. I don't even know. I just jumped in out of nowhere and just got hyped. But I mean, the point is, from what we're saying, snap! I definitely have lost it. I've lost it altogether.
Shakara, I saw a comment from Jupiter that says that she would hate to have her presence or her relationship be a political statement. She says, "Oh, how sexy." So basically, like, "Oh, your man chose you just to make a political statement," minimizing it.
Last one you ever read from her.
Sorry, can I
big up James on that, man. Trust me. Some people are reading from.
Can you come for a sec, please? Why not? All right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, when you done, come.
Hey, Scattered, are you listening?
Listen now.
Scattered, are you listening?
What you just said there about not listening to certain, yeah. 100%.
No. I just wanted to make a quick statement to you. Imagine that pussy tried that Senegal thing after he said he's going to be the one to leave. 2025, he's in an internet cafe in Mumbai about, bro.
How dare
you, bro?
That's the biggest joke thing I ever heard, man. He's a joke.
How dare he, bro? I wish I had more time. I would have roasted his fucking. Sorry, you lot.
No, it's cool. And I should tell you what, and you know me, I'm not even into that, but like I jump in there because I heard Liam talking, and you know when you're hearing like because Ralph is an Egypt anyway, but when you're hearing these white nationalists who complain about victim narratives and whining, whilst they are making a victim narrative and whining, it's nuts.
Very funny, but this is the funny thing though, yeah, Scott. Even in relation to what the girl just said a minute ago, yeah, you know what's funny to me is that whenever she's on her white nationalism rant, yeah, my man comes and defends her proper hard, you know, like against any black people that are going to critique
all the time.
You want to tell me that their relationship is not political? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you think she would there with him if he wasn't prepared to defend her political beliefs so vehemently as a black man from Nigeria? Drew up business.
Hey, Velle, can you let MA? Can you let MA, please, Velle?
Yeah, I thought man wanted to I thought man wanted to chat to man for a little piece in it, man. So I can jump off and let MA in still, but
no.
Everyone else on the panels, on the panel chat was talking in it.
No, y'all want me to bounce? I can bounce.
No. Hey, Velle, but I don't know. I don't think everyone's talking though, my brother.
Well,
I'm gonna lie, you know, can you run away still, innit? Like I'm saying, you're doing this whole.
No, I'm here, man. You get me? I'm alright. Come on, I'm here, bro. I'm here, man. You get me?
Yo, claim the pro blackness. Yo, Velle, claim the pro blackness thing first. Claim the pro blackness. Tell us your pro.
Tell us I'm pro black. Yeah, I'm pro black, man. Alright, I'm pro black, so yeah. Let's get it now, innit?
You're pro black, yeah. Every morning when you're waking up, yeah. Yeah, beans and spam and beans.
I'm done.
All right, validated.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the one out on you on Tuesday anyway, Sky. Don't worry, man. You get me.
I hear you.
Pay back for the week next.
Sorry, quick thing, yeah. Validated. Can you still see the comment from what's her name?
Yeah, I can.
Wait, read it again for me, please.
Oh, why you let them die, Shaka?
No, all on, James. All on. I want to demonstrate some.
Hold on. I gotta scroll up. You know the thing.
Who was it?
At least I know I was chosen. Oh no, she commented again. You want the original comment?
Yeah. If you can find it.
I would hate this stupid thing, man.
Oh yeah.
I would hate to be chosen for a political statement. How sexy is that?
Right. So this is the white woman talking, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Then she says, at least I know I was chosen because I turned him on, not because of politics.
So this is. I'm repeat it, yeah. Come on, Oman's here now, innit? So that statement was made by a white woman. That's married to a black man, yeah. Right. What do you feel offended that I consider our union to be political?
Of course not.
Say what you're saying. Take the mic, babes.
No, I do not. I am not offended that our relationship is political. It's political for me also. All right. So yeah, as it is political for her, man.
So what are you saying? So wait, you chose me for political reasons as well, yeah? Okay, I'm just making that clear in it, yeah. So,
what you just said though, she said it's political for her man as well, for the for Jupiter's man. That's interesting.
Hey, it was for political asylum, bro. Man, talking shit, bro.
Hey,
it's for political asylum for him choosing her.
Yeah. Either way,
refugee status, man. Talking shit. How dare you, bro? Fuck him and his fat bitch of a wife.
Oh, yeah, big up. Yeah, big up.
Listen, bless up to Sister Nahanda Sankofa.
And with
that truth.
Bless up, man. Bless up.
And I'll tell you straight. I'll tell you straight. Yeah, I had children for political reasons as well, my G. I'll tell you that straight, bro. my political manifestation right now. Not business to tell you.
That on business.
No, but hey, Velle, bro, that was a haymaker act.
Yeah, differently. Like, man don't even eat pork anyway, man. So we let them things slide, is it?
Boy, is that a metaphor?
Them things that climb my belly, is it?
Oh shit. Nah, let's move on.
Yeah, I caught what you just said.
I like beans though. I don't like spam though. Still like beans though.
I caught what you said in it. I want you to know that I caught what you just said, even if nobody else did. Yeah,
I did.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now I feel left out, man. What did you say, bro?
You don't even know what you said, man.
Go on, hey, let's go, Velle, though. I've done too much caper for you, Velle, today. Go on, Shaka, get him.
Yeah, man. Come on, you know how we do, bro. It's G Block out here, B. You get me?
Yo, Velle, I want to ask you, yeah? You remember the question? I was asking Jupiter earlier on, yeah? And what's her name?
What was that?
About
the why did she reply with the comment that she replied with, like?
No. What I was saying, if a white woman,
if she's pro-black,
if a white woman or a white man for that matter is so pro-black, they would it be a more pro-black move from their perspective to be with a black man or woman, or tell whatever black man and woman that they come across to go and be with a black man and woman as well?
Well, it would be more pro-black, yeah, but like you gotta say, people are selfish, isn't it? Like, so you're not, when you're looking for your partner, you're not looking out for what anyone else is thinking. You're looking for what you're looking for, innit? So, in that person's eyes, why would they see someone who they would see as their potential partner to go and find someone else?
But then you could argue that there's some black guys who actually are more attracted in some ways to white girls, but they fight their temptation and they get with black women. but and that's for a political motivation. You get me?
Yeah.
This thing.
But
Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you, so if you was someone that preferred white women, yeah, but you got married to a black woman, do you think that how long do you think it would be until you I don't know, trying to find a little side piece or something like that?
Well, that's only if you get with a black woman that that you really consider settling. Just because like it's possible if you are a man who is attracted to black women, maybe you just haven't found that one. Then
Yeah, but that's
you know what I'm saying.
that's what I think that's how
See,
you
like
put
for
it.
like myself,
You
I'm
put
not
it across
attracted
like you put
to
it
white
across like
men.
the person is actually attracted to other people, but he's married his own race just for for political gains or what? What do you mean? Like,
So meaning when you saying attracted to the other race, meaning you're not attracted or you're attracted to both. MA, and that's questions for you.
Yeah. That's
imagine so someone, whether it be a man or woman, is attracted to. It actually begs another question I need to ask after it as well. Still, is attracted to another racial group or whatever for some reason. Now, actually, we need to investigate what that reason could be, and whether we can establish whether, respectfully speaking, whether that person that black person being attracted to another race is something that can be classed as a sickness, or is it like just human? Is it like a human thing?
Bro, can I just say that on that quickly? Yeah, just a random funny story came to my. Well, it's not a story, but I just remember when one of my brethren told me that he found black women attractive, like a shock. Like, I've always found light skinned girls attractive, and it was this one woman. She moved it. Anyway, this one specific woman made him say she was banging, and obviously everyone in the world, most 9 out of 10 people I imagine would find her attractive unless you're homosexual. And then he said it like it was a shocking revelation. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I've come to this realization about myself. And the response from everyone was like, yeah, like.
You know what? That begs another question, though, James. That begs another question. In relation to these statistics that you studied,
yeah.
Can
I
you
studied them. I said as far as
can you recall statistics in relation to other groups of particularly men? So like Chinese men.
No, I mean black women are the least attractive to men, and white and China and Asian men are the least attractive to women. That was
attraction or union.
That's attraction. That was from like dating.
I'm saying that are the numbers with regards to Asian men dating and marrying outside of their race comparable to the stats of what the black men doing?
Probably not. Probably worse. Probably black people date outside their race more. But just to finish on a point I was making,
I don't believe that's the case. By the way, James, I think
I think Asians actually date outside their race more than they're like the largest Asian.
I heard that somewhere.
Well, I just know Asians. I don't know if Asians, but I know that Asians. And again, for the data that I looked at, our Asians is more like what do y'all call it? Like Chinese and Japanese, like those type of Asians.
I would have thought the other way, but quickly, just as far as black men is concerned, I would have thought the other way. Well, especially in the diaspora, but maybe I'm wrong. But just to finish on that point, it made in that moment I realized that truly, as far as there's like a funny humorous quote from a movie I'm forgetting now about my dick doesn't see color or some stupidness like that. But that is genuinely how I feel like most people that are not prejudiced feel. Everyone's prejudiced. Let me rephrase that. Most people that don't consider themselves to be racist or don't identify as I'm a racist, I don't like this, I don't like that, consider every woman of every race to be attractive. Like, I feel that's like a normal, that is a default position amongst most people. Or at the very least, if you're not political like Shaka, you can find attractiveness in them. Like, yeah, she's banging, but I only date black women, whatever the case may be. But we all find all women attractive. So I don't think it's like I don't think that's a fundamentally flawed position to believe there's some like a biological aberrancy or abnormality in someone who finds people outside of their race attractive. No, I feel like all human beings find all male human beings should find all female human beings that possess attractive qualities. Be it like symmetry and shit like that, or like, what I mean?
No, wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing no one agrees with that. Just
Yeah, of course, man. Like, what are you saying? Like the body shape and yeah, I understand what you mean, man.
Yeah,
I
but
just did. I thought it was
It's a carnal instinct in it to be attracted to a woman. That's what you're meant. That's what you're built for.
Yeah, like, and then no, but I'm saying, for example, I might like, bruv, you know the ones where like you watch a movie and there's like some sexy Asian woman in it. Like I can't remember what movie I watched. Is that one of them? What's that film with Tom Cruise? He's got that. You know, he's like a secret CIA agent. It's like he's got like 50 versions of 50.
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. There was one where there's this bad Chinese thing in a Lambo. I remember coming away from that and you know, you what's that Bader-Meinhof syndrome? You know, you see your mate buys an A class, you start seeing A classes all over the roads that are sick. Yeah. And then, so now you're just seeing random Asian girls in the street, and you're like, oh yeah, she's banging. Where you might not have looked at her the day before because your mind wasn't sort of, you know what I'm saying? It's a little sly programming and conditioning. So that I feel like that's the same with all girls of all races. Like it depends on, like,
No, I don't think. I mean, I don't. I think that you're comparing like thinking someone. I think someone can be. I can think someone is attractive, but not be attracted to them. If that makes sense. Like I can go to the gym and appreciate a white man. Like, oh, he's cute. He's all buff and stuff. You know, but that don't mean I want him touching on me and getting on top of me and stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Like all that type of, like, I'm not attracted to white men in that way at all. Like I don't want to see them naked. I would prefer for them to have their clothes on and for us to be some distance. You see what I'm saying? But when I see a black man, it's like, God damn, like, you know, it's a whole different type of, there's a whole different type of attractedness, like you know, like magnets, like you go like be attracted, not like you're looking at a piece of art like, oh, that's nice. No,
you're now talking about something even deeper now as well. Like the attraction is not just an aesthetic thing, isn't it? Like
no, it's not.
You lot are seriously, you know, I respect you lot. You lot are the real deal when it comes to pro blackness. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say that.
It's about the thing alive.
Yeah, wait. Well, you're trying to tell me that for a girl, I don't know. I can't speak for women, but you're telling me that you see a fucking baddie from any ethnicity, that's not your own, and you don't function properly.
I'll be honest with you.
You don't function properly. Is that what you're saying?
I'll be honest with you.
You coming off the chaperone still.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, James. Yeah, you see the way I'm wired, bro. Like, if you're not black, you're not even an option.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
I don't invest that kind of energy in the thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see blackness, I'm not like inspired in certain ways. That's just how I'm at. Now, I get the fact, that, and I know some brothers like this that are different to man, and they're pro-black, and, you know what I'm saying, they operate differently. So they may have been through that phase in their life, and they still carry some of that, whatever. I know brothers who are pro-black today who have mixed race children, and they were
really
in life, what's it called, right? And they, you know, whatever happened. But where they are right now, they would never be with anything other than a black woman. That happens, you know what I'm saying? So I get all of that. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't have one in phases there. Personally, I'm just not invested if you're not black.
Wait. Go on, MA. So
yeah. See what my man's talking about. Is like to a certain extent, there's a conditioning there, isn't it? That's probably come from man's surroundings, isn't it? You get me? Like the fact that we have black people that are interested in white people at all is the result of colonization anyway. So your proximity to these things can obviously rewire you in one direction or another. Like for me, like I've been around a lot of people that are not my race, innit? Like a lot. Like man moved out the ends. I moved up to Harrow. Once man was in Harrow, man was surrounded by the thing. You get me?
But Asian though.
all different types, bro. When I say all different types, innit? And what I would say is that the natural attraction that man has for black women was never absent, innit? Was never absent. And it's like it's almost like man was learning to appreciate other things. You get me?
Yeah,
I feel like that's the process that man went through when he was in his teens and early 20s. Is like I had to learn about other people because I didn't really understand Wagwan, because I wasn't really like where I grew up. There wasn't really no like there's white people around, but I wasn't kicking it with no white people. You get me? Like, and now that I'm back in the area, I don't kick it with no white people again. So it's like I feel like proximity has a lot to do with it. Exposure has a lot to do with it. And I feel like for that reason, when we're talking about pro-black circles, when we're talking about pro-black circles, if you can kind of limit the amount of exposure to whiteness, you're more likely to be able to continue to build black families again and again and again and again. I think that's worth it, if anything, you know what I mean, more than anything else, is to make sure that things are perpetuated, you get me?
But just, I was slightly, even though I was being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but speaking to what Melanated said, I don't really separate the two, but if she's attractive, that it only means one thing, innit? And to be honest with you, there's white women that are not attractive that probably are still would.
Right. You see when a family was in Africa and thing, and white man, and when the family's in Africa, back in the day, and white man come over on their boats and thing or whatever. Do you think the first thing the woman was saying was like, "Rah, he looks great," like in their language, whatever? You think that was?
I don't know. This stopped being serious for me time ago. I'm sorry, bro. Go on, man.
Good evening, Velle. Good evening, Tadahata. Good evening, James. Good evening, Shakara. Good evening, M.A. Brown.
Big up.
Can I get a witness?
Yeah. I was gonna try and build off what James was asking, and I was gonna ask the pro-blacks in here a question. The underground in America that was helping Black Americans escape from slavery. There were a lot of white people who were helping to harbor Black people and help them escape, hiding them in their houses. They were risking their lives. And then you had John Brown, who took his sons, and they went into plantations and killed white people and freed the Black slaves. Were they being pro-Black or?
Yeah, we kind of went over that story, you know, my G.
Oh, you did? I missed that. Oh, damn.
But my thing is like,
witness is my shooter.
Yeah, so not necessarily with those examples, but James was very passionate about the good white people that do things.
I love that. I love the undertone.
and you know that the great.
You didn't say nothing, bro. You just said what you said, bro.
and we all know that the great Assata Shakur, when she escaped from prison, that there were two white women there who helped her escape from prison, Marilyn Buck and Sylvia Baraldini.
I think there was a white man as well. Who was working with her brother, Matilu Shakur.
Yeah.
So that's all good, isn't it? Like, look, they can help, innit? But the question is, however much they help here, like we have, like, is it in our? What does it mean for us in terms of us moving forward in terms of family and relationship to get with them, innit? That's the question.
Right.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
So them helping is all well and good. Like, I would never say to Harriet Tubman, "Nah, fam, don't take the help from them white folks over there." Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't tell her not to do that. But then who we lie down with and have picnic with is another question. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand entirely.
Hold on. But you know what's? I don't know, man. I'm always uncomfortable with this counter racist rhetoric here because essentially.
No.
Let's have it right. It is because I am the same way. I'm bantering with you more time here, but
yeah, it's cool.
The same way I argue with these ethno-nationalists talking about white man shouldn't date outside man's race. The same way I feel eerie. It's like eerie uncomfortability when I discuss it with black people because what we really want is to single out the oppressors and the exploiters of certain regions. They're not representative of all people. And if there was stasis that had been achieved previously in the world, we wouldn't even need to be on our pro-black tip because essentially there would be parity in the world. So
blah blah blah. It's not real. We're not dealing with reality, innit? The reality is the situation, bro.
Yeah, like,
right. No. But I'm saying the facts are still the facts.
But James,
not all white people that's what we're warring with, is it?
But if the world was different, everything would be different. So
No. Sorry. So let me. We're not warring with all white people. Is the fucking fundamental point.
No, but here I'm saying, bro.
These racists are warring with all black people.
Yeah, but bro, if it was just a matter of white people, then there would be no question about whether getting with an Asian, Indian, or Chinese, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, would be anything to talk about.
But some of them are black though.
Yeah, but I agree, and that is a part of the thing too. But the point I'm making is that
But you know how to expand on that. What do you mean?
The idea of getting with other black people is not so much about the impact that it's going to have on white people, but the impact that's going to have on us. That's the principal thing. It's looking at who are we, where are we, and what kinds of patterns of behavior would benefit us the most.
So what's more beneficial? Someone dark and phenotypically similar to you that's from Asia, someone white, or someone that's black and phenotypically the same as you from like an Aboriginal from like Australasia?
Well,
what's preferable?
Most of us in this day and
age.
No,
answer that one quickly.
Yeah, I am. I'm just saying that as far as and ideas related to pro-blackness, most people would consider the black people of India to be a part of us, and the Aborigines of Australia to be a part of us.
So that's you're happy with black?
Say again?
So you're happy to, you'd say I'd prefer them over white people, right?
In general, yes, that's not a problem.
Yeah, no, so then don't try that old bullshit about I'm talking about every race. No, you're not. You're talking about white people. That is the number one.
You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. The acceptance of those people is based upon our understanding of them being us, not them being another race.
Yes, so them being black, yes?
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying black, this concept of blackness is superimposed upon us, correct?
No, bro, we can debate that to the cows come.
Just to move on to the
point, bro, because I'm not necessarily agreeing that the concept of black is necessarily imposed on us, yeah. But it's another conversation for another time.
The reason I'm saying it, brothers, I'm saying, listen. If half the continent doesn't identify as black, the other half does identify as black. Outside of African, which I know you're saying is synonymous, that is a further divisive technique.
No, but bro, now you're homing on the term black, yeah. Whether there are enough black people that don't consider themselves African, and for those who are pro-black and have an African-centered consciousness, they still consider them African if they don't accept that they're African.
Right.
Yeah, so
Africans within Africa now they're gonna say, all right, cool, yeah, we're all African, but I'm from Congo, I don't want to date this one. Then what are we going to support their nationalism now?
Again, that's the point. We can accept. We can then in the same way that we make an assessment of how the attitudes towards being with people that are not black have an impact upon the development of black communities and nations and so on and so forth, and black people in general. We can also have an assessment in terms of those sensibilities in relation to I don't want my pitney to marry nobody who's not my version of black, my particular blackness. Yeah, we can have an assessment in terms of how that negatively or positively affects the whole goals and missions and philosophy that is associated with pro-blackness. I personally would argue that sensibility is a destructive one. Yeah? Whereas the sensibility of we must be with each other as black people is a constructive one.
Yeah, fine.
And the truth of the matter is that most of us in the diaspora, going all the way to the South Pacific, do see ourselves as black because of one thing: the oppression we receive from the supremacist system that unites us all.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even deny that. Let's say that's absolutely the case. Yeah, and because of that, the people that are victims of this supremacist system decide, you know what, fam, we gotta make sure we keep this thing tight here, my G. All right. Yeah, what's it called? Like, I don't get it. Let's say it's absolutely a completely made up social construct, but it's very real based upon the circumstance of the context of the reality which we live in right now. What's the problem?
But I'm saying it's an undue emphasis on or focus on this repopulation or education. Like education is not. Wait, hold on. Education.
James, is there an economic component to family?
Of course, but no, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm saying the education is not contingent upon the collective en masse being all all identifying as black, as evidence through historic associations with other races that have assisted us. And going forward, we will require some associations, allegiances, and affiliations. So I'm saying, if you make it some like logically, that's what I'm saying. If you are a nationalist, logic should dictate that that on the continent, the people that will benefit most are the people that look like you. That goes without saying. But the ones that are assisting, which is literally the fundamental crux of this argument, which is pro-black, to want the best, to want equality, and to to want parity for blacks and all other races in the world. I don't think it's contingent upon. I don't think it's a prerequisite is you marrying someone from your country or from your race, in the same way that it's not a prerequisite for you to marry someone from your fucking country. Because how do I know now that let's say you married a girl one Antigua, let's say you're from Antigua, let's say your girl's from Jamaica. How do I know that when push comes to shove, and maybe we can't achieve our dream of some Pan-Africanism, and it's just about building your country back up? She's on some fuck off about, I don't fucking like Antigua anyway. Antigua's is a fucking.
Yeah, but that's stupid because you would have assessed that beforehand anyway.
No, but so why? So then, if you assess a white woman that wants the best for black people, what's the issue then? Go on. What's the issue then?
James, is there an economic?
Let me answer that. So what's the issue then? If you've assessed right now from preceding your relationship that this white woman wants the best for your nation and that, and she's done bare work. You met her in your homeland. She's fucking works for fucking some charity or some charitable organization. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that now?
How about you answer the question? Is there anything wrong with that?
I mean, based on what you're saying, which is she wants the best for my country. If not, I would have known about it. I would have ascertained that beforehand, and I would have not been with her. No,
I'll imagine that in this conversation at some point, somebody has brought up the idea of the image of the black family being destroyed over decades and decades and centuries, right? That must have been brought up, and if not, you already know that, James.
But it hasn't been brought up it hasn't been brought up as a result of us not dating within our race. It's been brought up by
no, just as a fact, as a historical and present paradigm that we're living through. Yeah, how the family's been mashed up.
We're repeating
propaganda as well. The propaganda to destroy the black family as well.
Yeah,
right?
well, I'm repeating myself. I found, so I'm going to stop now. I'm just going to say, you get what I mean when I say I feel a bit uncomfortable where more time I'm arguing with these right-wing lunatics, and it literally is. I know it's not the same. I'm not ever comparing pro-black and pro-white. There's a clear distinction I'm making, yeah. But it's equally uncomfortable when I seek to ostracize people that have made different life choices to me, because I don't have a white wife. I feel it uncomfortable now to say who is what and what is what, and that's one of the issues that befalls us amongst other things, that we believe that we're doing work in our best interest. That it's often the devil's work. It's often not in our best interest. And
amongst other people groups, yeah, there's people that don't all agree on what their thing is, in it, and like there's white people that mix, and there's Indian people that mix, and whatever. But they still have a united thing whereby, you know what I mean? I don't think necessarily that if Shakara is saying that he doesn't think that he could necessarily, I can't remember what he said, but if there's a group that don't really deal with people who are mixing and whatever, even if they say they're pro-black and they're working whatever, cool, that's their minute. And there's others that do. You get me? And there will be others that do. And you might be part of that group, James. But there's no problem. I don't see a problem with having different factions that have different criteria for who they will and won't work with, as long as it's going towards one direction. And I also don't see the currency in deciding whether a white person is pro-black or not. I don't see what the value is in stating that fact, whether true or false. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean,
what is it for? Like, what do you do?
You're speaking directly to me, like in the point when I was giggling at what Shaka said about James wants to defend white. I do. I definitely do.
Because I said you want to defend white people.
Defend.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, no, but listen, it's kind of true, because I did that. It's kind of the position I took. I said, are there white people that have done a lot for black people? Yeah?
Oh right, yeah, in relation to that. Yeah, that don't matter to me, bro. Like to me, it don't matter how much black people have done in it. Good. Why can't they do that all that stuff? Why does that mean that we got to sleep with them and create families with them? Why?
no, wait.
Hold on, Jay. Why can't we just say give thanks? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
why does one lead to the other? Like, you know?
No, I was saying that because remember, I was talking to you and I was talking to Finest, and I've had this conversation already with Melanated and that before, where man are saying you cannot be pro-black if you've got a white spouse, and I'm telling man, are you smoking? There's certain people that are actually white that have done more than these people that are bunning weed and chatting shit online. Like, don't talk up the things. Don't talk up the things that you're deeper out here because you've gone on 2-2 rally and you bum bare weed and say you hate white people when there's white people that have committed their time and done pro bono work for black people.
Pro bono, yeah, right.
Yes, some of these people. Yeah, what do you mean, bro? There's umpteen case, but this issue here is serious. This demagoguery is. I'm uncomfortable with it. I'm uncomfortable with people on either side of this coin trying to create these racial identities and create this sort of monolithic epithets to describe people. I'm not comfortable with that. No black people are not homogenous. No white people are not homogenous. You can say that a majority of white people throughout history have mistreated black people. I accept that. It's not a problem. But now to say that every single white person, this black one married this white woman, so he's in bed with the devil, I'm not comfortable with that, bro. Because that is the same kind of and the reason I provide these genetic distinctions, it's that same kind of eugenic logic that creates this understanding that we are inferior people, brother. And I'm not comfortable with perpetuating this nonsense. I like to be open. It is a complex issue, so we should discuss it with its complexity. Not.
But hold on, you see when Betty was talking earlier on about how her mum said, "Don't bring no white people into the house," or whatever. Do you find a problem with that as well?
I ain't gonna lie, Betty and Jupiter are X'd off my list. I don't really respond to any points.
No, it don't matter, man. Just the concept of someone who's from a particular tribe, and their parents have said, "Don't bring no X, Y, and Z into the house."
Retarded.
Say again.
Yo, man, them
retarded.
Yeah. Sorry to cut your chat there still, but we got about 10, 15 minutes left here before it gets to the 12-hour mark here. If no one pops off a live show, then I'll pop up another live show to carry on the chat still. So
your thing's special, you know, Velle, man. Your thing's
the soldier, man.
Your one's the best on the road.
Yeah. Everyone's waiting for Velle Vision to pop up on the screen, but trust me.
I have to be honest.
Oh yeah, I need to tell Velle. At Speaker's Corner, I did some promo for G Block. What was it? I was in a discussion with Issa, Kalam, what's his name, Gabs, can't remember. And I said, I looked at Issa and I said, oh yeah, Issa, I remember when you left a comment saying that Islam hadn't come into Africa by the sword. You needed proof. And I said, yeah, we were discussing it on, and then I turned and I said, on Velle Vision, G Block. And they all laughed.
Can I get a witness?
Yeah, and people started coming in saying, what, the godless block? It's like, wow, news travels fast. Everyone's heard of G Block.
Yo, Velle, you need like a theme tune or something for your channel, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I need to make a G Block dub plate, I need to make a G Block dub plate. Yeah. So I can say for some boy, you get wrong comeback and I'm in Magnum, boy. Yeah. Yeah, man. All right, so let me add ultra big up, bro. Like you was in the second goal still, but let me add DC Brad here so he can bun to fire and shit. And then
in it, yo, hey Velle,
we got like
need my bodyguard.
Yeah, cause you know what I'm saying, man, like obviously I got hot skull Poppy in the building. You get me, man, like James Jones moving the hot skull. You get me, like yeah, man, like so. He's protecting the world boss, you get me, so yeah, man, world boss. You got two pairs of clouts on the way, cuz. Trust me.
He said
clouts on the way.
Did you see that?
Yeah, fam, trust me. One sway to one level, you get me? Yeah, you toothbrush got out the dust fast and that. Yeah.
So what, James, are you pro humanity then? You're pro humanity?
Nah, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Inshallah, I marry a woman that's from my country in Africa. To be honest, I'm a pro.
Shout out James.
Morocco.
Shout out James.
Shout out Morocco and Tunisia, man. You get me?
Is that where?
You know what? Hey, listen, I don't really. Hey, listen, I don't really tell no one. I don't really tell no one shit about my personal life, yeah. Because I don't think this is the place for it. But
I think James is from the Horn. I think he's from.
No,
the
but
Horn.
my first two girlfriends were white, so it's one of them weird ones where I look at it.
14. Oh.
No, but I'm just looking at it. But I'm just looking at it and I think, being honest, I mean, yeah. When I was a kid, I used to think the most attractive woman in the world was Pamela Anderson. I look back at even her picture when she was young now. But I look now, I think, how can I?
You should have waited till we was off air, man.
No, but this is honest. Listen.
Black man out here under pressure, bro. We've been under pressure.
Yes, again, I've been so patient. Let's have it right. When I think back to when I was a youth, man.
Did you go for the Essex? Did you go for the Essex?
No.
You sure, bro? Pamela Anderson, man. Are you sure, bro?
Yeah, listen, she was FHM. Remember them shows? Like Channel 4 at like 1 a.m. and they were like some weird fucking shows, like the mashup of like nipple slips and all of them type of things there. Like all
you don't mean you're crashing that dude?
Yeah, you're a bad boy. You're a fucking bad. Yeah, you get me. Yeah, a man was conditioned socially to believe in white femininity as being the apex of beauty.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I thought that, and when from white girls like me when I was young, I was like, rare, I must be sexy. They like me. Like that's the level that it was, isn't it? And as you get older, you look now, and exactly from. I'm not criticizing you for what you said about your relationship being a political statement. And slightly, for me, it probably will be if and when I do get married, inshallah, as I keep saying, if Allah wills it, you get me, yeah. But sorry, that's mocking me. But what I'm saying is,
This guy, fam.
What I'm saying is I have to be real though, and I have to look at the bigger picture here, and I'm not. The strength in the enemy, if you like, is creating this thing where I believe these are my own decisions that I'm making, condemning black people for decisions that are not necessarily obstructive. That obstructive is a method of divide and conquer. Like I can work with a man that's got a white wife blood.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's necessarily debating that point.
So then he could be pro-black with me, innit?
James, I wanted to ask you. I don't know if you might think this is too personal. Are you biracial?
No, I'm.
I'm the Horn, man. I'm telling you, he's from the Horn. He's either Ethiopia.
You know, I'll tell you why. Yeah, why man's asking that? Yeah, because every time anyone asks where James is from, yeah, I keep putting from like the northern part of Africa, innit? So, and everyone thinks James was white before as well. So,
yeah. I used to think James was Chinese.
You know, obviously he's white people up in it, man. So he's up for that sort of them sort of jobs there. You get me?
James is your. Have you got like a Christian first name for real?
Why would you ask that question?
Because I know you don't. That's why.
What? Why?
Is that? I just don't believe you do.
I'm not going to tell you either way, but it's an interesting question. No, you know, I can tell you that because I've already said it 1,000 times. Yeah, I'm Christian. Like my family are Christian. I'm Christian.
Okay.
Like some people are forthcoming with where they're from straight away, innit? Some people are like, right, they'll tell you in private, but they're like, yeah, obviously, if they're not willing to put it out in public, then yeah, man's not gonna.
No, but you know what?
Man up, you get me? Man's just gonna talk about like Morocco and Tunisia and Algeria is a nice place to go to and all them things there. You get me?
I'm not disrespectful of anyone's country or anything, but I just speak the things honestly. Like Raspet will tell you that I'm racist against Pakistanis. Other white people tell you I'm racist against black people. Black people now tell you I'm racist against black people, and I love white people. You get me? But the reality is I don't want to put forth a bias because I try to be unbiased. But
yeah,
you get what I'm saying? That's the only reason. But I'll tell you privately, no problem. It's not. I'm not. Velle knows what I'm
Yeah, man. Hey, James. Now you live on that G Block life beat. You get me? We hated by all. Oh, yeah, beat.
Oh, why are you gonna lie? Hey, Scatter dropped the Hadouken and leave like that, bro. That
was brutal.
Yeah, you chucked it still. Yeah, you chucked it, man. But don't worry, man. You get me. Obviously, I put Sky in a bit of pain over this last month and all that. You get me, sir? Yeah.
You know, scattered kryptonite is.
I got scattered Vex one time, boy. I'm talking about Selassie, boy. He sent me about 1 million WhatsApp messages. Cause nah, cause what you doing?
But why can't
with Vex, blood?
never
He's like, blood, on your ass.
What do you say? What do you say? Boy, if it is Marcos, then you must fight it off.
Yeah, trust me. Hey, I saw Bear Bubba Dread Turbans and all sorts coming around the corner, cuz.
You know that Selassie is still alive, right? He ain't dead.
Oh, right. You have to chat about them things.
Well, no one's seen his body, so we don't know.
Yeah, they buried him under a toilet.
So wait, what we saying then? So what, should I pop off another live stream and let the man then just carry on the reasonings?
Yeah, but can you
for a couple more hours, yeah?
Because you know what it is, yeah? You see yesterday, yeah? You see, you know, Easter's a bad man. How could I message him two comments and I was like, oh Shaka this, and then he remixed my thing, didn't drop my name. Try send a shot and out. You see that little last shot he sent about the internet, Shaka?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was from a question I was asking in the chat, and I was saying, how can?
Oh, but I think he was because he was when he cut out during his first 15 minutes and came back in. I feel like he was in the middle of making that kind of point, but he got interrupted because he realized that nobody was hearing him. So you're probably right. I don't know. I don't know.
No, but I said in the chat, DARPA was creating ARPANET in the 60s, which was the precursor
to the internet.
To the internet, right? And I'm saying, how can we follow? How can these black leaders occupy? How can they not be burdened with the responsibility of being aware? These kinds of big up, bro. 1 second, though. Technological and infotech.
But this is the point, though, James D. Because make your statement again, so I can hear you clearly.
I'm saying, how can our leaders not burdened with the responsibility of knowing about these innovations and these info-technological innovations?
But what makes you think that they're not? This is the question.
Because did he tell you in the same way that why didn't God explain gravity to humanity? Like, if he had all this time to tell us about why didn't he explain something that was that would have?
I'm saying, bro, because I'm saying the first time I heard that the internet was a creation of the American military was in a Pan-African circle.
When?
So, again, as a child, but again, what
anti-Diop is what I'm saying.
No, bro, but Diop was writing about hydroelectricity and things of that nature, things that the world still hasn't got to grips with yet. So I don't know why. That's what I'm trying to say. Why are you saying that wasn't the case? Like,
I'm naive. I'll be honest with you. I'm only with. This is exactly what my comment stated yesterday, and I asked you that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that question never came to me because I'd have gone in. But the reality is,
you're saying that he knew. You're saying that he knew about technologies that aren't privy to this day, and he taught black people how to use them.
No, say come again. He knew about what? Sorry.
Technologies that aren't readily available today, and he taught black people how to use and manipulate and.
No, I don't know. When you say he taught black people how to use and manipulate, well, I think we might be overstating the point. The book that I was reading from the last time we interacted on this particular subject, he goes through a varying number of energy sources on the continent and how they can be developed. Yes, for the purpose of making Africa energy self-sufficient. So the problems that he's trying to solve are commensurate with where nations and groups of people were at the time. You have programs like Nkrumah's Akosombo Dam project, which was intended to provide to make Ghana and couple other nations primarily dependent upon hydroelectricity as their main source of power. Yeah, and so I'm saying that those sources of energy are still yet to become dominant in today's world, and the people that were writing for Pan-African purposes at that time were already projecting towards making renewable energy sources